Okay. Oh, I'm with you so far. No, I see what you're saying. So I'm going to start off with some Mark Douglas here. I might get disconnected because my internet's been going in and out, so don't blame the, the white man, as they say. Don't blame the cable guy. Cable guy. I'm here to hook up your internet. So today I decided to start with a fresh account. We're running a whole new $1,000. We're going to run $1,000 a day and test each. We're in search of the Holy Grail. I'm not going to lie to you. We're in search of the Holy Grail here. And I just try to scalp 20 pips in the euro as it screams off the floor after it's been crushed. I'm sure that guy up in Canada got his fill in the 104s, 105s. When the market, you wake up this morning, all the way back to the starting gate on the euro dollar. All the way back. I do have this robot running. Pretty tender. It only goes for an hour, so this is a trolling scalp bot. We're launching. Launching. Oh, jeez, there goes my internet. We're launching scripts every 15 minutes. They last for an hour, so these are stacking up, but we haven't got filled yet. We're waiting for that. We'll wait for a long time. It's like that song. I got a little carried away. Short cables. In case you're planning on using a short cable to reduce the keyboard latency, I would recommend not doing that. I'm just going to say, pro tip in the morning. It's not worth it. Dude, I'm getting my order in faster. I know, dude, but I'm right up on the fucking... Oh, we just put the keyboard on top of the CPU. Yes, I'm getting better fills. Thank you. I can feel it. I understand. I gotta turn this closing price on. I have no idea where the current price is. Okay, let's add something here. We'll go for the trend. Okay. All right, we haven't got filled yet, I don't think. We're looking for this white line to stab into the arrows to fill our stack of tickets. That's the kind of the trade plan here. We're just trolling for drama. It's like waiting outside of a bar for the hot chick to come spilling out in the alley, I suppose, unfortunately. There, I said it. That's what's really going on. Oh, God, it's just too much work. It's too much work, dude. I've been trading Forex too long. Snorex. As Vinny calls it, Snorex. Look at this. There's no Snorex going on over here. Look at this. Look at this guppy. Get a load of the guppy here, dude. Like, I'd ask you, why aren't you trading Forex, dude? You could have sold a standard lot up here and you're up $2,000 and like what? A clean. You could have even run a fucking breakout goober bot here, you know. So here's my scalps. This robot was launched. I didn't launch these, the robot did. Don't blame me, blame the robot. You got to pick the right robot. So I'm going to come in here with a 1 hour robot for 3 hour tickets. Now I'm starting stacking these up today. This is like the morning meeting at 6:30 in the morning, and you have to get your robots all queued up. Okay, guys, I want you to go out there and buy every fucking plunge. So we're going to rack this in at 10 pips to 30 with a 40 pip stop. They last for an hour. I mean, they come in every hour and they last for 3 hours. We have constant risk here today. Now, the guppy, this may be too close to the market. This may be too much. See, this is a scalp. Like, that's like a power scalp. I mean, that market and the pound could do it. So if we drop every hour, if we start to reduce the frequency of the drop here, so if you want, I'll put these in a zip file. So this is as far as I've got as far as writing stuff. You're allowed to have very long names in Windows, the new Windows, so you can get away. You can't put anything in here like colon and stuff. You're not allowed those unique characters in here, but these are for backtesting purposes of just giant moves in the market. I call it the harmonic retrace pot. Just making fun of the harmonic, guys, but there's nothing really harmonic about it other than it's all unique entries, I suppose. Different than this one. So if you stack them all together and ran them simultaneously, blah, 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 but you still got to be aware of it. That's why you might need multiple screens is to monitor all the nonsense going on here. So right now, it's almost impossible to blow this account up because these scripts are dropping every, well, they expire after 2 hours. I don't think anything past 4 hours. And if it's 4 hours, it's really deep, like it's buying 80 pips deep. And that's an 8 hour expiration. So that's the logic and the robot logic of the swing bot. You start buying, I mean, these are 12 hour expirations and you're going to buy really deep and it's going to be a different situation. But these are because I back-tested them, right? So these are conceptual ideas. You're going to buy low, you're going to sell high. You come here with 12 hour expirations on these tickets, but you're dropping them every 30 minutes. Now, when you backtest that on a 24K, there's a particular segment of data which you could curve fit that too, but this presupposes, if you're going into a crush, into some 300 pip crush on the guppy, you can turn on robots that are just place limits for you automatically. So when they do cash out, it does refresh at least that segment, although you're re-exposing yourself to whatever that, if it's a dumb bot, which these are just dumb bots, that's why you really can't sell them. I guess, I don't know, this guy wrote the code for free, so I'm going to give it away for free, but if you could write one of these that drops 50K every hour and the tickets last for an hour. And I would call that linear time risk. They drop every 2 hours, they last for 2 hours. Better to drop every hour and last for 2 hours, then you can get at least 2 different unique fills if the market should hit those criteria. So you're actually creating the criteria in advance. The market has to meet your criteria. It's like you're skimming for just outliers, If that makes sense. So you're skimming for these outliers, and if you don't mind maintaining the robots and thinking what strategies should we be running right now, what makes sense. If you go to the guppy, I'm going to tell you right now, you probably want to buy 40 to 80 pips deep. I'm not saying that all the time, but you could put a 4 hour order, 80 pips, 4 hour order, 40 pips deep, just to think in these kind of clunky 10 pips, per hour idea. So that if you take like the Gann grid, so I did one of these videos where you take the Gann grid and you make it 240 pips a day, right? So at 240 pips a day, you've got wait a second, no problem here. You can draw the angle that you'd expect to make that money, right? You're like, I'm going to make this because I'm such a genius, right? Or this is I could see. No, it's just the fact that you could forward test it and say, okay, this is my trade plans are sitting on these handles. Imagine the expiration times. Then the market does plunge down. It does retrace. And I just wrote a stack this morning that is a scalp, so I call it the buy scalp. It's very top here. So this last one I just wrote is literally like the market comes down about 20 pips. It only has to come back up 18 pips, and it's gets out of every one of those tickets. But that drops every 15 minutes and it lasts for an hour. So this is my kind of my trolling scalp bot. But you do have at least if you drop every half hour, then you just kind of, like I back tested obviously that one switch, right, of switching this to a half hour, drops every half hour, they last for an hour. Just that little bit of skipping the stone, so to speak, is going to make a little bit of difference. So if you have the half hour drops running with a unique order bank, and you have the 30 minutes, and you have the 1 hours, and your system never drops more than you have to set a limit, right? Now you can let this thing go, I suppose, because or turn it off when the market heats up. If you realize this is a ridiculous trade plan to buy 5 pips deep on the guppy every 15 minutes, you're just going to destroy the account. You could also backtest that. If you run any of these swing bots, if you run any kind of these strategies, breakouts on a lower time frame, you're going to explode the account, even with put in spread to 0, to really make the robot look good. And so, what's the point of that? But on these stacks, market comes in, flushes out. So I'm gonna test. I'm not gonna go past unless it's a deep order. I'm not gonna go past 4-hour expirations. So the 3-hour expiration is different. I back tested all of these actually to see, okay, when you start to increase the drop rate just a little bit in a giant spike situation, and also experimenting with a hard stop and a soft stop. Now the hard stop and the hard take profits, in a certain condition, they make an amazing amount of money, but the soft stop, soft take profit survives a little more brutality. But when it slams and you've got like the perfect pip rate for that, so you really have to pick, you've got to rewrite a whole different robot for the guppy, because now you're talking about 80 pips to make 120 pips, and you're going to buy every 10 pips instead of every pip. In the euro dollar, you can buy every pip, and if your broker is going to, another reason why you want to get in limits is because if the spread goes to 0, your broker's spread goes to 0 sometimes, that's going to be the best fill you'll ever see in your life, right? So if you're looking to make 5 pips off of that, you just ripped off the broker, so to speak, right? The spreads go to 0 if you have a big account with low leverage. So you really are you're just paying commission. So you're paying a nickel for that trade. And that's why you want to go ECN Forex, right? And some of your scalping robots, you're going to run the 15-minute on the ECN broker, on the swing bot, or the breakout bot. You have to run on a fixed spread account, which is going to be wider than, but it's about the same after commissions and spread. But a stop entry breakout bot, which I'm not saying they don't work, because obviously these markets break out and go fucking nuts. But I would never want to run that robot on a floating spread broker because, at least you can backtest that on a fixed and say, okay, you can take the closest you're going to get to a real backtest is you take this strategy tester and they get to take that robot to a fixed pick broker to really, if it has stop entry, maybe not limit entry, but certainly stop entry but that's how you take advantage of the broker is the limit. And if you have enough orders packed into a dense area and you happen to have your little iceberg orders in there and a little scalp bank and market spikes it, rips it, that's your money. Well, your robot's trolling for you. Okay. I did do this one day with real money. I launched a bunch of robots on different currency pairs I'd never trade, like CAD yen, crazy shit, And I was looking at my phone, and really I was astounded because, we're talking about something that moves 300 pips as opposed to Euro only move 50 pips during that kind of thing. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. So, yeah, why not, right? Why not troll for order? But you have to have some kind of view of the depth of the market. So each market, you can't trade, but you can't just take a robot and launch it into the Euro yen because it's just going to explode. It has to be a wider ticket bank. So we're waiting for the news to come out. We got just under 2 hours till news. I'm trying to scalp the euro dollar on this bounce. 20 pip bounce. This is the guppy. I think I just got filled pretty heavily here. I'm not paying attention. I just had to see what happens. I guess we got filled pretty heavily on that euro versus the yen. No, euro versus dollar and the pound. Looks like we're trapped down here after we just fell through the floor. If you were still short from yesterday's top tick Tommy, then like I said, that is the trade. If you are the swing trader, that is the trade. You're up like 80 pips on that. But I'm not that guy, so I only scalped the top of that. But if you wanted to be top tick Tommy yesterday in that big sell window, it's catastrophically all the way back to the starting gate now. A real heartbreaker to the bulls there. I'm going to put this robot on, turn this robot on. I'm going to put the aggressive 15-minute drop one, the scalp one. Even though this is the euro versus the CAD, which is just on fire. I think I got filled here. This is what most of my drawdown is right now. Because the euro versus the CAD is so brutal. I mean, that's literally just 40 pips. It's like 30 pips slammed down right now. Let me try to pick a better robot to get out in front of that. So instead of dropping scripts, I'll be dropping robots today. Get somebody else in there. You're like managing an office of. This isn't bad actually. We're underwater on these tickets, so we kind of let this play out. All my targets are here. My last target, I'll turn the targets on. So we're just looking to scalp on most of this stuff because if I'm not here to cash out, there's no money managements, unfortunately. I got to try to run a background trailing stop kind of thing or something in the background here to manage all these trades. That might be a good idea if you're just going to fall asleep and you don't want to blow up the account, but it's okay if they stop you out. You don't mind being stopped out theory, but I kind of like to see if it's going to take profit. With the original stop, I'm hoping I got enough diversification in there that it's going to be okay. I don't know. I guess hope's not a strategy, but so my exit's on blue. I'm going to drop this aggressive 15 minutes in the morning here, so I figure we're just going to dilly-dally around, and I'm willing to accept the risk here. Let this robot take over the steering wheel. Just strap the accelerator to the floor here. 10 pips deep. That's not that bad. This is buying a 10K. I forgot to tell you that. It's buying a 10K. So it's a 10K stack. And what we're looking for here is a smack down. Every 15 minutes we're dropping that. We're looking for a smack down retrace on that, and it's going to cash out right back to where it's at practically. The exit is where it's at now. So imagine a smack down. Only because I got stopped out of these, and now I just want to make money from it. But if the robot was running through this phase, it would have cashed out into the floor here because it would have captured that, right? Here it would have got clobbered, but it's the idea that you're going to have another robot behind it that has an expiration of 30 minutes. So you have a 30-minute combined with a high frequency drop here. The next robot you write has to have different entry prices, because if you start the platform, they're all going to sync up and start at the same point. Every 15 minutes it's going to be dropping this. And I should just keep it to the euro on here to do a real scientific, look at it, but I guess I'm not doing that. But because I want to be able to trade the euro versus the Swiss, or the euro versus the CAD, but I realize it's going to collapse 40 pips, and I ain't got time to look at that shit because I'm really looking at the euro all day long. It's like watching CNN or something. I don't know. And the stuff that's going on in the euro, it's like, okay, we could go up or down from here, and if I know that I've got the every 4 hours it's dropping in the background some ridiculous 40 pip deep 4 hour expiration, then I would know I have constant 4 hour risk on the guppy. I could compartmentalize that in my mind that oh, by the way, I hired this goober to trade the guppy for me, and I don't have to babysit him really. So if you create these little rule sets, you can do it off of these scripts. You could just say, well, every honestly, the crudest thing in the world I can think of is, every 4 hours we're just going to buy 20 pips apart on the guppy, as opposed to a trade we would do 10 pips apart on the euro. But if we go to the euro versus the yen, we may have to buy 20 pips, 30 pips apart, or the robot's dropping 30 pips apart, because who wants to actually drag and drop that deep and get it right? You could double click it, but if you see the scenarios approaching, like here, it looks like they're going to crush the euro versus the CAD I'm looking at right now. So I'm looking at euro versus CAD. I know people watch these. People like these big pip movers. I gotcha. So, buying 10 pips deep is different than buying 40 pips deep in 4 hours. A 4 hour script that's sitting there, a 4 hour expiration, 10 pips deep, you're going to get filled. I guess your probability of getting filled just went way the fuck up, and your probability of getting stopped out with a 20 pip stop in the guppy is seriously high. You're really trying to be in the fringe. Lunatic fringe a little bit there, right? So you're really trying to, dare I say, troll the bottom. You're trying to nut fish here. Another sell-off in the euro here into the news, waiting for the infamous jobs report. Are you really earning money by trading this way? Yeah, unfortunately, I am making money doing this. Not with the robots, but I am doing these trades. I am buying the euro this morning. Yeah, sure, why not? You got to trade every day. You trade futures, right? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about trading, I guess. Yeah, so I did backtest some of this stuff. I could backtest it right now if you don't believe me. That trading's pretty boring. I'm trying to make it sound exciting. Okay, here, this stack is coming in every 15 minutes. 1 hour expiration. So I do expect it to take a little bit of a drawdown here. Let's see what happens. So we're sitting at, I don't think we made any money yet. Like I said, I don't have a money management bot right behind me, and I'm not going to babysit this trade because I'm in the Euro right now myself. But okay, we're up $8. We cashed out $8. That wasn't me. I don't think I took anything off the table here, so I can intervene if we're up 100. Maybe I'll cash out just before the news comes out. So when the news comes out, I'm thinking there'll be drama. I'll let the robots feast on that. I just want to see what constant exposure of dropping every 15 minutes on some of these things. Okay, I'm cashing out of something right now. This is about the time you want to be buying when the market's way down there, but I'm taking on more margin. It looks like cashing out of something and getting into something else. So these are the scalp banks. I'm seeing them come in now. So these are ready to cash out. This is that stack I was talking about. I renamed it. I didn't rename all the tickets, so to make it proper, I'd have to come back and rename the tickets scalp, and then when I see the comments, I know I'm filling that. I don't have to look at the chart. I just know, oh, that's right, that robot's doing X. So here's how to keep track of it, is to straighten all the comments out on all of your tickets. So if you could do that, then you'd be in great shape. So you traded futures this morning? Yeah. We just picked up some more tickets. Yeah, so this should be a really fun scalping morning with the high frequency drops automatically dropping for me, saving me that drama. So I can focus on I trade manually with scripts, so I'm not going to this is the concept running consistently. I can never be this consistent. It's a robot, so I guess it's like a challenge between me and the robot. Every time the euro drops today, I'm buying it. Against the CAD, I think I might even have against the yen on here. I'm not sure. I really don't care, honestly. I like this Euro CAD though. It's out of control. I should open another Euro CAD chart and put a deeper bot on it. That's what I need to do. Please hold. Your calls are very important to us. Yeah, I get pretty wound up. I am trading with real money, so I do. People see I trade. Yeah, that's why I'm a little wound up. There's no guarantees, son. They're always retesting it. So I'm always got more orders down deep again. Of course, we do accumulation phase stuff coming into the opening. I feel that's what's going on in a certain sense. We're getting situated before the news here at this time of day. Does anybody do a Forex prayer session in the morning? I pray to the pip gods in the morning. You know, it's not the futures market. We pray to the central bankers. I got a central bank prayer rug here over in the corner. So, like, come on, man. I'm serious. No moving averages allowed. RSI's getting me divergence right here. You know that signal, right? 1 hour divergence on EuroCAD. I'm sending this out to my signal service right now. Can you hear me clicking? There, I just sent out the picture. I'm going to do a snapshot here. Screen capture. Plus, we just broke out on the tick chart. Okay, let's get a short squeeze into this news garbage now. Just let it go, Brando. Hit me, Brando. How's crude looking? We're cashing out. Come on, give me out. Come on, cash me out. Get rid of my exposure, please. The guy said he sounded like I was gonna come. Yeah, dude, this shit whacks me out. I buy plunges. It's a different lifestyle. I'm not a trend trader. Trading reversals is like a white knuckle event to some extent. So, you're really going against everybody. I'm just trying to make 40 pips, dude, and then I'll be out of your way. I'll be out of the trend trader's way. I'm just trading the psycho unfair value. I'm just trying to rescue the wick from itself. I want to see a short squeeze into the news, and then I'm happy. People's heads exploding. Yeah, some people are probably getting whipsawed today. Whipsawed. How about that pound? Anybody trade that pound? How about that guppy? Blow your brains out on this shit, right? Look at this 200 pip move. Are you serious? Wow. That is the cleanest, dumbest ass goober. You could have done a cancel replace on this. You put your trusty sell stop. You could be a goober all day on the 4 hour. I don't know what you're talking about. We just did a trailing sell stop, cancel replace. We got it to about 10K here. We let it go. We made 100 pips clean. I don't know what you're talking about. We bought here in the supply zone. We cashed out over here the next time. We loaded the wagon on the lonely wick. We made about 80 pips. Yeah, that's the trade to me, man. Fuck all the other stuff. You buy here. I think they call it the order block or something. Buy here. Load the wagon here. You're already out. Then re-rack here. Right? Re-rack here. I would turn on a robot right now that buys like that. Buys that style. runs a constant risk out in front of the market like this based on this currency pair. I don't think I'd run a sell bot up here today, though. I'd run a shallow, I'd come up with a shallow 40 pip buy bot that starts buying 5 pips deep, and I'd run another robot that's going to buy longer expirations, but he's going to drop every 2 hours, and he lasts for well, shit, this is like a day. This is a day. This is a 4-hour chart, so this is like tomorrow. This is the buy zone. Buy plan for tomorrow is to buy anything below that. But what's the chances of us making it down there? So the people that want to make money today are going to say, turn on a robot that's going to drop constantly every 4 hours this deep, and then you're going to repeat the same trade like this and over. It's going to keep dropping these and trailing behind, and maybe you do have a sell bot upstairs here, but maybe you run the sell bot deeper in because you figure this hysteria at this point, or you just hand place them on top of this lonely wick. So we know the next spaz zone tonight. We still have Friday. If you hand place like a scalp bank in here, and you also have in some maybe you think it's going to keep going down, right? All the people that can see pivots, the guy that called in last night, the S&P trader, I'm sure that's a pivot for him. That's a pivot on the 4-hour. I mean, structurally speaking, this is the low, this one, so this is the low. Right there, so that window, that's a 20 pip window on the 1-hour guppy. Well, if I was trying to buy this thing and I don't want to babysit it, I'm gonna let the robot come in on this one. What's the point of writing these robots if you can't use them, son? So I'm gonna pick a kind of a conservative robot here. Oh jeez, let me find something. I want to write. I don't think I have that one, so I want to write it right now because I'm looking at these and they're just too ridiculous. Okay, here's a 4-hour 20 pip deep canvas swing. This might actually have a buy and a sell built in, so this would be kind of fun. If this, I don't know, so canvas swing. I just had to come up with names, dude. Don't make fun. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Okay, this is a buy and sell bot. So this is kind of like I don't give a fuck bot. This is going to drop. The frequency of drop here is low frequency drop, but deep and low frequency, right? So now let's let that go in the background. But honestly, if I was going to do that, I would open a separate demo account and just purely run those on giant things I never trade and I don't care about, and I would make the drop rate. Here it's every hour here. Every hour this is a drop. Did I put this one on? Let me load this one. So we're going to have dual stacks in here now. Every hour we're dropping 20 to 90 pips deep with a hard stop. I'm sorry, hard take profit. There's a hard stop. So this is the code I invented, was HST is going to be hard stop. HTP is going to be hard take profit. Now, when I back tested these, they made pretty good money. So you can see my take profits. So it's very obvious what's going on here. If you do a soft stop, the chart gets pretty messy. People say, how can you tell what's going on? You're right. But if you stay with a hard stop, hard take profit, that's going to be the easiest, not the most profitable, but will be the easiest situation. Let me try to get this so it's not, I can never find the right color here, and I'm colorblind, it doesn't help. So Let me make it yellow. That's so stupid. I just can't take it. So here's my take profits. Hard stop. Not everything on here is a hard stop though. So you see the stacks in here. If we plunge into the blue lines, which is my entry, the targets are underneath the floor. See that those are the. But since I turned that robot off, or that robot's running on another chart in the background, so it's a lot to manage. But I think it is the answer in a sense because here's the dollar CAD, which we like this one. So I'm going to launch my sophisticated. I'm take off this 24K bot because these are ridiculous. Like this is for the end of the world, end of the world trades. We don't usually see that, so I'm going to put the one I just wrote. I'm going to try to keep a constant, try to babysit these robots. So this is 10 pips deep again. This is a 10K. Unfortunately, these other tickets are still pending, so we could have some risk there, but I don't feel like deleting and starting over. You should delete all open and pendings and stuff and reboot the platform to really be scientific, but I'm not scientific today, so. I guess I'm just trying to get a scalp in before the news on the euro, but if the news comes out, the dollar CAD could just slam into all of those tickets right now, and these are still luckily the expiration on these tickets is about an hour, so we'll just make it. As the news comes out, these tickets might be disappearing, but if they don't, I still think they're good trades. I stand by these trades, goddammit. Yeah. Team 6 is going bearish now. Time to buy some stocks. Who's Team 6? Zeal Team Stick? Is that your private? You got like a deep, what do they call it? Deep throat, like Watergate. You got some guy that's giving you intel. 2077. Will you be 21 years old by then? What is? Oh, so like in the year 27. Yeah, Mike Norman. So did Mike Norman get the calls wrong? Are people like? I just saw his. You're Mike Norman? I just saw his thing, and I wasn't sure if he was what side he was cheering for, but I do think when there's blood in the streets, how's the Bitcoin making out? I haven't been keeping track, unfortunately. Let me put it the Bitcoin chart. I deleted it because I had so many robots running, I couldn't keep track. Okay, let me take a looky see there. I gotta turn everything on now. Rifle through. This is like they have more instruments in here. Dude, they got stocks on this platform. It's crazy. This Hugo's way is out of their mind. Look at this shit. They got coins that haven't even been made yet. If you're into crypto, man, you got Dash coins. Holy God. BitUSA don't trade no more. Oh well. It's still here listed. Ouch. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. Oh, my templates. I got to do a better template job, but we're just going to throw this one up. Then we got to delete the indicators, but I haven't had time to work on it. Babysitting all this volatility. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin's trapped on the floor here. Looks like it's coming off the floor. Actually, wow, this could be quite a short squeeze on the daily here. This thing looks like it's really just painted itself into a corner. So I'm looking at this hammer, and then we're like Not too many sellers able to take it down here, so it's like, yikes. I'm sure all the guys that buy plunges are just eyeballing this saying, we cannot wait till it comes back here. I bet they can't wait till it comes back there. Yeah, the retest on that. They'll all be getting out, won't they? I suppose the first this has to be the outstanding fractal right now, the outstanding turning point. People will probably start selling right above that today. If we pop out and start we take out the highs from the last couple of days and just do a sheer move. Yeah, by Friday we could go slamming up, right? At the if we can slam up there. Yeah, those crypto guys. Look at the weekly. It's just so punished. You can't even see the setup on the weekly. You're literally buying on the weekly. You just have to commit to buying everything below here, like some Bitcoin freak, and you're up. You know, you're up on that last ticket at the bottom if you actually bought down there. What's the price on that? 17. 18 was the bottom. I'll call it 17, and safe side we'll call it 18. You could have got filled at 18, even with a bad spread. Now you're trading at 20. You're up $2,000. So what if you bought 1,800 on here? You got to buy. Just trade that on leverage. I mean, hopefully people are trading that as some kind of leverage. Who the fuck's buying a whole Bitcoin down here? That is the most beat up thing I've ever seen. So what are they saying about Bitcoin in the news? Is everybody all like, they should outlaw it? I lost my whole... Are people like blowing their brains out on YouTube? And, well, this thing's happened. We knew it could sell off. Yeah. I suppose here's the strict floor is the wicks. Wicks versus closing price pivots. This is your sell signal, is the slight rally on the weekly and then another beat down, but I think this is definitely the buyer's plunge. Don't you think this is the plunge zone? Okay, so here we go. On your market, set, go. Where's all the buyers? Come on, people. What do you think about trading? I guess so. You know, if you trade candles, if you know how to trade candlesticks, you know that's the way to go. Who said I told you I'm the only one? Who's SEAL team? Oh, I'm sorry. Team 6 guy. Is that a guy? A live streamer guy? Team 6 here. Can I help you? Waiting for the news to come out. It's an hour away. At least. Oh, Mike Norman. Did Mike Norman freak out? Team 6. Okay, right. So, the fundamental view, you know, the fundamental view guy, really, you know, he's the floor trader guy, so I wondered what he was thinking. Versus the price level traders, I guess is what we are. We just trade price. Yeah, it looks like so we had about a 20 pip bounce there on the euro. We've returned to fair value of the original accumulation. We could go lower when the news comes out. So I'm sitting waiting for the retracement squeeze into the news, or it goes deeper, retraces when the news comes out. Can we spike down any lower when the news comes out? It's only the jobs report. So the jobs report used to be a high drama event based on the extreme sell-off. The scalpers have already got out of the dead cat bounce. Actually, on the euro dollar, they've got out in past the floor. If you consider that last low on the let me get to that chart here. So on this 15-minute chart, when we smacked up into this, this is where I think most, so here was the scalp. You actually overshot the floor here. So if you bought everything below that, let me delete these objects. It's just a mess. So if you're able to capture this chatter, this kind of like Super Bowl under a table effect, you actually, this first ticket that goes underwater becomes a winner at some point. If you got out here, you could have pulled 10 pips off that. But now we got set to re-rack, and I turned on the bot I just wrote, which is going to keep dropping 15s and keep on piling up scalps in here, and we got a couple swing trades built into it also. All right, we're down 36 bucks. We're in about 110K automatically. That's the half-hour chart. Here's the so on the 1 hour chart, it's going to be more like that was a decent scalp. Actually, no, we're trapped in this 40 pip window now. So if you're interested in the 40 pip trade or the 20 pip trade, you just would have bought this section and dumped everything, then come back and drop the same. This thing's going to keep dropping it for us. It's going to come in robot and keep dropping for us. It's robotic. And then I'm going to cash out 20 pips above this high. I figure this is going to be, or on the way to that actually. This one's going to cash out on the way to the bulls are hoping that it's going to flip back up into here, would be the middle of fair value to me, but certainly go after this high. And then there'll be so many sellers up here that I'm just going to get out, and then I'm going to cash these robots out if they're not totally up. And I won't even turn them off because I want them to come back in and do the same trade plan. They're going to come in and start dropping high frequency drops to just get any kind of little, I'm just trying to make this trade here, you know. So if you turned it on here, what the kind of robots you would have ran coming out of Asia. So you turn on your platform here, and this is in the euro dollar only. You're going to turn on a 20 pip deep bot and a 40 pip deep bot, and if they exit at their worst entrance, they're out of the whole trade by here. But if you have some swings built in, then they are able to do that whole upper side. And now today I would say you have the buy bots turned on, and you're just trolling for some type of, at least to get just a 20 and a 30 pip trade off here. I mean, is the jobs report going to be so amazing that the stocks would have to go berserk up for us to take out the high of yesterday? I mean, this is so far away. So really, realistically, to me, the targets in the first place to start even thinking about selling is going to be up there. But like I said, we scalped this part so far, and we're looking for this would be the retest. News comes out maybe by the time stocks come out. I'm always a little too optimistic. By the time stocks come out, we'd be up here. We just go flat. To do this realistically, I have to make the rounds and look at, okay, what did I do here on the euro versus yen? What kind of exposure do I have pending here, and which robot am I running? So this is low frequency bot. Every hour dropping lasts for 3 hours, so I'm not too worried about that. But maybe you don't like that in the background because you're thinking, this looks just like Bitcoin to me, the Dow Jones. It looks like we're stuck on the floor here, and we're just coming back up. We're right at the floor. I mean, anybody that's ever scalped in their life for this pattern, this one particular goober setup, kind of obvious trap, so to speak, for the sellers that put their sell stop here, right? They're getting their ass kicked. The guy that steps in front, or the guy that puts the trailing buy stop on the previous highs, he's long too. This would have been your first trap trade, your first trap on a buy stop entry. This one, perfect. Super deep. Actually, a buy stop under the floor. So I used to enter on buy stops because I had hotkey keyboard and I wanted to do the trade. And I said the only time I could justify a buy stop is if you put a buy stop under. If the buy stop could be placed under the close, like just this deep, like as long as your buy stop's being placed under this price, I'm going to give it even that. This vacuum on top of when you're under the floor here, this is Dow Jones, by the way. So the people that are bragging about, oh, look, I'm up on this trade I called the top in the market, I'm like, you got to realize, dude, this is the monthly Dow Jones. There are people that bought everything below this wick. I guarantee you there's a guy out there, or there's a firm out there that does that trade. They're underwater. They're like, I got you. They are up on half of this trade right now, dude. They are up on half of that trade. So, this guy's asking me, can you make money trade like this? Dude, you can make money any way you want. I don't think there's really a limit. There really is not a limit, is there? But these trades don't come around very often. And look at this thing. Nobody's got pockets deep enough to say, well, I tried that trade plan over here. Obviously, you're destroyed. Who are you? You mean to tell me you put limits all the way down? Like, did you add to the account? You bet I did. Now, so if you missize a trade, people ask me all the time, what do you do about this trade? No shit. What do you do about that? Well, here's the first thing you do is you look at as much chart as you can. And yeah, let's forensically examine what that would have been like. Let's try to drill down. We'll turn off the chart shift. And let's realistically say we put order banks in that day. On that one day, everybody said, dude, what if it takes out this wick? Like, everybody knew this wick was there. And meanwhile, this is on its way to the wick. And everybody's like, what's going to happen? I don't know. Oh, my God. Let me see if I can get any kind of bearing on this. What happened on that day? Gotta go to the daily chart now. I gotta go to so during, you'd have to take this, you'd have to pick that day apart. I think if you waited till the next day, there was a chance to get in on confirmation. I saw it because I wasn't going to take the trade. I remember seeing it. Actually, when I look at this chart, I'm going to feel like it's back then because I did look at this chart. Oh my God, does anybody remember that day? When they said crude oil was like cheaper than anything on the planet. Like, this is impossible prices. Right here, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a pullback, a 3-day pullback, back under the floor of insanity, and then cowabunga, it's off to the races. And if you stepped in here with if you had 10 crosses a 20 EMA, I bet they crossed over and you went long. I mean, but people are afraid of the market after this, you know. And these would have been the 2 deep pullbacks that people would have just said, yeah, remember this pullback? Now this is as dramatic. I'm sure to the people that happened to there. Notice the end of the month thing. Like the end of the month cash out factor. Wow, that's pretty profound, you know. Turns around right on the month. Not quite here. Not quite there. So I don't know if that's really a thing, but look here, the month. End of the month. It doesn't always happen, but see the end of the month wick here, lonely wick, end of the month. Here, double bottom with that wick. Now that was obviously an order imbalance here, and then you come flying back up. I mean, this is just a gold mine of wicks. So these trade plans of buying, this idea of buying under this, under that wick, retapping this, also being aware of this is going to be the most hyper unsustainable prices. This is especially the closing prices. If it closes under this close, that's a buy. It may be oversold. That's just an incredible place to get in. Even committing to getting in this much too. If you're up for that kind of exposure and that kind of patience, you have a lot of patience for that trade. Then when we probe this one, look at the reaction at this price, or even this whole thing. The reaction here, you don't even get a chance, and it retests. If you think you missed this trade, this is the thing I think people just can't believe. Well, we bought here, and then they stopped us out. You didn't realize you could have actually added to that position there. Now, where are we now? We're trying to come up under this floor this week and recover societal relief for all the trend traders that run the 20 EMA. They're still in an uptrend on the monthly. Whew. They're buying this pullback. I said that, you know, they say the stock market's inherently bullish, you know. Here's a structure. Top becomes a bottom on the monthly. If you're selling here, you need your head examined, as they used to say. Yeah, you fill in your cupola, you know. You got the your fucking, what you say? You got the. Oh my God. This robot's not running, I don't think. I'm going to see if it's just not dropping. Oh, it's dropping 20 pips deep. Oh, shit. See, this is it. I should run this on the 4-hour chart. So if you're buying 20 pips deep, run the 4-hour chart, because then it makes sense, right? The trade makes sense. You can see, oh, we could retest there. It looks like a possible situation instead of an impossible situation. Never ask your robot to do impossible things. It's just it's robot abuse, and pretty soon robots are going to have rights. So, but step back, Jack. When these robots got rights, we're all in trouble. robot, the Constitution for robots. What's he doing? Who's that guy? Let me look. Let me look that guy up. Yeah. I don't know what people expect when they come here. So if somebody makes a suggestion, I have to go with it. This isn't going to be offensive to small children, is it? Because YouTube made me sign a... Should I just put trader in there? Or Bitcoin? Okay. Let me see his latest rant. Step up to the plate, Sean. Tell me what you think. And here, I can turn on the microphone here if you want to talk.
Hola, amigos. La carta que escribí este jueves 23 de
junio. He's speaking a different language. That's not going to work. Okay, wait a second. Let me open up the phone lines. I'm so sorry. Your call is very important to us. I just reached out to the cable company this morning, and they got a new canned hotkey chat response that goes something like this. How are you, you wonderful, unique person today? Don't love bombing with your bullshit chat. I don't need that in my life. Dude. Don't treat me like that. How dare you? Okay. What do you think we should do here? Should we buy some more Bitcoin? What's the latest update? News from around the world. 13 hours ago.
Bitcoin recently hit $17,630, the lowest level since December of 2020.
Okay. Oh, God.
Here to discuss ProShares global investment strategist, Simeon Hyman. Simeon, it's great to have you with us. Let me get this right. The expense ratio for this ETF is 2%. Is that right?
95 basis points for the ETF. And in fact, that actually stacks up quite favorably. I mean, it's very difficult to short Bitcoin. And if you could pull it off at one of the exchanges, the cost to borrow go up to as high as 20%. So we're really pleased to offer this solution for offering short exposure to Bitcoin. And of course, that is the perfect pair to BITO, the long futures-based ETF that we launched last fall.
Right. So, Simeon, the expense ratio is under 1%. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, 95 basis points, correct.
Okay, great. So why now then? After...
Is this guy kidding? This bald-headed freak steps in. I'll help you short Bitcoin. If you're shorting Bitcoin here, are you out of your fucking mind? I'm asking for a friend. Is anybody ever... Do you really think you would sell Bitcoin here? This guy's got a... He goes, well, nobody... You can't even exchange... I'll loan you the money to short Bitcoin. Same-day loans to short Bitcoin. Come on, everybody. Is this guy serious? Oh, my God. Shorting Bitcoin. Well, that's a great idea. Gee, Sarge, it is in a downtrend lately. Yeah, I never thought of that. Wow. Man, it's getting cold out this morning again. That's what's happening. Okay, I'm going to go ahead with my Mark Douglas boredom routine then.
Okay, I'd like to introduce Mark Douglas. Mark is best known for his books, probably The Disciplined Trader and my favorite, Trading in the Zone, which I had the privilege of writing the foreword for. I have to tell you, Mark's book, Trading in the Zone, really had a big impact on me because it deals with the mental aspect of trading. You can also find out more about Mark's products at markdouglas.com. So here he is, Mark Douglas.
A lot of familiar faces. I'm just getting in front of the room. I'm kind of amazed, actually, how many people I recognize. It's pretty nice. What's that? What? You have to get the microphone volume turned up? Oh, you can't. You couldn't hear me just then? Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, well, first of all, I don't think this microphone is on for you. This microphone is on for that back there. So I don't actually have a microphone. This is not amplifying my voice. So if I'm not talking loud enough, just let me know. Normally I talk loud enough. I don't know why I maybe started out. So anyway, but anyway, it's nice to be here. It really is. It's nice to be. I flew in from Scottsdale, Arizona, and who read the paper today? Who read the Orlando paper? Nobody read the paper this morning? You did? Only one person? Yeah, there's an article actually in the Orlando paper about middle way through the front section talking about how hot it is in Arizona right now, or at least in Phoenix. People don't seem to believe just how hot it gets there, but I'm telling you, it really gets hot. It's like, how many people had the heat on last night in their room? I'm not kidding. I'm really not. Last week we had temperatures up to, if the news stations report the temperatures of being 116, that means there were 118 to 120. And we set a record last Monday for the highest low temperature in Arizona recorded history. It didn't get below 96 degrees. That was our low of the day, 96 degrees. Now, not to take anything away from Arizona weather, because 8 months out of the year, it couldn't be more heavenly in Arizona. I mean, the weather is absolutely spectacular, but we do pay for it. We pay for it this time of the year. And so, if you're interested in coming out to Arizona, I would definitely suggest it, late October through maybe April. But otherwise, this time of the year, be prepared for some really unbelievable temperatures. But this is what we need right here. We need this rain because we're in a really severe drought. But anyway, enough about Arizona. You guys want to know about trading, right? Trading psychology, more specifically. What I'm gonna talk about is the psychology behind creating consistency in your trading. And an interesting thing that I found even about 3 weeks ago, I did a presentation in Toronto, and there were probably about 100 people in the room, and I was really kind of amazed at how many people really didn't have a definition of what consistency was. Just think about it for a second. That they really didn't know, what does it mean to really create consistency? Like when I asked the question to the audience, nobody really could answer the question. What is consistency? I mean, if you're going to create it, if it's something that you're going to manifest in your life, I mean, or in your trading, it certainly has to be something that you know what it means. You have to know the parameters of it. And I'm just going to simply define consistency as, as a nice, steadily rising equity curve. That's all. Just a nice, steadily rising equity curve, okay? At a nice, say, 45-degree angle. Will that equity curve have any drawdowns? Yeah. But what kind of drawdowns? Small drawdowns. Small drawdowns that reflect any trading system or methodology or any particular way in which you decide to trade, the kind of losses that you will experience as a result of being a trader. It's a natural part of the business. that we will have small drawdowns. But what isn't consistency are the kind of, let's say, a kind of equity curve that looks like this, with a huge drawdown, and then build it right back up again, another huge drawdown, build it back up, and another huge drawdown. Now, most traders who don't understand the nature of trading or the nature of the psychology behind what it means to be consistent, they will attribute these huge drawdowns to something that happened in the market. They'll always try to find a reason to determine what is it about what the market did on this particular day or in this particular trade or whatever series of trades created this huge drawdown that caused that to happen. And then go on a search to find what it is. What I'm going to establish, hopefully today in the next 2 hours, is that those huge drawdowns are not the result of something you did not know about the market. They are not the result of something you did not know about the market. They are the result of something you didn't know about yourself. And there are ways to prevent that. And those ways to prevent it are what it means to really create a nice, steadily rising equity curve. And those ways basically fall into 4 general categories. None of this is, by the way, none of this material is in that book. So there's no point in looking. I just didn't want you to waste your time. There's no material in the book. You've got the videotape. I mean, come on. So you just need to sit back and listen. Anyway, so we got 4 basic categories. One is that you have to have an edge. In other words, you have to know enough about the nature of the market and how it moves so that you can determine when there's a higher probability of one thing happening over another. That's how I'm defining an edge. When there's a higher probability of one thing happening over another. And then the next category is that you have to learn how to think in the market's perspective. I just simply, as a heading, would say that you have to learn how to think in probabilities. Now this is really can be a, this is really kind of where most traders have their, let's say, have the greatest amount of difficulty. In recognizing what it is, what it means to think in probabilities, and then once they recognize it, implementing some process or series of steps where they're actually retraining their mind to think in probabilities. Now, this is what I'm going to spend most of the time on in the next 2 hours. And just before I even get into it, just so you kind of have a little bit of a background, is that our minds do not naturally think that way. Our minds don't naturally process information in a way that will cause us to, let's say, be in harmony with or have, let's say, be in correspondence with the nature of the way the market exists. And so we have to do something very specific to train our minds to think in probabilities if we want to create consistency. The third category is all the, let's say, conflicting energy that exists inside of us. I'm saying conflicting energy, conflicting beliefs, or whatever that would argue against us accumulating vast sums of money as a trader. Now, what kind of things am I talking about? Anybody have any ideas of what I might be talking about?
Just a general belief system.
A general belief system. What's that? Go ahead.
Say a general belief system maybe from childhood.
A general belief system about childhood, but can you think of anything specific?
Self-doubt.
Self-doubt? Well, okay, but anything more specific than that even?
Filthy rich.
Filthy rich. Now look at the word filthy and rich, okay? Where does that word filthy come from? It can come from a number of different sources, but what people have to understand is that we grow up. We can grow up. We don't say we do grow up. We can grow up with any number of things that we've learned throughout our lives that are going to fall into the category of what I'm going to just say are self-sabotaging beliefs. In many cases, they're religious-based beliefs. Because essentially, as traders, what are we doing? We're basically taking money from other people with no services rendered. This is basically what we're doing as traders. And there are a lot of religious beliefs that would that let's say that would really rail against the idea of doing something like taking money away from other people with no services rendered. And so as a result of, we build up our skills, we build up our knowledge about the nature of trading, we get better and better at it, and all of a sudden find ourselves, or maybe not in the moment find ourselves, but back when we look back and with a little bit of introspection and say, why did this happen? We make trading errors. Errors that cause these kinds of drawdowns. Sometimes it can be simple ones. Like even a buy for a sell. I did it just the other day. It didn't create a huge loss because I caught it, but the point is that if I wasn't conscious of what I was doing and why I was doing it in the moment, I could have very easily let that trade go, and it could have been more than what I anticipated. And the problem is that when we experience these kind of drawdowns, they create psychological damage. They create the kind of psychological damage that's very difficult to recover from, or it can be difficult depending on one's skill level and being able to do so. And what kind of psychological damage am I talking about? The lack of self-trust. We don't trust ourselves anymore. And when we don't trust ourselves to do what we need to do when we need to do it without any reservation, without any hesitation, what ends up happening is that we end up generating fear. And what we're going to find out in a little bit is that fear has a very insidious effect on our ability to be objective and see what the market is offering us in any given moment. Because we can define the market as this kind of never-ending opportunity flow. And the market's is basically giving us an opportunity in any given moment to get in, add to, detract from, or get out. But it's this never-ending flow. Now, if we're not perceiving it as this never-ending flow, the market's not causing us to perceive it that way. It's what's going on inside of us that's causing us to perceive it as something other than this never-ending opportunity flow. And those are the kinds of internal forces that cause these kind of drawdowns. That's the third area. The fourth area is learning, let's say, building a specific kind of mental framework that will allow you to recognize when you've crossed through the threshold of euphoria, so let's say from normal confidence to overconfidence, or from normal confidence to a state of euphoria. In other words, there is what I'm going to call a psychological threshold. Below this threshold, you're just confident. Once you pass through it, you're in a state of euphoria. And why would being in a state of euphoria be a problem? What's that? Loss of objectivity. Anything else? Feeling invincible. Why is feeling invincible a problem when you're interacting with the market? Everybody understands the implications? In other words, when you've crossed the threshold into a state of mind of euphoria, it is impossible to perceive risk. That is the nature of euphoria. In other words, the nature of euphoria is that from our individual perspective, from the perspective of our state of mind, in that state of mind, it would be impossible for me to perceive that anything can happen other than what I expect to happen. Anything. The only thing that's going to happen is what I expect to happen. And as a result of being so absolutely sure that what I expect to happen is going to happen, what would be the next step in this process? To break my money management rules, right? In other words, to put on a position that would be much larger than what I would normally trade. Maybe 10 times, maybe 20. Well, there's no risk. Why not? Right? Why not? Now, the problem, of course, with putting on an inordinately large position is that it doesn't take very much movement for the market to put you to put you in a huge losing trade. And the problem there is that if I've got this huge position on with being absolutely positive that it's going to work, and then the market just goes against me by just a little bit, I can go from this state of euphoria, from this state of, let's say, in essence, heaven on earth, to a state of extreme agony and pain of hell on earth virtually instantaneously. Can I not? And then once I get into this state of mind right here, I will be in mind freeze. My mind will freeze up. I'll be, let's say, paralyzed to do anything, and I just sit and watch as the market takes my money away until something snaps inside of my mind. So, okay, that's enough, and I get out. And then I look back at my equity, and I see one of these huge drawdowns, okay, and I think, oh my God, how did that happen? Now, if you don't understand the underlying dynamics of what I've just talked about, you're gonna go look at the market, and you're gonna try to find what happened in the market that caused that. What set of variables, what set of market variables caused that to happen? You see, the market didn't have anything to do with it. Nothing. To create consistency, in essence, what we have to do is learn how to trade without making errors. Does that make sense to everybody? Right? But then what is a trading error? Okay, if that's the case, everyone say, did everyone nod their head? Yes, yes, okay. We're not, okay, it makes sense, right? To create consistency, I have to reach higher and higher levels of error-free trading, right? There's a correlation there. In other words, everyone sees the correlation, right? But then if I said, okay, what are trading errors? List them. What? Not following your rules is a trading error. Okay, good. See, but these are things you should be able to, whoa, well, right off the top of your head, right? You guys are all in the business of trading. Every single one of you would probably say, yes, my goal is to create consistent results. If I said, what do you want? What's your objective? What are you trying to accomplish here? Well, I want consistency. And yet if we just establish that consistency is a function of the lack of errors, you should be able to rattle off those errors right off the top of your head so that you can recognize them when you're making them. Right? What's the biggest error that virtually all traders make, except for the ones who have gotten to the point where they don't make them anymore? What's the biggest number one error that traders make? What? Nope.
I know I'm right.
I know I'm right. Okay. Yeah. And so but see, I know I'm right. But how does I know I'm right manifest itself into a trading error? What?
Not exiting so that you can take what you see as the next correct signal. You can't take it because you're locked in the wrong position and you did not exit.
I would agree with everything you said. I'm just going to say it a little bit differently. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Not predefining your risk. Everything we just said, I'm just going to say it a little bit differently, not predefining your risk. Now, I'm not going to ask people to raise their hands, but I bet there are people in this room who still will get into a trade without predefining their risk. Now, why won't people predefine their risk? Why is that so hard to do? Why do you think that's so hard to do? What do you think of the underlying dynamics are? Well, yeah, you don't want to be wrong. Now, see, when you've learned to think in probabilities, what you're going to learn, what you're going to understand, is that trading is not a right or wrong endeavor. It has nothing to do with being right or wrong. But this is really important. Yes, we don't want to be wrong, and we don't want to lose money. And there's a problem here in terms of the way our minds are designed to think. If I think of trading, getting into a trade, as being something I can be right or wrong about, and I have not accepted the risk, meaning I have not accepted the dollar value of the potential loss that I can incur from that trade by not predefining it, or by predefining it and still not accepting it, then my mind has the potential to associate whatever's happening in the market now with something that's happened in my past. Meaning our minds are wired to associate. Meaning that if I haven't changed the way that I think about trading, I have the potential to look at any given trade as, well, let's say any given trade has the potential to tap me into the accumulated emotional pain of what it means to be wrong, or every time I've been wrong in my life.
Personalized.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to say that again. If I haven't redefined trading to think about it in the appropriate way based on the way that I'm going to explain in a moment, being wrong on a trade has the potential to tap me into the accumulated pain of every time I've been wrong in my life, because that's the way our minds are designed to think. They're designed to associate. So if that's the case, little wonder that I'm going to avoid predefining my risk. Because here's what's going to happen. For me to predefine my risk, see, I don't want that to happen. I don't want to be in that state of pain. For me to predefine my risk, what do I have to do? I have to gather evidence that will suggest why this trade might not work, right? I have to gather evidence to say, okay, what are the things that could happen that would tell me, or what does the market have to look like, sound like, or feel like to tell me this trade isn't working? And I have to gather evidence to tell me that so that I know how to recognize it. But the problem is if I gather too much evidence, I might talk myself out of the trade, right? And if I talk myself out of the trade and it turns out to be a winner, then I could be in a state of agony that might be even greater than had I put the trade on and it turned out to be a loser. So how do I compensate? So I've got a mental dilemma here. I've got a dilemma. How do I resolve the dilemma? Gather enough evidence, in other words, have the trade be so technically or fundamentally sound, whatever method you might use, to the point where I have convinced myself that I'm right. And see, if I'm right, there's no risk, right? Why predefine the risk if I'm right? There is no risk. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I was right. What's that?
Not doing has an implicit risk.
I'm still there's people say, go ahead, say that again.
Not doing still has an implicit risk that you don't associate it with.
Yeah.
Not doing something has an implicit risk in not doing something.
Right.
And that is also a risk that
Right.
they're normally associated as a risk. Inaction. Inaction is a risk, actually. Fear.
Go ahead.
I think part of your belief system kicks in. Hope is something we are trained to have. We always look forward, hoping things will be better. So when I'm wrong, that fellow jumps off there and says, "Don't worry about it."
I know exactly. I'm going to give you an example that really that typifies exactly what you're saying. And see, here's the thing. Here's the problem with trading. I'm just going to put up some typical errors that we make over and over again all the time. Let's see if we can we how do we need to adjust it? Go forward or back? Oh, I'll just move it up a little bit. Anyway, here's what's interesting about these errors. Okay, one, hesitate, get in too late, jump the gun, get in too soon. Don't define your risk in advance of putting out a trade. Define your risk. Don't take your loss, and it turns out to be a bigger loss. Get out of a winning trade too soon. Leave money on the table. Get out of a winning trade. Let a winning trade turn into lose without having taken any profits. Move a stop closer to your entry point. Get stopped out, and the market trades back in your favor. Now, here's what's really interesting about trading, and the biggest one, like I said, the biggest one is that not predefining your risk, and that I just went through the whole dilemma of the psychological dynamics behind that. Did everybody understand that dilemma? Go ahead.
Could you just restate, you said being wrong has the potential of?
Tapping you into the accumulated pain of every time you've been wrong in your life. And that's definitely something we're going to avoid. Our minds will automatically alter the way we perceive the market to help us avoid that from that happening, okay? Now, I'll explain the underlying dynamics of that in a second. But there's a real important point that I want to make here, is that these are all trading errors. Will everybody at least acknowledge they're all trading errors? I mean, are we all together on this? Okay? However, here's what's really interesting about trading and why it can be so difficult to create consistent success, is because you can make every single one of those errors over and over again and still find yourself in a winning trade. You don't have to know. Yeah, right. Here, the microphone didn't pick up, but someone back there said, "Thank God." Now think about the nature of trading. What skills do you need to find yourself in a winning trade? What? No. What skills do you need to find yourself in a winning trade? None. Zero. Think about that. You don't need to know anything to find yourself in a winning trade. Right? Nothing. You don't have to have any skills whatsoever. And if you can find yourself in a winning trade without having any skills whatsoever, once, can it happen again? And can it happen again? Yeah, it can. We don't know what the limit is to how many times it can happen without having any knowledge whatsoever. What do you need to know to find yourself with a winning blackjack hand? Nothing. What do you need to know about roulette? Nothing. What do you need to know about craps? Nothing. What does that suggest to you? Do you see any correlations here? Do you see any correlations? What does that suggest to you about the nature of trading? It's gambling. Absolutely. Now, interestingly enough, when I proposed this in Toronto 3 weeks ago, they really railed against it. Oh, you would not believe how difficult it was for them to wrap their mind around the idea that trading was gambling.
Not very religious statement.
What's that?
Not a very religious statement.
Yeah. Yeah. And interestingly enough, to really be consistent, to create consistent results, you have to acquire a mindset that is really consistent with the kind of mindset that a good, not a compulsive gambler, but a professional gambler would have, or the kind of mindset that the casinos have.
Does that mean that living in Las Vegas?
I don't know. I mean, because look at it. What do the casinos do? They spend billions of dollars building these grandiose hotels. They have to, now think about this, they have to justify spending that kind of money. They spend billions of dollars, building these grand hotels to attract people into playing an event, wagering on an event that all of us know has a random outcome. And yet they create consistent results for themselves. There's a reason why. It's because they think about it in the appropriate way. As traders, if you can learn to think about this in the appropriate way, you can become the casino. Because your technical analysis will put the edge in your favor. You will get an edge. But if you can't use that edge appropriately, meaning that if you consistently make these errors or any other type of errors, you will not create consistent results. You will create random results. And the problem with creating random results, even though it can be a lot of fun, because you can end up on huge winning streaks. Because keep in mind, you can make every single one of those errors and still end up in a winning trade. You can be the best analyst in the world or the worst analyst in the world. You can have the best reasons or the worst reasons. It doesn't make any difference. You can still end up in a winning trade. But as long as you're susceptible, as long as you're susceptible to this, okay? As long as you're susceptible to these huge drawdowns, you are creating accumulated psychological damage that will have an enormous impact on your ability to make consistent money. Eventually what will happen is if you don't understand the underlying dynamics of these drawdowns from trading randomly, you'll end up with typically analysis paralysis. You'll become an incredible market analyst and the inability to take advantage of what you perceive as an opportunity. You won't be able to put your trades on. And you'll see the gap between what you know, what you understand, what you've learned about in terms of opportunities, and your bottom line results grow ever wider, wider and wider and wider. So are we kind of ready to get to the way we need to think to, you know, if I kind of set this up all right for you guys? So where do we want to go? What do you guys want to know now? What?
I used to go to Vegas for 13 years with the shopping center convention.
With you say the shopping center convention? Okay.
I never put one nickel I never gambled the entire time I've been trading full time for 6 years, putting much more than a nickel in. Is there something really sick about me? Or
sick? No,
maybe I get this answer later.
Well, no, I'm going to say no. I don't see the correlation between why you think because you went to Vegas and didn't gamble. I mean, why you think. I mean, I could think of things.
Gambling. This is not to me.
Yeah, well, the sooner you think about this, what I'm saying to you now is that the sooner you think about this as gambling, the easier it'll be to create consistent results.
I already have.
Well, great. Yeah, if you know, so why would you say that there was? Why do you think that there was some sort of sick implication then?
Well, because I was afraid of the risk of gambling in Las Vegas, but I'm not afraid of the risk of trading.
Okay. If you've accepted the risk, that's one of the key issues right there. One of the reasons why people have such a difficult time and make these errors is because they have not accepted the risk. If you've truly, and what does it mean to accept something? Because he's bringing up a really good point. What does it mean to accept something? What is the definition of true acceptance?
You don't have to control it anymore. You can let it go.
Well, I understand where the not control comment comes from, and let it go. I'm not going to argue with either one of those statements, other than to say that the way I define acceptance is that when you've really accepted something, you've reconciled it, meaning to the point, reconciled it where there's no potential for anything else inside of you, meaning inside your mental environment, any belief that you've ever acquired to argue against what it is that you've accepted. There is no conflicting energy. Not something you have to rationalize away or justify or anything else. True acceptance means there's no conflicting energy. And essentially, as traders, of course, what we have to do is get to the point where we've accepted the risk of trading with no conflicting energy. Because if there's anything else inside of us that argues against what it is that we're doing, for whatever reason, it will create some degree of fear, and to whatever degree of fear that we're operating out of will narrow our focus of attention and take us out of a state of objectivity, or let's say take us out of this constant opportunity flow that the market's offering us. We'll be further and further away from that flow. So what we have to do is learn to train, or what we have to do is step into a process of training our minds to think in probabilities. Now, what exactly does that mean? How do we know that the market exists from a probabilistic perspective? How do we know that it's even gambling in the first place, based on however it is that we're going to define gambling? Isn't gambling, let's say, an event, a game that has a random outcome? Does trading have a random outcome? So there's no difference, is there? And how do we know that trading has a random outcome? How do we know that whatever particular way that you might define your edge, meaning whatever methodology you use to determine this is a time to buy and this is a time to sell, or vice versa, or this is a time to get in, this is a time to get out, this is a time to take profits, this is a time to add to or detract from your position. Whatever that is, how do we know? How do we know for an absolute fact that there's a random outcome?
It's not a guaranteed result.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because the market moves after you get out.
Understandably, yes, the market moves, and what's creating that movement?
No, you, the randomness.
No, well, no, but what? No, really, what's creating the movement?
Buyers and sellers.
Other buyers and sellers, right? So if you decide to buy at this point right here, what is now required for you to find yourself in a winning trade? No, what's that? Yeah, there has to be more buyers, right? Someone has to be willing to bid the price up further. What's that? Yeah, someone has to be willing to bid the price up further. If you buy, someone has to buy after you. If you sell, someone has to sell after you. If those people aren't there, then you're not gonna find yourself in a winning trade. It's that simple. If those people aren't there, you were the last buyer, right? At least in that time frame. In that time frame, you were the last buyer. What else can happen to determine, regardless of what our edge is, that we might not find ourselves in a winning trade?
News.
What? No, not new. No, just really fundamental. Just really fundamental. I'm just getting what it takes for you to find yourself in a winning trade. Someone has to buy or sell after you. What else can happen? The opposite.
Somebody bigger than you comes in and buys a lot more than
You could be a buyer and some huge seller comes into the market, right? So in essence, I'm going to make the statement that it only takes one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of your edge. Theoretically, usually it's more, but theoretically, it only takes one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of your edge. Does anybody want to argue with that statement? Now, interestingly enough, no one wants to argue with it. Chances are, and we didn't get a rate, I didn't ask for a show of hands, that there are people in this room who have put on, and maybe still, or let's say before this morning, put on trades without predefining the risk. Now I'm going to ask you if you really, truly believed that it only takes one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of your edge. If you really believe that, would it be possible for you to put on a trade without predefining a risk? Anybody else? I got one no. Anybody else? Yeah. You guys agree or not? See, if you really, now, and this is really what we're talking about here. We're talking about a set of beliefs that create a state of mind. A state of mind that compels you to be consistent, that compels you to do exactly what you need to do when you need to do it, without hesitation, without reservation. If you really believed that it only took one person somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of your edge, you would not be capable of putting on a trade without predefining your risk. Because the moment that you started to do it, it would create a conflict. And somehow or another, you'd have to argue away the conflict. You'd have to argue away in your mind and justify why you're going to put on this trade, knowing that all it takes is someone somewhere in the world with a different belief about what's high and what's low to make that trade a loser. Are you guys with me on this? How many people in this room have ever played slots? When you put your quarters or dollars in slot machines and you push the button or pull the handle and the numbers didn't come up, tumblers didn't come up in a way that gave you a payout, did you think you were wrong? Why?
Because I accepted the risk.
You accepted the risk, and what else? What other reason? Why?
next time.
Next time? Okay, and what other reason?
I got 2 7s instead of 3 7s.
Because I have no control.
Because you have no control. Okay, what other reason? These are good. All good reasons. What? What's that? That's accepting the risk, but there's another reason.
Didn't expect to win.
No, not necessarily. You expected the winner, you wouldn't put the money in. What else? Yeah, you believe in random outcomes. Your belief in random outcomes prevented you from making the connection about being wrong. You believed that the outcome was random. And therefore, there's no connection. How is it that you think that thousands of people, millions of people on a daily basis can go into a casino and shove money in these machines and not come away, totally emotionally traumatized? If these were traders, they wouldn't be able to do it. If there are traders sitting there with the kind of mentality the traders have sitting in front of these machines, it would be impossible. You guys would be walking away completely traumatized. The reality of trading is that it is a probability game. Because here's if you just break it down to the most fundamental level, what do you have? If you just take the market and break it down to this most fundamental level, what do you have? Buyers and sellers that do what? Create what? Up and down ticks. Right? At the most fundamental level, what we have are buyers and sellers who create up and down ticks. And how do they create their up and down ticks? What has to happen for a tick to go higher than the last or lower than the last? What's that? Volume, but no, what's that? Somebody has to have a stronger belief in the future. Why do we know that for a fact? They want to pay more. In other words, if you look at trading at the most fundamental level, and this is really critical that you understand this, if 9 was the last price, there's only two ways you can make money in trading. You've got to buy low and sell high, or sell high and buy low. Now, if 9 is the last posted price, what's low? 8 is low and 10 is high, right? Now, what does it tell you if someone is willing to actually buy it at 10 instead of buying it at 9 or 8? Yeah, they believe it's going to go to 11, or otherwise they would have waited, right? But what about the guy selling it to him? He also has a belief too. He wouldn't be selling it to him if he didn't think that the next tick was going to be 9 or below. So what you've got is you've got two conflicting and competing forces in every single trade. Both traders are doing it to make money. Both traders believe they are right, or they wouldn't be doing it. But what's the difference? One has to have a stronger conviction in their belief, because they are willing to do the opposite of what they have to do to make money, at least in that moment. The opposite is they are buying high instead of buying low. They are creating movement. They are actually stepping up and creating movement where the guy on the other side of the trade is passive, doing exactly what he thinks he needs to do. He's selling high relative to the last price. So all market movement is simply a function of what, no matter what the reasons are. See, it doesn't really matter what everyone's reasons are for doing all this. It doesn't matter. Because as we already know, most people think they've got good rational reasons. The reality is they're trading randomly anyway, aren't they? So what it all boils down to is all market movement is a function of what traders believe about the future and how convicted they are, how their degree of conviction in their beliefs. Now, all this interaction, all this belief and conviction and the degree of conviction results in simply up and down ticks. Just up and down ticks, okay? Now, what technical analysis has done for us is basically help us recognize that there are patterns in the group dynamics. In other words, you've got a finite number of people who are interacting together day after day, week after week, and they will create behavior patterns. The dynamics here aren't any different than individuals who will respond in exactly the same way under the same conditions or circumstances over and over and over again. Groups do the same thing. They create behavior patterns. So the ticks, so we got individual ticks that form into these larger patterns, and these patterns we have found repeat themselves over and over and over again. Right? And as a result of the way our minds are designed to think, it is natural for us to think that if I can find consistency here, meaning this pattern repeats itself over and over again, that the outcome should also be consistent too, right? Wrong. The outcome will be consistent, wrong to an extent. Well, the outcome will be consistent over a what? Large sample size of trades. So you've got individual patterns where the patterns themselves can look exactly like the previous one, can measure mathematically exactly like the previous one, but will the outcome be the same as the previous one? And why? And we got people shaking their heads, which is good. Not everyone's shaking their head, agreeing. But the point is, how do we know for a fact that the outcome may not be the same? Because even though, like I said, visually they can look exactly the same and measure exactly the same, there are still always going to be different people involved in this trade. And it only takes one person somewhere in the world to have a different idea to negate the positive outcome of that trade, for example, if you bought that support line. That's just one trader. That's all it takes. So what it means is like it isn't any different than the concept of if I flipped a coin, an evenly weighted coin, 1,000 times, I had 1,000 flip sample set. I will find that each sample set has a relatively even distribution between the number of times heads come up and the number of times tails come up. You with me on this? It'll be close to 50-50. That is a pattern. That's a pattern I can rely on. But within that 1,000 flip sample size, do I know the distribution between the individual heads and tails? In other words, I don't know what the distribution is. I can get 10 heads in a row, I can get 10 tails in a row, I can get 5 heads, 3 tails, heads, tails, heads, tails, heads, tails. All in all, it's going to come up to 50-50. Casinos. They've got basically a 4% or 4.5% edge in blackjack based on the way they've got the rules set up. That means that of all the hands played, or let's say if there's $1 million wagered on any particular table, they're going to end up with $45,000. That means that takes into consideration all the big winners, all the big losers, everybody in between. Do they fret? They sit there and fret over every single hand that's played? No, they don't. They've learned to think about it appropriately. Go ahead.
Mark, real early in my trading career, I went to a seminar, and the person speaking said to the group, if we flip a coin 20 times, how many of you think there's any chance that we would have, say heads is a winner and tails is a loser, that we would have 12 or more heads or tails in a row? And nobody in the group believed that it was possible. We then proceeded to flip the coins out of the 20, 14 came up heads in a row.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. Yeah, to me, that's
everybody was just astounded,
right.
Because nobody ever thought, it's like, can I ever possibly have that many losers in a row? Well, there's proof positive.
Oh, yeah. Just
when you think it won't.
Absolutely. But if you did it flip 1,000 times, you still come up close to 50-50. So now, just based on what I've just said just now, what would that require? What would that require of us to create consistent results as traders?
Try to find a 50 way to win.
Well, no, you got to have an edge. You've got to have an edge. In other words, yeah, to execute your trades without thinking about the outcome of each individual trade. In other words, every single error, guys, look, and girls here, every single error that's on that list, you cannot make. You cannot make any one of those errors without believing you think you know what's going to happen next. Just take a moment and contemplate what I just said. You can't make any one of those errors without somehow thinking or believing that you know what's going to happen next. And that's why you can't create consistent results if you're not creating consistent results. It's because you're still susceptible to making those errors. And the way you're susceptible to making those errors is because you're susceptible to defining all these errors, these up and down ticks, defining the up and down ticks in some way as potentially painful. In other words, you are taking basically a neutral event that you're observing. And what do I mean by neutral event? What? No, neutral event emotionally. Neutral in the sense that can the environment, let's say, or let me ask you, is the information that the market generates about itself and its potential to move inherently joyful or painful information? Is it positively or negatively charged information? What's that? Well, no, I'm asking from the market's perspective. Is the information that the market generates about itself, is it positively or negatively charged? It's neutral, right? Okay, it's neutral. Is there such a thing as positively charged information? No? No, no. Just in the environment. Is there such a thing as positively charged information? Yes, okay. Is there such a thing as negatively charged information? Okay. In other words, people expressing affection and love can be positively charged, right? Or is positively charged. People hurling insults at you is negatively charged, right? Okay, so the market does not generate, as a characteristic of its existence, positive or negatively charged information. If that is the case, then how is it that we can feel fear?
Because we're attacked.
Yeah, in other words, somehow or another we've interpreted the information in a way that causes us to feel that way, right? So from the market's perspective, it's neutral. It's the interpretation process that causes us to define it in a way or interpret it in a way where it's potentially painful. And as soon as it becomes potentially painful is when we know what we think is going to happen next. In other words, why am I hesitating? Why am I hesitating? Why am I getting in too late? Why do I do that?
Because I think it's going to be different next.
Yeah, because I think I know, because I don't think it's going to work, right? Yeah. Why am I hesitating? I don't think it's going to work, and I got to wait. Yeah. Because I don't remember. I know what's going to happen next, or at least I think that I do. Why am I jumping the gun? I know I'm going to miss out, right? I'm going to miss out. I got to get in now. Why don't I predefine my risk? Yeah, I know I'm right.
I backlisted it.
What?
I backlisted it for 10 years.
I was worried about the how much time have I got here? 5 minutes? About 9? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Take 10.
Take 10.
I backlisted it for 10 years. So I did my walk-forward testing, my analysis is correct, my technical fundamentals. I don't know. You cannot be wrong.
You cannot what?
I cannot be wrong.
You cannot be wrong. Yeah, right. Exactly. See, every single error that we make is always going to be the result of thinking, feeling, or believing I know what's going to happen next. But the problem, as I said before, is that this is only an error. It's only an error within the context of what you're trying to accomplish. Now think about what I just said. These are only errors within the context of what you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to accomplish consistency, then these are trading errors. If your objective is not consistency, even though you might say that it is, if the reality of your trading is that it's not consistency, then every single thing that you can do here could result in a winning trade, and it's not an error, obviously, then, is it? If I can hesitate and it ends up in a winning trade, then I did the right thing. If I can jump the gun and I end up in a winning trade, I did the right thing. It's only the accumulation of these errors that cause these massive drawdowns that end up hurting us. Okay, so what we have is the market works the same way in terms of let's say trading works the same way in that we've got patterns, the patterns repeat themselves, but the outcome to each individual pattern is random. And we know that because there are always different participants making up any particular pattern that might look, sound, or feel or measure exactly the same as the last time that it occurred in the market. Which means that there's always a risk. It's just like a number of you people have read Trading in the Zone. Remember the example I used in Trading in the Zone about working with a trader who came to me for consultations, and he was like a really terrific analyst, but he never made money as a trader, and he blew through a bunch of his family's money and his friends and anybody he could talk into opening up an account for him. And so after going through a lot of people's money and a lot of people being pissed off at him, he came to me for help, and I said, hey, look, you've got a number of different issues here that you're going to have to work through that might take, an extended period of time. Why don't you get a job doing something, that someone will pay you for, and earn your money legitimately. And so he got a job as an analyst for a clearing firm in Chicago. And he, like I said, he was a good analyst, and they paid him really well for it. And so the president of the firm, who was a retired grain trader, never traded, using technical analysis. He was always down in the soybean pit. And traders, the way traders make money in the pit, especially locals they trade, their mentality and the way they trade and how they make money is very, very different than making direction-based decisions off a screen. But anyway, so in fact, it's so different that you almost really couldn't classify the two as being trading. The guys in the pit would say they're traders. The guys on the screen would say they're traders. There's such a vast difference between the two that one of them can't be trading. But anyway, you'd have to call it something else. You'd have to just call it something else. But anyway, so he sat down with the analyst and to learn about this mysterious technical analysis, and that's exactly what he looked at. It was somewhat mysterious, and the analyst would always talk in real definite terms, very arrogantly, like, okay, this is going to be the high of the day, this is going to be the low of the day. So in one particular day, the market was trading in between what he said was going to be the high, going to be the low, started drifting down to the low, and so the chairman said, hey, so this is going to be the low of the day, right? Said, yep, that's right, this is the low of the day. So he picked up the phone right next to him with a direct line to the soybean pit and said, sell 2 million bushels at the market. And the soybeans dropped 10 cents in a matter of, like 5 seconds. And the guy's looking like, what the hell happened? Okay, random results. That was the pattern that he was looking at told him that was supposed to be the low of the day. All it takes is one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome of your edge. Okay, but the reality of trading or thinking in probabilities has to do with 5 fundamental truths about the nature of the market and trading. Make what thing bigger or smaller? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, the problem is that. Oh, here we go. Okay, good. I was using this instead of this. Okay.
Mark, you're going.
Okay. Now, if the casinos can make money can make consistent money by taking an event that has a random outcome, or each individual event, each individual hand of blackjack has a random outcome in relationship to the last hand. We as traders can do the same thing, but we can only do it if we acquire the appropriate mindset. What I found the appropriate mindset to be is thinking that anything can happen. Not just thinking it, believing it. Believing that at any given moment, anything can happen. That every moment in the market is unique. Now, think about the word unique, about the definition of the word unique. Everyone probably understands or knows the definition of unique, something not like anything else that ever existed. We understand the definition, but to actually believe that every moment is unique can be quite difficult because of the implications. The implications on our current set of beliefs, and as well as the way our minds are designed to think. Remember, our minds are designed to think in association, to link this moment, whatever's occurring right now in this moment, that's similar to something that's already in my brain. Something that's already in my brain as a memory is my past. And if every moment is truly unique, it means that in essence, my mind is not processing information in a way that's consistent with the way reality exists. Because what's going to happen is that, let's say for an example, I've got my edge, and my edge presents itself, and I execute my trades flawlessly for the first 3 trades. And they're all winners. And then the next occurrence of my edge comes up. My mind is designed to think in association, to take what's similar now in the environment. What's similar, because it can't be identical, although it may seem that way. But what's either similar or what we think of as identical, associate it with what's already in my mind, meaning I'm going to associate it with the past 3 trades. They've all been winners. It taps me into a nice, happy feeling. Possibly, again, like a state of euphoria. I might even cross that threshold. I have worked with traders where all it took was one winning trade to flip them into a state of euphoria. One, that's all. Just one winner, and they were flipped into a state of euphoria. And so the way my mind processes information is that I will automatically associate this now moment opportunity with my past, causing me to do what? Possibly make a trading error, right? I can make any number of errors. I can make a money management error. I might even jump the gun, get in too soon, because I think whatever's happening right now, I might miss out on it. Right? Or what if the last 3 trades were losers? Yeah, I probably won't take the trade. Why? Because my mind, the way it processed the information, caused me to enter into a state of mind that told me that this trade is a loser. The fact is, I, at a rational level anyway, do not know what's going to happen next. And the most important thing is I don't have to know to make money. I do not have to know what's going to happen next to make money as a trader. Does a casino have to know what's going to happen next on every single hand of blackjack to make money? Do they have to know what every number is going to come up next whenever the time they spin the roulette wheel? Or someone throws the dice and craps? No, they do not. And nor do we. We don't have to know what's going to happen next. And every time we get into a trade thinking that we do, for whatever reason, we have the potential to make a trading error. And to create these huge drawdowns. Now, again, let's get back to the unique. Every moment is unique. How do we know for a fact that every moment in the environment is really unique? Not just the market, but in our everyday lives. How do we know, let's say, how can we establish that every moment is really unique? Is there any way to really establish it?
We change every moment, right?
Yeah, but I mean, so let's get down to a real fundamental level. How do we know that every moment's really unique? Well, yeah, but how does that make every moment unique? Time. And what's happening over time?
Changes.
But what causes change? Movement, right? Movement over time causes change, meaning that what we know, what we understand and know is that every atom and every molecule spinning around every atom is in constant motion. That's at the most fundamental level. So in essence, for a moment not to be unique, for some moment in time not to be unique, every molecule of every atom would have to be in the exact same position it was in some previous moment. I don't think that's possible. I don't know that it is or it isn't. I mean, I don't know for sure. I just don't think it's possible. And therefore, as a result, it makes it easier for me to believe that every moment's unique. And as a result of believing that every moment's unique, it makes it easier for me to counteract this automatic mechanism in my mind that causes me to process information in a way that tells me that I think I know what's going to happen next, when the reality is I might not. What I think is happening, what's really happening, could be there could be a vast difference between the two. A perfect example would be one in trading in the zone, where when I was many years ago, when I was writing The Disciplined Trader, it was like on a Saturday afternoon. I'd been writing all day, and I turned on the TV just to take a break, and it was late in the afternoon on a Saturday, and there was some locally produced program in Chicago called Gotcha Chicago. And what they did was just like, they did practical jokes on celebrities. But in this one segment, they hired a guy to go out on Michigan Avenue, and they stuffed his pockets full of cash and gave him a sign that said, "Free money today only." And his instructions were to give money to anybody who asked for it. That was his instructions. And so he went out on Michigan Avenue with this sign, and they had a film crew out there, hidden so that nobody could see what was happening. And he was, first of all, he was shocked. You could tell he was shocked by the way that he was acting and the look on his face, because he thought that people would just come rushing to him asking for money. And they didn't. As a matter of fact, there were many people who were making a wide path around the guy. Now, if we make some assumptions here, one, that there were any number of people who passed him by that could read the sign. They actually, in fact, could read the sign, "Free money today only." And two, that money is very important to most people. As a matter of fact, maybe under other circumstances, crowds, people can get into a frenzied state of mind and act, really, act in very bizarre ways if they think money's free. So in essence, in some ways, he might have even been endangering himself and didn't even know it or think about it. So he was getting frustrated by the fact that nobody was asking him for money, and except for one guy. That's right. One guy came up to him and asked him for a quarter for a bus transfer. Okay? And I looked at this guy who's probably a panhandler, because there's a lot of panhandlers in downtown Chicago. So he got frustrated, and he walked up to some guy with a briefcase, typical guy's suit and briefcase, and said, "Sir, would you like some money?" And the guy said, "Not today." Really, not today. And he said, "Well, how many days does this happen?" And the guy just walked by him. Now, what does this example tell you about the nature of the way our minds have the potential to process information and the kind of interpretations that we can make? You can always tell what people believe based on their behavior. You can always extrapolate their behavior back to a belief, because it takes energy to express ourselves. Now think about this. There's any number of ways in any given moment that each of us can express ourselves, meaning interact with whatever environmental forces are attendant upon any particular situation. It takes energy to express ourselves, and we will express ourselves in some way that is consistent with what? With what we believe is true in the moment, right? Are you guys with me on this? So if I really got good at this, I could take anybody's outward behavior in relationship to the circumstances and really say, well, this is what they had to believe to behave this way. This is what they had to believe to behave this way. So what can we say about the people that walked by the sign? They didn't believe it. They were operating out of a belief that free money does not exist. And in most cases, it does not. In this particular day, it did. It was real. It was true. Anything can happen. Every moment is unique. And what about the people? So what we have here, and this is what's really critically important for you to understand. I need another one of these. What's the other one? Can't find that other blank one. Oh, here it is. Okay. Consistency is the result of a state of mind. So we have positive and we have negative. In other words, we have degrees of fear and degrees of confidence, okay? Confidence is positive energy, fear is negative energy. And what we want as traders, ideally, is to be in a confident state of mind. A confident, carefree state of mind, without the potential to define and interpret the up and down ticks in any particular painful way. So what we have in this situation with the free money is that every single belief that people were operating out of caused them to tap into a particular state of mind, from, let's say, from positive to negative, based on their interpretation. So we could say that the guy, the panhandler who asked for a quarter, got exactly what he asked for, and so therefore he was tapped into some degree of a positive state of mind. Right? Now, the people who were actually going out of their way to avoid him, what could we say about their state of mind? Their belief and their state of mind. Negative, some degree of fear. In other words, first of all, let's look at the interpretation. They see the sign clearly says free money today only. And so the first thing that happens is that their belief that free money doesn't exist acts as a counteracting force against the force of those words, saying, okay, that's not true. They deny the existence of the words, that's not true, and therefore, but this creates a conflict. And our minds don't like to be in a state of conflict or confusion. And so we have to reconcile the conflict in some way. In other words, there is evidence that says that my belief that free money doesn't exist is right here in the environment, where it creates this conflicting force. How do we resolve the conflict? We justify it in some way by saying, okay, since that's not true, this guy must be crazy. And if he's crazy, he might be dangerous. And therefore, as a result, I am going to take a wide berth around him. So as soon as I interpreted that information in a way that caused me to define him as dangerous. It tapped me into some degree of a negative state of mind, okay, because of my fear. Now, let's take a hypothetical situation. Let's say somebody saw the sign and says to themselves, oh, okay, what if? What if? He walks up to the guy and says, okay, give me 20 bucks. Guy pulls out $20 out of his pocket and gives it to him. What's going to happen now? No, not everyone else saw that. Okay, just say that he did it. And what's going to happen to the person that asked for the money? What? No, well, not that he could. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, in other words, yeah, something has to happen. In other words, his belief about that free money doesn't exist is going to change. Not necessarily. You never know. It's hard. I mean, every circumstance is really different when it comes to this. But the point that I'm making is that his belief that free money doesn't exist will change. He'll draw some of the energy out of it. Maybe not all of it. But this is in essence what we're going to have to do as traders to install those 5 fundamental truths that I had up a moment ago. We're going to have to change the way we think if you want to create consistent results. But I'm going to finish with the example. Hold on one second. Let me finish the example. So what ends up happening is that he's got the 20 bucks in his pocket, and what he's going to do is he's going to end up going back to the office or go home, and virtually everyone, because there's some really powerful implications here. Virtually everyone is going to say the exact same words to whoever it is they encounter, like their spouse or their friends or whatever. You won't believe what happened to me today. But 3 words, you won't believe. And you're right, they probably won't. Because their belief that free money doesn't exist will say, no, that's not true. I don't believe you. And like somebody said before, what could flip him in from, let's say he's walking around in a positive state of mind because he got free money, he got a nice pleasant surprise from the environment, didn't expect it. But what could cause that state of mind to go from positive all the way down to negative? What's that? No, the moment he thinks, or someone says to him, well, why didn't he ask for 100? Why didn't he ask for more?
Cancels out what you deposited.
Yeah, and it flips you, oh, missed opportunity. Then flips from positive to negative, missed opportunity. Now see, here's the problem with these negative states of mind, and why these negative states of mind make it virtually impossible for us to create consistent results. It doesn't mean you won't create results. It doesn't mean you won't have winning trades. All I'm saying is that you will always have the potential to create these huge catastrophic drawdowns. And when I say catastrophic drawdowns, because somebody asked me that, like the question in Toronto 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, what's a catastrophic drawdown? Well, I've worked with traders who were multimillionaires, and a catastrophic drawdown for them was, you know, $1,000. They didn't have the tolerance to lose $1,000. So it's different for everybody. But the point that I'm making is that if we're trading with any degree of fear, what ends up happening is that fear as an energy has a very negative effect on our ability to stay objectively focused in the now moment opportunity flow. In other words, fear has the effect of narrowing our focus of attention onto the object of our fear so that we end up creating the very experience we're trying to avoid. So if I'm afraid of being wrong, I'll make myself wrong based on my interpretation of the information. If I'm afraid of losing money, I will cause myself to lose money based on my interpretation of the information. If I'm afraid of missing out, if I'm afraid of leaving money on the table, I will create these very circumstances that I'm trying to avoid. Go ahead.
Why can't we apply that same principle to greed?
To what?
Greed.
You're going to have to...
Fear, we do this for fear, greed. We believe
Yeah.
to create something that makes us fearful. Why can't we have that for greed? So we have more greed and we can make more money and believe we'll make more money. Why is
Well, because the problem is because greed is the fear of there not being enough. The underlying fear behind greed is that there won't be enough, and I've got to get mine. And the I got to get mine part, you know, causes us to do things. It causes us to do things that are going to be inappropriate in relationship to what the market's offering in that moment. It's
Greed is actually a form of fear.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. What else could it be? The only reason why we're greedy is because we think we're not good. It's not going to be there for me. There isn't enough. Okay, well, look, I lost my train of thought here. I was going to get into something. What was I going to say? Oh, no, yeah, okay. No, I got it. Yeah, here's, yeah, see, so what we've got to do here, I just want to give you the example of how fear causes us to narrow our focus of attention. I'll give you a graphic example of what I'm talking about. If I've defined that as support, and I'm operating out of a fear of being wrong, typical trader, we've got 4 fears: being wrong, losing money, missing out, leaving money on the table. Those 4 fears are basically what's going to cause all those errors that we're talking about up there, okay? Now, if I'm operating out of a fear of being wrong, the first thing that's going to happen is that I will not want to predefine my risk, right? Therefore, I will gather whatever evidence is necessary for me to get into that trade to have convinced myself that it's going to work. The reality of the way the market works is that even though this is a pattern, and this pattern reproduces itself over and over and over again, I do not know the outcome of this particular trade, because I do not know if the buyers that came into the market here and supported that price and drove it back up, and the buyers that came into the market here and supported that price and drove it back up are going to be here in this moment. They may be out to lunch. Right? Okay, so as a trader, what do I really need to do? All I really need to do is define my risk and say, how much room have I, how much distance do I have to give the market to tell me that the possibility of this trade is so diminished that it's not worth staying in any longer? How much room have I got to give it? There's all kinds of methods that you can use to determine that, but the point is, I'm not going to go through that process if I'm afraid of being wrong. Because I might convince myself not to take the trade. And that's all based on the fact that I'm defining trading as a right or wrong endeavor, not as a probability game, not something that has random outcomes, which the reality is it has nothing to do with being right or wrong. It just like pulling the handle of a slot machine. You don't feel wrong when the tumblers don't come up. And the reason why is because you have a belief that you're operating out of, that it's a random result. And so it doesn't connect it to your feelings of what it means to be wrong. So, what ends up happening? Let's say I get in this trade, and the market, does something like this. Okay? Now, the market gives us up and down ticks, right? At the most fundamental level, it gives us up and down ticks that form into patterns. If I'm afraid of being wrong, because it has the potential to tap me into the accumulated pain of every time I've been wrong in my life, what am I going to focus my attention on, the upticks or the downticks? The downticks? No, I'm afraid of being wrong. The market's giving me upticks and it's giving me downticks. In this case, it's giving me more downticks than upticks, let's say on a 4-to-1 ratio, but that doesn't matter because I'm going to take the upticks. I'm going to focus all my attention on the upticks. I'm going to place greater weight, greater significance on the meaning of the upticks in relationship to the downticks. In other words, my fear causes me to narrow my focus of attention in a way that makes the downticks invisible. In other words, we have automatic pain avoidance mechanisms in our mind. Everyone understands the nature of avoiding physical pain. You don't have to think about avoiding physical pain. In other words, this is a hot burner. I don't have to contemplate if I put my hand on it. I don't sit here and I don't weigh and judge or whatever, taking my hand off. It comes off automatically. Everyone understands that. What people typically don't understand is that the environment can offer information pain. Now, we all understand the nature of information pain in that context, but what we don't understand is the mechanism of how our minds will alter our perception of that information in a way that causes us not to have to confront it.
Information pain. Information pain is a problem.
And as traders, this is deadly. This mechanism is what causes all the pain. You're trying to avoid something that, in essence, you can avoid it, but it can't be avoided. And the reason why it's so difficult as traders is because in our everyday lives, we can lash out and we can control our environment or other people in ways, if we become effective at it, to cause them not to confront us with this information that we define as painful. And we can get really good at that. The problem is, you can't do anything to stop it, to stop the market from doing it, except control your perception. So, what ends up happening is that we place an inordinate amount of significance on the upticks, on whatever upticks that we might get, to the exclusion of the downticks, to the point where what? At some point, this guy's going to get out of this trade. What do you think that point is? We're talking energy dynamics here. Remember, all we have to do is look at someone's behavior in relationship to the external circumstances. We can tell what they believe. So, what's going on? When is he finally going to get out of this trade? Everyone in this room has experienced this, so you all really ought to know it. I'm sure there isn't one person in this room who hasn't done this.
When it reverses up.
What's that? Yeah, you're going to get out when it reverses up. However, that's true. However, what's the underlying dynamics? Is being wrong the only thing we're afraid of? No, we're also afraid of losing money, right? So we have two fears now. We have two competing fears, where in this case, in the back of our mind is our fear of losing money. But as the market keeps on going further and further down, this fear of losing money starts coming to the forefront of our consciousness until it gets to the point where, let's say, if this represents all the negative energy and a belief of what it means to be wrong, then when the fear of losing one more dollar is 1 degree greater than our fear of admitting that we're wrong, we will get out of the trade. You guys with me on this? When the fear of losing one more dollar is 1 degree greater than how much energy is in our fear of admitting we're wrong, is when we get out of that trade. And the interesting part about all this is that have I learned, or have you learned, the distinction? In other words, there is a pattern that the market can create called a trend. This is a pretty fundamental pattern, right? And under normal circumstances, I would be able to perceive and recognize when that pattern exists in the market. Interestingly enough, when I'm in this trade, I do not see this as a trend. Do I? As a matter of fact, I don't see it till I get out and I hit myself on the head and say, why didn't I just go short? In other words, my fear of being wrong literally blinded me, created what's called perceptual blindness to the pattern or the opportunity that the market was giving me in that moment. Now, if we just take the opposite, look, instead of this trade being a loser, let's just say the market goes in the guy's favor. Okay? What's going to end up happening here? Is he going to focus on the upticks or the downticks? Downticks. Yeah, who hasn't been in a winning trade where the market came back and took the money, right? So you're operating out of a fear of leaving money on the table, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Because every downtick, that fear that the market is going to take money away will well up, causing us to think that we know what's going to happen next, not recognize, let's say, that we're in an uptrending market and get out of that trade here instead of somewhere up here. And therefore, what ends up happening, of course, we fit the profile of the typical trader where we let our losses run and cut our profits short. And that's all because of the dynamics of the way fear causes us to narrow our focus of attention on the object of our fear so that we end up creating the very experiences we're trying to avoid. How much more time have I got, by the way? Like 30 minutes, because I want to make sure that we... So what we have to do, if we want to create consistency, we have to get to the point where we no longer have any potential to define and interpret what is, in essence, neutrally charged information, or with information without a charge, in any kind of negative way. How are we going to do that?
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'm asking you. How are we going to do it? What's that? What? Well, that doesn't, predefining your risk, I mean, accepting your risk implies, predefining and accepting your risk implies that it's completely reconciled, that there's no other conflicting energy inside of you that would argue otherwise. But the point is that how am I going to get to the point where I have access? Because really I'm going to define objectivity. I'm going to define what I want is I want 100% access to everything I've learned about the nature of the market in any given moment. Remember, I just said that my fear of being wrong caused me not to be able to perceive that as a trend. That's a distinction about the nature of the market. That distinction offers me opportunities to do something. That's part of the opportunity flow in any given moment, telling me what the market's potential is to move in any particular direction. If you look at just the concept of objectivity, is there such a thing as an objective reality? You could say that the only way that two people could actually be experiencing the very same thing in any given moment is if you had simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once. Now think about what I just said. Simultaneous awareness of every distinction that the environment, every possible way that the environment can characteristically express itself, you can perceive. And if I can perceive every possible way, and you can perceive every possible way, you and I are sharing a reality. Up to that point, anything less than that, and we're in our own little world. And there will be times in which we may be sharing a reality with another person, but for the most part, based on our interpretation of the information, it's unique to us. Now, has anybody in this room learned to make every possible distinction in terms of the way the market can express itself? This group dynamics, this group behavior? So in other words, if you shake your head no and you think that, okay, I haven't learned to make every possible distinction in the market's behavior, it means that at any given moment, there's things going on that are invisible to me, right? Because I can't perceive what I don't know. Just like the first time you looked at a price chart, what did you see? You saw lines that had no meaning. You couldn't make any distinction. That's right, you couldn't make any distinction in the nature of those lines, right? Here, I'll give you a good example. Real quick. Here we go. Look at a chart like this. What do you see? You see a bunch of lines, right? Okay. Where's the other one? Oh, here we go. Same chart. Well, just take it away. Same chart. And all those measurements are almost exact. Really, virtually exact. I didn't fudge on anything there. That's symmetry, those are patterns, okay? But when we first saw these charts, okay, what did we see? Our minds could not make any distinctions at all that represented opportunities. Now, since all of us have learned to read charts to some extent or another, if I can magically reproduce the first chart you've ever looked at and put it before you right now, would you see opportunities in that chart that were completely invisible to you the first time you looked at it? Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that all of us have our own objective reality. Meaning that if I've learned to make, let's say, 30% of all the possible distinctions in the market's behavior, in any given moment, I want to have conscious access to all 30%. To whatever degree I'm operating out of fear will diminish that percentage. You with me on this? Every degree I'm operating out of fear starts to diminish the percentage of what I can perceive of what I've learned about what's available, to the point where it can almost get to zero. So if I'm going to create consistent results, I have to find a way to trade in a carefree state of mind without the potential to define and interpret market information as painful. How am I going to do that?
You have to release control, that you have any control over it.
Yeah, how are you going to do that? Ignore what? Ignore outcomes? We're going to have to step into an active process of changing the way we think. Step into an active process of changing the way that we think. To simply think like the casinos think. And in essence, this is what I'm talking about. Because every single one of these beliefs, that every moment is unique, and edge is nothing more than an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. There's a random distribution between wins and losses in any given set of variables that define an edge, and you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. Every single one of those statements represent a concept about the nature of the way things work. This is the truth from the market's perspective. The closer that our minds are aligned to this truth, the less fear that we have the potential to operate out of, or the less potential we have to define these up and down ticks in any kind of painful way. Are you guys with me on this? So how do I get those in my brain unconflicted? How do I do that?
Probabilities and statistics.
Probabilities and statistics?
You believe in that?
Well, you don't necessarily have to be. I mean, it'll drop down to a subconscious level after a certain point, but it doesn't. No, in other words, you have to learn how to change your beliefs. That's basically what I'm getting at. You have to learn how to think, change the way that you think about things.
So then you have to know how you come up with believing something in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I mean, we don't have that much time here. I mean, I don't even have that much time left. I mean, this is something that normally takes me a good 2.5 days to get through. I mean, 2.5 days of really intense stuff. But I'm gonna tell you how to do it. And if at least if you go to Trading in the Zone, you can reinforce it there. You could also get I've also got tapes, or you can even come to one of my workshops, which I'm going to be doing one in August in Scottsdale. But if you can't do any of that, at least know that there is a way to do this. And that's simply to set up a trading regimen. Use your trading to acquire skills instead of trading to make money. The money will be a byproduct of the level of skills that you've acquired. And to set up a trading regimen that is specifically designed to learn to believe those 5 fundamental truths. I'm going to say it again. To set up a trading regimen that is specifically designed to do one thing and one thing only, and everything else is not irrelevant but of secondary importance. To believe those at a core level of your trading identity in an unconflicted way. To believe those truths. So how would I do that? It's not that hard, really. I mean, I'm saying it's not that hard to set it up. You might find it hard to do. Might find it very hard to do. Anyway, the way I what's that? Yeah, the way I suggest to do it is to create a mechanical system. Now, is to take, when I say mechanical set of variables, I mean exactly that. Where your entries have to be, your entry signals have to be precise. Where there's absolutely no subjectivity whatsoever as to whether or not this signal or this particular edge is present or not. No subjectivity. And your exits have to be precise. As a matter of fact, probably the best way to do this exercise, especially if you guys if you trade electronically and you do it and you trade the E-mini S&Ps or the NASDAQ, is to set up a trading exercise in which you go like 2 for 2 in the S&P, risk 2 to make 2, or 5 for 5 in the NASDAQ. Those are pretty easy parameters to work with. In other words, whatever comes first. So you don't have to make a judgment about where to take profits or where to take losses, for that matter. And also what I suggest, I even set this up in a way where I just use a simple crossing stochastics on a 3-minute chart, like an 11-period stochastics on a 3-minute chart. You can either do it 2 ways. You can either take every signal, because you might get anywhere from 25 to 30 signals a day, or you can wait for divergence between stochastics and price. When there's a divergence, you just take those right there. So for an example, if you have a if the market's going lower and stochastics crosses and you get a little bit of a rally, and then the market makes a lower low, but on the stochastics it makes a higher low, that's price divergence when you connect the lows, then just take that one right there. And what I do in these circumstances, just to set up the exercise, is that I wait for a hard cross. Wait for a hard cross in the stochastics, meaning that when the market, like on that bar where it's about to cross, the lines can cross and come back depending on whether the market's going up or down. And on the open of the next bar, it'll make a hard cross, meaning that they won't cross again until the actual numbers cause it to cross. So you actually go in on the market on the open of the next bar. So that way it's precise. You got to click as soon as they open. Now, what's the point of this exercise? The point is this. Are you guys clear about that? Okay. It's about the cleanest one I've got here. I only brought 2 of these. Here's what you want to do. You want to set this up in 20 trade sample sizes, between 20 and 30. No matter what particular variables you might use to define an edge, it doesn't matter. Really, the best thing to do is come up with your own set of variables. How good the variables are and how well they work is of secondary importance. If you just paid for commissions with this particular exercise, you would be doing well. If you just paid for commissions. The point is this, is that instead of saying I'm going to take the next trade, like what most people do, you're going to say I'm going to take the next 20 trades. You're trading in 20 to 30 trade sample sizes, meaning what you want is you want a sample size of trades, just like flipping the coin. You want a sample size of trades that's large enough to adequately test your variables, so that at the end of the sample size you can say, okay, my results are satisfying, therefore I'm going to take another 20 trades. Or you can say my results were unsatisfying and I'm going to tweak my variables. But you cannot tweak your variables in the middle of a sample size. That is absolutely forbidden for this exercise. And in essence what you're saying is that, okay, I'm going to take the next 20 trades. And what you want to do, in essence, what you're going to do with these next 20 trades is you're going to learn, you're going to be training your mind, you're going to be convincing yourself that you don't know what's going to happen next. And that you don't need to know to make money, because you don't know the distribution between wins and losses. Even if I gave you a system that in the past produced 70% winning trades, I still couldn't tell you, if I'm going to say I'm going to take the next 10 trades, I can't tell you which 7 are going to be winners and which 3 are going to be losers. I don't know. There's no way I could know. So that in essence, what that requires me to do as a trader, if my objective is to become consistent, is that I have to take every single trade. And I have to do it flawlessly, meaning I have to get to the point where I have flawless execution. And that's something you have to recognize as traders anyway. Analysis does not make you money. Only actual executing a trade can make you money. And so what I want to do is I want to get into these circumstances. I want to get into these circumstances where, let's say, this was a winner, and this was a winner, and this was a loser, this was a loser, and this was a loser. Now I'm on this. Now I'm confronted with this sixth trade, and my mind, everything in my mind is telling me, no, that's a loser. I can't take that one. And just do the best you can. Take it, don't take it. But the point is that when you can do. And what I'm saying is that not to avoid these circumstances, when you can step through all these conflicting thoughts, when you can actually take the trade anyway, and that one turns out to be a winner, what you're doing is you're automatically drawing energy out of anything else that's inside your environment that would argue against doing exactly what you need to do when you need to do it. Every time you confront one of these situations and do the appropriate thing, step into it, confront it, and do it anyway. The point is that you will know when you have integrated those 5 fundamental beliefs in your mental environment effectively, when you can do one of these 20 trade sample sizes flawlessly without any conflicting or competing thoughts. You will be a trader, guaranteed. You will be a trader. So if you're going to set this up, set it up in a way that makes it easy on yourself. You don't have to be trading a large amount. You don't have to be trading. You want to do the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, just trade one contract. You don't even have to trade multiple contracts. Just trade one. If you trade stocks, trade 10 shares. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. This is not about making money. It's about creating skills. Consciously stepping into a process of creating skills. This isn't any different if you were a golfer, if you're into tennis, if you're in any other kind of endeavor that required certain skills. The difference is the skills are mental. You guys have any questions?
I just have one comment to make. The reason why we don't think logically is because human brain is supposed to think in risk and passion because of evolution. I know it's kind of excellent technology, but the reason is we don't apply logical outcomes because apparently when we were cavemen, we didn't have the luxury of being retrospective, so we took whatever and we didn't go back and practice. The survival was the key.
Huh. I mean, yeah, well, you think about it this way. I mean, if our beliefs were a 100% reflection of the way things existed, now think about what I'm going to say right now. If our beliefs, if there was a 100% correspondence between what I believed and the way reality existed, what would that imply? That would imply I'd always have my expectations fulfilled. I'd be in a constant state of satisfaction. You guys with me on this? Because what is an expectation? An expectation is simply my mental representation of what the next moment or the next, a minute from now, 5 minutes or whatever, is going to look like in the environment. If the external environment shows up in a way that's consistent with what I expect, then I'm going to be in a state of satisfaction, right? To whatever degree it doesn't show up in a way that I expect, I will be in some degree of emotional pain. That is a universal characteristic of human nature. Everyone wants their expectations fulfilled. But the point is is that if like I said, I'll say again, if our beliefs were a 100% reflection of the way reality existed from its perspective, from the environment's perspective, then we would be in a constant state of satisfaction. We'd always be getting what we wanted. Which implies that if we are not, then something's got to change. Now, in a social environment, if we've learned how to exercise control over people and the environment, we'll make the environment look like the way we want it to. There's always consequences to that. You know, there will be, because nobody likes to have to behave in a way that's inconsistent with what they believe. And if there was harmony between my belief and their belief, I wouldn't have to do anything in the first place, correct? The problem is we can't exercise that kind of control over the market. The only thing we can exercise control over is our own beliefs. And to create them in a way that's consistent with the way the market exists. The market exists in a probabilistic way. It's that simple. If our beliefs that we're operating out of are not consistent with that, then we are not going to create consistent results. It's that simple. We'll create random results. And we'll have a lot of fun, and we'll have winning streaks, and we'll have winning trades. The problem is we'll always be susceptible to the catastrophic drawdowns. And they take their toll. Go ahead.
Mark, in your experience, it sounds like we got these perceptual filters, that this exercise eventually takes those things away.
Correct.
In harmony with the market.
Correct.
Has it been your experience, or do you think it's to the point that you just get to the point where you just know? I mean, you're so unbiased by anything that what to do next is just obvious?
You mean, yeah, you mean in other words, you're operating out of a sense of, you know, like an intuitive sense? Yeah, exactly. You're in the zone. In other words, there's complete harmony between you and, you know, your mind, your state of mind, and what the market is offering you in any given moment.
So the market's never trying to hide anything from you, it's just we put the blind.
That's right. Exactly.
So
Go ahead.
is that obvious then?
Is that obvious? What do you mean, is that obvious? It is obvious when you're in that state of mind. That'll be obvious. And when you start thinking about it is when you'll pop yourself right out of it. So go ahead.
Going back to your fishing deal.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of fishing. Sometimes I let Rodney catch fish, which I put the rod in the rod hole, and I had 54 fish that way that I do try to actually fish. Which brings me to the mechanics of this. If we set up precise entry points, which there's no way of doing that with you mechanically get in, or you have stop loss stops to get in. Can you set this up mechanically and let it go on your end? I think I read you on precise entry. I understand that.
It has to be, yeah, precise.
But on your precise exit, that is.
You're better off setting it up where everything's precise. Where, what you don't want is to get yourself into a situation where you can't make a distinction between what's going on in you and what's going on in the market. In other words, if you set everything up, if you set this regimen up in a way so that you know that it's you that's having the conflicting thoughts, it's not some let's say some judgment that you have to make so that you can rationalize away your mistake.
I've done that with stops on stuff. I'm emotionally attached. If it hits a point, that's okay. I've already done that. So on my pre-planning for the trade, then I can actually pre-plan what I'm going to take the profit, pre-plan my loss, put that in there, and walk away.
That's right. Yeah, if you want to walk away, the best thing to do, look, if you're already evolved enough where you don't have these kind of problems that I'm talking about, you don't have to do it at all. All I'm saying is that, if you have the potential to define and interpret market information in any kind of a painful way, then for whatever reason, you probably have to do this exercise. You haven't acquired all the skills that are necessary. Instead of walking away, the best thing to do is actually sit there and watch it, meaning confront whatever it is that needs to be done and do it in that moment, being aware of all the conflicting thoughts. In other words, I'll give you another example. There's a trader I worked with many years ago who owned a couple of construction companies in Texas. He was in his 50s. He was trading bonds. He was losing his ass. He thought, okay, I'm going to go up to Chicago and show these guys something, right? So he bought a seat at the Board of Trade, went into the bond pit, and just got annihilated. You know, so he was having one of his bad days, and someone suggested he come to me for some coaching. And so one of the things that I realized, of course, that he really couldn't even define an edge. And at the time, I was using point and figure analysis, and so I showed him how to define support and resistance within about a 6 or 8 tick point range in the bonds. And so we did this for about 2 weeks, and so it was time for him to go down to the floor and implement what it is that we did. And his instructions were very precise. In other words, if the market was in between support and resistance, that if it came down to support, he was to execute his trade at a specific price. He was only supposed to risk 3 ticks, which is just about a little less than $100. 3 ticks, and if go 3 ticks against him, he had to get out. If not, and it went in his favor, he waited until it reached resistance. He took his profit and reversed, and with the same stop. So the day that he went down there, the market was perfect because it was right in between. It came down to support. As it's coming down, he thinks it's not going to get to his price. He ends up getting in early, like 2 ticks early. It gets to his price where his original entry price in the first place. He thinks it's going to keep on going, and he blows out of the trade for a 2-tick loss. The market reverses, goes back up, does the exact same thing at the top, just completely screwed the whole thing up, right? Now all he had to do was risk $100 in each case. He couldn't do it. He literally could not do it. He did it he did the same thing the second day, the same thing the third day, so he stopped calling me because he didn't want, this is the kind of guy, he barks out orders to people, he expects them to do it. He thought he could go down to the floor and do the same thing. He found he didn't have any capacity to do it whatsoever. So in the meantime, he's down there trading for 2 or 3 weeks, and he's getting better and better at defining support and resistance. So the interesting part about what ended up happening is that he would end up waiting till the market hit his price and get in, but he was so afraid that the market was going to take his money away, he ended up getting out of the trade for like a 1 or 2 tick profit. Now, what was particularly exasperating for him was that many of these trades, as he went back and looked at his entries, there were many times he had bought the low of the day or sold the high of the day and only ended up with 1 or 2 ticks. So this was like really bothering him. So I didn't hear from him for about 3 weeks. He called me up, explained to me what was happening, and his solution to the problem. His solution to the problem was to go ahead and up his size up to about 20 or 25 contracts. So, hey, makes sense, right? The problem with upping his size, so see, instead of learning how to hold on to his trades, okay, he's going to up his size and get the money, right? Well, the problem with upping your size is that you go from a 1-lot trader in the bond pit to a 20-lot trader. You're dealing with a completely different set of guys. There's all kinds of problems with that. Anyway, I knew he was gonna really, it was a disaster, and I knew it. I didn't say anything to him. I thought, hey, just let him. He's going to do it anyway. What difference does it make? So he did. He called me up. He lost all the money he'd made in the last 3 weeks, plus a bunch more. He said, okay, here's the key. I am ready to do anything. Okay? He was ready to do anything. And he was. He sincerely was. So I gave him an exercise, a real simple exercise. Very similar to what I just gave you guys. And this exercise worked great for him. He had to do the exact same thing as before. The only difference is that when he got that trade on, he had to put his hands in his pocket, turn and look at the clock on the wall and be in agony for as long as he could. He had to put his hands in his pocket and look at the clock, and here were the parameters. The market either stopped him out, or he had to stay in it for 20 minutes, whatever came first, or it reached his objective. 20 minutes, and the longer, and the first couple of times he, I don't remember, but it's probably only a minute or two that he could stay in the trade. But he worked his way. He was very diligent about it. He worked his way up to the point where he could turn around and look at the clock and face each agonizing second until it wasn't agonizing anymore. And then he went on to make quite a bit of money trading. So the point is of that story is that don't walk away from it. If there's conflicts, stay with them. In other words, be with it. Embrace it.
That's so fun.
What?
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, well, hey, depends on how bad you want the skills. Go ahead.
I have read somewhere, quite a number of places actually, where someone has a trading system.
Oh, what? A trading system?
That's so good. Like, never had a single loss trades in 30 trades. Is this person behaving from your philosophy, or he has an age that we don't know about? And what would that? That
would be hard for me to answer. It is very possible for someone to have winning streaks of 30 or 40 trades in a row. That's not that unusual. It really isn't. I know it may seem like it, but it really isn't.
But it's not a function of understanding the dynamics of the market.
It's a function of both. What it is that when you've got the appropriate mindset, that's when you can utilize your technical abilities to their fullest potential. Okay? It isn't the other way around. Learning about the market's not going to give you this mindset, guys. It just isn't. If you think learning about technical analysis is going to give you the mindset we're talking about, you are headed, you're either on the path or headed down the path of ultimate exasperation. It isn't going to work. Okay.
If this is about human reaction, then what is better? Is it better to just buy a system that exists, which many have tremendous track records, and leave it with the broker and let him trade that amount of money? Or is it better to trade that same amount of $1 if the human factors?
I can't answer what you think is better, because it has to be within the context of what you're trying to accomplish. Still you have to say, what are you trying to accomplish? If what you're trying to accomplish is just to acquire profits and you don't want to trade, then give it to somebody else to do. That's, the question really answers itself. Just put it within the context of what you're trying to accomplish. Put everything within the context of what you're trying to accomplish. What's your objective? Then do it whatever way is satisfying for you. Do it in a way that's most satisfying to you, whatever that is. And only you can determine that. The man says I got 3 minutes. Anybody else? If not, we can end 3 minutes early. I can take a break. Are we all done? Okay.
I'd like to introduce someone who's been in the game for a very long time, an international guest, professional, Dr. David Paul.
It's a great pleasure to be here, guys. It's like playing a home game. I've been in London now for the last couple of years. My background is checkered. I've got a degree in engineering. I've got an MSc in metallurgy. I've got a PhD in mathematics. All of which, I assure you, is largely useless in taking money out of markets regularly and consistently. And what I want to try and get across in a few minutes is how to go about putting together the mental framework to be able to take money out of markets consistently and get yourself to a point where you can rely on that income in the same way as you can rely on your salary or the income that you draw from your business. So that's the objective. Now, when I do this seminar at the banks, and I've done it for all the local banks here, and I've done it for most of the banks in London, it takes 3 days, and I'm going to try and do it in the next 40 minutes. Okay? I've got a lot of slides, and I probably won't get through all of the slides, but I'm sure that the guys at Funport will send you the presentation if you wish. Okay? My association with the company is that the founder, Vussi, I don't know where he is, but the founder of Vussi and I have been doing business together since he was 30 minutes old. And it doesn't seem that long since he was shouting at me when I was actually going to my office in Ravonia. He used to shout at me and said, "Kit Kat," because he wanted me to bring a Kit Kat home that evening. So any of the Funport people listening, if you want to bribe the boss, just buy him a Kit Kat. The thing that stood me in best stead in markets is that in my youth I was an officer in the Royal Marines. And that's given me a level of confidence and discipline that I've drawn upon for a very long time. And 42 years later I can still fit into the uniform. As anybody who feels like having a go can have a go, I assure you. I've only got one regret in life, and that one regret is that if I was 35 years younger, I'd be a professional rugby player today. Because I came to South Africa to play rugby. That's why I came here in the first place. And got an injury from it. But I think if I was 35 years younger, I'd be a professional rugby player. So I'm not that good with contraptions, so I'll do my best to make the slides work. Yes, so Barry talked about an edge. I'm going to try and talk about an edge. My edge is very similar to what these gentlemen have just presented. I like to put the fundamentals and the technicals together in the stock market. My definition of fundamental analysis is the search for the true value of a share. My definition of technical analysis is the study of trends and turning points. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to try and find a share that's undervalued, a share that's growing its earnings aggressively, reasonably safely, that's rising, that's in the throes of a strong trend. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to buy that when the general market is rising. Okay? And that's what I've been doing for a very long time. I do my best to stick to that. Those of you that have been trading for a while will know that sticking to a simple set of trading rules is an awful lot easier to talk about than to do. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay? And as if there's little devils on your shoulders shouting at you to do the wrong thing. So, to make some money in markets, folks, we need some form of a method. Yes? We need to manage our money really well. And we need to manage ourselves really well. The 3 M's. So, I'm going to talk about a methodology. So, I'm going to ask you a question. Did they put that chart in? There we go. There's the Aussie 40, I think I asked them to put in. And my question to you, that's the MACD. I know the guy who put the MACD together, a good friend of mine, a guy called Jerry Appel, and he said that when he designed the MACD, an axiom of investment education is the more complicated it sounds, the more you can sell it for. And he thought that MACD was suitably complicated. That's why it's called the moving average, converging, diverging. Jerry Appel and his 2 sons have got more money under management than Investec, just the 3 of them. And a little room in a place called Derry, Maine. Stephen King writes his books just across the road. Is the JSE going to go up or down on Monday? My question to you. What do you think?
Down.
Down? Young man says down. Any other? Bradley, what do you think? You're the expert. Up? Well, folks, in my pocket, I have the secret. If I can find it. I have the secret. It's a 5 rand coin. Now, on one side, there's a furry little animal. You see that? And on the other side, we've got a coat of arms. Clearly, the coat of arms is going up, and the furry little animal is going down. Let's see if I can get this right. You were right. The head, it's going up. Okay? Would you trade like that? No, okay, but I assure you, most of you are trading like that already. There's a great deal of randomness out there, I assure you. But I wouldn't like to trade like that either. So, my next question to you, let's play and think about a special game. So, here's the game. If you can successfully predict heads or tails, and you're correct, if you bet 5 rand, and you're correct, I'll give you 10 back. Clearly, if you're incorrect in your prognosis, I'm going to take the 5. Now, you've already said that you wouldn't trade with the coin, but would you play that game? Ladies and gentlemen, that's my question to you. Would you play that game? Yes or no? Well, folks, I haven't got a lot of time to play this out. It's a cracking game to play. And it's the basis of how you can become consistent and take money from somebody else, because that's what you're doing. Because in 10 chucks of the coin, would you agree that you should be right 50% of the time? Yeah? Now, when you're right, I'm going to pay you twice as much as when you're wrong. So in 10 throws of the coin, when you're right, I'm going to pay you 5 times 2, which is 10. Yes? And when you're wrong, I'm going to remove 5 times 1, which is 5. Thus, you make 10, you make 5 profit. If you bet a rand on every time you chuck the coin in the air, on average, you're going to make 50 cents. You have now designed a positive expectancy system.
I'm not going to attempt to show you how to trade. I'm going to attempt to show you how to think while you're trading. And this will become very clear in a second. By way of introduction, my name is Tom Hugard, and I come from a very unique vantage point in relation to you. You see, I started working in the city about 20 years ago. And for the first decade of my career, I sat and I watched you trade. I must have watched 100 million trades go over the tape in the 10 years that I sat on a trading floor, whilst I was managing and hedging positions, depending on which direction you saw the market go up or down. And it does provide you with a rather unique insight to watch 50,000 people trade over a decade. You get a feel for how it is people are thinking when they're sat in front of their monitors at home or wherever they are in the world. And you notice that people tend to make the same mistakes over and over and over. And actually, very few people are capable of making money consistently. So as I left in February 2009 in the throes of the bear market, I realized that actually trading had absolutely nothing to do with technical analysis, fundamental analysis. And it was difficult to begin with, because no longer did you have a security blanket in the form of a monthly paycheck. Instead, you were there, mano a mano, in front of the screen. The market was your best friend or your worst enemy, depending on the day. And here I am, some 10 years later. This year has been a good year. I made more than £1 million this year. Last year, I managed to lose nearly 90,000 on Christmas Day. Would you believe that? It's one of the reasons why I am so grateful that CMC market is stopping me from trading on a thin trading day. And it's a bit of a challenge, would you believe it, to be at a Christmas lunch and dinner. This is, I think you call this Boxing Day. Yes, you see, we Europeans, we heathens, we celebrate Christmas on the 24th while you wait a day or so, and then you have your Boxing Day, and there I was on Boxing Day in a celebratory moment, whilst at the meantime I don't know if you recall what Dow Jones did on the Boxing Day last year. It had its single biggest gain ever. It had fallen 500 points on Christmas Eve, the move that I had captured absolutely every single tick off. And on Boxing Day, I had been long, but as the Dow had risen 500-600 points, I thought, it's probably about time to begin to short this. I took my profit and I reverted short. And the Dow rallied another 600 points to make it an 1,100 point move day. And me walking out of there going, that was an expensive Christmas dinner. Fear is what's stopping people from making money in the markets. Sure, people are good at making money at times, but the tendency is to make it, lose it. Make it, lose it. I believe that the only reason why I am good at what I do is because of my relationship with fear. I am what's called a high-stake trader. Some would call it an extremely high-stake trader at institutional size. The average bet amongst CFD traders here in the United Kingdom is £7 a point. My position here equates to £750 a point in the DAX. It means that if DAX goes 20, 30 points against me, I am faced with a loss which would equate to the average annual salary of a worker here in the UK. Thus, you need to have a rather special relationship with losing, and you need to have a rather special relationship with winning as well. And what I hope to do over the next 2 hours is to change the way that you look at trading. Now, I could have come in here and I could have thrown all sorts of techniques at you. Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels, moving averages, crossovers, stochastics, MACD, RSI. Oh God, I've spent countless hours studying it, as I'm sure you have as well. But I am sure that you also realize that actually, no matter how good a grasp you get on technical analysis, there are still those days where you simply refuse to take your loss, where despite your best intentions, you simply cannot get yourself to do the right thing. So, you may quite rightly ask, do I get scared when I trade and I trade the size that I do? Of course I get scared, but the narrative here is not that I am a fearless trader. I'm not even a fearless person. I'm scared of losing loved ones. I'm scared of sending my children out in the traffic. I am in no shape or form any different than any other caring parent is. If you put me out of the balcony over here and I stare over into the ground, do I get a flutter of nerves? Sure. But with practice comes experience. Now, I'm actually a firm believer that practice does not make perfect. And I would like to elaborate on that point a little bit later on in the presentation. I'm also scared of making a complete twit of myself today. I'm scared that you don't get the message. I'm scared that you think this is ridiculous. I came to hear about how he navigates the stock indices, and I promise you, I'll give you my rather unique insight into how I trade stock indices. So if you are that way inclined where you prefer to just stick to the technical analysis, I assure you, you're not going to walk out of here empty-handed either. But the truth is that my relationship with fear has come to the point where I have desensitized, no, that's not right, I tried so hard. Sometimes foreigners can struggle a little with these words. I have desensitized myself to certain levels of stimulus that you face when, for example, a car comes at you full speed. I'm sure that if it was somehow possible to produce a brain scan while I was trading during particularly stressful situations, such as Boxing Day last year, you will find that my amygdala doesn't light up like a Christmas tree. You will probably not even be able to discern that I'm losing 90,000 pounds because I have blocked it out. I can't block out fear in many other aspects of my life. If you put me in front of the television screen, I watch Friday the 13th, or I don't really watch much TV, so I don't know what's scary these days, but Freddy Krueger kind of style. I'm sure I'm going to sit with a pillow like everyone else does. Well, probably you won't sit with a pillow, but I will, because I don't take the horror movies very well. But when I'm faced with horror situations while I'm trading, I seem to have developed an immunity to fear, which enables me to make the right decisions when they need to be made. Whether that's because I've trained or whether I was born with it, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that my father was a vacuum cleaner repairman and mother was a nurse. So I don't think that I've come from a heritage of risk takers. So my argument is that if I can do this with a rather unique way of doing it, then I believe you can as well. But it boils down to that practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. And if you carry on practicing the wrong way, you will merely establish a behavior pattern that doesn't serve you. So, what can I accomplish in 2 hours? Well, look, not that I in any shape or form will put myself in the league of these four gentlemen, but it only took Steve Jobs 15 minutes to galvanize a departing class from Stanford University in 2015 to go out and connect the dots and not so much work from the point of view of the head, but work with the heart. And Martin Luther King, it took him 17 minutes to create the fortitude for a generation and a segment of the American public that was suppressed. He won the It paved the way for him winning the Nobel Prize. And I don't think I need to introduce neither JFK nor Winston Churchill, at least not when I'm in the United Kingdom. Since the establishment of the rules by ESMA last year, or was it the year? No, it was last year, in August, September time last year, where all European Union brokers now had to curtail the amount of leverage that they gave to their clients. We used to enjoy 200 to 1, now we only have 20 to 1. And another thing that then established was that every single broker had to put up on their website how many of their clients were losing clients. That was a little bit like the cigarette companies being forced to put warnings on their cigarette packages and show draconian photographs of people in hospital beds with emphysema and lung cancer and anything in between. Yet it didn't stop people from smoking, and it certainly hasn't stopped the interest for trading either. But the fact of the matter is that ESMA has done us a favor, may not have done us a favor about margin, although there's many ways that we can get around that. If we really want margin, you just think offshore and you'll get your 200 to 1 if you want it. No, they've done us a favor because they've actually highlighted the true nature of trading. You see, if there's 100 people in here and 75 of them are losing, as it shows here on the CMC Market website, well, this is no longer a technical analysis issue. You're not a losing trader because you are deficient in MACD. And you're not running your losing positions because you don't understand stochastics or moving averages. This is not a technical analysis problem. This is a human problem. And the sooner that you accept that this is a human problem, the sooner you can actually do something about it. I thought that it would be the end of the CFD industry when all the brokers had to put the winning stat and the losing stat up on the website. But it hasn't, because people know it, people are aware of it. But people think, well, this stat doesn't apply to me, any more than the warnings on the cigarette packages apply to me. So, when we're confronted with charts, be it something, the point here where I write here, at that point, you can buy. Buy the market. So to say I buy the market here. Well, I'm buying it because we have a gap up, and now we've traded sideways in what I consider to be an ABCD correction. Yeah, I know my technical analysis. The flip side is I could also say, no, actually I'm going to sell, because if this was such a strong market, it wouldn't have taken the buyers an hour. And we also know that 48% of all gaps gets filled within the first 3 hours of trading, and 78.6% of all gaps in the Dow Jones Index gets filled within 72 hours or 3 trading days. But it's really not so interesting to know whether this is a winning trade or a losing trade. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I am wrong. It really does depend on how many traders out there agrees with me and they back up my trade as well by being a buyers when I'm buying or being sellers as I am selling. So since I have no knowledge of the future, whenever people ask me, where do you think gold is going? Where do you think so-and-so is going? I say, do you know what? Come back to me next week. My crystal ball is out for repair. It's a facetious way of telling people to stop bugging me about where I think the market is going, because I am not Nostradamus. I have absolutely no idea. And anyone who says they think that the market is going this way or that way is because they have a vested interest or a bias towards a direction or another. And that's quite fair. If you're long Bitcoin, of course you're going to say that the Bitcoin is going to go up and you think it's going to go up. You wouldn't say, I think Bitcoin's going down, and then you're long Bitcoin. So it's not that I am not forgiving towards people when they state that they think the market is going up or down, or Tesla is headed this way or that way. It's just that the opinion is biased from their own position. So if my entries are purely random, and I'm a professional trader, and you may think, oh, as a professional trader, you may have a hit rate around the 80%, the 90%. Oh no, I most certainly do not have a hit rate in the 80s or in the 90s. In fact, you could even argue that I would have a better hit rate if I simply flipped a coin and then I applied money management. So either way, the sooner I accept that the nature of what I am doing is basically random, the sooner I can begin to trade as trading should be done. I hadn't seen that one coming, and I certainly hadn't seen that one coming either. But that's the nature of the game that we're playing. Now, do I think that charts is the holy grail? No, I like charts. I could devour 10, 12 hours every single day, a bit more in the weekend if you allow me to. You know, if there's no lawn to be mown or windows to be polished, you know, I am quite happy to sitting devouring endless reams of stock charts that I analyze purely to train my mind. But I'm also fully aware of the way my mind works. And my mind is not my best friend when it comes to highly profitable trading. So I don't believe for 1 second that charts is the holy grail, any more than I think fundamental analysis is the holy grail. See, the problem here is, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a brain which is at best chaotic and at worst just our worst enemy. And one of the little intricacies of our brains is that it has a tendency to see things that aren't there. This is a phenomenon that in Latin is called apophenia. Now, if I was going to translate apophenia into a common language, it would be something along the lines of patternicity. So when you think about the nature, for example, of indicators, take some common known indicators like Fibonacci. Let's say that we look at some of the ratios of Fibonacci. I'm going a little bit off track here, a little bit without any notes. Not that I really stick to the notes anyway. When a market makes a 61% retracement, some would argue that this is the ideal time to either buy or sell short, depending on the direction. And if that fails, then there's also the 78.6% retracement. And hell, why not throw the 88.6 and the 94.5% ratio? So there's always a ratio for the particular season. However, my argument is that if the market has already traded up to a 78% retracement, surely if you sell short at 78.6, you're actually betting against the prevailing trend. Some would argue against me. I'm not really so interested in what other people are thinking. I am more interested in trying to explain to you that the majority of indicators are available to the majority of people. Yet, considering that 75 to 80%, maybe 90% of all people engaged in trading are losing, maybe it's a time we have a real long, hard look at what it is that we're actually doing when we're trading. See, the purpose of trading is for us to make money. Purpose is not to be right. It's not to derive glorification through our efforts. There is one single raw purpose to trading, and it is to make as much money as possible. And the way you do that is simply to begin to think differently. And I stated earlier that if 75, 80, 90% of all people are losing traders, we also have to assume that those 70, 80, 90% are normal, perfectly well-functioning people within society who hold down jobs as well as everyone else does, are intelligent, well-spoken, pay their taxes, look after their children, etc., but they can't trade for shoot because they simply think like everyone else does. Ability to see things can be a thing of beauty, but it can also be a curse. And whilst it looks like a skeleton, it is just a flower, and it is just a fossil. So there are those people who argue, like Annie Nin, that we don't really see things as they are. We see things as we are. What I call the deception chart is that our eyes will seek out that which confirms the facts that we are seeking to establish or to prove. It gives us a bias of looking for things that we want to achieve, rather than looking at things objectively. Now, I don't know what children's games are here in the UK, but in Denmark, where I grew up, As a child, we would sometimes be given one of these drawing books that had numbers and then just a blank page, and our job was to connect the 1 with the 2 and the 2 with the 3 and so forth until a beautiful picture emerged of a tractor and a house and a fairy Christmas, etc., etc. So it's not such a long stretch for us when we get engaged with technical analysis that we begin to connect one high with a secondary high and a third high, and we extrapolate a line out in the future, and we call that a trend line. And when a trend line has been broken, we get a signal. It's called a trend line break. And it's a thing of beauty because, hey, it looks so easy when we are sitting doing our research, and how many of us have not created fortunes on paper by drawing the right kind of lines? But, as I said, the deception of charts, what we call apophenia, is playing a trick with us, meaning that we will gladly omit this trend line break. Yet when we are trading it in real time, all of a sudden we are seeing this trend line break. And so we are surprised when this happens, because during our research, it looked like this. There was a trend line break and the market stormed higher and we were on board, and now I'm trading it and it's not storming higher. In fact, it's trading lower and lower. In this case, you actually do get saved by the bell, unless your stop loss was too tight. But many good strategies has been created on paper that are completely impossible to implement in real time. Mostly because if you're looking at the Dow Jones index from 2:30 in the afternoon till 9 o'clock at night, there are 78 5-minute bars, and you need to be present for every single one of them, or you might just miss that perfect trend line break that enabled you to ride the market up or down. So, many things I believe of charts, but many things I don't believe. And I call this ignorance. Now, intelligent people can be ignorant until they have been informed otherwise. So there are things that I don't believe in. I don't believe in soulmates. I don't believe in horoscopes. I certainly don't believe that the earth is flat. And I most certainly, categorically, do not believe there is such a thing as the perfect system, the perfect indicator, the perfect chart pattern. It simply does not exist. So I think it's time that we embrace trading for what it really is. Trading for me is just a series of opportunities where I don't expect much, but I know that I will place a stop loss, which is in relation to how much I want to risk. But the whole concept of risk versus reward is another thing that I would love to take a shotgun at and put it to death. Because when we talk about risk versus rewards, how do you know what your reward is going to be? Well, you have a crystal ball. Let me give you a concrete example. I'm trading the DAX, and I decide that I want to risk 20 points. Being the studious trader that I am, I'm arguing, you know what, I'm going to risk 20 points, and I'm hoping to make 40 points. And in this event, I'm actually right. Let's say I bought the DAX at 20, and it begins to rally 40, 60, and it comes to 60, and I have now on paper made twice as much as I had risked. What do you think happens when we get to 60? You think I'm just going to say, that's it, I'm going to take my profit? Hell no, not the way I work. And my mind is going to go, well, maybe you should just hold on a little bit longer. Maybe it's going to go your way. So the whole idea of presenting a reward target completely negates the idea of how profitable traders truly trade. They don't set profit targets. So my trading boils down to a very, very simple philosophy. And I believe that good traders, truly profitable traders, they have a philosophy that is very different to the 70, 80, 90% of traders. And that's what I want to spend some time on. But I know, here I have an open position from my trading platform, and I'm about £70,000 in profit. If we remove a couple of noughts from that, and I would be £700 in profit. I absolutely, categorically know that if I can do this, you can do this. And I didn't start trading this size. I didn't arrive at the trading game with a silver spoon in my mouth and a massive inheritance. There isn't that much money in nursing and in vacuum cleaning repair. I had to fight my own way, but through a very, very focused and dedicated approach to trading, I managed to build up to trading this trading size. When I started trading, I've had an account with CMC Markets. My stake size was £2 a point, then £3 a point, then £5 a point. And every single time that I grew my trading size, I felt that little flutter of nerves. What I would like to help you answer today is, what is your trading philosophy? And is that trading philosophy actually aligned with your own best interest? See, and let me help you try and answer this question. Maybe just something for you to think about, maybe not right now, but if you want to make a lot of points in the market, you can have two approaches. You can risk a lot of points to make a lot of points, or you can risk very little, but then you need to be prepared for the possibility that you will be repeatedly wrong. And at this point, I would love to tell you the story about a colleague of mine in the industry, a right old nester that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He managed a fund trading South African shares on a 1-minute chart. Yes, I didn't even know that you could run a hedge fund trading on a 1-minute chart in South African shares. But they deployed a strategy invented by Tom DeMark called the Tom DeMark sequential indicator. You may have heard about it. Please don't ask me in-depth questions about it, because I am most certainly not an expert. I have a rudimentary idea of what Tom DeMark's sequential indicator is about, but I am not an expert. However, what I found incredibly refreshing, ladies and gentlemen, was that my friend was telling me, you know what, we had a hit rate that was around the 20s. At times when we were on a good run, we would have a hit rate around 30-35%. So for those of you who are not familiar with the percentages I'm talking about, it means that they generally was right 20 times out of 100. How would you feel about trading a system where you are wrong 80 times out of 100? Does that sit easy with you? Aren't you more inclined to believe those glossy adverts whenever you Google something, those adverts that will promise you a 90% hit rate or 100% hit rate, or with this system you'll never lose? Who in their right mind would trade a system that is only right 20% of the time? Yet, my friend did it, and they were wildly successful, to the point where they said, this is it, we are not younglings anymore, we made enough money, let's just take our spoils and bugger off to sunny shores. We've done our job. I asked him, did it bother you they had a hit rate of 20%? He said, why would it? The way that we traded this was that whenever the market didn't go in our favor immediately, got out. Done. While you're sitting there in your positions day after day, hour after hour, hoping, wishing, praying that the market is going to turn around. Not them. It requires patience. So I could have come here and I could have spent the next 2 hours going over one trading rule after another. But I would like to take some comfort in me doing the right thing by quoting one of the best traders ever, Richard Dennis, a famed commodity trader, who were the founder of the trading group called the Turtle Traders. And he said, and I quote, we could post our trading rules on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and still people would not be able to make money from them. So the best thing that I could do over the next 2 hours, which is probably no longer 2 hours, but more likely an hour and a half, is to hold a mirror up in front of you. And if you want to fall asleep, by all means fall asleep. It's quite all right. I can live with that. I've had people fall asleep before. No particular person intended for that comment in here. I want to hold up a mirror, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you who you really are. Not being personal, but based on the experiences of a guy who spent every single day from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m., because I didn't have anything else to do, watching you trade. Maybe not you personally, but you as a whole. 12, 14 hours every single trading day for a decade. Watching your mistakes, watching you sitting there, hoping, praying that your position is going to turn around, moving your stop loss further away so you don't get stopped out, cutting your profits so soon because, hey, who can go broke taking a profit? Yeah, you did. You managed to go broke over and over because you're always snapping at the profit because you didn't understand fear. You didn't.
How dare you? Who is this guy? I had to turn him up, and then I put the compressor on him, and what a high maintenance guy that is. Let's turn mine up too. Yeah. Put enough gain on that. So, what's the story? How about that euro? She finally broke out. Now she's pulling back. I'm buying on the pullbacks. That's the dollar CAD there. It's on fire. It's on fire. Dollar CAD's out of control here. So I'm letting the robot trade it, which is not the best idea, you can see. Because I got to keep track of these damn robots. So it's buying again because it's set up to buy. I never turned off the buy bot. So it's buying the plunge on the euro all over again. But now I'm going to babysit it. There it is. So it's got the buy limits. I dumped everything here when we got to the top. At least I did on my account. So right up to 10 o'clock. When you get to the floor here, unless you want to hang around for this pullback, I just get out. This 20 pip pullback, you know. And then I got this thing trolling to buy in limits now. So if I have to take a nap or cut the lawn or something, I can let this guy just start chowing on the pullback. I was at 200. I was up $200 for a little bit there, but it's very difficult to manage. I wanted to do the trade, so I did it. Was buy the euro versus the yen. I bought that on the plungeola, and that's when I was marking off, as like I was talking. But look at the pullback on this euro versus yen. For the love of Pete, look at that thing. Oh my God. Oh. Look at the daily of that. Just get a gander of this pullback on the daily. Euro versus yen. People can't believe how hard these markets. That's 200 pips in one day. All the way back to the starting gate. Looks very dramatic on the 4 hour here. Doesn't look too bad. Not too scary. Here comes the bulls back to the euro. I love that euro dollar. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have these colors proper. So this is the stock market. This is the Dow Jones. Another top tick Tommy event right there. That's the 15-minute Dow Jones. Bing, bang, bong, bing, bong. So if you don't take your money off the table, man, you're screwed. You really got to take the money and run. Look at that. That's the half-hour Dow Jones. Here's the 1 hour Dow Jones. Looks like a great buy here, coming back to the moving average, coming back to my 5-period histogram moving average. And we're just going to buy another plunge. We're always into buying the spikes if we can. Got to get out in front of it just right. Goldilocks entries. Multiple ticket arrays. We're getting filled here on this euro dollar. So in the long run, the euro dollar may take out the high of the day, may keep going. But like I said, I just want this quick and dirty money. Double bottom down here, go rocketing into the floor. I just want to get out. Then I put buy limits in here. So this is essentially right after this event, you got to come back and start thinking about a system that's just going to buy a pullback. This one's dropping every 15. They last for 2 hours. I think that's about right. Tomorrow will be Friday. So if we come drift down and then there's like a so-called trend move, an authentic move up, or I'm happy with just buying the retest here. So after that event, some guy said it sounded like it was about to come. Yeah, because when I see that setup in the morning, I get really excited. I'm really sorry about the excitement level, but you know, when you're going to make like basically, and then I loaded up when it came down one more time, so that's 60 pips in like 2 hours. Yeah, you get all fucking wound up. So maybe that was too apparent. I guess it's called giddy. It's not like I'm going to have to wear something. Okay, we're just lightly buying now. After that crushing smash to the floor, and you know, maybe it is going to engulf, do a slow drifter engulf, but like I said, I can't hang for that stuff. So maybe it comes down here, we pick up a few tickets and shop around, put the buy robot back on here. So he's ready to get filled again. Already scalped out of those. So you really got to come in here and cash out of stuff when it's winning, because it's not always winning. So Charlie Sheen's daughter is saying now, as she parades around the internet. Winning. What do I got to turn this guy on? Oh, you're muted. Okay. That guy looks familiar. E-Trader 76. I know these people's names, and I think I know where they live, but I always mess that up.
76.
I never know these guys. Chicago, right?
No, right now Cyprus.
Oh, okay. Wow. Here, let me just.
How are you doing?
Here. Oh, pretty damn good here. Yeah, it's just I just got out of this big trade I loaded the wagon on. I dumped it into the ceiling there.
I follow you on YouTube.
I gotta adjust your volume a little bit. Please hold. Yeah, no, it's just I'm trying to I don't hear a live feed. I'm kind of relying on the meters here. So I had to turn up my desktop volume because some of these people publish so quiet on the internet. I'm like, dude, I can't hear you. So yeah, go ahead. What you're saying?
I'm on a headset. Maybe I should take off the headset.
No, it sounds great. No, you sound great. Okay. I'll just turn myself up.
Okay, super.
Yeah, so
I love what you do. I follow you a lot, and sometimes you guys are a bit overwhelming, and I love the jokes.
Inappropriate. Yeah, I know this is not it's like adult content. You know, I can't help it because the anxiety trading kind of makes people like. I mean, I can say I'm kind of known for being inappropriate, I suppose, but so that's not helping because I attract people like that. Next thing you know, they get on the stream and it becomes like a fucking. You know, it's like a locker room situation. So the ladies might be turned off. Sorry, ladies. Well, unless you're pre-op, then you're totally welcome to come in.
The other day I was wondering, is everyone high on the stream? What's going on? And that discussion about the P theory or whatever that can be called, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know
it's good fun.
We got a million names for the same thing, but no. So do you think the end of the world's coming? What do you think of that Bitcoin situation? That's the funny thing about Bitcoin. It's the only connection to like the guy on the street when it comes to trading. So I'm always curious to get people's take on the Bitcoin. when I'm out somewhere, And I joke about, well, can I just, can I buy that? Can I sell back my Bitcoin? Is it too late?
Maybe I'm a bit too mainstream. I kind of follow it, but I never jumped on the train because in my view, Bitcoin was pump and dump, but the pump was pretty high, and then you get FOMO. But I never entered, and now as the what do you call it in the States, the penny stocks. You pump them up and you dump them, and that's the play they're playing right now. And it has become quite big play because even the big sharks are on the game now.
Yeah, I just saw a guy. I just ran his. I had him queued up on YouTube. This is just like 6 hours ago. Some bald-headed financier says you can't even short Bitcoin now. They won't let you do it, on margin. So he steps into offer. He steps into offer. I will provide the liquidity. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's terrible. Like, who's selling Bitcoin here? It's so sad. Just fade these guys with the, gold doesn't seem to care about anything that's going on. Notice that? Like typically, since it takes crude oil to get gold out of the ground, this is the theory. That gold should go up if oil goes up. That was the old saw. Well, what's going on? So it's kind of weird. But
you have much more experience in this. But what I see it is that the market is using the news as a reason to move, and it always tricks you. No matter, from a fundamental point of view, you're never right. From a technical point of view, you have to wait for. That the market picks up the easy money and then goes direction it wants later on. So you kind of need to wait, so to speak.
Yeah, it's not a. Look at this pullback on the euro. How about that? Like, so people sold off that. Look at that thing. It just pulled back 40 pips, dude. In 15 minutes, we just pulled back 40 pips in the euro. God damn, it's fast. Yeah. Fast market. I'm glad I got out up there, man. It was like totally a seller's window. Like, who wasn't going to obey that shit?
Let me ask you something. I'm playing with this. I've been playing with the script squad a lot, and collaborated with Clevasis. I think you guys are in touch with each other as well, and made a grid to place all the stop loss in the same level. But as I understand, you like to split up the take profit and stop loss.
Yeah. Yeah, because I watch it on my phone. I watch the fills on my phone, and when I see myself get filled at too many of the same, like I'd rather get in 10 pips apart or 3 pips apart than I would getting in the exact same entry. And then if I see my stops are stacked up, I'd rather get stopped out of some of the position, but not get a hard stop out of the whole position.
Yeah, not everything.
So it's kind of a compromise because, the greedy side of me wants to put a master stop really deep, which I did when I first wrote scripts after I manually traded. I said, well, I wrote the first script I wrote was it lasted all day. I threw it into euro versus yen. It had a 300 pip stop. It would buy all the way down to 200 pips. The only problem was there was not enough money in the account for if the market did go down there and some of these things I was doing.
Yeah.
But, some of the things I did made money. So when I discovered, well, that makes, like buying the pullback on the euro right here, that robot just did it for me. Like, that is the most spectacular ricochet off the floor, back down into, that's 40 pip ricochet off that cash out point. And now if it just goes up about 20 pips, I will have made a little bit of money, not the kind of money I made when I loaded the wagon down here when we beat this thing down. Did you see how hard, I don't know if you trade in the euro, but you are now. So, no, this big beat down here, it was spectacular. 1 hour straight down 80 pips. I mean, dude, come on. So it did a dead cat bounce of like 20, and then it did the whole smash back to the floor, and now it's doing that cycle pullback. And this is what trend traders are getting, right? Oh, confirmation. It broke out. Let's buy the pullback. Somebody's buying a pullback here, and it's me actually.
Yeah.
on that. But if it goes back to this yellow line, so the trick is to hold it and wait for it to break the yellow line, take out yesterday's high, and keep going into Friday. That is the trend trader's dream, so to speak. You buy on this down. You're capturing a wick right now. Actually, this is the wick of the day. If you can see on the daily, this is the opening. So if that's the close, you'll have a hammer at the end of the day, and you want to be long that hammer and worried about your take profits now. Are you going to move them up? Are you going to scalp? Are you going to just get out? And it's only 10:30 in the morning, so you still got London close. Is there going to be a panic? Is it going to if they do take out the high of the day, it'll probably keep going up and drift into Friday. That's the dream, right? We've seen that happen. It doesn't have to happen. For me, all it has to do is bounce 20 pips now. Yeah. But yeah, so are you trading the Forex, or are you trading the NASDAQ, or what are you doing?
Mostly Forex, but because I follow another fella, he's trading DAX, so I've been in DAX a bit. So a little bit everywhere. I try to focus, but I end up looking at different things.
Yeah. No, it's a big circus, and then people go to zero hedge, and they go this, and try to figure out what's going to go on. And
everyone
just heard that guy talking about that. So here's the pullback on the 30-minute euro. I bought that plunge while the robot bought it.
If I step back a couple of steps, to be able to keep it simple, I only use like maximum 10 0.01 lots, and I have an indicator show me what I am totally risking. So I know you go quite heavily, and the more against it goes against you, the more you enter in. But I try to kind of, I'm on a basic level. It's really simple, and it kind of, what I understood to appreciate was that by spreading the limit orders in front of me, even if I have bad decisions or bad readings of the market, I can still make money.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a certain amount of, like, I just wrote a script this morning with a 25 pip stop because I knew this was going to be kind of hairy. So it's just 25 to make 25, 25 to make 50. Now I don't normally run those, but I thought, well, it's going to be news, and I'm going to drop those. And the nice thing about those is that if I scatter them in a 30 pip window and I with a 25 pip stop, I don't have to rebuy this commissions and the spread again. So I can hold that position. Plus, when I look at my phone, I want to see how much margin I'm in. And I'm like, yeah, based on what I see on the chart, I'm not in big enough because I lost one of my scalp orientated tight stop tickets, So I try to stay away from those and try to stay on the swing trade. If I want to swing trade half the time, because that's kind of the sleeper cell, long term. You make money on a long term basis. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Bo Diddley, is that you?
I might.
No, somebody's in there. Is that Nymph or something?
Yeah, it's
testing 1, 2.
I can't tell who's who.
Bo Diddley and Nim.
I can hear both. You're coming in a bit quiet.
So what do you think of that? Did you cash out your? Did you get filled on your big fat 8K down there?
Oh yeah.
Did they fill your 8K on that? How do you like the way the thing slammed back into the Asian floor there? I literally dumped right there at 10 o'clock, and I just reloaded the gun on limits. So I turned on the limit. I let the limit bot go. I just wrote a robot this morning, a 15-minute drop bot, but I had to take him out of that trade because he can't see that structure. Poor thing. He's doing
well, you know what? I had it down. I think you remember I put it down pretty low.
It's like 104 or something.
Orders down at 104. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, they went.
Different world, man.
Had you sold that top tick Tommy and held some of that for the swing, like even scalped 80% of the top, held 20%, you'd make about the same amount of money as you did on the scalp window up there.
No, you will. You will.
But it's amazing. You can't believe the market's going to come all the way back. Oh my God! Like, Jesus, we're going to.
I can. Absolutely.
No, I mean, in Forex, that was the first thing I couldn't believe in Forex is that when people start using their moving average, thinking, well, they're like, it just sliced through my moving average. What the hell's going on here? Like, it's so cruel because it's just going to price action back to the same place.
Right.
So you get into one position and you're like, okay, this is the time it's going to go. No.
Yeah, how many times did I sit there and just think to myself, "Oh, this is fine." I actually went to sleep, woke up, and at 5 a.m. I'm like, I'm totally out of the position. What happened?
Right.
You always can't turn your back on this shit.
I had an interesting run last night on the E-mini, and I woke up this morning. I was up 1900, and I said to myself, you know what? I can't just sit here by myself, collect oodles and oodles of cash without helping the guys that were on your feed last night. I forgot the guy's name. I sent it a message. I said, this is just, you know, when you got people that really have the desire to do something, and that's always been for me, and I think it's for you as well, Simpleton. First of all, I don't know how the fuck you do it. I don't know how you can spend all this time on this. I have no idea. But when you got people
respect
that are
to you,
dedicated,
Simpleton, on that.
Absolutely, man. This guy's a fucking machine.
Yeah. I mean,
listen. You know what? If this guy was a drill sergeant, we'd all be in shape.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I like the
all the bullshit. All the bullshit he receives, and consistency and doing the streams. I mean, hats off to you. It's definitely not easy.
You know why? Because when you know, you know. You don't give a fuck what anyone else has to say or do.
Yeah, you have to love what you do and not do it for someone else. You do it for yourself.
You do it for the fun of it now. And I think what's important is that people are understanding bit by bit, step by step, what the Simpleton is talking about. And you know what? It does take a few hours. And you know what, Simpleton? Anyone who's been with you for a little bit of time and actually starts using some of your techniques, I mean, that's my guy right there, man. What can I do to help you get better? I mean, that's really where I'm at, because I'm at that age where it's not it's exciting in the effect in the idea that you can actually help people out who really want to do this. Because I've always been of the opinion, and you know this as well, you shouldn't be trading at all. It's only for very, very, very few people. Not everyone can be an F-18 fighter pilot. It's the reality.
Yeah, it's a real. I'd say
the
amount of. It's hard to. So I did some streams about 3 years ago or something, and this guy would come on here. This guy was trolling me. Ranko, his name was Ranko. So kind of a. I would say no nonsense kind of where I got an algorithm indicators and what kind of fucking crazy. He's like criticizing everything, and I was like, oh my god! And so I was buying into a plunge, and. When you go against people, they go, can't you see it's going down? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not retarded. So I was doing the stacks, and boy, the heat I was getting, and I was kind of taking it personally at first because I thought, man, these guys understand. And I thought, well, then maybe they're the goober. I don't know, but I was like, it doesn't work all the time. But I'm saying it looks really tragic what's happening right now because I was having this severe drawdown. And then if you hold that and then not a peep out of these people when it retraces and you basically make like 40 grand. It was a demo account, but this is a $10,000 account and you're up like $8,000 at the end of the day, whatever. And it's crickets after that because people just don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, they can't handle it because, again, everyone's been bombarded for decades. Use the RSI with the Williams this and you can do that. Don't put more than 2%. They've been bamboozled.
Well, when you look in a book, the Williams indicator is down at the bottom, and you look at the chart, and you go, yeah, if I would have bought there. So even if you do a visual back test where you go, yeah, if I would have bought there, I would have bought there. And all I need is a moving average filter, and then I'm okay. I think the problem is that some of the patterns people that are drawing, this triangle's like with the proper stops where they're supposed to go on these triangles, that triangle is going to cost you $500. That triangle is going to cost you $20,000. I mean, anybody can look at the triangle and say, the rule of the triangles, you put your stop, whatever that rule is. Every pattern has a price. There is no such thing as saying I trade patterns without some kind of assessment of what would it cost to actually pull that trade off. Are you going to wait for the apex of the triangle and hit in the market? Or are you going to bracket it and do confirmation entries and pay extra because you're a retail guy and you don't want to, You don't want to be wrong. I mean, it's just endless, bottomless pit. And then, not to mention the technology. Can you get the terminal going? Can you load the scripts? Can you have the hotkeys? How do you want to have your office? And you see these guys on the internet with the most. My office looks like a fucking, I don't know, trailer park. But I mean, I'm not into I see the most glammed out offices. I'm like, dude, do you even work in this office? Like, you got like one little pencil all sharpened up, and I'm like, and this is so cute. There's this Hannah Forex girl, and she's got the book. She's got a book on her desk. I'm like, dude,
super clean and everything.
Yeah, mine looks like, oh my god, did somebody just rob you? Yeah, they did. I think
someone just dropped a bomb in my place. Never mind.
Every time I see those,
so
I see videos.
That's another thing. I refuse to try to be like proper in that sense. And you're not going to see me on camera. These guys are like Vinny's got this. I don't know how he does it. Personally, I'm just too private to have like the whole people are looking back at me, and I got all these screens in front of me. But it's a show, and I'm like, well, I just don't have the energy for that. I just have the energy to be angry.
You know what? What really confuses me, like I'm older, so for me, I feel like I'm on a conference call with some buddies.
Oh yeah,
and we're shooting the shit, and that's why I got to pull it back a bit yesterday. I'm like, yeah, it's so fucked up. I'm like, what am I talking about? All my stories. Who the hell wants to hear my stories? And then I realized, oh boy, you know what? I've already given enough of the shit. But today at 11 o'clock, we're going to watch Oil together, I hope. That's why I came on.
Oil.
So that we could at least take a look at that.
Oil's coming out. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like Oil's trying to make a rally here because it's so crushed. And it looks like stocks, I thought stocks were going to finally break out, but look how they just nicked the wick here, and they're pulling it back again. Maybe they're waiting for oil on stocks, too.
They're waiting for oil for sure.
So look at the NASDAQ though. I'd already be long on this wick. So here's my technique is that when you see this, you kind of when I see that, I figure, well, I wanted to be long on that. Those guys are talking about S&P 500, how they were racking up their limits. So if they rack their limits on this 30-minute chart here, so they rack them here, all the way down. They just made money on that trade. Right? See how they just zipped through the stops there. I'm presupposing a trailing half-hour stop. So that is the trade. In my opinion, that is the ultimate trade for the ultimate. That's 30. Those are two 30-minute trades there.
Simpleton, I laid out fives all the way down to 1/2 of the standard deviation, the way I calculated. I showed them. And I woke up this morning, and it picked up a couple of them. And I said, okay, so we're in for one ES. And it made, what, $1,300, $1,400, $1,800? I didn't even check anymore. I don't even care anymore. Because you absolutely, I can't say it more than I have. Your techniques is what real traders actually do. And for anyone who hangs around here long enough and has had the pleasure of, listening to you ramble on, the gems that you're dropping are important. I mean, I've tried to give everyone a little bit of insight since I was probably the only kid that was doing HFT in Ontario before we got shut down. So if people want to learn about it, they can go look up, your Discord or whatever you call this stuff.
I thought you were going to say they shut down the your thing up there because your carbon footprint was too big because of all the extra.
Oh, buddy, you know what? We had to destroy the roof of this guy's building. We had to put a tower in his building, and I had to convince him to put a hole through it. He didn't want to do it. Don't ask. It was a story. But anyways, look, those were the days, and the days will keep coming. And I think that if anyone who comes onto your channel and wants to learn, they're going to learn a lot more here than they will anywhere else.
So I put up the this blue box here is the from 8:30 to 9:30. So that's when the news coming out, and then the stocks open after that. When you're talking about that crude oil thing, I could make a box like this. I didn't do it, but I could do it for crude oil, where 11 o'clock is a special color, or maybe even 5 minutes before, because this one's got my.
Yeah, I'm 5 before and 5 after. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, because what I'm trying to find, which I think you're doing intuitively. I'm just going to say it out loud. What you're doing intuitively is looking for those ledges and where could they possibly be forming. And you know damn well that all these Globex machines and all the fucking programs and algos that are beating each other up and slapping each other down all the time, when they're turned off, there's the tell. When they turn them off before reports, before Powell speaks, before this guy does the FMOC, this one, that one, every report, they yank all the algos. And that's the tell. They show you what the vacuum is, if you will.
Look at this
for those
pullback here.
machines.
Look at this pullback right here. The Eurodollar just pulled back 40 pips from that floor.
Right.
And now, and it's coming right back to where the news was. So the news was at 8:30 in this blue box to 9:30. Here comes stocks. It rips up, and so I put buy limits in here to buy the pullback.
Listen, I did too. Well done. Well done.
So now we're waiting for it to even maybe tick out the low of the day. I don't know. But when crude comes out, yeah, they'll definitely, we could be taking out the low of the day. But crude comes out, it's very crazy. Like, for somebody that doesn't have a very big position, they'd be like, oh yeah, here I got in here and I was up a little bit on the trade and now I'm down a little bit. It's okay. I got all day. I'm gonna get out next week. But for the guy that got in heavy here, he's like, I just made $400. I'm getting out, and they just re-rack it. So it's a different lifestyle.
Money and run for sure. Oh yeah.
I mean, like what's weird is you can look back on the chart and go, oh yeah, on that particular day, there was available all the way to this, perfectly smashing off of this thing. And now we're going to rifle down maybe, and I'm going to buy it more, which is unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just unbelievable. You like, it doesn't make any sense. I thought they liked it. The news came out. I thought it was a good thing. No, it's a bad thing. So the Doberman or the turn on you effect is so harsh, and it is true. You could sell here and say, well, bottoms become tops, so I sold there. That was a good trade. I guarantee there's a guy saying that, but I'm not the one to be a sniper to hit the button here. So I'd rather build these positions on the plunge and then dump. It's almost like my exit is like I'd rather gather and dump.
So you're everyone who gets stopped out, you're buying their stops as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I had to put these orders deep. Actually, when I saw this, I go, this thing's coming back hard. So I put in some 30 pip stops. So I actually have a logarithmic script that I wrote. When I say logarithmic, it's gonna buy. Well, here I'll show you what it looks like on the screen. I'm going to drop it in here, even though this is supposed to be strictly a robot thing, but I don't. Here it is. This is a logarithmic 15 pip window. So if I drop it here, you see how the orders come in a martingale sense. They get tighter together. It's a 5K. There's the top. You can't see the top because I dropped it right on a line. But so what that is a monster stop. These are swing trades, by the way. So here, 30 pips stop to make 60 pips, and that's interwoven. And it didn't repeat, but it's martingaling because at the bottom it's clustering, see? So those are territorially martingaled. I mean, hard written in. When I drag and drop these, I did spend a lot of time writing all these iterations, but once you get down there, all you got to do is change the stop and rename it. So here we're coming off the floor again on this euro, and hopefully I'll make 20 pips on this because I don't care if we take out the high of the day, but that would certainly be amazing. I don't know if there's enough energy left. The crude oil report is like what everybody's waiting on, and maybe it is because it's so sold off that all eyes are on the crude report, I guess.
Well, for sure.
Coming in, right?
On a day like today,
don't you feel like that?
Wait a second, 10 pips. Is 10 pips okay for the Euro USD? Is that a pretty good target? Okay.
10 pips up from where we're at.
Yeah,
I think 20 pips. I think 20 pips up. I'd hope, but it might go down 10 and then up 20. Because I mean, we pulled back so far. But if you look at the 4-hour candlesticks, you've come all the way back, and it's one of those things where if you took a picture right now, you'd be like, "Oh, that's a buy." And you can't even believe it's such a pump and dump on that euro today on the wick. So you have this big tall wick. If the market, this will update at 1 o'clock. So you'd have an inverted hammer kind of. If you like to buy inverted hammers, which in a sense an inverted hammer is a trend trade because it spiked up, it came back, it closed down, it's time to get it.
Ready to go. Yeah, ready to lock and roll.
Inverted hammer would be.
What is this over here? I see these little things on the trading view. It looks like it's a report coming through.
Oh, God. Yikes.
That's Chair Powell. Oh, that's him. They're talking about him. Interesting.
They are jawboning about the government's money right now, so that could be another factor. We're seeing all this drama.
Are you saying the government doesn't spend money right? That's just wrong.
No, I mean, they deliver the mail on time. I mean, hell, Hitler kept the trains on time, they say.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Don't get me started.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what they say about some of the bureaucracy. Actually, well, look at that. I got your $2,000 check in the mail. Somewhat to Nigeria, I'll give you that. Well, Nigerians got rich on the handouts, but
they got really rich. You ever see that guy? I forgot his name. Kit Boga or something. And he just haunts and tortures all those Indian scammers that call in and try to beat up all the old folks.
Yeah.
You know, they get on your computer. Yeah, you got to buy this. Oh, buddy. I could literally kiss this guy. He's such a fucking champ. And the best is he has this voice emulation that makes him sound like an old lady.
Oh, right,
and
right.
And the way he just,
right.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, my God.
You know what, Simpleton? I die because he puts on a little wig, and this is a 25-year-old kid with this old lady's wig. And as he's slowly but surely redeeming all the cards that he went purportedly to go and buy. And he did such a show. I thought to myself, this guy deserves a TV show. I mean, it's
Did you see how angry?
For like 2 hours.
Did you see how angry people got at him?
Oh my God, they lose it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
No, he keeps him on for an hour and
with
a
a
half.
hacker as well now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you shut them down.
Oh, right. The Microsoft. He also does the Microsoft repair, the fake Microsoft repair.
Yeah,
things.
$199.
All I got to do is click on this, and he keeps torturing them because I don't know see what you're saying. And then I'm in the store right now. Should I just? And he's asking people in the store. Could you tell me where the cards are? There's a guy I'm talking to that wants me to buy.
It's so beautiful. You know what? That is a talent. I think that what you're doing here on the Discord, the way you trade, is basically Kit Boga trading, okay? Because you're taking
this is like him doing it to the other, the
yeah, to all the others, the E-minis and all these guys that think that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I feel bad there, dude. That I'll tell you what, dude. I was scared honestly because E-mini is so harsh, you know. I swear to God, he said, "Ready up," and he's like, and so I did this video. Blew his mind, and I looked at it earlier. And I'm like, oh my God! So that's when I decided to do the stream. I'm like, well, I'm just gonna go. Right. I'm like, we gotta sort this out because in 1 minute he loved me, next minute he hated me. So I'm like, wow.
That was some intense streams.
Yeah, you guys, I was a bit confused there as well. I seen it.
Well, you know, the thing is, he's so hyper vigilant about his stuff and this and that. And I'm like, dude, you know, not everybody's trying to scam something and then he was accusing me of having like monetization. I go, there's no monetization on my channel. If you see ads, it's probably because I played some music in the background and they're going
I've never seen an ad on your channel.
No, I mean, I don't have a sponsor, but I mean, like they do run ads. If you play a certain kind of music, they'll be like, okay, we're not going to ban this channel, but we allowed to. That's YouTube's policy. They're allowed to run ads.
He knew that, but part of what he does is he invades Discords on other people's streams in order to build up controversy and get more viewers for his own stuff. So he immediately came out saying, oh, you're monetizing stuff because most people are.
Drama Queen?
Yeah,
I was confused if the Discord was your Simpleton or Vinny's Discord, because Vinny's was posting more than anyone. It was like, what's happening here?
Oh no, he's a spammer. I mean, he posts like and I gave up trying to like I'm not even a Discord guy. I was just using it for the audio. Like what we used to use Google's Hangout, which had audio. But they got rid of that. Just like to get everything at Google, they got rid of it. So.
Yeah.
Look, I tried to watch.
But I'm happy that this channel is available because we can join in with audio. So thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks
I mean, you can share
Discord.
charts in here. I guess there is a window here to share like images and charts and stuff.
Yeah, you can.
I usually don't do the
charts.
chart thing because people say, "What do you think of this chart?" And I'm like, I mean. In other words, like, where's the trade on that chart? It's kind of hard. It's almost better to talk in just terms of like, I don't know, psychology of trading because it's a deep. I mean, that's the original problem. Risk is the original problem. What's that?
I said you're laying out the techniques, man, and I think. You know what? If the young Padawans want to learn from the Jedi Master, step this way, little boy. We have some candy for you. I know which way this can go, but the idea for me is you're showing people what the right way to look at this. Yeah, and I'll use that word. You're showing them the context.
I mean, what do you think's? You think the oil market, regardless of the news, is going to make a run up?
Well, I'm looking at the last ledge, let's call it, from the last vacuum from a week ago, it's pretty high up there.
The 4-hour
So let's
chart's
see where they
pulling
form the
back
vacuum.
right now. The 4-hour chart's like a trend trader's dream, supposedly, but I'm not a trend trader. I just had the moving averages there just for like people like to see that shit. But supposedly you're supposed to sell right here on the 4-hour oil. According to the textbook, you're supposed to sell oil right here on the 4-hour.
Oil is such a whipsaw. I mean, and it's like every pip is $1 trillion. It's a tough
Oh
one
my
to trade
God! I mean, the margin requirements on the real futures markets, where I could trade actually here on a Forex broker, but those things, oh my God, I can't even imagine, dude. I can't imagine. I remember when palladium got crazy and they raised the margins so high. I used to get Lynn Waldock used to be my broker. Refco bought him and big problem there. But so I had this thing, and I'm like, they would mail me every week, I think, the margin requirements to hold over the weekend were way higher, right? So, but I can look at this margin requirement for palladium, and it's like, maybe it's $5,000 typically. Gold, you needed like $5,000 in your account to trade, like 100 ounces of gold or something.
Right.
And so, I get the thing in the mail, and it says the new margin requirement for palladium is $65,000. I thought, wow. I don't think anybody's going to be trading that. So the idea that the public would trade futures on palladium, no, I'm sorry. That's only going to be giant. That's going to be people that make palladium for a living that can actually have a real collateral. They're going to short their own mining stock. The real futures is people shorting against the guy's going to short his corn because he sees drought coming, so he shorts his own cornfield in a sense. Sure. It's a hedge. It's supposed to be futures is supposed to be a hedge against a. That's how you can short something you don't have. Or you write a covered call on a stock you own, and you go, the stock market's just going to go sideways. And I've known people, you own stock? Well, write a covered call. They're like, I don't know how to do it. Dude, you could just, collect the premium, when you go into these sideways drifty things, or you think it's going to crash. You're probably going to make money. But, and if it goes up, you're kind of locked into some. But it looks like crude oil is about to. We have 10 minutes here to 11 minutes before the crude oil. So you got your finger on the trigger. Do you like lick your finger for good luck and polish it up? And
No. I just go take a piss, excuse the language, and I just shake it off and see what's going on.
I used to do that. I used to get so nervous. I had to go take a leak just before the news would come out, and I'd be like, oh God.
I think it's a large prostate at this stage of my life.
Still using that like cherry keyboard you used to use, Simpleton?
Yeah, I still got it here. Yeah, I'm using it. I got two of them. I got like that big like infinite keyboard one. It's 128 keys, 128 square boxes.
I've seen the video.
Programmable, but that was my dream to have that set up so I could just hit a button and go, oh, that's just going to do this. I mean, you always have this fantasy, and then reality comes, and you go, wow, this is like I got to be awake. Like, you might backtest something, but like this would mean I have to be awake 24 hours because I would have missed this entry. A lot of people get schemes going, and next thing you know, they're like, this is harder than I thought. Go back to the. No, I mean the final destination for some of these instruments may be X, but just the chatter on the way to get there, you can make money on just the crazy setup action. Crude's coming back to this 4-hour top.
Something. The way I look at it,
1 hour top.
Right. Listen, but wait a second. You've got a drunken sailor. How much drinking can you think he can do in 4 hours? So he's meandering back and forth, and you got to pull him this way. Come on, let's go. We got to get back here. So if you think of it as a drunken sailor, and I did exactly what you did, Simpleton. I rotated the screen 90 degrees, and I drew the end zones, etc. And then I said, well, let me use the standard deviations because those are all the algos we're using. And then I said, okay, let's watch this path of this squirrely, drunken sailor. And as he just ticks off every single one of these levels, which I believe, we're going to spend some time doing this, I hope. I think all these levels that the algos are using, they form those ledges that you're seeing. Where you say they're going to cut through here. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's like a deer rubbing the trees. They can see where they rubbed, and if you do an envelope thing, if you do a strict envelope, not a Bollinger Band, but you can see. So when I first saw moving average envelopes. I go, all I got to do is sell that fucking envelope. Now that presupposes you're there to do it, there to pull the trigger, how big is the size, because that's what's going to fuck you up. It's not to say that doesn't work beautifully, but the problem was the market heated up. The envelope needed to get bigger, so put 2 envelopes and have you trade two size doubles X on the outside envelope, and the inside envelope you trade a little smaller position. That would make sense too, because if you're really on the outliers, you do want to kind of get a little heavier up there. And those kind of rules, I didn't have those rules, and I didn't have that kind of money when I was a kid, because in futures, that would have meant I would have to have a $40,000 account. If I had a $40,000 account, I probably would just want to go bought an import CD, gone home and got drunk, you know. So, I mean, if you have enough money, they said, well, you get a $100,000 account and start trading. I'm like, well, if a $100,000 account, I probably would be like, based on the way I live, I'd be like, I don't think I'm going to trade. I'm just going to live off my account.
Yeah, what's the point? So I think the challenge.
They always say that. That's why people want to do the prop firm, because they want to manage other people's money and get paid for it. And I get that, but prop firm job, the problem there is a restriction. Like they saw me, they go, "Oh, sorry, buddy, you went over your limit today."
Oh, buddy, I told you last night. There's no way on God's earth that I would ever go through any of those. There was a guy who was interviewing one of these guys who runs these prop firms. I don't know what they're called. Tradeovate, this one, that one. I don't know what they're called. And the guy let out a Freudian slip. He said, "Well, obviously, we're going to make more money when they're losing. I mean, when they continue to play." Like he was basically telling you, "We're making money off you idiots who think that you're going to actually pass this whatever gauntlet that they call it." I mean, they come up with the craziest names.
Is Clint Eastwood sitting there with a cigar?
Is making money no matter what.
What's that?
The prop firms are making money no matter.
Well, yeah, because they're running you a desk. They actually have a desk fee. I looked into it. You're gonna charge me for your desk? I got one at home. Look, they just nicked the wick on the half hour. You see the half hour crude? They just nicked the wick, so the bottom tick bobbies are already long on this. They just took out the wick from a half hour ago.
Okay.
Well, so it looks like looks like poised for a rally here. Poised for a rally.
Listen. The whole prop firm, those guys end up being drug addicts anyways. The ones that are, because they get bored to tears. No, I know a lot of them.
Well, yeah,
the guy
you do
who flew into one of my offices once. He was wearing a fur coat in the middle of the summer in Barcelona. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? He just had 1 or 2 clients, and they kept sending him money. But these guys make a fortune, and I know Eric. He owns what's it called there? Rhythmic, the Rhythmic platform. I know Eric, and I had it out with him. Not really had it out with him, but I said, buddy, how could you be supplying all of these monkeys that are just taking kids money to try it out for $150? You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And they have such constraints. And I said, you're making money off people that have no chance at all.
Long crude.
There's one guy out of 34,000. Oh, you're watching.
Well, I'm long crude in my mind's eye because look at how we bottom tick Bobby here.
I saw it.
I'm picturing myself long, hoping we take out the high of the day, the yellow line at the top. But like I said, it could be it could be a spike down and then rip up. But I think it's going to be bullish for crude just because crude's depressed. I don't think it has anything to do. The report has nothing to do with it. But so here's a view.
I'm looking for the vacuum on
this
the
is
report.
The half hour, and this is the high of yesterday. If we take out the high today, it's very short distance to the high yesterday. Moving averages say it's a good buy. My euro's making money. I'm up 20 pips on my pullback of the euro. Now we're looking for the euro to go up, crude to go up, stocks to go up, and all going to be happy, and Joe Biden's going to be duct taped to his bicycle for another fucking ride into the wall. But other than that, I think it's going to be fine. That's my
be a good day.
My thumbnail sketch of the world. 4 minutes till crude. So I got to go to the bathroom right now. Like I did. Oh my God. No, you ever been in a big trade and said, "Well, I think I got a feel for this one." So I've been in news trades where I'm holding into the news, and some where I'm like sitting on the sidelines waiting to get limited in, so to speak. But when I'm in the trade into the news and I get it wrong, I'm like, fuck. And then sometimes I will salvage the account on the limits because they stop me out and I get picked up on the fucking insane wick. I kind of salvage the trade for the day. But
wait a second here. This is what you should be teaching people. how do I salvage the worst position I've got myself into?
Right.
And that is, to me, is a skill as well. Because if you can get out of a bad relationship, like a bad trade, that's important.
Right.
I mean,
without them letting you know. So I had the last girl I was with.
for sure,
she
without
said
them
the
letting you
last
know.
girl I was with, I had this high-end camera system, analog cameras like Zeiss lenses and all this shit, 35mm real film, you know. So I was taking pictures of her kid and stuff. We were in relationships, and I went to grab my camera one morning because I knew that this chick was so out of her mind, you know, that I thought, well, she was like suicidal actually. So I said, well, I'm tiptoe out. So I grabbed my camera, and when she saw me grab my camera, she kind of knew, well, the relationship probably be over and stuff. And then she walked up and she says, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, well, you know, it is my camera. I know we're in a relationship, but, you know, it's still my camera. I don't know, people. No, it's tough. So, you know, and same thing in the trading thing. It's like, I guess it's admitting you're wrong. Admitting you're wrong. Get out of a loser, right? Take a loser off the table.
Well, there's three ways to think of this. Either you're going to take the punishment and figure a way out of it and just squirm your way out of it, or you're going to have to just take that hit and, you know, rinse, repeat, and refresh. I personally don't like taking the hit. It's just my personality.
Oh, I know.
I'm like, fuck you, man. I'm going to get out of this one way or another. If I got to...
Yeah, that's why I came up with the limit thing, because I'm so stubborn. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I'm buying all the way down. Like I'm like,
so you don't get out of it. You get deeper into the relationship.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what I used to do. So
sex gets better.
The chick was nuts. I'm like, I'll show you nuts. And so that's not a better way. Sometimes that could be a problem. Oh, you think you know nuts? That's what Johnny Depp did. Like, so I'm Johnny Depp in a sense because I won't give up. Yo, you want to see nuts? Watch this.
That's funny. That's funny.
Because Johnny wouldn't give up. He wanted to get stopped out with his fucking finger, you know, on a vodka
I bet
bottle.
you were watching that. You're watching that. You're going, hey, that means she's single now, right? Let's give her a call.
Dude, I'll tell you what. There's a leaked video of her 10 years ago when she was breaking up with her lesbian friend, and she looked so hot. She kept on cocking her head and chewing gum like, what the fuck is this shit? Like she was a cocky bitch back then, dude. She's not changed one bit.
Come on. When you're that fucking pretty, and she's stupid pretty, man.
Yeah. In fact, I might think
she's just ridiculous.
Actually, on the borderline, she could be stupid and pretty. Literally, I mean, exactly. I'm like, you are so, but she's so naive. She's like, oh, this is the man I love. I'm like, honey, you are the most manipulative, spoiled brat we've ever met.
Brat in the universe. Yeah. And with the Fibonacci face relationship here.
I was triggered by her eyebrows. Her eyebrows, dude, the distance between her eyes, she's got the perfect, I'm not a retard and I'm not like some alien. So she's got that perfect eye distance.
Someone make a video on that subject.
Yeah, there are videos.
Symmetry woman in the world.
The news is out, man. Crude's out. Crude's out. Gird your loins. Crude's oil's out.
I know Amber Heard can come and poop in my bed anytime she wants.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, is she still doing that? Because I've got I'll buy a water bed for her. I'll treat her old school.
Interesting.
She can piss in the bed and fill it up with her urine. That's where it goes terribly wrong. So crude, what do you think crude oils? What's the numbers on crude? Do you have? I have to wait for my refresh 3 minutes. I'm a retail guy. I'm on Forex Factory waiting for the news on crude. What's the supplies? Overestimate, underestimate? What happened?
I'm not even looking at the report. I'm just watching. I'm watching the vacuum being formed.
What do we got here?
When they pulled it all. I think they're going to bring it down to 105.12. And then we'll see. I wouldn't take a trade until it breaks out of that 10-minute box that I was discussing the other day. 10:55 to 11:05. You draw that box. They're going to pick a direction, and you got a 70% chance that direction is going to hold for the rest of the day. But you don't hold it for the rest of the day, man. You get in and you do it out. This thing's so squirrely, man. I take my $500
looks like the buyers are coming in on crude now. They're coming in on crude now. The buyers are coming in. It's been 1 minute, and here comes the 1 minute algos. So they're buying crude, and the euro's going up. So the stocks are going to go. It's going to be a bullish day for crude, and crude's it's due for it, right? It's down 3 days. 3 days hard in a row. Come on.
Oh, buddy, they had the last ledge. I don't know if you can draw it on your system, but on my system, I draw it in on Thinkorswim. Let me just see where this thing was.
Thinkorscalp.
Line it up.
Isn't it Thinkorscalp?
Yeah,
That's my
Thinkorscalp,
site,
your brain's
Thinkorscalp. Actually, I want to troll them too.
You should. I got 118.32 to that's funny. 118.32 to 116.97. That was the vacuum formed on last week's report, and it's a long way down. So to Tipperary, you got a chance that this thing may want to climb. The only other thing that's caught my attention is that if you looked at the all-time high and you didn't draw Fibonacci's, but you drew, our wholesaler 25% off, 33% off, 50% off, and all those lines in yourself. $100.39 is exactly 1/3 off the price of crude oil. And you got to figure with everything going on now with Russia, the ruble, Ukraine, this, that, and the other thing, you may have people that are, again, we talked about this with Bitcoin yesterday. You've got people that are going to try to push this product at a particular level so they can tell their clients, hey, I got you in at 33% discount. And that's the only other possibility on the downside that I could see for today.
Yeah, the Bitcoin's going to be an investment for people. No, tomorrow's crude oil, but this is 11 o'clock. It's still a big deal. Like Bitcoin's still at to me, everything at the top about in the hour is always a big deal. Bitcoin, like I said, it looks like it's going to rally. It looks like stocks are going to rally today. Just there's so much that. So did you see the guy that came on? I saw him on YouTube, so I did a search for Bitcoin, and he came up, and he's some guy being interviewed by some news team, financial news team, and he said, "Oh yeah, people can't short Bitcoin because the brokers won't let them, but I'll step in and do it, and I'll provide the margin." I was like, "Dude, you're cruel. You really are cruel. I mean." Oh, I got liquidity. If you want to short? I got clearinghouse. I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh my God, how cruel!
Listen, there's a whole ecosystem out there. When the kids started yanking, get me out of retirement mode about 6 months ago, I had to do a deep dive into the whole crypto space. There are about 1,000,000,001 broker dealers from all over the world, and there are all kinds of crazy shit going on. And it reminded me of Forex about, 20 years ago, when all of a sudden you had 1,001 brokers from all over the universe. And I think you've discussed them a few times yourself.
Oh my God, there's 350 now. Oh, dude, it's amazing. The Cyprus had so many, and I couldn't figure out why. And somebody said, well, Cyprus only has a 5% income tax. So they parked all the brokers in Cyprus so they wouldn't.
Yeah, but they took everybi's money, Bish. I'm sorry.
That's right, because they were actually trading the margin. So why all the Forex brokers? Because people had money in deposit, and those guys traded Forex. Hang
on a second. They took people's money that had in the banks. They just stopped everyone. You couldn't take out any money.
They took the Russians' money.
I know people that lost $1 million. They took all the Russians' money.
Well, it was they declared a bank holiday, and it was kind of like.
Dude, they were going to blow up fucking the Minister of Finance. What are you talking about? What was going on there in Cyprus?
It was unbelievable.
I found out from my buddy. He was a treasury for Andorra. Have you ever heard of a country called Andorra? I always thought it was a Star Trek.
Oh.
There's an actual country called Andorra.
Latin America, right?
It's not that frog. It's not that country with the frog on it, is it? That frog.
I don't know, man. I think it's between Italy. It's somewhere in the Alps. It's like a really small principality, like a Monaco type of deal.
Euphoria?
It's in Italy or something. I'm not quite sure. I think it's somewhere in the Alps there. And this guy,
it's the size of a small town. Basically.
Yeah, it really is. Andorra, you can get a citizenship there. You can do all kinds of stuff there. But this guy, I kept in touch with him for years. And when everything went down in Cyprus, I think he pretty much retired because he was like the Minister of fucking Finance, whatever. And I met him when I was living in Spain. We rented the house, Roger Taylor. Remember the Power Station album?
I remember the Power Station studio in New York.
Okay, but what about what was the name of the band that they put together? And they were just
the Tower of Power?
Singing good tunes?
Tower of Power?
I don't remember the name of the band. He died, the singer. He was a really good singer.
Was it a pop band?
He had that, yeah, it was pretty popish. He goes, you're going to have to face it, you're addicted to love. He had all the hot models. And
right.
What was that guy's name? I forgot his name.
Oh my God.
An old.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Dude, they had all the
right. The guy
equipment.
with the girls in the skirts. The guy with the girls in the skirts and shit, and the photographic lighting, the photographic giant umbrella lighting.
I'm aging myself. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember his name. He was like, wow, yeah.
A good singer. He was a good singer.
Right. He wasn't.
Nice man.
It's a
Nice
Steve
guy.
Winwood kind of guy, but it's not Steve Winwood. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah. What was his fucking name? Oh my God.
It had all the equipment in the basement, and Roger Taylor put that band together. I mean, you get to know all the staff and everyone else when you're living in a bigger place. And the gardener, I mean, this guy had the Eiffel Tower gig. You know what the Eiffel Tower gig is?
No.
In Paris, when they built the Eiffel Tower, there was a company that got the contract to paint it every year. Guess how long it takes to paint that fucking thing?
5 years. I don't know.
Takes a year. No, it takes them exactly a year to paint it. So it's a never ending loop, right? So this gardener, he was the gardener. It took him a month to get around the garden, so to speak. And he told us that Roger Taylor's wife was such a
It's Robert Palmer is the name of the guy.
Robert Palmer, that's the guy. And Roger Taylor, he was the bass player for
he used
Duran.
he played with Shaka Khan and Duran, I think.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, so that's basically it, man. What you're doing here, and when you watch these markets, you're basically looking at the Eiffel Tower. It's rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, with a slight left-hand turn. That's what I describe it to youngsters. No, he's slowly turning to the left.
It's just such a bizarre way to make money because it's just back and forth, up and down. It's weird. You're just making money from price fluctuations. And I guess the visual side is you're able to chart price action. I think if you're able to chart price, that may even be a hindrance to people because sometimes when I'm in a big swing trade, what I do is I just turn off the charts and I just look at the quote and I go, oh, okay. As long as we stay above 105.10, I'll just look at that because to look at the charts, it takes a lot of energy because your brain starts scanning for patterns and it becomes very overwhelming maybe. But if you step back, and some people just read the ticker, so to speak, and this guy that ICT learned from, Gerald Appel, I have his video on beta tape where he's on the beach with a quote truck. This is for commodities. This is old shit.
I remember those. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just like it's a big brick thing, and it's on a satellite actually, and he's phoning his shit on his phone, right? It's not even a cell phone; it's a brick phone too, satellite phone, and he's hey, listen, can you and he's using floor pivots, right? And and I had the book and everything, and I'm like, I don't trust putting an order at this floor pivot or pay, like the market doesn't seem to care in a way. If the market turned around every day on the floor pivots, and the pivots were actually the real reversal points, everybody would use them. But we know that it's kind of like a template that may never fit, or as they say, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. So you got to know, like, well, it's kind of that, but it's a little bit. And at that point, it's impossible to explain to somebody. But yeah, like you said, trading's not for everybody. Thank God, because it's so, I guess, in a sense, hard to explain. And then even after that, people say, "Oh, I want to do that," and then we call you up and they go, "You think I should stay in this trade?" I'm like, "That's the problem, right? Do you think you should stay in the trade?" So it's not execution, it's not the analysis. It's like, well, now what? So fuck it, right?
Well, you know what? This is why I think it's imperative. I like the fact that you just look at the screen and say, "Listen, I'm up $26, $30, $50. Let me get out." You can automate all that stuff, but for you, it's more fun, I guess, to drop them, load them, re-rack them, put them in, take them off. And you've also got a better feel for it because if you're watching it so intently, you say to yourself, you know what, this wick may fucking come back and crash. Let me take some money off the table right now, and I can always reload this particular area. So you've got the flexibility. Is that the word I'm looking for? You've got the flexibility in your approach shots. So you're not taking the same serve over and over again. You got the slice, you're going in, you're coming into the net. I mean, I think the analogy with tennis is actually really good.
Yeah, because the backhand's the hardest thing. The backhand would be buying this retest that we just got. So they went up, you dump, you come back, you throw limits beneath, and you're like, okay, that's going to be like, especially if you shot the ball to the other guy's side. Not the analogy never works here because you can't manipulate the market. But the ball goes the other side. You go, oh, I know how the ball's going to come back because he's going to backhand that. He typically backhands like that. And when he does that, I've got a little edge there. So yeah, it's like multiple edges, probably 5 or something. 5 kind of, like, here's the thing. The market's either smashing in one direction or it's standing still. And what do you do when it's standing still and what do you do when it's smashing? Like, you need a trade plan for when it's smashing and one when it's standing still. That's
exactly,
you see
exactly,
two,
exactly.
and maybe a blend of everything in between. And when you whip out, can you whip out a trade plan that you can jump in front of a screaming market? If you don't, then you wait for the market to calm down. I mean, typically a beginner trader wait for the market to get delta out and choose a direction. You could have waited. You could have waited for anything here to quiet down and go, it's safe to get in the water. I can run a tighter stop, have better ratios. But you may be the guy that wants to jump in front of a speeding train, and the delta trade is not going to work for you. And you're going to get bored, and you're going to be like, now what? Like, I mean, some people would say to me, we'd be on streams like this 5 years, 6 years ago, and people go, it was Asian session. They go, nothing's going on. I go, dude, look what's you could see. I could see it on a tick chart starting to perk up. You know, like, dude, the buyers are coming in. They, well, I don't see anything yet, dude, on the 4 hour. Like, you're not gonna see it on a 4 hour. Like, I'm looking for the first kind of glimmer of, oh, here comes the bulls, and because I don't want to miss it, so I spend a lot of time looking at the tick chart, looking at the thing. Oh, I can sense it. Here we are. Here we go. Look at Euro's taking off again. So now, do we get in? Is this a trend trader? We're going to blow at the top now. So I'm really not in that big right now. So I don't care. I'm not rooting for that pattern, and that may not happen.
I'm at 3,000. I'm making money on the 3,000 I laid in, like, when we started.
Oh, you're still holding on to the original thing, yeah. Okay.
I took it last night. I got.
Well, that's the other thing.
Last night I took the plunge. Yeah.
Do you take it off or you let it go?
Rinse, repeat.
You know?
No. Well, listen. You know what? I think personally, because I come from the high frequency trading world, we were just interested in making a couple of ticks. That was beautiful for us because we knew we had to pay one tick. If we could make one tick 17 times a second, we were good.
Oh yeah.
Right? You couldn't always.
You're skimming the market. You're just skimming the market like you're just nothing but a.
That's it, buddy.
Instant. Like talk about. It's like you're scalping and you got the ticket. You're at the front of the concert hall. You got the ticket and you just simultaneously doing it and making money. Like there's no gap in the buffer. It's constantly.
Here's the key to success to the rock and roll touring world.
No, I've seen this pattern before. Like so, if you look at the euro right now, I've seen this pattern before where they take the euro back hard. See how hard they took it here. I got it on the 5-minute chart here.
I'm out.
I mean, it's just astounding. Like, look at this thing. It's down 30 pips now. You could get out here, I think. It'd just be a good trade even right here. But, like, smash that thing down, dude. They wrap that thing up, and they might even just continue going up now. People are like, what happened? I was up on that trade. Now I ran my trailing stop. I got stopped out. I was trying to be money management guy, so I trailed my. That's why I don't trail stops. I just think you either got stopped out, the whole thing doesn't work out. I never trail stop.
This is the dummy, Forex for Dummies question. So I had 3,000 on, and I just got my target. I guess it was 10 ticks because it's showing me $3 profit.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to know. Right now, personally, I would load it up again. I don't have the ability to drop all those scripts that you have because on the trading view you can only do one at a time. And then it starts accumulating it, and you have to start moving your targets around. So it's a little bit different. And I'm just trying out different things on this. But I would load up again. I'd go long again. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm going to put some limits in again. I think we could pull back. So I think the energy's kind of gone. I'm going to come in 10 pips deep now for 2 hours. So I just dumped everything I had. So I just sold everything I had on that bounce because it's getting all quiet and drifty. I just can't take it. So I'd rather buy on a shallow pullback now and just play the. The difference between being in a trade you should get out of and being in trade because it's about the money. So when it becomes about the money, like if you don't care about a few bucks, you might stay in it. But why not you're in the seller's window. It doesn't matter how big you're in my opinion. I'm going to dump it and reload it like I'm supposed to do. And then the part of me thinks later on if I see it go up, I could have stayed in and go, yeah, but you wouldn't have stayed in because you're a trader, not an investor. So,
that's right.
It's really hard to like this bounce right here. This is 30 pips. I just took it now, not on this demo account, but for us to take out the high of the day, it might have to pull back 10, and I'm willing to run shallower trade plans now that are kind of like a little more work now. But I've already banked everything. You know,
Well,
I banked it, and I can have I got a free state of mind now.
Listen, I did the trades that you were talking about. I laid them in. I think we talked about it. I made $11.38 on the plunge down because I was ready there waiting for you, honey. Come and get me, mistress. And then I made $3 just right now. As soon as I got onto the stream, started talking, I threw in another order in. So I think that even just me, just by happenstance, trying and understanding what you're saying and doing it, there's a really, really, really straight path to making profits. And that's what it's all about. You're not going to get poor taking profits, so just keep taking it. And you have to appreciate, Simpleton, for me, to sit for 5 minutes to make $3 is insanity. I mean, you want to talk about torture, right? It's torturous for me. When you talk about 4-hour charts, I'm thinking, what, next spring? What's going on over here?
Yeah, no, 4-hour charts. See, the thing with the 4-hour charts, though, what you're looking at a 4-hour chart, you're looking for these clefts and these undercuts that maybe are like a week old and stuff. Now, if you place an iceberg order down there and you walk away and you come back next week, well, I fucking made like $1,000 on a goddamn fucking static placement of a you know, just good till canceled if you want to do those trades. So, but you can put a weekly expiration, but you know, put it in there and you just see what happens, and it's amazing because I'm like I said, that was a revelation to me that the market could go 120 pips on the euro versus the yen in 4 hours retrace, and I'm like, wow, I'm up $80 on this trade. What the fuck? I mean, and at that point I thought, well, I don't think I have the patience, and that's not going to happen every night. The news, there's some news came out or something out of Japan, and the markets went berserk, you know. And but the energy's dying now. The market looks waffling. Things are. We're probably going to have to pull back, and it's just all waffly now. And it's really hard at this point when people jump in. They get on the 1 minute chart, and they're like, "I see a setup." I'm like, you know what? By the time you get to 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here, these markets are dead. Any kind of bounce house stuff, any dead cat bounces, you know, not even a dead cat bounce.
Yeah. So, they're crushing oil now. Oil's coming down. They're pushing it down.
Oh, is it? Okay, let me see.
I'm watching. I'm just looking outside of the. It's basically just.
Oh, they're retesting the low of the day here. Right? Okay. Probably. Yeah, they got a triple bottom on the 5.
Let's assume that you want to go long on oil. You just have that feeling, whatever it is, a bias, let's call it your pattern recognition computer in your brain. The only place that I would put the long trade on is at the top of that box that was formed, which would be 105.85. So in other words, 105.86, 87, I'd put a little flyer on. I put one on to go long. How long would I stay in it? Until I made some money. I wouldn't even think about staying in for the rest of the day. This thing is so crazy and squirrely and choppy, you can forget about it. It's really, really difficult to trade. Even on high frequency, oil was a bitch to trade. Yeah. It would thin out on you. The minute you placed your trade, the minute we put in an order for 5 or 6 contracts, it would thin out. No one's even responding. Craziness. Anyways.
No, it's a really, it's a tough way to make an easy buck, as they say. It's a tough way to make an easy buck. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually looking to buy the euro if it comes back down 30 pips here, just for like,
I got an order
just coming back into that bottom area because I don't know, Asia. What's weird here is that it's around noon o'clock right now, and the euro's trapped in the middle of the week. It's trapped in the middle of the day, and so sometimes on Friday the market will be pounded into the ground, and it's amazing how these things can end by the end of the euro's taking off a little bit here, so the euro could end up at the high of the week at the end of this week, but I'm not about to get on these trains.
You called that a few days ago.
Yeah, but I mean, I think by tomorrow, and maybe when the crude oil comes out tomorrow, the report comes out, maybe the market's really gonna take off because crude went down, and that's supposed to be good for people driving their car. I mean, I saw gas back off about 20 cents off the pump here. So,
okay, let's talk about that scam. It takes 6 weeks for the crude oil that's being traded right now.
Yeah, I know, but these guys have to get their
refinery.
Yeah. What the problem is the guys that sell it at the station have to price in the. They have to ride along with it, and there's an envelope that they've been trained to live in because they don't want to be caught with, they have to change that price, back it down, and there's a lag there. But yeah, I know the fact that it's not a real time thing, but like it's just how it is. Because they can't justify that high price. I mean, if crude's not at 140, it's at 80. You can't be charging $5.20 a gallon.
And wait a second, the gallons that are in your tank that you're filling up from the super tanks that they fill up once every 6 months, all that fuel was bought at a different price altogether. So the fact that they say,
I
well,
know
the price
that,
of
but
fuel is going up
that's
and
the beauty. When I sold gold teeth, and here's the thing: when I sold gold teeth, I did just-in-time inventory because if I bought an ounce of gold and gold change, and I had a flat fee on my gold, so yeah, I would order 5 pennyweights at a time, which is a quarter ounce. It's troy ounce, but the thing is that just in time delivery is kind of, I think, the reason why it is almost they try to ride along. But I know you're saying that this guy got a deal, but then he gets raped. Just on the same side of the other coin, he gets raped when that shipment's coming in. He's like, holy shit, man! Like, he's done selling the cheap stuff, and then the guy's got these. I mean, those poor guys at all these gas stations, if it leaks, they'll tear the whole fucking corner apart if they find a leak in that thing.
Shit.
I mean, regulations just. But I don't know. I say stay home and trade, make money, don't drive a car. That's my. Here, Euro's pulling back
like I
now.
said, I drive a beater. I don't want to be a track. Listen, when I get to the four-way stop, and there's a Mercedes and cars that I used to drive, and I see people and they're all fixing their hair or they're chomping on a cigar. Yeah. I ease myself into the middle of the stops, and I always get the right of way because they don't want to hit a fucking beater. So I taunt them all the time. That's just my personality.
Check out the euro pulling back here. So that I got out of that dead cat bounce, and now I'm reloading on limits again. I don't know how.
Me too.
Actually, I'd rather have them drive it down really hard because if they go after the low of the day today, I've got so many tickets that'll fill. It'll be insane. But I don't think they'll be able to breach the low of the day. I think they're just pulling it back to the starting gate like they typically do. So
fair enough.
I dumped that burst on the 15.
You know this girl, man. You've been dating this girl forever, just based on what I've.
And she always forgets her keys at home. So I bought her own car at this point. She can go get her own keys. She always drives back home for the retest.
She still can't drive. She's still fucking drunk driving.
I think I started following your stuff back in 2017, and there was at least 10 years of backlog of content that you had there already. Still
dating her, huh?
She's the gift that keeps on giving.
I was about to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth. Look,
or the other comment is
I
love when she comes over, but I love to see her go. No,
I can't wait to see her go for sure.
Look at this pullback on the euro. It's pulling back deeper now. It's coming back in deeper.
Oh, that's fine. Take more of my orders, please. Come and get me.
So that's why I trade just the euro because it's pulling back into my buy limits all over again now. I know it's a repeat offender retest.
Retest. Okay, so wait a second. Shouldn't people, I'm just throwing this out as a general statement. I think people, they're following you and they're obviously going to learn the Euro USD and they're going to know this girl's ass better than anyone's. But I think people should find their own, let's say, one or two instruments that just suits their personality, suits the way that they like to trade it. They can walk away from it. They can carry on with their life. I think if you're going to be a trader, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I think another thing to keep in mind, if you're trading the Mexican peso, get yourself some salsa and chips.
Right.
I mean, at least be that guy. Get yourself a taco.
Sure.
Stop off at Taco Bell. Come home, trade scalp the Mexican peso.
Dude, I won't even tell you how many rubles we bought. I have all the programmers are Russians. And when the war started, I said, load up on the rubles, because the Russians aren't going to lose this. Period. And guess what happened to the ruble? I think they creamed about 20% on it. So, 20% in a month.
What was the other ruble drama? There was a ruble drama about 5 or 6 years ago. What was that? I remember the ruble's out of control. It's a gap on the chart. I can't remember what caused that.
Yeah, there was some shenanigans.
You really have to jump on these things, These
Again,
severe order
keep your
imbalances.
eyes open. Yeah, keep your eyes open. You think that there's going to be a euro in 10 years? I don't.
See, I always wondered about that. So here's the fear I had in the back of my mind when I started trading Forex, and this is almost 15 years ago now, And I was like, I looked at it and I go, wait a minute. One day, the euro, it's kind of happening right now. If you look at the euro, what's the euro going for?
Oh, I don't know right now.
4 cents away from the American dollar, dude. United States,
right.
United
It's
States
par.
of Euro and the United States of America, their currencies are within 10 cents of each other. That is the fucking... When these guys whine about... If I hear another idiot say the petrodollar, or they say the dollar's going to be like, it's the Federal Reserve. Dude, listen, we're all in the same money printing, quantitative easing world. And if you look at the price of the euro and the price of the dollar, and the Canadian dollar to the dollar too, but they've been 60 cents out of whack too. But I think most people cannot do math on the lira versus the fucking, or the Turkish lira versus, they can't do that shit. They look at the dollar, they go, you know what? When I buy something from Europe, unless you buy the fucking something from Britain, and the pound's going to rape you. Everything out of there is going to cost you more. That's been like that for dude. The pound was at $2.20 before Soros went in and supposedly shorted it, and went all the way to.
Buddy, I had a ton of pounds. My cousin left me British pounds, sterling, whatever they called it. I had a ton of it. It was worth like almost $3 Canadian. I was like the richest kid, at 15. I'm rich.
No, it's amazing. Yeah, the pound.
Well,
I always
there's
thought
something I wanted to
sterling.
correct.
I always wondered if it's a pound sterling because of sterling silver. I can't figure. I was trying to figure out if there was a correlation.
Silver was the.
Okay, so sterling silver
absolutely.
coins, and they just call it sterling pound. They just kind of put the pound behind their version of the dollar.
You got it. But there's something that I've been brought to my attention, is that there's first of all there's American dollars, and then there's American dollars that are outside of the country. Nobody on earth, and I'm saying nobody, and believe me, I've asked around and I've poked my nose in every hole in the universe. No one on earth has a clue as to how many dollars are out there.
Oh, right.
So yes, of course.
Not to mention the counterfeit
They printed
ones.
another $4 trillion. They have, especially the counterfeit ones. The Chinese were masters at that. But no one has an idea at all of how many dollars are actually out there, because the banks, they're not accepting anything anymore other than really, really top-notch collateral. So it's not that there's too much money, it's that there's not enough good money. Does that make sense? There's not enough good money backing all the positions and all the ideas and all the companies and everything that's going on. So will the euro collapse? No. They're just going to blend everything into one thing. That's my opinion, for what it's worth. They'll just blend in a lot of the currencies, and it'll be the whatever currency.
Well, they're supposed to have the big freak out was going to be the Amero. Remember the Amero?
Okay. That was interesting.
That was supposed to be the American dollar. It was supposed to be a Mexican American dollar. The Amero.
Free trade.
They're going to come out with that.
Free trade stuff.
I don't know. Aren't coupons in a sense?
Okay,
you're talking about, M1, M2, M3 was supposed to answer the question, how much money's in circulation? If you go to the, so there was these, there's also about 13 years ago, when I started looking at fundamental news and people say, have you ever looked at this? And one day I went on the internet and I looked out how much money is out on lease and loan on cars. So if you look at the debt people have in their cars, and I watched it, and I was like, man, this is a crazy number. And then one day the government took it down, and you could never look at that. This is years ago. I thought, wow, I guess it's getting scary looking at how much debt people have on their car.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're leased. I'm including leases.
Sure.
So that's a liability, and but for the guy in the street. But you could default on that stuff. They just repo your car. That's all.
Not a big deal.
No, I like the idea of a low profile lifestyle here. We don't want to get involved in any kind of.
No, I'm with you.
If I could sell my artwork for as high as Hunter, I would do it. But like I said, I don't think my artwork is. I don't do as many giant murals as Hunter, so I can't get as much money. People love those big murals, It even helps the artwork. Like if you have something that's 12 feet by 12 feet and looks like shit, people go, interesting, very interesting. You use high quality pigments.
But you got to see art. got to see the art galleries in Miami. They have such crap floating around. And people are all walking around with their little champagne flutes, and they're so excited. Look at this, the artist that just came in from wherever. And I thought to myself, this looks like someone, like an 8-year-old kid drew a cartoon of a cat. Why is this for $43,000? Are you on? But, again, let's pull it back to the American dollar. People are crying, well, the American dollar. I got news for you, man. If you travel anywhere on planet Earth, and I've been to most countries and most continents, I've had enough time to do it. If you get into a cab, they would prefer to take what currency off of you than their own. It's always the American dollar.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, when I was in Italy, if you had Marlboro cigarettes in Italy, you were fucking. That was better than the American dollar. So
king.
It was crazy what people would pay for, American brand. Yeah, they load up. They just feel.
Well, everything American. Listen, America is sexy, right? Isn't that the whole idea?
Oh yeah. Well, these poor guys that are coming across the border, they have such a fantasy view of America. They'll get here, they'll be
distorted.
Like, "This is kind of fucked up. This is kind of fucked up." I don't think they're going to be that happy.
But that proves to you, no, they're not going to be happy at all because they're going to be working twice as hard for. It sounds like a lot of money. Yesterday we were discussing the different rental rates between where you're living and where I'm living, and I got news for you, man. Everything in life is relativity, Einstein's theory. Because a guy who's working 3 weeks in Colombia to make $150 only has to pay $4 for rent. And his food is dirt cheap. So yes, on the one hand, he's making no money, but on the other hand, he's kind of flush. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense.
No. Well, I think that, people can't perceive it, that how much money goes so a long way there. I was watching these expats that go to the Philippines, and they're like, dude, you can live until your money runs out. These guys that go over there for these hot pieces of ass. And I'm like, dude, you gotta pay attention. It may seem like that runs cheap over in the Philippines, but he's gonna get away from you real quick if you don't have any income.
Oh yeah, bigger, better deal. This is the way it works. Listen, most of the world is not in great shape. Never has been, kind of routine. So the only dream that people can have is, I want to go to America. And the only reason people think America is so fantastic is because, again, their views have been distorted by the best propagandists in the universe.
Watching TV.
Same guys that brought us the Operation Warp Speed. So when you got propaganda going in Hollywood movies and this and that, my dad, rest his soul, he had cousins in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey. And he went to visit them. And he saw how hard they were working. And they had to walk, and they had to take the subway back, and it was just a mission to get back and forth to work. We're talking, I guess, the 60s, 50s, 60s. He said, who the fuck wants to live like this? I'd rather go back and just drive a bus and enjoy my life, right? So there is there is a little bit of a, some people have said that the United States is looking more and more like Venezuela.
Right.
And again, if you live in Miami proper, no problem. But go out to Bell City or go out around in the outskirts areas, you don't leave your car for more than 15 minutes. You're going to get no wheels in a matter of no time.
Really? Wow. No, I think I have a friend from some European place. I can't remember. It just starts with a but he said that it looks like South Africa here because of all the telephone poles, at least where I live. Wood telephone poles
Really?
and wires on it. Yeah, it looks like South Africa. It looks like shit. He was from, Jesus. He's from Macedonia. And I don't know what it's like over there, but apparently they don't have all the wires are buried, So the fact that the wires are up in the sky here on top of wood, he's like, dude, it looks like a fucking, shanty town.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You go to Ottawa, the first trip we had, you're in junior high school, you're going to go visit Ottawa, the capital of Canada, wow, and go to Hull, Quebec, and go roller skating, whatever was going on at that time. And I noticed something different about Ottawa, and I couldn't put my finger on it until, the teacher, was saying, look out the window, kids, you notice any telephone poles? And we're like, no, where are all the telephone poles? Well, they're all underground here in Ottawa. So that was interesting. When you see it, it
really is.
It
makes it look modern. Also, I was in South Korea. If you go on YouTube,
Wow,
you can do a monorail ride on South Korean trains, dude. We live in a fucking. We're like hillbillies, dude. These people have a fucking. It looks like goddamn Logan's Run shit going on. Have you ever seen their monorail?
No, I have
the
not.
monorail ride through South Korea in 4K. I'm like, dude, this is fucking.
Wow.
Here, I'm gonna bring it up. Because
funny as hell.
with YouTube, I can just sit here and just. I'm spoiled there. I have like brain candy all day long here. It's sad. No, I really. I that's my favorite place to be is at home, I think, because it's just like, how can you fuck this up, right? There's no liability. There's nobody gonna smash my car or nobody.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't know. The price of gas and just the whole. If I see another person wear a mask, like you're saying, for me, people don't understand the big trigger on that. My dad said to me, "Why don't you wear a mask?" He goes, "Oh, you're just so vain." I go, "No, I'm ugly, but that's not the point. I'm not gonna. I got actually my mustache and my beard. I thought is enough of a fucking deterrent to any virus coming at me. It's obvious.
Right on.
When the viruses see my beard, they're like, "Don't even fucking think. No, don't go past."
We're dead. Don't go there. Well, look, you know what? I have a bit of medical background, and mother was a nurse, and I had clinics in Miami. But when someone said you should be wearing a mask, I'm like, why? Who told you to wear a mask? When you know that the space between the weaving on the mask is like 20 nanometers or something, and the virus is like 1 nanometers or something. How is that mask ever going to help you? But it helped. It helped people who they've managed to break their brains. It helped them make them feel a little bit better. And now it's just a badge of, it's like a lucky amulet. It's become a magical, type of thing now. Well, I'm wearing my mask, nothing can touch me. People who actually feel that if they got COVID or they got something wrong with them, or they had maybe a slight brush with it, that there's something wrong with them.
Check out this shot. I'm broadcasting this train ride in South Korea. Now look at these buildings. This looks. I never really. I'm not going to South Korea. This is as cheap as I could get there. But I'm like, dude, what the hell? Look at this stuff. All these buildings, and the monorail is just space age. This is not the New York subway, dude. I'm like, what is going on? These people really got it down. But yeah, I got bored one day, so I went on the internet. Buildings, the monorail is just space age. Look at this thing, man. Not the New York subway, dude.
Nice.
I'm trying to find where they go over the river.
Right.
There's Shantytown there, but there's one where I'm like thinking, man, this is just. It's not this one. There's one where he's shooting right out the front of his because somebody filmed this.
Sure.
And damn.
That's pretty. My nephew went to. He had a Korean girlfriend. Went to Korea. Interesting. He said it's just a completely different.
Like,
culture.
look at this thing, dude. Look at the how sweet that's made. I mean, if you go out to San Diego, they've got this people mover they built there. Looks like it's a fall apart any minute. Like, I'm really. I'm looking at the design. I don't know, man. If you put all what you're supposed to put in here, the vibration. Do you see that bridge they built over there in? I was watching a thing on bridge resonance, so that people walk over the bridge. They built this big, long bridge over in Britain, and people walked on it. The thing started waving. So,
because it's called an oscillation. That happens.
And people would actually kind of like entrainment to themselves and really make it worse because people just do their own jogging pattern, and it's just bizarre how it ends up. Like,
we've got a walking pattern within about 400 or 500 people.
Just
later,
totally destroy the bridge. They had to close down the bridge till they straighten it out. They put dampeners on there. I think they put like offset dampeners in there. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. And these are some of these are high speed. Don't they have a high speed train in Japan that's doing like the bullet?
Buddy, it's 250 kilometers an hour, like 200 miles an hour. These things are going.
Here we got Joe Biden on the train going. Yeah, I used to be on the caboose of this train, dude. Get out of our way. We're serious people here.
We're actually going somewhere.
What do I look like, an idiot?
That's funny.
Yeah, crude oil's kind of, it's holding its own, getting ready for the report tomorrow. I suppose people are probably positioning themselves. We are under the floor here, though.
The report
if you look crude oil on the...
What day are we today?
No, there's no report till tomorrow, 11. But here's the structure that you're under that low from 4 days ago, and maybe tomorrow we're going to blow through that floor. That's my crude structure analysis. In other words, we ricocheted off.
That's how much I pay attention to this.
Came down. We got to overcome yesterday, which would be the second attempt to get over the hump. On that kind of top-bottom structure stuff. This is the other so-called pivot. It looks easy in hindsight, but of course then, it's really how big do you get into these tops become bottoms? Do you wait? Do you trade the run into that, or you could actually trade both those trades? But it is quieting down, and we really have beat the shit out of that. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 days down on the crude oil from
today's
top
natural
to
gas.
tummy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, natural gas came out at 10. What was the market reacts to that at 10 pretty good, actually.
I think today was natural gas.
No, that's tomorrow's got home sales, so wait. Fed share at 10 and natural gas at 10:30. Yeah, right. No, I've seen the market. When there's nothing else to chew on, it'll react to natural gas.
Sorry about that, guys. I actually thought... Yeah.
No, it'll be tomorrow at 11. And tomorrow at 11 is going to be the...
my bad. I thought
it's also going to be the new home sales tomorrow.
Okay.
And the inflation expectations is coming tomorrow. So this is always probably the most punishing day for the regime because of that. Revised expectations on...
What do you think they're going to do to try to...
Consumer sentiment tomorrow is probably going to go even lower. It's at 50%. I mean, Trump was in, it was like 80%. People were like high-fiving each other and cracking a beer. And we went from total total freedom to like a dog leash cut in half. Your dog's running across the yard and that leash is too short. Well, Biden's in office. Don't you understand? We use short leashes when Biden's in office. Oops. Sorry, buddy.
That's pretty sad what's going on with that. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Oh, gosh. And then you got the vaccine. The pilots can't get in the planes. A lot of pilots quit. The airport's backed up. No baby formula, no tampons.
You know how many pilots? Yeah, you know how many pilots? You know how many pilots ended up with heart problems and heart murmurs? If you've got a heart problem, you can't fly ever again. So most of them said, "Fuck this! I'm not taking this shit if there's a chance."
I cannot believe and you know.
And you know what?
It's unbelievable, dude.
The fact that so many people took it is really what crushes us. Really, that's what crushes me.
Yeah, the thing is that what do we get? What are we 2 or 3 years away from? If you took this drug during the COVID era, call Zaleski, Schwartz, Zellman, and Schiffman. I mean, it's going to be like ads like that coming out. We'll see that. I mean, I saw that when they had the, if you took whatever during this panic,
Right.
And the attorneys will be making money again.
Time for them to make their listen. It moves from one, the controlled demolition is moving from one part of the economy to another, right? So
yeah, the wrecking ball rolls
Pfizer
around.
And everyone took their money. Yeah. Oh yeah, buddy, it's going to hit everyone. So they're all going to be exiting stage left with as much fucking puko that they can scramble to get their hands on. And that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be a classic. It'll be the most it'd be just like Enron, very much like Enron.
Right.
Pfizer is Enron in this picture. So, once the horror is revealed, it will be to the general public one day because they won't be able to. Once money comes in, they won't be able to ignore it. Once the big money says, or once once the Wall Street Journal comes out, and then once the big papers accept reality, which is typically they wait to the last minute because they are actually making money from their propaganda. So when they have to pull the plug,
they have to make money.
Yeah, they'll come out with they'll come out with the real truth at some point because they'll be forced into it, and then they'll act like they just Oh, are we? We just found this out. Like, this just in. Yeah, there'll be this just in situation when they finally say what we've all known for how long.
For 2 years, this has been just in.
Yeah, it's just in.
You. Yeah, I can't
3 years into the
that. To me is
pandemic, just in. Hey, by the way. Or you hear Sanjay Gupta's my radio station telling me, like, today's health tip of the day: don't lay your nuts out on the sidewalk during a solar eclipse. Okay. Wear sunscreen.
Let him have it.
There's going to be a lunar eclipse. Wear sunscreen. Okay, I'm writing this down. Wait. How to save money with high gas prices? Stay home. Now we need the lockdown. Why can't we have the lockdown with the high prices? What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
The reason you're being locked down is because you're just going to blow all your money if you go out. We're just trying to save your. We care about your financial status in the world. We're going to make you a saver.
Euro USD.
That's what they said about Social Security. It's forced savings. So we're going to make you save money. We'll lock you down. Don't be spending no money on
There's
that.
going to be no money in Social Security by 2032. There's no money left in it. You're going to be fucked.
Well, I better get mine out. I better find a real job.
You better get your... Yeah, exactly.
I can always trade Forex. I'll lot that too. I'm going to save a bullet for my own head. Come to think of it, yeah, right. I got a Forex suicide kit right next to me.
Nice. A little EpiPen.
This is a weird way to make money. You trade London to U.S. market, and then you take a nap in the afternoon like an old man.
That's interesting.
Get ready for the next session.
Right. Well, this is interesting in the Forex, and I thank you very much for elucidating all these points to me. You have different sessions; they all have different shapes to them. You can come back to this open, and don't forget at 5 o'clock mayhem starts, and then the 4-hour candle that's going to show up at 1 o'clock in the morning. All these little
1 o'clock in the morning candle. It is pretty funny, but that is kind of like when you're sleeping, some guy's getting in on a trade.
This is it. What did he say, Douglas? One guy's going to take a trade and fuck you up somewhere.
Right. There could be. Actually, there was news that came out this morning, and I didn't know. Did you see the euro drop 80 pips in 1 hour this morning? So I dropped 80 pips in 1 hour. This is kind of like the retracement. We're going through the retracement now. But look at that 1 hour bar, dude. I don't know what it was. It was some kind of news. They shared, and I bought into the plunge there, and I went to get coffee this morning. They put limits down deeper because I thought, well, it's just too fast. They're going to go down deeper, and they did. But then I worked that area, and I scalped that 20 pips, and then I thought, well, the big move is going to be when stocks open, they're going to go up. And then when they went up into that floor, I go, we're not going to take out the high of the day. So I dumped everything and reloaded. But that's just because you can, when you're looking I'm looking at it as a column of price. I'm looking at it as a column structure of price on the 1 hour. And I'm like, when we get to the top of that inventory, I look at it as warehouse inventory. Once everybody buys that, that's sold out. Now come back in, not oversold, but it's like sold out. Okay, now there's fresh inventory just came back in, and when the market quiets down, you know that a certain kind of trader is going to get in when it pulls back and everything's still, and they go, okay, confirmed. We finally have a moving average crossover. It's pulled back. Things are calm. You can see those traders coming in. You want to ride along with them, or do you want to be the guy that stands in front of the train and trades the wick? So I think it's a personality thing.
Yeah, I think it is too. Now, you look at that 1 hour doji in the euro. There's two of them back to back. I guess that was at
on what?
7 and 8 in the morning.
Oh.
On the euro USD.
Oh, you mean on the 1 hour chart? 1 hour chart?
I think you called it the best. I mean, there's only three types of bars. There's the bearish bar, and the bullish bar, and a doji, which is like no body, little body, a short girl with, you know.
Oh, are you talking about the
flat ass?
Right. Yeah, like Yeah, so
7 o'clock and 8
are you talking
o'clock
about that?
On
You talking about that 1 hour
doji
here, where they're all dead in the water here before the explosion?
I guess that.
Yeah, actually, your robot, that takes advantage of small ranges, and although you get a little trap there maybe because they did go down lower before they went up, but yeah, I mean, we're already back to the starting gate. We got a perfect structure in the 1 hour. We got a top, become a bottom on the 1 hour. Doesn't mean it can't go down a little bit lower, but this is your classic kind of. Okay, we pull back, and And now we're looking for this to drift up. And I'm not the kind of person to hold a big position over 3 days unless I think, oh, this is great. Like, if you see it on the chart, you might actually do that. And then actually add to it. So tonight, if that was going to happen, I would add to it on limits, thinking any pullback I'm adding because I can see where we're going. Like, I mean, and I'm actually I'm speculating on that, but some of that's just having seen all that price action, and then it almost seems like the authentic move starts to begin after all the drama. You start to creep away from that delta, and it does go up finally. And the trend traders are finally right, you know.
Okay.
But if I can make money from all the scatterbrain stuff, you know, during that setup, I'm like, oh, that's even better. Because I'll agree with the trend traders, but I wanted to milk all the wicks on the way there, you know. So now we're just waiting. And
look, again, you've got a number of different things that you've got to deploy at different times, and again, you have to have the robot read the context of what's happening around it. There could be a robot that all he looks for is that 1 hour doji, and if he places a buy stop above and a limit below, a short. I mean, there's so many different things that you've created and that can be created. Tying it all together, man, that's going to take a little, at least a bottle of wine. You're going to have to sit there and drink through it and figure out, okay, where are we going to put this guy? Where are we going to put this guy in? Okay, shortstop, it's time for you to step up. We got loaded bases. What are we going to do now?
Yeah.
Sacrifice fly. Where are we going? What are we going to do? So that's it. Context. You can probably get most of it figured out, but
yeah, the context is a big thing because this price means something. Yep. When we retest this price, just because we're back at the same price, it means something different the second time around. And I think once they just wrecking ball, once they clear out the highs and lows, you're kind of left with. I still think you're left with. In other words, after that happens, it's easier to trade in a sense because they've established the range. We're not going to go into some abyss. I mean, after an explosion, the landscape changes and it becomes a different kind of environment because now I'm not worried about them falling into a 3-year low and just keep crushing down. And it's kind of hard to get in front of that sometimes with limits, whereas once you have a pin bar and everything's exploded, it's like, okay, we can come. It's safe to get back in the water because now we can see the structures and those. We're not going to end up in some 3-year low and keep tanking. But
no. You'll come down to one. I'll get filled under 105. 1.05.
Looks like Nasdaq struggling to go up here. I thought Nasdaq might make a rally into 4 p.m. and we'd get like some type of follow through with the euro, a little bit of rally, but it's all right.
It was half a day on Monday, so everybody's kind of off kilter.
Well, they had Juneteenth, and Mondays. That's maybe why you're thrown off it because Monday the markets were closed. Not Forex, but
okay, fair enough. Yeah, listen, you have to pick your battles, right? So I try not to trade every day, but I'll trade once in a while just to keep myself. You got to keep your aim, right? So you got to make sure that you can still shoot your gun. And if you got a machine gun, remember we had to put down the Gatling gun in 2016-17 because they wouldn't allow us to play with it anymore. And now you can't get a gun at all in Canada.
You can get a. I saw a kid at the state fair with his dad. Brought his proud 8-year-old son in there with his potato gun, Gatling gun.
Nice.
And he was cranking and it was launching potatoes. Not the kind of potatoes that with proper potato gun. And I looked that up one day, and it's outlawed in a few states here actually. And I've seen people put holes in cars with a potato gun. Yeah, if you look at the potato gun, you'll see the laws are different in every state. I'm like, man, potato gun. Can you imagine? Come here, you. I'll chase you down with my potato gun. What you doing in my yard, son? The sweet potato gun, I understand sweet potato gun's very deadly.
A sweet potato gun, that's what I was going to say. Where's the sweet potato gun? Give me those fries.
Well, the one
if you could have it so that when you shoot it out, it actually slices and dices it on the way out of the barrel, and then you could just have fucking fries shot at you all day long.
Yeah, the Dice-O-Matic. No, I think that the Redskin potato gun is what I use in my machine gun because they're smaller bullets.
Right on, right on.
The mushroom gun never took off because the mushrooms couldn't get out of the barrel without getting crushed. So that didn't work. My mushroom gun patent, I had to cancel that. People said it was healthy, but I said no.
Listen, you know what? No thanks. I actually appreciate the gun culture in the United States, only because people who actually do understand it and actually do raise their children with gun safety as a priority and the rest of it. What was that line? I think it was in Texas. I heard it. You know, an armed society is a polite society.
Oh, absolutely.
And yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. You don't see any shenanigans.
You're not going to road rage a guy in Texas. He's got a shotgun in his back window on his truck. What are you going to do?
Oh, you got a shotgun. He reaches behind him, and you're fucked. Yeah, I understand. So I like it. I like that concept.
It's 3 minutes to. So here's how the clock runs on this Forex. It's 3 minutes to noon.
Okay.
Look where the euro's at now.
Right. Hang on.
The euro's 30 pips from the low of the day. So
Yeah,
that's the
come and
kind
get
of
my
price
orders,
action
sweetheart.
people aren't expecting. They're like, wait a minute. I do think the euro's going. Look at that pullback there. So that's the. I just picked
I'm
up
ready.
a few more K there. No, I put pendings. I put pendings beyond the low of today. I don't dude. I never put it past these traders to just totally blow out every structure. So I'm putting in 4-hour buy limits down here at the beyond the low of the day because that's a good trade too. Look at it; it's still crushing. It's still crushing back. Look at that! Oh my God! I just picked up a few more.
I was gonna ask. Sorry, go ahead.
That's nuts, dude. This is going to be almost as big a position as before. Wow. Look at that pullback on the euro.
Yeah, I'll have 6,000 in no time. This will come down.
Look at that thing. Oh, my
Okay,
Lord.
so we've all this. Yeah, it's
Got 2
motoring
minutes
now.
left to
It'll
sell
motor.
off here. 2 minutes at least. You see how deep? You see how deep that pullback is? Dude, they just took back the 50 pips off the fucking. Yeah. Oh my God! What a classic.
Gotta love it, right?
I'm getting filled right now. So this looks like wow. I've got about 2 minutes left before the robots, the 1 hour robots are like, we'll take that trade.
Okay.
Only because the robot, those robots or those people are going, dude. If that's not a pullback, what is, right? They're still smashing it back. Still smashing it back, dude. Still. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
My God.
It'll come down further.
Yeah, one more minute left of possible crush.
All those algos are watching what all the other algos are doing. So, and you know what? You got guys that play 2-week algos. So,
wow.
Forget the high frequency. You got guys that are playing algos that are 2 weeks long. Here we go. I'm just supposed to get picked up. That would be nice.
25 seconds left, and then maybe 5 minutes after this, it could go down lower. 5 minutes after the top of the hour, there's that window too, which is kind of crazy. Still coming.
I want to ask you a question. When you're loading up the wagon right now, you're not looking at the average price because every ticket has got its own exit and its own.
I'm actually just blanketing stuff right out in front of the market. Here you go. It's noon now. It's noon. You got 5 minutes of possible smash or rally here. So when it rallies here, I'll scalp out.
Okay. Gotcha.
But you see how people think, it's market's going up, but look at this pullback. And this is too fast to be sustainable. So in my opinion, I would like to get in front of these pullbacks because look how fast that thing came back. My Lord. Oh, my God. Still probably got some downside left in it. But sometimes it turns right on the 1 hour. It literally turns on a dime at noon, but we'll see.
Wow.
Yeah, so Europe's closed.
Yeah, I'm showing 6. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Listen, just a robot that just does that 1 hour plunge would be enough for most people who are starting to trade.
Oh God, my God! Dude, it just dropped 60 pips here.
Yeah.
So this is not like if this was a guppy, we'd be down 150 pips right now. I just don't, or the pound even.
Let me check.
Those things move so much more, you know. Here, I think I got the guppy on mine.
Got $1 million on the guppy right now. I'm only down 10 G's.
Wow, look at that guppy on the 4 hour. It's now 300 pips off the top of the week.
No problem. I'm buying all the way down. I got 200,000 waiting at $162.
Look, the British pound is
I'll
down.
take all of it, man.
So the British pound's selling off also. So look at the 1 hour British pound. I'm gonna see if we turn on a dime here. No, we're still going. So the last hour we closed. The British pound's still dropping into the next hour here.
Right.
So there's a lot of follow through on that.
Hallelujah.
I don't think we could take out the low of the day on the British pound, but look at this. This is pretty severe, and this is your sell window here. I marked it off before. I actually didn't come back. But this, you had to be able to take this much punishment to make money. You had to be able to sell up in that box there.
Okay, so let's get back to how much punishment can you actually take in order to make the money you want to make?
That is a question.
Okay, so that should be question number one. How much punishment are you prepared to take? How much drawdown are you prepared to live with? I mean, she's going to drag you. She's going to be a ball and chain. How much of a drawdown are you willing to live with?
She already used all my credit cards, and I'm
basis?
still making payments on that.
Yeah.
Some of those I had to close because she went over the limit. But other than that, I mean, that'd be like
right.
a fucking too big a position. She went long Gucci, and I went short, and we're still melting down here on the pound and the euro.
What's a papa? I could care less. You know me. I don't really care what direction it's going in. I just want to be able to catch that. I'm with you on that.
No, this is a beatdown. This is so crazy because it's such a. If you look at the pullback, you're like, dude, well, what is the real direction here? Down, but they're coming down. They're coming down into my order pack, because all of the value and all of the supply is really back at the starting gate. I do think the market literally just oscillates up and down, although it presents patterns on the way and stuff. But I mean, in the end, it's just like, come on, man. We're waiting for we got 2 minutes left before the 5-minute bots jump on this euro.
Jump on it. Gotcha.
5-minute people, same thing.
Yeah, well, it is the same thing actually.
So we got 2 minutes left. So I figured this is kind of the end of the session, noon, and then if we drift up tonight, and then we go into Friday, and so now it's just wait and see, as they would say. We got about
a lot of
minute and a half left here.
Okay.
Before we
go back to the 5
and go to the 5-minute pound, and that 5-minute bar is almost 10 pips down. Look at that thing.
Oh shit. It's dropping hard.
So now it's in that floor. It's coming back to the structure on the 5 there. It looks beautiful, but we still got to get past 10 minutes past noon for us to when we start. If we start making money 10 minutes past noon, it'd probably follow through. But that it really, there's like that 10-minute robots are coming in,
Gotcha.
Yeah, that pound, man. I'd be a buyer on that pound. That one, I would set a trap and a 20-pip window there. That's down 20 pips under the floor right now. But then, like say, you put wider stops on the pound. You have to trade with 40 pip stops to make 20 pips on the high probability scalp.
Okay,
so
you actually have stops on. Hang on, you actually do have stops on the little scalps that you throw on. But when you're building up your rack and building up your position, is your stop like a million miles below?
No, I never go past. So I've got a 30 pip stop and a drop.
Right.
And that's to make 30 or 15. And then when I do have some market orders that have 50 pip stops. So if I see drama like right now on the pound or on the euro, I'll just come in and go bing, bing, bing. Because I've seen it where when the news came out and the market drops down 20, and I buy at the market with my 50 pip stop, and now we're down 30. I'll come in at the market. So if I didn't put my pendings in, it's kind of a panic button ticket.
Right.
And I'm like, okay. And so I'll just go bing, 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 bing. I'm like, dude, let's put on 180K right now. This is fucking nuts. Like, look at the euro right now. They went and stop hunted every goober that thought he put a deep stop in, right? Now, I bought that nest back there at fair value, and I'm like, a lot of people can't believe it's come back to the starting gate. What they got into 2 hours ago is now worth the same amount of money.
Negative.
If they never took off. That's why I had a dump up there. I used to not dump up there. When it came back here, I bought more, and I go, those motherfuckers. So I used to get, because I was looking at the big picture and not realizing that in 1 hour we could go up and down 50 pips in 1 hour and kind of like screw up my. Also emotionally, I'm up on the trade, everything's great. I'm like, well, this is a no-brainer. I can walk away. No. And don't trail your stops.
No.
If you trail your stops, you actually make money. You profit because it's come flying back, right?
Right.
But this is almost like so now we got to wait 4 more minutes here. It looks like we might leave the station here. I'm up 10 pips on the euro, but if the stocks rally from here on out, the euro could take out the high that I've seen the wackiest shit. I mean, look at that euro chart on the 1 hour. My God, man, what more do you need to know?
They're ready to take me out for 6,000 again. I don't mind. I can repeat this all my whole life.
This is a great range traders. I think Forex is the best range traders market in the world. I mean, it's not a trend. I mean, stocks trend in a way, and I know that's why there's a lot of trend traders. But look at the beat down on the euro. This is the 1 minute euro CAD. Look at this beat down. You'd already be out of that trade. You know, it's just like
okay. What you're seeing right now, what you're showing me right now, is let's say 3 or 4 hours or 3 or 4, whatever it is, the time scale. If you actually condense that, if you could, in your mind's eye, and you condense that into a 1 minute bar. So let's take all the trades that you did on the whole day, and where would those trades actually fit if you could condense it? Do you remember that movie where they put the people in the guy's body and they shrunk them down? If you could shrink everything down.
Fantastic Voyage, yeah. Raquel Welch.
So if you could shrink
Welch.
Raquel, for sure. How could you forget those guys?
She was definitely pleasant on the eyes. Easy on the eyes.
What?
She's still, you ever seen her like 5 years ago? She still looks the same.
Gorgeous. I'd do her. What's wrong with you?
Oh, my God.
So
with her white outfit on?
Oh, for sure. So everything that's happening in high frequency world is basically what you're seeing because it's pretty much a fractal. It's a fractal. In other words, it's not quite exactly the same every single time,
right?
But it's got a generative pattern that you know, and actually computers can pick it up because all the guys that are into it are into all this esoteric mathematics, which is great because if you understand the guys who are the quants that are actually programming this shit and what they read and what they follow and who they're in love with, you can figure out pretty much how they're going to set up their structures and how they're going to program the robots. But if you could consider everything, I'm just looking at the screen right now, if you can consider all of that in 1 minute, what would be the trade plan?
Right. Well, I think in there,
so what's the trade plan?
I thought about that. Yeah, I thought about that because when I was writing the scripts, before I wrote the scripts, I'm thinking to myself, I'm picturing the market rifling through like those level 2 order displays and stuff. I can bring up that stuff here. I can actually turn on this thing, depth of market stuff, and the DOM, depth of market. But I was picturing in my mind when I write the scripts, I'm thinking, it's going to rifle down through, and it's just going to get trapped up in some of those painfully obvious things. Like right now, I'm up 10 pips off the floor on the euro right now. But this looks like there is so much energy that I think we could just keep trudging north here. So I'm gonna let it go, whatever it does. But and I did zoom in on that. If you one time I did a tick
what
chart.
You're showing me, I don't know what this is, but whatever you're showing me right here on the screen, because I'm a few seconds delayed.
That's the U.S. 1 hour stock market, Dow Jones. Looks like a buy to me there, but I like to buy the dips.
Buddy, there's about 17,000 different ways you can skin this cat that I'm looking at right now.
Oh my God! You could have sold this thing up here.
So that's something. A trillion. There's a trillion in ways. There's a trillion and one trade plans, and don't think that there aren't a trillion and one trade plans being deployed constantly. Okay.
Well, here's the big flaw. I thought there was only one way to trade. That was my big mistake. I thought there's got to be a secret, and there's only one secret, right?
Yeah, there's no secret. That's the secret. She's going to take everything. That's the secret. Yeah, you love her now. Wait till she takes her house. I lost 2. I have 2 apartments I had to give up in my life, so I understand the feeling about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is really walking around with a remote control, like Steve Martin in The Jerk. I just need my remote control. Just need my TV.
That's too funny.
I don't need you.
Yeah, so this whole price action that you're showing me right now could be a 3-minute bar in high frequency world.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
So every single one of those trades that you actually layering on is exactly, well, not exactly, but it's very close to what we were doing. And remember, you're looking, I mean, people that are using indicators and whatnot, they're looking at, of course, you're driving through the rearview mirror. Do you remember that movie, The Gumball Rally?
Oh, yeah.
Where they drove across? Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah.
One of the most
Dom
important...
DeLuise. Dom
DeLuise, buddy. All of them. You guys, whoever's on the chat or can hear us, should actually go and watch that movie. There's a point in the movie, if you remember the Italian race car driver, and he was really, really ostentatious, and he had sunglasses and a scarf, and he was great. Now, what happened was they're driving, and his co-pilot sits beside me and goes, Giovanni, I forgot the guy's name. They're catching up. They're catching up. And he looks into the rearview mirror for a split second, and then he rips the rearview mirror off of its fucking. He just rips the whole thing right out, and he tosses it behind him, and he says the most important thing I've ever heard in any movie: "What's behind me doesn't matter." And that's it. That's philosophy at the highest level I can think of in the Gumball Rally. So if anyone challenges
well, it's
you,
about letting go.
retarded.
It's hard. It's hard
absolutely.
to, or as my dad would say, what do you say? Embrace it and then erase it. Something else in there too, but really, it's hard to let go. Especially so when you're starting out trading. I think the hardest thing is that I just made money and I don't know how I did it, or I just lost. Maybe I should go back to the drawing board. But when you make money, usually, can I do that again? My biggest worry was, can I repeat what I did? Not realizing that. You really know how to, like I said, you got to know how to putt and drive. So people want to drive, which is trend trading, but putting is like maybe scalping, and or putting is kind of like calming down.
Little area.
But it really,
it
is real, because you do have the people that go, I'll just get in here with a big wide stop. Well, you're like a guy who just drives the ball, but when you land on the green, when are you gonna finally land the plane and take profits?
Right. No, listen, I think one of the most important things that you're actually elucidating for everybody is that there are a million ways to skin the cat. You better find an instrument that you really, really like. And if you're not prepared to spend 10,000 hours studying that MO, as long and just get every single type of trade that you could possibly think of, and just impress yourself that you can actually drop limits, and you can. My God, you're giving away all your code for free. That's phenomenal, man.
Because I never really debugged it. And I don't want. Here's the thing. If somebody called me and said, "Wait a minute, this doesn't work," I'm like, "Oh my fucking God! Here's your money back. Shut the fuck." I mean, I just don't want to deal with it.
I got you.
I couldn't do. Actually, what this guy's embarked on here is selling $500. Another thing I forgot to tell him was, dude. Oh, so here's the deal. When I was making teeth, I would tell people, listen. So my mom was always like, "You're giving your work away." And listen, if I charge this guy $200 a crown, he's gonna want to come over and watch me do it. I think car mechanics were charging extra if you wanted to watch and pick their brains. So
really,
I mean,
really?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to watch and complain about how I'm fixing your car, it's going to be extra. So yeah, because so I feel like the the price, in other words. If he's going to sell that for $500 and I buy it, is he got his own customer support team? Because, dude, how would you get through your trading day if you got to babysit all these fucking things that you unleashed for $500? I just think it's like, why don't you just fucking trade the market? Why don't you just fucking trade the market? So you're either going to fucking trade the market or you're going to market your indicator and use it as passive income. I got that. But what happens when the guy calls up with his fucking Windows 98 SE and says, I can't get it to load, and you're like, really? Or I can't find the any key. Where's the any key? I gotta go.
Yeah, where is the hit any key? I gotta roll. Look, I got news for you. I don't think that guy's in shape to be able to handle anyone calling him. That's my first opinion.
Absolutely, nice be like, get the fuck out of here. You're bullshit. Get out of here.
Yeah,
you don't like what I sold you? Get out of here.
He's not gonna get. Yeah, he's not. And what he really, I mean, I shouldn't have given him that much information, but I just felt bad for the guy. I legitimately.
Don't feel bad.
I always try to fight for the underdog.
He's just like
I imagine that right now. That's okay.
No, he's grumpy. In his time zone, he's actually 6 hours off from us, or 12 hours off from us.
Right.
Really. He's in Turkey, for God's sakes. No, I met a lot of people from overseas. I met a lot of, but there's a different attitude over there, like the British attitude is kind of like, you know, world's tragic, which is probably the Americans are kind of like, oh, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer. That's why I moved to the United States. I get that you're romantic, but dude, there's also like getting food, getting gas in the car. I mean, even Steely Dan was saying, "Is there gas in the car?" twice. So.
Sure. That was a great band. Wow.
God.
You're bringing me back,
Kid
man.
Charlemagne. Is there gas in the car? Is there
Kids,
gas in the car?
it.
The kids down the hall. The people know who you are. But no, it's the modern world. God, the kids.
Oh, you really do like music, Pat Metheny.
Oh no, I play music. What are you kidding?
On me? Holy
oh no,
shit.
the Pat Metheny White album. I phase dance. I think I ruined a needle listening to phase dance, but.
Wow.
I mean, and I was mystified. I'm like, how did they get that sound? And I read in a book later on that they were using lexicon harmonizers with riveted cymbals. They mic'd these cymbals and they run it through a fucking lexicon, so it sound like fucking an Eventide, if you know what those are. But it sounds so good. I was like, man, that sounds so lush. How does that sound so fucking sizzly? Rivets on your cymbals through fucking delay units.
Yeah, man. Buddy, you know what? They had to come up with a lot of fucking cool little riffs. That's why I've always appreciated bands that were a little bit out there, a little bit more progressive, a little bit, you know, just, you know, in that they play with such incredible. First of all, they're phenomenal musicians, so we'll get that out of the way right away. You got to be a phenomenal musician before you can even step into the studio. As far as I'm concerned, if you want to put an album together like Steely Dan did, but then. All the little tricks. Am I going short here? Am I going long? Am I going to go for three? I mean, what's my target? What's my stop? All those little pieces that are put together to make it sound great. Like I said
crazy.
yesterday, man, it's not about...
Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon was mixed down on the fly. So basically what they do is they go, before automation, they go, okay, turn on the 2-track. We're going to mix this down to a 30 IPS 2-track. And they say, turn that thing on and get on the faders, dude, because we're going to real time, and George Martin did it too, real time, we're going to bring this up, pull that back. And it was all choreographed because the magic of real mixing is you never use a compressor unless you have to. So you actually pull back things and bring them in. And then at the end, you might master it with a compressor or a limiter, and bring out all the detail, but you really kind of want to get everything just right as you can, and then you put the glue on it and make it sound good. But yeah, the meticulousness of and to hear interviews. Do you ever see that Steely Dan video where they're playing back the master tapes and they're punching solos and they go, "Yeah, this guy's solo wasn't that good. We couldn't hire him." They kept all the original. You ever see where they kept the original 48 tracks or whatever? You know.
I saw Ozzy Osbourne was listening to the original Randy Rhoads on Crazy Train.
God, that guy's rhythm. He had the best rhythm and melody at the same time. So he's shredding with a rhythm like Gary Moore. I was like, dude, this guy's able to... You ever see Gary Moore play Hendrix? You want to lose your mind? He did a live show where he brought on...
Oh, yeah, he was very good.
On the drummer, original drummer from Hendrix. Dude, when he plays Hendrix, he plays it better than Hendrix. It's unbelievable.
Better than Hendrix, yeah.
No, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. No, it happens. It does happen.
No, because he's got such respect for the music. You can tell. Plus,
I'm
he's
tempted
so
to go
good
pick
at
up the
playing.
guitar.
Good Lord, does he dig in on that Les Paul? I mean, I think he plays a Strat though when he's playing Hendrix. But no, his Still Got the Blues for You. The first time I heard Still Got the Blues for You, I was like, dude, I got to buy that album. And of course, the rest of the tracks weren't as good, but I put that on a fucking loop. And then I've seen every live version that he's done live, and I watched all 20 live versions of that song.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
God, does he play?
Well, listen, sometimes songs have a hook, right? So
yeah,
that's the idea.
The tone was the hook on that. I was like, that guy's guitar tone is just ripping your face off.
Of course. Yeah, phenomenal. But you're teaching kids riffs, and I think that's important. I mean, let them all learn from the masters, the saying goes. And you're allowed to be cantankerous, as far as I'm concerned. I'm told I'm a little bit too polite, but that's okay.
You are polite, dude. Man, I almost felt like you're gonna make me polite, which would be like really like because I was thinking. Because if I bring something up, I can already hear you saying, "Let's not go there," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." Well, I normally go like fucking completely. I mean, as far as
you're gonna go.
Yeah, there's no filterless Pall Mall here,
That's all good, man. I'll try to. I'll kick it up a notch, or a little bit more.
No, it's all right. I mean, it's. Somebody's asking a question here.
Let's get back to your buddy
Can
there.
you, can you ask? Can you ask how you look at the charts? Do you mark up and decide where you place your limit orders? Yeah, pretty much. So you mainly look for the void, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, it sounds so stupid what I'm saying. Like, look for the void and put your orders in the void. But that's what I do. I mark it up, and I'm marking it up here just to show when I was playing back Mark Douglas in the background. I was just marking it up. Like here, I marked this up, going, oh, okay, this is a pivot. Like I said, I would buy this box. Right now, in the British pound, I'd be scalping out of something maybe. But actually, in the British pound trade, it's late in the day, but we could still kind of engulf here, but I don't know. We're kind of trapped. And when the energy dies, you know, there's not enough to really kick this thing over the top. That's the only bummer is you see a perfect pattern. You go, dude, the market's closed. This pattern will not resolve right now. So, you know, you get all...
Right. The song never ends.
Yeah, song remains the same.
I was watching... Oh, buddy, I was watching kids react. I mean, I got to tell you, I'm a bit older. I get so much joy. You were talking about the band kids that were playing all this.
Oh, the School of Rock kids. You got to see these kids play like your favorite song.
I can't even
just
imagine.
die.
I can't even imagine. I'm watching kids reacting to, the song remains the same, live from the concert, and Stairway to Heaven. They've never heard Stairway to Heaven, and the first thing they listen to is the live version with the double neck guitar with the 12 string and the 6 string. And I'm like, oh my God. And you know what? I at a very young age, I mean, when I was 16, 17, we used to go to the theater and watch this movie, and I would leave the theater, buddy, exhausted. I couldn't fucking move a muscle. I was so tired just by watching these guys play. It was just like, it was so draining. I mean, forget the boshing and the rest of that. We were just so drained by watching these guys play. And I realized when I looked closely, I actually met Jimmy Page. I'll tell you that story another time. It was in Miami. When you look closely at Jimmy Page, when he's playing the solo, there's a part in the song, and you're a musician, so I think you'll be able to understand this. He's not playing the guitar anymore, man. The guitar is playing him. He's absolutely not playing the guitar anymore. It's taken over. You know, the spirit of the guitar has taken over.
So they publish some bootlegs of Led Zeppelin on the internet now, so you can listen to these 2-hour shows in Toronto and California and whatever they're at.
Wow.
If you listen to his guitar solos for like the classic songs like Since I've Been Loving You, the guitar solo is different every time. It remains in the realm of the melody, but he literally improvs every show. He does never play it the same way twice, dude. I've listened to like 10 of these, and I'm like, this guy is literally, he's playing the concept of the song. He's locked the concept in, and he can have it any way he wants. Like, and everybody knows when he gets to the core, you know, where the chorus is supposed to come, he's going to play that. But he's playing it with as much kind of looseness as he wants to, because
I'm not going to get there.
And he's almost being sloppy on purpose. It's interesting. You ever seen John McLaughlin? John McLaughlin's a sloppy guitarist, but he plays with such intensity and such spirituality that you go, I don't care that he's not fretting that perfectly. And some people would say John McLaughlin's a slob, but I'm like, dude, listen to what he's playing. And when he gets out his electric guitar, you're like, his phrasing is the phrasing makes up for any kind of slur he has.
Correct. Again, so there's the spirit of well, forget the spirit of the radio. That's our band here from Rush. I went to the same high school as these guys, but they were about 10 years older than me. The spirit of trading is what? It's the fact that the riffs repeat themselves, but not quite exactly the same way twice. It's the fact that you're going to be in drawdown most of the time, and you better be able to accept it. And it's the fact that you better pick one girl and stick with her. Because if you can perfect that one girl, and you look and you watch her like a hawk for fucking years, you're going to be able to know her next move.
Well, typically,
every time. You don't need
people will say, I've heard people say, "Oh, I can't trade the dollar CAD. I don't like it." Yeah, you find something that has the behavior you like, and then because you try to trade, you're thinking maybe I'm missing on an opportunity on another instrument. And I used to do that, and I go, you know what? It's just too much work. By the time I put the chart, mark it off, and think, well, how am I going to situate here? And then the worst thing about it is if it's on the same trading account and you're making money and you're losing money, you don't know why. And you're like, oh, I forgot I got the Canadian dollar on the same account. Because I'll look at my phone and go, why am I down? I'm not. Oh, that's right. And those kind of little things like that kind of fuck. And now you're a disorganized trader, and you know.
In other words, unless you're Jimmy Page, don't even fucking try to play a double neck guitar. Don't even try.
Yeah, or use a
Why
bow.
bother, man?
Use a bow on your Telecaster, right?
Or use a bow or a Thurman machine.
When he got
whatever
the
they call
bow
that
on his
thing.
Telecaster, I go, motherfucker, and he started
That
tapping.
was
Like,
fucking
damn.
beautiful.
And then when he
Yeah,
shredded
it
the
was
bow, I
fucking
thought
crazy.
it's better than Hendrix burning his guitar, which I wasn't a big fan because the carbon
I think
footprint of
so.
Hendrix was pretty high with that
Yeah, of
lighter
course.
fluid.
And the heroin. But
The
anyways,
heroin. I mean, the needles he'd leave behind his Marshall amps. I mean, look at this guy. What a fucking high maintenance fucking musician is
Oh,
this?
this guy. Yeah, he was. But he was also phenomenal. Yeah. So, and again, you can't play two instruments at the same time unless you're running programs and algos and you're literally just monitoring them like a pilot on an Airbus, watching what they're doing, making sure that nothing goes squirrely on you. So again, I'm just giving you the 101 guide to a guy who just wandered into your Discord in the second, third time I've ever been on Discord. And I think you've covered most of the bases for these people. And it's up to them to really just figure out what instrument they like and figure out, okay, am I going to actually spend the next fucking year just watching it? And that's
there was
the
a
problem.
guy
And that's
that
why I said trading is not for everybody.
There was
It's
a
not for
guy.
everybody. It's not.
Yeah, because really, it is not. I've actually talked to some traders that were never formally trained. Some guy, like I talked to this one guy in the United States when I was trying to hook up with people, and it's because I kind of wanted to show this to people. So I took over this stock trading group of about 80 people one day. The guy was going to quit, right? So I showed up at this church. He had a laptop with an overhead projector, and he couldn't get it to work. And he's like, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And I went to an Investors Business Daily meetup group once too.
I remember them.
And they still have it. And it's a bunch of old people in a room with a pencil behind their neck and one in their hand. And what they're doing is writing PE ratios and all this stuff. You should have seen me, dude, at this thing. So I was invited in because when I did my little symposium at the library with my MT4, the guy said, why don't you come to the next Investors Business Daily meeting? And I go, okay. And this was also one of those guys that was doing a copy trade thing and the thing called Curnex, but it kind of folded, I think. But it's when they get people to sign up with these trade copy shit. So I go in there, and there's about 150 people or 100 people in a room, and they got Investors Business Daily, right? Paper with them, and they're trying to pick out the winning stocks. And so I said to them, the guy's got a chart up, and I go, here we go. The guy's got a chart. And I said to him, and he had this stock that was at $150, you know, and it used to trade at 50, so he had the whole series from 50 to 150, and there was this fucking sell-off spike on the chart, and I said to him, I raised my hand, I said, listen, I got a question. If I called my broker before the news came out, and I said, could you please place me a buy limit at $35 on whatever rank or whatever this chart is, and how would that trade be? And one of the ladies next to me said, can you get up and speak? Because everybody else was talking about PE ratios. and I was talking about price action.
Right.
And I was so funny because I wanted to hear what people would say. You know, like, well, yeah, that would be a good fill. that hey, you didn't have to be there either. So the magic is that if you really like that stock, why don't you just pepper the whole fucking market with orders $10 apart, walk away and go, I'll just dollar cost average. Why am I going to look in the newspaper? But people love the whole game of looking in the newspaper, talking to somebody. What do you think of that? Oh, Zero Hedge says this. And that. People love the whole side issue. You know.
Yeah.
Because it's a lifestyle. It's not about making money, dude. It's about social things. Like social trading is not about making money. It's about being social.
No,
maybe it is, but I mean,
right. Listen, I got news for you. I got news for you. The only guys that I've ever met, and I've met quite a few traders, and I'm going to put you in one of the, let's say, ones that I consider that know what they're talking about. They do it because either they have a serious passion for it and they've spent the time. You're not going to get to the Olympics, and you're not going to get to play Jimi Hendrix double neck guitars unless you put in the time. And you put in the time, and I hear that you've got videos going back a decade, for God's sake. So you put in the time, so you've earned the right to be as cantankerous and as emotional and as fucked up as you want to be, man, as far as I'm concerned. Go nuts. I'm sorry that I'm bringing you down a level.
The poetic
really
license of being obnoxious. Look at Johnny Depp, how obnoxious he was.
Absolutely. Well, he's $100
Johnny
million
Depp of Forex
per second. Yeah, he doesn't care. So yeah, find your girl, find the instrument that you love.
Well, I know these guys
Watch it for a
love
year.
that one guy was trading S&P 500, and you know what? I could probably do that, but the NASDAQ is so vicious that I couldn't ride that
No, you
bull.
can't
But
do
now
that.
these young guys
No, no.
came on here once. They're like 30 years old, the 25-year-old guys, and these guys trade
Right.
NASDAQ every day. So
Right.
they came onto my stream, and I had written some scripts in NASDAQ for them, and I was running them. I was like, man, this is like, dude, this is like a tick chart where every tick is worth like $10. I'm like, I can't take it. But you know, all of a sudden you be up 120
No,
bucks.
it's
It
too
was
much. It's too
crazy,
heavy.
dude.
It's too heavy. It's too heavy.
It's so
We
like
didn't
somebody
trade
asked me, why don't
NASDAQ.
you
I
trade
did the
futures? Because it's
S&P.
too much work. I'd rather
Yeah.
trade a lazy retrace on the Forex.
Yeah. Listen, S&P on the futures is a completely different beast than the NASDAQ because the book is so thin on the NASDAQ. We could never get filled on NASDAQ. And we
Really?
caught every single move in the morning. We would catch those
I thought
moves.
those were
We
more
knew
popular.
the robot is fucking running. We couldn't get filled. But on the E-mini, you could get filled. You could get filled just about everywhere and anywhere. The problem was they always took off that tick. They always smashed your tick out. Someone had to make that tick off of you. So this is why I think it's important that you keep re-emphasizing for everybody. The minute that they enter a trade, they're wrong and they're going to lose money.
Yeah.
If you can't walk up to the plate and know you're going to get hit by the ball, don't bother walking
Well, you're
up and
certainly
trying to
down.
swing.
You're down the spread in the commissions as soon as you pull the trigger. So,
You're down. Remember, the brain thinks up, down,
but
up,
it's
down.
so
am I losing
hard.
money?
It's so hard to
It is.
embrace
It's hard.
losing as a skill set, and it really
It's hard.
because the whole world tells you, even Trump, you lose. Being a loser is like a requirement in trading, and people say, well, what if I got good at it? You'd always still lose because, like,
I'm gonna lose.
you're going to really have a perfect record. That's not the point. You're just trying to make money.
Right. Well, listen, it's not that you're losing per se. Again, if you don't have that business mindset that I got to buy product, if I got to open up a hair salon, I got to need shampoo and I need the wash basins and I need to get the all that shit that I need to put into this hair salon. You're out of money from the minute you wake up.
Oh, dude,
And
I don't know how these
every
people
morning,
do it. Like, you got to have
I don't
float
either.
money to just get, like, when I.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, if you opened a like a coffee shop, you almost have to have 6 months of money to pay everybody and have it rigged as if no customers are going to come in for 6 months. You have to plan
You
on
need
no
to you
customers
need to
for the
open up-
first 6 months.
No. You have to open up 3 coffee shops to make a living.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you
Okay.
start if you're
You
trying
need
to
three.
make if you're trying to make your first prototype coffee shop, which is unique in my idea, don't give this away to anybody, by the way.
I won't.
It's
I
called.
promise.
I came up with this idea like 15 years ago, and me and my
Love it already.
second starter wife. So I said, I said, let's get a coffee shop laundromat. You come in.
Beautiful.
You're having coffee. It's kind of like a little book nook. It's everything. It's kind of like this little, not a bed and breakfast, but it's got a cozy feel. You hear the laundry machines. You got some vintage laundry machines, not just commercial, but you got this. That, hey, you want to use that, and then you're having coffee, and it's just like maybe there's some guy plays acoustic guitar, just where it's like a homey thing, but because I thought these coffee
Love it.
shops are so fucking like. I wouldn't go to Starbucks no more. They're wearing the mask in there, and I'm like, dude, you don't even have coffee cream out. You don't even have coffee cream out, dude. Really? And I said to the girl behind the thing, I said, I can't even understand what you're saying with that fucking mask. So I just laughed. But it's
can't
such a
handle it
cold environment there. I'm like, why can't we chill? And there is no family businesses anymore. Really, everything's just like, well, this is the commercial plate. We put up
They
the shingle. And
destroyed
here you-
everything. Buddy, they destroyed it. They controlled demolition, the whole fucking economy. I got friends that called me. They needed help. Restaurants. Nady, can you spot me $50,000? I need some help. And you know what? I did what I could. I'm not going to say that I didn't help everyone because I couldn't help everyone. I'm not that deep. I couldn't. I said to them, I said, listen, man, you should follow what Starvin Marvin taught you, which is open up and let the cops find you to kingdom come. Because you know as well as I know that this is all mishigas, and they can't tell you where you can go and what you can do and whether you can conduct business or not. And they're like, dude, it's a $15,000 fine. I said, take the hit. right?
Well, you can postpone the
take the hit.
payment on it, but if you here's the
Exactly.
thing. In other words, this is like a trader.
Yeah.
This is a trader mindset. In other words,
Yeah.
if you can hold the trade through the weekend without getting stopped out, then it doesn't seem like a good idea at the time. But you're trying to play the lag time. In other words, everybody cringes when they have to do something that they know is going to have a fine. But really, how long is it going to take them to collect? And you can postpone that, and then you can just go on with your life. But a lot of people cannot go on with the trade because hanging in the back of their mind is like, I'm already in the red zone. So when you're a trader, you're always in the red zone. You're always shitting your pants. So what's the difference? So, but to see somebody, that's why when COVID came and the gas prices came after that, I thought when the COVID thing came, people lost their mind. I go, you're not used to being shocked, are you? Or anything,
not at
anything.
all.
The public, the trader mindset. So this is about 8 years ago. I'm at the grocery store and I'm buying something, and I thought it rung up like $20, and I go, fuck, I could put on a 10K with my broker right now instead of buying lunch. I mean, I started to equate like, what could I do with this money? I get enough margin here. I could get into a trade right now. I'm like, man, I must be a trader because everything to me is a fucking trade. Like I could just swap out, skip dinner and go long on the euro. Add a few more K.
You know what? It's all consuming, and that's something you got to be careful. Which is why I went to the algos, because they become all consuming. Right. When I first started out, before we got into the high frequency shit and all that craziness, I decided in 2000, because people were bothering me non-stop, Nady, what about this, what about that, what about this? And this is a true story. I was sitting at the Fish 54 restaurant in Aventura, and this guy shows up, a nice looking gentleman, dressed well, and I'm sitting there, I'm having a coffee at the bar. I always have coffees at the bar. Put a little shot of Drambuie, whatever you want in there. And this guy walks up, and I'm like, what's, everything all right? What's going on? You look like you had a rough day, man. Like I'm just, hammering away. He's like, yeah, man, I'm in this stock, and I'm rolling my eyes already. I go, well, okay, what kind of stock was it? And he goes, oh, it was a jewelry company. They were doing this and that. I go, so are you an investor? Did you get in on the private placement? What's your position? He goes, yeah, I got in at 10 cents. I go, wow, that's pretty good. Where's it trading at now? He goes, oh, it's at 60 cents. I said, well, so? He goes, yeah, but it went up to 90 cents. I said, okay. He's like, I thought it was going to go to the dollar. I'm like, you're a sore fucking winner. Get out of my face. That was it.
Yeah, and if it went to $1, he'd be like, I'm waiting for $1.50, I think, on that too.
Well, that's the mentality of your average schnorr. Excuse the language. So, yeah, you take the money and run. I mean, the first exit that we perfected was the make it, take it exit, because I said to Bo Diddley, my partner, I said, buddy, we don't know Diddley. We don't know how far this is going to go. And as long as we got the engine that can crank out 1,000 orders per second, we're just going to fucking ride it as far as we can and just keep taking bites out of it as much as possible. And when we saw, obviously you're paying, in and out, and you're paying fees and this and that. I said, we don't care. We don't care. It's the cost of doing business. I mean, his family was in the restaurant business forever. I said, buddy, you're going to buy souvlaki, you got to buy this, you got to buy that, you got to heat it, you got to smoke it, you got to do all this fucking work for the people to order a $5.95 souvlaki. So by the time you got it to them, it was already $4 worth of intense labor and the rest of it. So what do you care? You just got to sell more souvlaki. So you have to take the mentality, and I think where I agree with you the most, take as many fucking trades as you possibly can handle, and be prepared to sit on your hands. Just relax and wait for the market to come to you, and then pull off. Well, you have them automatically, I guess, at 3 pips, 5 pips, but you also have the most important thing, which is the make it, take it. I've already made my $50. I'm going to close all my positions. Bye-bye. I'm done. Right?
Yeah, because if I thought
rinse,
that,
repeat.
And you have this feeling that, okay, well, what if it would have gone up? Well, you can't. So when I dumped it,
no, there's no
then what do I do
What
is
if my
as soon as I
grandmother
dump
had
everything and
balls?
I go flat, when I dump everything, go flat with profits, what I'll do is come back in with limits, 5 pips deep, 10 pips deep, and when I see the market pulling back, I'll delete the 5 and 10, and I'm like, we're coming all the way back to the starting gate. So the other thing I do is I delete. If I put a rack of limits in and I see the market coming back, I'm like, oh no, they're coming down. So I'm actually deleting limits in front of the market when I see it's going to retest hard, and that way
Right.
I'm not going. So
you can save some powder.
But I threw the limits out there, thinking let's canvas this area. Then, and what I do is I trade around the market's behavior. So it's coming down. I'm like, if I was short, I wanted to be like that's the money management or the trade management or the order ticket management that makes money is realizing that, oh, I'm getting in too close now, pluck that off. So these aren't like plan your trade, plan hard, like stick to your plan. No, if the person you're with is spitting up blood, I don't care how hot she is, you got to take her to the hospital. So, those kind of things, right?
That's right. Yeah.
That's the other,
no,
but
right.
that's a common sense issue. But people lose their common sense when they get very deep focused into highly detailed technical shit. Common sense goes out the window. Typically.
Well, remember, you're watching the context change constantly, and the markets are ever changing, and never in the same
right. I think
place.
that's the problem. Is that I mean, the attitude, the angle, what's fueling them. What I'm always amazed of is the FOMC news will come out, the market will rip in one way, 4 hours later rips all the way back. I'm like, wow. So was it that they digested the news? And I always try to figure out, well, what the fuck? I mean, they were excited about the price they came out with. They rallied it up, but then I realized that, that auction's over. They sold those paintings, and now they got to get more paintings back in the fucking art gallery, and that's going to take some time. And if you look at it as an inventory issue, then it makes sense. But if you look at it at the price chart going, I don't understand, well, why did it go up if it went down after it went up? Like, do these people not know what they want to do with this thing? Why don't they like it anymore? I was thinking of why don't they like the euro anymore? Okay. They liked it a minute ago. Like, fucking after the news came out, they loved the shit out of it. Now they don't love it by 120 pips the other way. Like, what the fuck is that? So the auction is the only thing that explains it to me. In other words, we're sold out. We'll get some more in, and next day, and we'll put it on sale, and we'll do the same thing again. But it is hard because you're just like,
don't forget, but the euro, go ahead.
You want it to make sense on some level. In other words, you're making money, but like if you were to you cut lawns for a living, it's very obvious what happened there. The guy wanted you to cut the lawn, you cut it, he paid you. Here, it's not obvious how you're making money. Or why you're making money, right?
The first couple of times you don't even know it. The first couple of times we turned on the high frequency stuff, we had no idea what was going on, man. The numbers were flying. It was up 3,000, down 2,000, up 17,000, down 4,000. We had no idea what was going on. And then we stopped it on the first run that we did. We made $6,000 in like 4 minutes. But it went through the most incredible swings you've ever seen in your life. I've ever seen in my life. I turned to Bo Diddley. I go, Bo Diddley, man, we don't know what's going on here, man. We don't understand what this thing is doing, and we can't just walk around through life telling everybody that we just made $6,000 in the last 5 minutes, because no one's going to believe us, number one. And number two, we should be able to, as aeronautical engineers, we should be able to tell you what formula we use to get to this result, and we can't. And he turned to me and he said, Nady, how about it's just, just the way it is. It's just total chaos.
Right, that's the answer to, when people ask,
that's what my buddy said to me.
Yeah, like he's like, it's like the. So I was reading Ayn Rand in the Ayn Rand book. Right. Nathaniel Branden, who's the guy that Ayn Rand was screwing, in his book he has this anxiety person, ask him like, well, who started the universe, or when did the universe begin? And you just accept the universe is. You could worry about when did it start, is there a big bang, but at some point you just have to accept that the universe is, and then you don't have to worry about that anymore. But it is a problem because people do want to know, what was the first thing before? Who created God? If God created the universe, who created God, right? Well, you don't have to worry about who's the first guy that traded. Right. And there was one kid I met who wanted to trade commodity. He wanted to trade Forex. He goes, I'm going to learn everything about that country's currency. I go, you don't have to. You're putting so much this would be the classical approach, right? You learn everything behind the scenes and remember the history of the first guy that did it. You don't you want, for entertainment purposes, you could do that. You don't need to do that to make money.
Sure.
But people like that formal training. They love the formal training. Tell me everything from the beginning of time about currency.
You reminded me of that story. This lady comes home from the astrophysics seminar, and her husband says, "Why are you so glum?" She goes, at the seminar they said that the sun's going to go nova in 3.4 billion years. And he goes, "What's the problem, honey?" She goes, "Well, last seminar it was 4.5 billion years it was going to go nova."
Oh, it's getting closer.
This is exactly what you're talking.
Yeah, but I mean, it really is. I've met people that are trapped, and I just talked to my buddy. I haven't talked to him in a while. He owns a pawn shop, so go down there in the pawn shop. He's selling it.
Love it.
He's depressed. He's sitting there, and he said to me, there's only 18 years of water left. And I thought, then I looked at my calendar. And I go, some dumb shit came out and said there's only 20 years left because nobody ever comes as 18. But he was queuing it up, saying in the year 2030 there'll be no water left, or 2040, whatever. So I immediately looked at the calendar. Why 18 years? That's kind of like he must really know. And then I realized that he was just throwing out a round number, but that was 2 years ago. But I'm like, dude, man, like, really? And then he goes, yeah, these scientists, and he took me to the webpage, and I'm like, dude, if I see sustainable dildos, then I'll do it, right? But I mean, what's going on here with all the, it's a green dildo. Yeah, it's made out of fucking bamboo.
Nice, Molly.
Oh my God, dude,
they
this
can
poor
take
guy.
salt water now. Yeah, poor guy. You know what? Again, they can break your brains pretty quickly because most people are compliant. Why? Because you're going to do what mommy says for you to do, or else your dad's going to come and whack you across the ass. Well, in my generation, they did. So most people were taught to behave and, follow the rules. And you're allowed to, listen, all the kids who colored outside the lines, and I'm sure you were one of them and I was one of them, and all the kids that got into music and pot and the rest of it at their teenage years, they ended up doing worse in French, and their math skills fell and this and that. But you already knew right away what people were going to be really going out there and taking the world by storm, and what people were going to be really, really good accountants. And you pretty much knew everyone's personality by the time you were finished your teenage years. I guess it's senior year in the United States. By the time I hit grade 12, 13, I knew exactly, well, you already knew who the sluts were, that's for sure. And you already knew who the good girls were. And you already knew the guys that were going to inherit daddy's business. And at the end of the day, everyone just likes to be told, hey, this is what you're going to do, and this is what's going to happen, and you've got to be a good sport, and blah, 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 blah. And humans are compliant because we've domesticated ourselves over the last 5,000 years.
Yeah, if safety is a real is a real goal for these people.
Of course.
The problem is once you achieve, for a lot of these wealthy, famous people, once they achieve their goal, they're fucked, because now what are they going to do? They start doing drugs because they need to get back to that struggle stage of how they got there. And also when these guys come off stage, when you come back to your hotel room, you have to do, you don't have to do drugs, but most people do, because they're trying to reenact the anxiety of being on stage. It's very intense being on stage, and in the void, the vacuum that comes, you come back to your hotel room, if there's nobody there, not even a hooker, the vacuum's so heavy that unless you're used to that lifestyle,
shit. Yeah, you're smashing stuff.
you kind of implode.
I got news for you. I had that run-in when I was in my early mid-30s, because I had already taken companies public, and I had already gone the whole gamut, and I had the world's biggest house guest, had houses all over the place, and broads. It was just like what you see now in the Forex, these wannabe kids. I actually lived that for a few years. And I got news for you. You're absolutely right. You're just sitting there and you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck am I going to do for an encore?
Yeah.
Right? And that's literally, you can spend 3-4 years of your life trying to figure out, what am I going to do for an encore? Should I get married again? I don't know.
Yeah.
It cost me a house and all my LPs last time and all the stereo equipment and everything, and I didn't give a fuck. Take the whole apartment. Leave me alone. I'm moving out. Right? That's the best way to do it. Give them everything and walk.
Yeah, I did that. I did that twice. My starter wife, I said to her.
Yeah, so did I.
I said to her, you can have all the Rosenthal high-end German, flatware, all that shit. You can have all that. You can have the furniture, because every time I look at that fucking flatware, I'm going to think of you. So I don't want to see this couch again either, because I think of you. So I thought it's the best way to go. And maybe she'll feel like, oh, well, that's my parachute policy.
Okay, so you put on your orders. You got to walk away. That's it. The order's in. You got to see what's going to happen. Wait for the plunge. If you can't afford the plunge, then you went in too heavy. Can you scalp around it? I mean, everything you're talking about makes total sense. The only difference between you and I is that I went down into the 1 minute bar, and the whole day played out in 1 minute. Everything you're talking about, everything from pulling orders.
I don't really feel like buying a $20,000 20 core Dell rack mount, but because that's the other side of your game, is that it was hardware intensive, and that other guy that was on here, Genesis. But I kind of want to get it from the. I was trying to make this as at least amount of hardware intensive. In fact, the double clicks I wrote would run on a Windows tablet, so you could literally be driving your car and go, oh, the market's crashing, and double click a script and have it come out in front of the market, and then you don't feel like you're missing anything. But that's what I kind of just get a 8-inch or 10-inch tablet, and for $100 used, and just run the scripts on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you know what? They've made it such that, well, they made the barrier to entry really high for stuff like high frequency trading.
Oh,
and then it got higher and higher and higher until Citadel took over, and then you just couldn't even compete with them anymore. But the barrier to entry for retail trading is fairly low, and that's what I think that's the part of it that I guess makes me feel uneasy, because the amount of work that you have to do to actually be successful in this field is just like being a doctor or a heart surgeon. Now, heart surgeons, you may think that they're phenomenal, and they usually are. We had a heart surgeon. He had sent us all of his students that were basically working in the hospital part-time, so they would come to the clinic and do the night shifts for us. They basically slept at $90 an hour. And this guy, Robert, he's like one of the top heart surgeons in Miami. This guy was such an absolute no-mind when it came to anything other than hearts and heart surgery. He didn't know anything else.
Wow. So if you came in with your foot cut off, he wouldn't even put a tourniquet on it. He's like, what is that? Is that your foot?
He wouldn't have any idea what to do. You know that song, My Sharona, and I would say, like, My Boner. Like, I would mix up songs for him, and he would start laughing like he never heard the song before, and he never heard of anyone changing the words before.
Wow.
I thought to myself, man, this guy
total
can
nerd,
repair
super
my heart.
nerd, right?
Yeah,
super nerd.
Total.
Isn't that what you want working on your? I had a guy take a mole off me once. He was filling in for this other kind of like untalented guy. So this guy, so I had this Jewish guy working on my moles, and he was like kind of your typical, like he probably plays golf, not very good dermatologist, but they wanted, his parents said, you be a doctor, we'll kill you. So he became a doctor, and you know how it is, like you go to school whether you like it or not, and so one day he wasn't there, he was on vacation, and here comes this nerdy guy from the east side of town. He looked like fucking Poindexter from he looked like Clyde Crash Cup's assistant, if you know what he looks like. From back to the drawing board, guys. Clyde Crash Cup. So and so he goes to take my mole off, dude. And so he comes in the room now. When the Jew guy comes in the room, he's like, "How you doing? What's going on?" This guy comes in. He says, "Hello." And he looks like a fucking child molester. I'm like, dude, you must be good because you are the nerdiest, ugliest pile of dough I've ever seen in my life. But he comes over to take off my mole, dude. After he was done, I couldn't find where it was. And I said, let me know next time my doctor's sick because this guy, the worst bedside manner, dude. He didn't even say, have a nice day. I was like, this is the guy I want working on me. I don't want some schmoozer coming up to my fucking... if I was going for heart surgery and the doc came in and go, well, how are we doing today? I'd be like, this guy's a hack. I'm sorry, this guy's a hack.
Yeah, you don't want... You want Robert for your heart surgery.
Because he's making all this... He's making all this schmooze to make up for his own non-talent, so he has to be sociopathically love-bombing me.
So in other words, the more words and the more
the more friendly a doctor is, I think the worse talent they have. No, I made a rule in my head, and I asked some nurses about this. Do you notice that the good bedside manner doctors suck in the surgery room? They go, yeah, of course.
Of course.
Like the guy
this goes with trading too. So if you're talking about the ICT and you're talking about all these guys that schmooze a great game, but they can't trade for shit.
Oh yeah,
they can't trade for shit.
Right. And that's what the ultimate schmoozers. These guys, with the Ferraris and the Forex laptop, with the fucking music in the background.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
Oh, I met a kid that fell for that. In fact, this is the kid that I had a problem with. So. He says, I signed up for Forex Lions, and he was in Florida, and they were in Florida. I go, how much did you spend? He goes, well, I'm in their chat room for $100 a month, and I'm like, these guys are all just fucking, it's all glitz and garbage. They just want you to sign up for a $100 a month live chat room to trade Forex.
Right on.
That's the other thing I could do. I could sell a chat room here. So I'm not into customer complaints, I
No,
can't.
you're
I
not into
can't. I
this. You're
can't
not
do
into
that
this
one. I
business
know
as a
people
business.
would love to do it, and if you want to do it, you can take my scripts. I told this one guy in Britain. He goes, "Have you sold any of your scripts that people know you have them?" Because he thought it was amazing, right? And I said, "Dude, I just give them away."
Yeah.
He goes, "Don't give them away." I said, "Dude, you can have them. You can fucking sell them. I don't care what you do,
go
but
nuts.
don't.
Go
My
nuts.
name's
No,
not on them,
you
and I don't
listen,
care."
That's
But-
right. You don't give a fuck. You know what? And I love
Dude.
that attitude. I don't mind divulging stuff myself because I'm watching the way you're doing it. I'm thinking to myself, this is a few years older than me. Could be an older brother, and he likes the same music. And this, he has a good time, and he's a bit rambunctious. He doesn't sleep enough, and he probably drinks too much also on the weekends. But I like him. You know what? I'd hang out with you, and I'd bring you to Starvin' Marvin if he was still alive.
Starvin'
You'd have
Marvin.
a fucking great time with him.
So Starvin'
they call
Marvin
it-
was a trader, or Starvin' Marvin was just your buddy?
Oh yeah, Starvin' Marvin taught me what the Eurodollar was.
Oh, really?
He would open up on a Thursday, and I didn't know shit. I was, 17, 18? I didn't know anything. He goes, Nady, we're going to wait for London. I said, what's London? He goes, well, you're going to have to get here in the morning because the London strike price for the metals of gold is going to happen at 12 o'clock their time.
Oh, yeah, the London fix, right?
So you're going to have to be here really early. You have to be here really early. I'm like, okay. And then he would determine whether or not he was buying Eurodollars or selling Eurodollars, depending on the strike price of gold. And it took me 30 years to understand what this guy was talking about in that one move. That's what I was mentioning earlier. There's moves that are out there where there's anti-correlations and anti-fragility and whatever you want to call it going on in every direction. And every once in a while, some kid's going to find an amazing combination that no one has thought of before. It's absolutely endless.
Right.
And that's the problem. That's the problem with all these indicators. And, I got the trading view here. I already told you, right? We did 3 or 4 months of just backtesting of every single indicator against every other single indicator and with all the different settings therein.
Yeah, the price.
You know
Just
what, buddy?
just watching the price action is fascinating to me. I mean, even if I'm not a trader, just look at what the hell is going on.
It is going
I don't know.
on.
You got to have some intrigue. You got to like the idea of trading, I guess, because if you told somebody you can make a bunch of money, some people are like, I'd rather make money like doing something physical.
9 to 5.
Because this is a brain thing, really. It's almost completely. That's what I found to be kind of a problem. Is that
It's cerebral.
It doesn't fulfill. It
cerebral.
doesn't fulfill the physical, primal accomplishment of putting in drywall.
Right. No, I understand that.
So for
That's
some
why you
people,
make
it's
the money so you
it's
can
a
hire
weird way to
people
make
and
a
hang
money.
out.
Is where it's strange. In other words, you're instead of the energy of putting the drywall up, the energy is psychological energy of how to not freak out. Just how to or how to actually feel the. But they also say, when they first started talking about trading psychology, they said, well, you want to trade kind of like an android and be emotionless. But no, what they say now is, which makes more sense, is you're freaking out, but you embrace it. Or you're pissed off, but you don't try to. If you try to repress it, it just gets worse. So you just I guess obviously.
Listen, simpleton. The only reason I got into writing algos and the rest of it is because I would lose my fucking mind as things were going against me or going for me. It didn't matter. And I said to myself, Nady, you just don't have the full hand Luke requirement to do this because you're going to fucking have a heart attack. And luckily, Robert, but it's not good enough. You're only 30, whatever. So I turned around and I said, I got to write something that will work while I'm watch it from the corner, from the scan size, from the side of my eye. I'll watch it from the side of my eye, and I'll let it run. But I want the computer to do it for me because I'm just going to get too amped up. And you know what? It served me well for 20-something years. I did go down the rabbit hole with the high frequency, and everyone's really excited about it and the rest of it. But again, people should be aware that most of the stuff that they talk about is just to get the high net worth clients to invest with them. We have artificial intelligence using machine learning.
I did say that once in a video because if you come in and they got a Reuters screen there and they got pit view and they got all these fucking dazzling things and they've got a live feed from the floor. And the client says, "Wow, you guys really know what you're doing." Meanwhile, they don't even that shit doesn't even go into their analysis. I don't think it would. It's just dazzling.
I'll let you in on a secret. let me let you in on a secret. They use the AIs to impress the clients. They actually use the machine learning to figure out if they're going to do any rotations. But when the AI spits out an order to do this, this, and this, and the other thing, it always goes to a trade desk. You know why? Because unless it's a high frequency thing and they've already perfected it, and then it'll just go on its own, and they'll have a guy watching it 24/7 or 3 people. But if it's just a regular like hedge fund place, they're still going to send it to the trade desk. If the trader himself is, let's say you, simpleton, and the computer has a printout, they send it down to you and they text you the SMS, here you go, we want to buy euro right now. And you look at the screen and you're like, you know what? I can see me, lightly getting into it right now. I mean, the order's for 50,000 according to the computer, and you're like, nah, I'm going to put in 3,000.
Oh, yeah.
So there's always a guy that's going to put a stop to it because, you know what? Even the guys who run the hedge funds don't believe what the computers are saying.
I talked to this kid out of Germany once. This is so cute. I don't know if he still listens, but he's probably 20 years old, right? So he got a job working at one of these big houses, institutional things.
Nice.
And he said, he says, I can't tell you where I work and all that stuff. And he said, so at this time, this is when the euro dollar was at 108. This is probably 4 years ago. I don't know. When the euro dollar was at this big sell-off, the last time it sold off. And him and I were joking, and we were talking about swing trading the euro and going long there, And he goes, well, where I work, some guy just walked in with $1 billion or $100 million.
Yeah.
He walks into this big institution. He goes, I'd like to go short the euro. They put the trade on for him. He told me the approval on that trade takes 2 weeks. It's got to go through this guy's desk, that guy's desk.
Oh,
and they
yeah.
go, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to put on a trade for a client that doesn't even know he can open up a fucking Forex account if you really give a shit about the euro prices. But this guy comes in with a briefcase full of money, and he's like, could you please, right this way, sir. We'll put that trade up for you. They probably call him with a confirmation 3 weeks later, mail him confirmation, you are now short the euro. Meanwhile, we were laughing so hard because right when that happened, the euro starts to come off the floor and it screams up 1,000 pips after it. And I just, wow, But institutional trading, you think they're fucking sitting there pulling a trigger when the guy says buy? No, it's 2 weeks to fucking process the order.
It takes a while. Oh, yeah. No, it's a different world. You know what? And I think the retail traders are bedazzled, bewitched, and bewildered by what goes on at the big money level. And at the big money level, it takes a long time to put on a trade. It takes a long time to puff a trade. And they have clients that have certain they have to follow certain IRA Roth things. Yeah. It's a whole mission.
They got clearance from this person, from that person. I used to work for a hospital. Yeah. Dude, I used to work for a hospital. I saw this guy was a dentist inside the hospital, right? So I made him a couple teeth, and I'm like, I gave him the statement, pay me, right? I'm like, where's my check? So I call up the fucking hospital, and they go, we got your check right here. I go, well, fucking mail it. They go, no, we got to check it. I go, you wrote it. So I get the check. I would get checks from that were dated like 6 weeks ago. Because the computer that prints out the check, it's all signed, it's all ready to go. They have a guy that comes in and checks the checks. And I'm like, holy shit. Yeah. They said we have to make sure we have enough money. I'm like, it's a hospital. Go figure, right? It's the most bureaucratic. Working for the hospital, and I had a purchase order. I'm like, dude, really? This is just cut me a check. But it has to go through so many checks.
Not that fast. Yeah, not that fast.
And I had to get rid of them. I don't even care if your bill's big. The cash flow for me, I was 60 days behind on my bills.
We got killed. We got killed in the clinics on cash flow every fucking month.
Oh, dude.
Because they would only pay you on 2/3 of whatever you put out for them, and they pay you 120 days later.
Well, how about
because
this?
That's the game in the United States.
In the United States, my dad owned a nursing home here and made a lot of money. He had to sell it.
Sure.
And he had to sell the nursing home, and I said, "Why are you selling?" He goes, "Listen, if the state lapses 6 months to pay you, they don't owe you." I go, what? He goes, yes, if they are past due 6 months,
that's right.
They don't owe you. And I go, what kind of business? And so he had to sell because it was getting to the point where the state was delaying payment. And he was going to get crushed because he can't even sue him. Dude, I never heard of anything like that. There's an expiration date on your statement. What? Yeah, you can't. It's statute of limitations 6 months on me billing you.
That's funny. Well, we had to wait 120 days. Wait a second.
Maybe it's 120. Maybe it's 120 days. If they don't do it, then they don't know. I don't know. The U.S. is different than Canada. And the other thing that blew the other thing that really pissed me off when I was a kid was I was a libertarian when I was a kid, so kind of like right away as soon as I got my first paycheck I saw taxes. And when my dad told me that, I said, "Why don't you just buy a CAT scan?" Because you can't just buy a CAT scan, dude. You need a certificate of need. You can't compete with the hospital down the street. So the hospital down the street got a CAT scan. They're charging $2,000 a scan. I decided to buy my own CAT scan and get a certified, technicians to run it and set up shop a mile away. I cannot do that in the United States because you can't have more than one CAT scan every 20 miles. It's crazy.
And not only that, you can't have the lab right beside the clinic. I built a lab, blood lab, like blood work lab. It's all derivatives, this and that. You couldn't own a clinic and a lab that you were referring to.
Wow.
They consider that double dipping. Buddy,
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So,
but I mean, they're going to double dip anyways, so it's just like.
Yeah, they will. They absolutely will. Yeah, it's just bullshit. Buddy, you're giving me nightmares now tonight. I'm going to have to think about all this stuff again.
There goes the euro. There goes the euro again. I hate to say it, but there goes the euro again. I finally get my trend trade off. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, they were.
We had Humana. I signed a contract with Humana.
They're trashy.
We would see remember these fuckers? Oh my God, what a bunch of cunts!
I've never seen so many people deny a claim.
$150. We'll do a full service for anyone that walked into the clinic. Up until we'll set bones. We'll do this. There was a whole list of things. We did basically everything that the ER would do except for heart attacks because we're not set for that. And I said $150, and I turned to Jerry. I said, you know what? I hope these fuckers will pay us because we should be charging $500 a visit, $600 a visit, like the hospitals do. He goes, well, they never pay the hospitals, but we may have a shot at $150.
Oh God!
Right? Guess what? You're going to wait 120 days for that $150, which was already 1/3 the price. So that's the tough part about health and insurance and all that stuff in the United States. Is that the health insurance companies don't like to pay because there's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of people that have jacked up the system, a lot of car accidents that were on purpose by accident. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah. No, the fraud's got to be insane. Plus, I mean, anybody's paying like $50 for an aspirin, because of all the. It's like the toilet seat. We used to have toilet seats that cost like $300. Yeah, it's going on a ship, a military ship. It's not just any toilet seat. Yeah, it is. It's tested with a hammer for 5 days. That's $100 actually.
Well, the military-industrial complex is the only reason things are still rolling. The empires, it's coming down slowly. They're demolishing it slowly, and I don't think they could have done it any faster. They cut everyone the legs that was in the small business. Yeah, they cut everyone's legs up from underneath them that were in small little businesses, which is the American engine, the economic engine in the United States. From my own experience, having lived there for about 8 years, is that guy who starts a gardening company, hires four locals, grows it, then he gets into plumbing, and he has this nice small little business going on, and he's living the dream, right? And you cut those guys out. You're fucked. You're Venezuela. It's history. It's over.
Yeah, once you take out the boutique businesses, which is really
it's done.
And those are the people buying the raw materials, anyways. But I know everybody goes big box.
Those are the people that would have made good traders because they understood that they're going to have to spend money to get into business, and they're not afraid to go underwater, and they have a business mindset about them. Those guys would have been great traders, in my opinion.
I would have a hard time. They say the restaurant business is the hardest because a couple bad meals and people tell everybody. It's like the word gets around.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Who's that? Who's that normal sounding
Don't
person?
mind us. We're just rambling. We're just rambling
Is that
away
Nim?
here.
Or is that
I feel like
Chris,
I'm on a phone
Chris
call
PTA?
with
Chris PTA?
Hey, I've been listening to y'all for a while. I was just looking for a nice time to chime in. You guys switch gears a whole lot when talking.
Yeah, we're
old, right?
We
We're
get
old.
bored. Yeah, we're ADD bored.
Well, it's
ADD and
fun
old.
because there's so many things I'd like to say about all the different things you guys
That's
are
all right.
talking
Well,
about.
we're ending the stream right now. How'd you know? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh no,
your timing's perfect. You're just wrapping it up. No, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say I've been tuning in when I have a chance, and you guys are great. Yeah.
That's it?
Sure.
I thought you were going to say, how do I keep my poodle from touching the electric fence? Because I know all about that now.
Right.
Yeah.
You put a limit order on your poodle is what you do, okay? You put a stop order on your poodle. What happens when so here's a funny story about spending too much time going down the rabbit hole. So one day I was playing around with my colors in MT4 and getting different templates and different and I played around with the colors in Windows. I did that for 2 fucking hours in the afternoon, bored, right, traders up. I get in my car, I'm driving down the road, and I'm thinking to myself, I almost reached out for the mouse to change the color of the sidewalk. As I looked out the window, I go, can I change this stuff too? I was like, holy shit. I'm thinking the sky, I could just fucking bring in a different color. It's so funny because you start to think like in the metaverse. Can you start to change things? Is this? Oh, this. You're not Lawnmower Man, dude. You can't change this shit.
Yeah, you've gone with some.
Do you remember Lawnmower Man, where the guy went in the
empty
computer? The guy went down the optic fiber. Lawnmower Man, the guy that was cutting his lawn. And that was crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So are you trading the
Chris,
futures? Chris is in
hear what you were
futures. Chris, are you a futures trader too, like these other guys?
Oh yeah, you were talking to me?
Yeah, are you
Chris?
are you a futures guy?
Okay. I'm actually in Forex. I started with stocks probably back in 2012, 2013. Moved over to options, so kind of went the fundamental and quantitative, and then I got just totally hooked on currencies.
You sound 27 years old. You 27 years old?
Nice.
Ooh, pretty close. 30. I'm turning 32 this year.
Oh, well, you sound young though. So yeah, so do you find it satisfying to trade? I mean, better than stocks. You like Forex because of leverage, or you like it just because it's like 24 hours?
Well, I got pulled into it a long time ago. Well, let's see, 3-4 years ago. No, it'd be a little longer than that. I was kind of like just
3 days ago.
I mean, forced into it, like you were kidnapped.
No. Actually, so I got recruited to like MLM.
Oh, that sounds better, recruited.
Yeah. But I actually ended up really liking it, and what I liked was that I could start with a smaller account, and then of course we have the leverage. And as I started learning about all the different countries' economies, I just got totally hooked. I'm
really?
Just head over heels for currency.
Nice.
So you follow the it's been said that the Canadian dollar, the Australian dollar, New Zealand dollar are the commodity currencies because they got the milk over there in New Zealand. They got in Australia got that. Canadians got something else. They always called it the Canadian pairs. I mean the commodity pairs. Have you ever heard that?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I do the euro and gold, just those two.
Yeah, the gold thing.
Nice,
I noticed the scripts that I wrote for gold. I had wrote some gold scripts, and I used to trade it, but I think it's 0 or 2 to it. But yeah, gold's easy to. Gold's kind of, I wouldn't say predictable, but if you're on the 5-minute chart, it does look like euro. It's kind of a liquid thing.
Yeah. It almost totally is. Gold is amazing because it's such a manipulated market. So you get all these swings, stop hunts, and they're just scalpers.
There's so much crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
I spent a month on gold with Eureka. We had algorithms running on that. We could never get it to work right.
Really?
That was back then. Maybe
Why didn't you call this? Why didn't you call Chris, man? What were you thinking?
If I knew Chris, I would have called him, buddy. We had 8 cores working all night long. Okay.
Well, you should have known.
Yeah.
You should have used your Gartley patterns, and you would have known all about that.
I heard those don't work anymore.
Oh, they stopped working? The market figured them out. The big boys were cracked the code on the Gartley, and they're stop hunting the retail guys now? Okay.
But the market's not like an elephant, I guess. It forgets things, so maybe it'll start working again.
Yeah, well, I gave roofies to my elephant so I can recycle the trade.
Yeah. In
And
India,
he kicked him out of
they
Barnum
keep
and
the
Bailey. They
elephants
closed down
out.
Barnum and Bailey. My elephant's actually a little bit depressed.
Yeah, we don't have. I guess over there in India, they have the elephants. I'll tell you something funny. They have that super hot scorpion pepper, and they hang them on the fence posts, and it keeps them out.
What they come up on it, and they realize it's too toxic, and they touch it, then they freak out.
Well, they don't like it because it's super hot, and there's videos of them. They'll throw up.
Oh, they try to eat
so
one, so they figure that they do the old Pavlov's dog. Fence bad, make me throw up, kind of. So stay away from the fence.
Right on.
Well, but can't they just use a good old cattle prod?
Well,
too much work.
You got to sleep sometime. It's kind of like trading the market. You got to sleep sometimes, so you can't just be out there with a freaking cattle prod all day.
So do you get up at 1 a.m. and trade the London Open? European.
Oh God, no. Here in the U.S., no. I just wake up and we're in Central Time Zone, so I'll just catch the New York when I can. Just the Newark session.
Yeah, that's pretty active. Wow.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of fun. But yeah, gold's fun. Gold's great for scalping, and then I use kind of a fundamental kind of bias for the euro, and that seems to be working quite well. At least for the past 6 months or so.
How many gold grills you see on a hip hop video? How much gold's in circulation? How many gold grills you see on rapper videos? Is that how fundamental analysis? Man, there's a lot of grills out there. I think there's a shortage of gold.
When they have that gold on those rap videos, that's not their stuff. They give it to them for the video, and then they have to give it back to them.
So you put that into your analysis, is what you're saying.
Unless they walk off the set with them.
Yeah, then they come chase you
Well, I
down.
short gold when that happens, dude. Come on.
Right.
Yeah,
don't be stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a sell signal. When the rappers give up gold, that's a sell signal. No, I mean it's really. So, do you believe the comment that all the gold in the world will fill 2 Olympic swimming pools? Do you believe that nonsense?
I have not heard that before. But did you know that the entirety of the population of the world can fit in? I think it's in New York, the big garden in New York. I think they actually calculated how much mass of human bodies, and then so they factored in like how they figured out how much volume that is.
They figure out if everybody held their breath, they could fit more people. I understand if everybody holds their breath, they can actually fit less people because the people. Now, when you're talking about the Central Park, is that Central Park that big? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. There's a video. I think you could find it on YouTube. Maybe somebody basically figured out how many people there are in the world, and just by census, like took the average. So it's all kind of speculative, but they basically figured like how much mass the entirety of the world's human bodies would take up, like how much volume.
Wow. Yeah, those are fun facts. It's like how many dollar bills, there's so much money, how many dollar bills to go to the moon and kind of stuff, It makes you, or you stacked all the money that they've spent, this $1 trillion, how high if you took the dollar bills and stacked them, how in debt we are.
Oh, yeah.
I go to the moon or some shit. I don't crazy idea. I mean, to think about that is just overwhelming. I guess you have to break it down into some kind of practical thought.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So you just you think trading is you think the Bitcoin's is a buy? Do you look at Bitcoin? Do you think it's a buy at this price?
I used to trade Bitcoin a lot, but I haven't so much recently. And I think with this whole shorting thing that's going on, I'd like to see maybe like what COT data is, on like what the banks are doing.
Do they have it
so
on?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Do they have commitment of traders on Bitcoin? Probably in their own little Bitcoin world.
Yeah, I guess because it's kind of unregulated. I think I would feel more comfortable giving an assumption in Bitcoin if I knew what like everybody was actually doing. But right now they seem to be shorting it. So, but it keeps finding these nice resistance areas, these places where it doesn't want to cross.
Well, I'll tell you, man,
we'll
that when it smacked to like 18,000, I think a lot of people were like, "Wow, if that's not a good price," because you could probably, I think we could make it back to 24,000 at some point. I don't think it's going to go straight down. You know, pretty hard to keep going down. I don't know.
I'm out of my Bitcoin. I'm just holding some Doge. I finally got into Doge like a few last month.
Wow.
Started thinking like, hey, maybe this is cool. I'll get into it.
Did everything go down? Did Doge go down with Bitcoin? Is everything come down together in sympathy?
It took a little bit, but it did also. So I'm just holding it. It's not a lot of money. I'm just gonna
listen. If you bought Bitcoin in December 2017, gentlemen, you'd be at the same price that you were.
Wow.
So it's the same price that it was December 2017 when they first pulled it out. Yeah, it's a full circle jerk.
That's pretty tough. That's kind of a bummer for the big Bitcoin fans. They're probably like, "Wow, I thought this was going to be like the most amazing revolution in currency." But
I just love seeing like people on the news channels talk about Bitcoin. I think that's the greatest, because they keep talking about like it's a store of value, but it's not a store of value. It's a peer-to-peer transaction. It's a way to transact money. It's
it doesn't even pay dividends.
It's like that's the whole purpose. That's what the white papers say about Bitcoin. It's not a freaking store of value.
Right.
So
it is not. The funniest thing was, I don't know if they still talk about it. I'm sure they do, but I went down the Bitcoin rabbit trail one day, and I came across somebody talking about. Well, they're talking about how you don't understand, man. I'm like, okay, I'm listening. Tell me. Well, man, there's these halvings. These halvings when people get like the rebates on everything they mine. I'm like, and they're trying to show it me on the chart. I'm like, what are you saying? It doesn't even correlate, dude. When the halvings come and you look at the chart, the price behavior, like, dude, this is hocus pocus, dude.
18 months.
Oh yeah, it's there's a word for that.
The halving or something.
Pareidolia.
Oh, what that?
No, and then bad correlation.
But don't you think that's kind of, now that's a fundamental view of what's causing the prices, this dividend or this halving thing. I couldn't see it on the chart, and I'm thinking, dude, it's not helping you, like, as it's plunging through the floor, is it? I don't know. Is that a real thing? The dividend or the rebate or whatever that is?
Well, I think okay, I don't want to misspeak.
You know what I'm talking about, the halvings, the halvings. It's like a recycling of Bitcoins that you prove you mined, and it's your chance to cash out your Bitcoins that you mined, as opposed to, I don't know how it works. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah, the way that the code is set up in such a way that they have to put that much more computer power into it.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
To mine it, they have to put in double the amount of computers to mine the next coin. So,
yeah,
for instance,
the fundamental view was, I thought when electricity prices go up, Bitcoin should go up because it's made out of electricity. So that'd be the fundamental view, but even that's not true, because like you said, it's not based on the. It's not like you're mining gold, so gold should go up if there's, you know what I mean? If gold goes up, gold goes up. If electricity goes up, well, Bitcoin maybe goes down, or it's too hard to mine it. I don't know.
Well, I think like the halving thing is, I guess now we kind of see what it does on the chart, but until it happens, it's a random variable, and we don't know what's going to happen afterwards. There's no way to 100% with 100% certainty predict exactly what's going to happen. So the only thing you have the benefit of is hindsight after it's happened. Now we can make assumptions about it. But
can we anticipate the next cycle based on that window of rollover, or what you would call it, triple witching, or whatever you call it? So that, I mean, there must be a way to kind of, people are trying to time that, but of course, when everybody shits their pants, I think the markets, like all those kind of predictions and structures are just destroyed when there's panic. It's like it takes over every sector almost. Stocks crash, Bitcoin crashes. That's speculative instruments. No intrinsic value in the stock market unless you consider your dividends. Gold did not go screaming up, though, so I'm like, well, maybe gold's just too overpriced right now to go screaming up to 3,000. because the end of the world's coming.
There's actually a good book. Have you ever heard of Fooled by Randomness by Nicholas Taleb?
Yeah.
That's
the Black Swan guy. Yeah, the fragile.
I still have yet to read all the other books, but I've gone through Fooled by Randomness. Great book. It really explains the issue that you have with trying to make predictions based on these assumptions, and then trying to validate or vindicate yourself afterwards to say you were right or wrong. And really, it's just randomness in the market.
Yeah.
So you can't really predict.
He came out and said that COVID was not a black swan. I totally disagree with him. So here's a guy that he doesn't get it. I'm like, no, that's black swan shit right there, COVID, dude. Look at the stock market chart based on COVID lockdown. Just take a look at that spike and tell me you've never seen a spike in equity in your fucking life that you saw on. Not even the stock market crash of '87s. Try to find that on the chart. Like I always tell people, people committed suicide in 1987 with savings and loan crisis. You can't hardly find it on a chart, dude. It looks like a baby pullback. 1987.
Yeah. Well, and as we have better, more efficiency, and we learn from our mistakes, those black
we didn't bail
swan
them
events,
out. We didn't bail
really
out the savings and loan either. So we shouldn't have never bailed out anybody. It's the way you get rid of bad business. You let them die. You don't bail every fucker out.
Exactly.
God damn it. I don't know. We bail everybody. The whole world we bail out now. I'm sick of being this rescue team. I'm sick of being a fucking dropping fucking food on people after earthquake. Dude, what, really? They drop food on us when we get a fake president? No. They just laugh.
Actually, I think the Haitians did that, didn't they? Didn't they send over a bunch of stuff by airmail?
Did they really?
To help us out.
They dropped IOUs. You owe us more money.
Yeah, you know what? You just weren't in the right zip code because we got it.
We virtue signal ourselves into a $40 trillion deficit here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look, we care. Here's an Uzi. Here's an Uzi, but of course here we're only allowed 2 chambers, 2 bullets in our clips because you got to be really good aim here if you're a legal gun owner.
Let me ask you something. Do you guys don't think that one day it'll all be paid for? Was that line? Someday this will all be paid for?
Did you hear about that guy? There was one of these brilliant politicians that came out last year and said all we need to do is mint $1 trillion coin and then we'll just take a loan out on that coin. You heard that one, right?
Right on.
Just put a lien on the coin.
Oh, God.
No, they did. They said you got to mint I'm thinking, what's in that coin that's so fucking intrinsically amazing? Like maybe a palladium coin that weighs I don't know, 40 tons.
Well, here's something to think about too about that on that note, because there are repercussions to doing those things. So let's say, for example, I think Dylan Radigan was on just recently and he had a really good rant about it. But he was talking about, the problem. Well, the solution to the problem of inflation would be basically to, stop the demand and basically everybody stop working and stop spending money. And but so you want to kind of hamper that. Because if you fix the problem, let's say we put out a bunch more gas and we're trying to, fix the oil prices. Well, if you fix it, then the demand will go up because the price is now decreased. So it could make the problem even worse, much, much faster because you're not actually fixing the problem. You're just, I guess you could be fixing the problem.
Negative feedback.
Negative effect.
It's all negative feedback.
Yeah, I wondered. So I had this. I asked the guys in the band. Of course, we've been drinking and smoking, but I asked the guys in the band. I said, "Listen, with all these Bitcoin millionaires, when they start to buy shit, aren't they causing inflation?" And I don't know if it's on that scale, but you're talking about an instrument that has gone up so extreme that it's unnatural, so to speak, as Ted Nugent would say. It's unnatural, but that is just, dude, we don't even know. You're talking about you don't know how much money's in circulation. We don't know how many people have gone out and bought fucking Ferraris on a Bitcoin, and you kind of, is that inflation? I guess you're buying a car that somebody built. I don't really know how it works, but I wonder if you look at the whole picture, of, okay, they're putting money on this side, this guy's making money, this guy's got some instrument that just went, like these artwork, these paintings, they're selling these paintings at Christie's, some piece of shit by Picasso. Here's $40 million is the first painting, right? You can tell the end of the world's coming because they're bidding up this artwork, or Gilmore just, this guy just sold his guitar, he's retiring, these rock stars selling out their catalog of songs, and I'm thinking inflation. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm like, dude, everybody's liquidating, and everybody's in cash, and this whole thing about everybody's in cash, everybody's in bonds, and oh my God, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just wonder, but the everything together systematically must be affecting other stuff, and.
No, it's a controlled demolition, brother. That's the way.
But some of it's automatically. No, I just have to tip over one domino. The rest is just momentum from physics. In other words, the guy that started this might have started it like. In other words, the first tipping point there, and now it's just like all the dominoes have been stacked up by other bureaucracy, and all you got to do is just trigger it. And amazingly, somebody's going to arrest you for having a thought, because there's so many laws in the books now that you're doing something wrong somewhere.
Sure.
Somewhere.
I do at least 17 things wrong by the time I wake up.
Yeah.
I'm just not looking forward to the day that you'll go to jail for accidentally misgendering somebody. I think that's going to be that's when we know things are pretty messed up.
Well, the thing is that, and the worst thing is, you go on one of these dates with these people, you don't know what sex they are, and then it turns out that you didn't ask if it was okay to hold their hand. I mean, that's all. Don't forget, you got that too there now. Every step along the way, can I touch your ear now? Okay, I'm writing this down. I checked the box. I got confirmed in case the SWAT team comes in while I'm trying to molest you. No, I mean, everything is so funny. It's like, can I get a safe space with that? Like, what happened to safe spaces? That went away real quick. The people figured out, well, if they're going to shoot up the school, I guess there's no safe spaces here, kids. So just fucking get yourself your own Uzi and get your Kevlar. Let's outlaw Kevlar so the public can't protect themselves too. That's a great idea. Let's move to New York. I mean, what are these people thinking, dude? Gun-free zone. I'm sure all these serial killers laugh and they go, gun-free zone, dude. Why don't you just invite me in and tell me when to come over? Oh
yeah.
My
well, that's
Lord,
like telling everybody that you're going on vacation and then leaving your door unlocked. It's like, come on in.
And people were doing that on Facebook because they had that Track Me app. We're going to the restaurant. All right, well, let's go get their fucking new TV they just bought. We love our neighbors, but man, that fucking plasma TV, I can't resist. They just said they're out to eat.
Cute.
No, it's something else, man. So what do you think of the world? I mean, we're two old people. So what do you think? I mean, for you, you're probably used to having a cell phone and all that shit, but I mean, you're probably not even scared because you don't really, in other words, you don't look at the world now and go, man, it's not like the old days, because for you, the old days would be what? The 90s? I mean, when did you start like going, what the fuck's going on here? I'm sure you must say,
that's actually a really good question. I'm glad you asked that. That's actually a really good question. So coming from a 30-year-old, I like to say I have a little bit of wisdom, but I'll tell you why.
Only because you're talking to us.
I work with
you would have
old
never
people.
called in here unless you
I
had
literally work with old people for a living. I work in healthcare, and my population of my patient population of choice is geriatrics. So I love to ask them these questions all the time, and they kind of assure you, life just keeps moving along.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
true.
did have one guy. He said, because I've had so many words of wisdom from these guys. I just ask them what they think, how it was back in the day. So I mean, I've just got treasure troves of just memories from these guys telling me about how it was, and what to think about the future. But anyway, on the recession note, I did have a guy tell me he was really well spoken, and he mentioned about recession's not a big deal. He's like, who cares about a recession? Recession's fine. You just cash gets expensive. And you got to just keep paying your debt. Everything keeps moving. He says, what you need to worry about is deflation. He says, everything's fine with recession. And I've had the same opinion. Recession is okay, as long as it's not exceeding GDP. Right. So if you have good GDP, then you're fine on a little bit of inflation. You can handle, small recessions, but it gets really bad when that gets out of whack.
Yeah,
kind of like we are now.
Do you remember 5 years ago? Yeah, 5 years ago, if you went on YouTube and watch financial stuff, The Fed was belly aching. They've been belly aching for 7 years, at least the last 7 years. You know what? We want 2% inflation, and we're afraid of a deflationary death spiral. And I'm thought, are you retarded, dude? If shit got cheap, so I don't really kind of agree or understand it, because I'm like, dude, if shit got cheap, how's that a problem? I get the fact that I can't raise my wages for my employees because the cash flow or the money velocity's gone down. I get that, but it's tough for you to get somewhere, you got to put gas in your car. In other words, what you're doing is freezing stuff out, like Mr. Freeze and Batman. You're taking sectors and freezing them. Now we got to do a workaround. And I get that people are adaptable, but wow, I mean, I would prefer zero inflation and then just have people people be able to just live, I suppose. I mean, why can't we just have, like, if you look at microphones, there's a Shure microphone that's been out for, I don't know, 40 years. It's $100 for a SM57 model microphone. It has not changed. Oh, maybe it's $120 now. Dude, there's no inflation on microphones. It's not one of these things. But other things, you know, like this thing's expensive. That's who's buying that shit? Like your house. Like, who needs a $80,000 car? I guess is what I'm asking. If you can afford it, buy it, right? But now that's the standard? Like, what? Your smart car won't even you can't even put used parts in it because it won't start. It's like, I can see that part's a piece of shit. It won't even start. I don't know what my point is. I'm just angry old man. Go on. It's your turn.
Have you ever listened to Car Talk?
What's that?
Have you ever listened to Car Talk?
Yeah, you mean the guys on NPR?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Because they have that
so
laugh.
you know
They sound like brothers to me. They have that laugh. Oh, this guy.
Oh yeah. So they were talking about. Well, they always talk about this. One of them makes fun of the other because every time the guy puts gas in his car, he's spending more money than his car's worth. And so it's like, you know, it's actually really
they're
good.
still on the radio. They're still on the air now.
They're still on fixing it. I have no idea, but I like to. That's what me and my wife listen to on road trips.
You're not the guy from Texas that was taking money in garbage cans out of the bank, were you? Or putting it in the ATMs? You sound like that guy. There was a guy that called in here. He goes, yeah, you know, I work at the bank, and to hide the money, the Brinks truck comes in with garbage cans. That's how they load the ATM. So people think they're just taking out the garbage. But that wasn't
really.
You sound like that guy. But yeah, I thought, well, that's a good thing because it just looks like you're just fucking with the garbage. Meanwhile, you're loading that ATM, you know.
Yeah.
With stacks of.
It's a really good idea.
Oh, I was at the hardware store and I saw a rock. You put a key in it and you stick it, but the rock looks too perfect. I take it with spray paint.
I know one thing though, you don't mess with those Brinks guys, with those Brinks trucks. One of my patients, he used to be a driver. That's what he did actually, I think, for most of his career. He drove these Brinks trucks. He's got crazy stories. But he says basically you can't mess with these Brinks trucks. And I actually have one story for you if you want to listen to it. He was stopping at a Walmart. They were at a Walmart, and he was the driver. And there was a clown, a guy dressed up in a clown suit, and he started doing these air gun, you know, like Joe Biden does that freaking handgun thing with his hand. And he was like acting like he was doing this little shooting thing at the Brinks truck. And then he walked inside the Walmart. Well, he got arrested and got, you know, basically, you know, fined, you know, all up and down because, like, you can't joke around like that. He was like, if the clown was actually going in to do a clown show inside of the Walmart, and he was just messing around. He didn't mean to act like he was going to shoot up the fan truck, you know, the Brinks truck.
I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say they don't want anybody doing like clown stuff to distract it and do like a kind of a, you know, kind of a distraction thing. But just the point of the finger, actually, like the kid that took that piece of bread and bit it into a shape of a gun, and they arrested him, pulled him out of school. Remember that one? Do you remember the kid that took his bread and he cut it into so it looked like a bread gun? They came and got him out of school. The bread gun incident. You remember the bread gun incident? The kid nibbled his fucking bread so it looked like a fucking, you know, Luger or something. They came after him. Pull them out of school. Zero tolerance, dude. Come on. Zero tolerance.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I used to have, those cap guns?
Oh, yeah.
Little pop guns, little plastic ones. So I got one of those. I went to a church camp and I had one, and I would pop them to scare people. Like, I mean, it was just at church. That's what we were doing at the time. Everybody had pop guns. And there was a sheriff that went to the church, and he basically said, he's like, look, you can't, he basically pulled me and my mom aside, and he basically told me, like, you can't do this, especially out in public. It's okay with your friends, but like, if you did that to me as an officer, or if I'm not in police uniform, so you wouldn't know, but if you did that to me and you scared me, I would have to respond to it, So it was like, you can't play around.
It's protocol, dude. Yeah, I mean, my mom told me don't say bomb on the airplane. Don't joke about bombs when you go through TSA.
Oh, buddy, I was on my way to Calgary, and my buddy goes, and we were at Cowboy Boots. He goes, you got the shotgun in the cowboy boot, okay? And the guy in the lineup pulled us apart, and it's like, we got fucking grilled. He almost went to jail for that line, and he was just fucking around joking. I hear you.
Hey, I never joke.
No. Not at that stuff. You can joke about slamming into this euro trade, but other than that...
Hey, if you joke about slamming the euro, that's not a good thing.
Some people are offended.
That's right.
So when I was talking to the guys over, I talked to this guy in Britain, this guy Cleves says, so he wrote this code for these grid drops, and he was just able to duplicate my script. I don't know how he did it, but he set it up for a 10K there. And he told me that he had a hard time shorting the British pound because he's British. Like, I mean, he really had a hard time shorting it. I was like, really? Wow, I'm not good at shorting anyways, but for him it was, like a national. He was a nationalist when it came to trading currency.
Nice.
Don't want to disrespect my currency.
Or the Queen.
Yeah. How about those guys in front of Buckingham Palace? Could I go up there and be a clown and yell out price quotes?
That's why I don't want to short the United States dollar, because it'd be disrespectful to Joe Biden. Yeah,
well, he'd fall off his bike if you did that. I mean.
Oh, you know what? You mentioned that about having him duct tape back to his bike. Yeah. I was thinking in my head, it's like, dude, you can't use duct tape on him. He's old. It'll rip his skin off.
That's right. We'd have to use what are those zip ties the police
Scotch
use?
Tape. Yeah, something much more gentle. You got to be nice to people.
So do you work with the geriatrics? So you feel bad for Joe? Do you? You're like, God, he's just one of the guys I work on. He's like all those guys I work on.
Yeah, you know how I see it?
Elder abuse.
It's elder abuse, exactly. Why would you put an old man in that position? I know he wants it. That's been his career.
Right.
But the amount of scrutiny and pressure and disrespect he'll bring to his family by failing at that job because he's old. And for everybody that backs him to do that, that's elder abuse.
No, it's I mean, and to me,
it's all rapacious oligarchs. They don't care.
His wife's a sick puppy too, because she's there holding his hand, enabling him, and when he gets stuck, she's gonna try to finish his sentence. I'm like, honey, this rodeo's over. You got to pack it. The show's over. You got to pack it up.
And those are the ones I'm talking about.
It's like I was just watching these guys talk about rock stars that need to retire because they can't hit the notes, and bands that don't have any original members. When a franchise is going, people just want to keep it going because there's some guy that has the trademark patent and he's just like, just keep it going, dude, because I'm making royalties. Just keep it going.
And some of those old rock stars, though, are still rocking it out. They have
some
a passion
are really
for
amazing.
It. They're good at it.
Well, some guys that I guess were lucky enough to not write a melody so fucking high past C or they were able to sing it, or they just really good at it. Somebody was saying that Alice Cooper still. Alice Cooper still plays, and these people are old. Old people jamming. Some people some people. I was watching This girl from the 70s,
Those are still-
Carole King. You ever seen Carole King sing? She is so good. And when she got older, she got more technical about singing. She actually got a little better. Because when people are young, they really don't know maybe even music theory, but later on, they get really technique gets better.
I've always been impressed by that, by singers.
That's hard.
No, singers, sometimes they get extra chops and they get more character, and they actually, some can't hit the note, but, well, I think it was somebody, they get voice surgeries, and, tough. It's tough to be a singer because being a guitarist, you buy a new guitar, if a string breaks, you break your voice, you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, or you break your fingers, you just get a new finger.
So what do you do for
Linda
fun?
Ronstadt had a voice.
What do
She can't sing
you
anymore.
your wife do for fun? Go out and look for baby formula in case you're gonna have a kid, or what do you guys do for fun?
Who, me?
Yeah, I mean, you're the only married person here,
Oh,
apparently.
yeah.
No, I know.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, what's your hobby? Do you like to play in traffic? Do you like to play with the Rubik's Cube? What do you do?
Well, my wife likes those Asian dramas, so she decompresses after work.
With subtitles? With subtitles, or you play
together.
mahjong and do that? With subtitles or no?
Yeah, definitely subtitles. It's the Korean dramas.
Really? Is it
Yeah, and
because they're so like thoughtful in the pace of it? What is it? What is the appeal?
Because they make so many of them. Do you know how the Korean? Anyway, I learned this from her. I just sit beside her and watch YouTube videos. I'll watch you sometimes, and I just sit beside her with my headphones on.
Is she
So we
Korean?
hang out together. No, she's not. No, she's German and Czech.
But she identifies as Korean while watching these things, I hope, right?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with these Korean dramas. And I learned this from her. They bang out all these Korean dramas like crazy. It's a really hot business in Korea. And the reason is it's subsidized by the government. So the government helps them and gives these, really supports this endeavor of making all these Korean dramas because it helps combat the suicide rate. So they put a lot of thought.
Are you serious?
There's a ton of
That's
these Korean-
perfect.
Yeah, so they're pumping out
Oh my
these
God.
series like crazy.
I got it. So what do you think we could do here? Like something on that line?
We can make Korean dramas.
Yeah.
It helps them.
Korean dramas. No, but I'm thinking like, I thought Real Housewives of Orange County is supposed to stop suicide in this country.
No, that's garbage reality TV. That's not the same. No, Korean dramas are like amazing little short series books, and then they put them in live action, and they're quirky and they're really well done because there's so much money in it.
Really?
They're actually very well edited, and there's a lot of nice music and stuff like that.
Is it like the phenomena out of so if you go on YouTube, I like to watch free movies and horror movies. So if I put free movies in right now, I'll come up with the first 10 movies that are free today are Indian movies, right? Is it what country? Here, I'll look it up right now. It'll be all subtitled. I want to say Indian, but I also want to say something else.
India, Tamil,
from over there.
Tamil,
I can't
all
remember what
different
country.
places.
Here,
Yeah.
I'll find it.
They love it.
What country is that? Is it free movies today?
Bangladesh.
I can't do the subtitles, but your wife can read good, I guess.
She is a very fast reader. Yeah. Very fast reader.
And then you have to
You
have
couldn't keep up
peripheral
with-
vision too. You're reading, and then you want to see people crying too at the same time. Look up and look
You
back.
can. If you read it quickly, you can see it.
Yeah. Or you can just zone out for a few minutes and then wake back up and be like, oh yeah, I'm watching a Korean drama, and just jump right back in wherever you started, or wherever you left off. You just put it on and it makes you feel better.
No, it's Hindu. The Hindu movie business is insane.
India.
Like these Hindi movies, like there's like a million of them. Like, oh my God.
You make about 100 times more movies than anyone else. 100 times, not 10 times.
And that might be
It's a factor of
subsidized
two.
too, but not for that clever reason of keeping the suicide rate. So they've done a correlation. Did they find a cause and effect here? Less suicides and better. I mean, your wife hasn't committed
Actually, not
suicide, so
sure.
apparently it's working, right?
Yeah, no, it helps. She has a stressful job. So
Good.
So this is
Good that she's watching
this
something
is
to
like
de-stress.
the decompression. Watch a good. Are they cliche kind of plots, or are they based on your classic? Or are they? You said they're kind of quirky, so it's kind of a surprise plot.
Oh, they're all over the board. I mean, it is just all over the board, but it kind of follows a similar script. It's usually like there's a antagonist, there's a protagonist, there's a guy that's after a girl, and you hope they get together by the end of it. Then there's the mom that jumps in that's crazy and is rifling through their apartment without them being there. You know, like it kind of follows the same kind of script. So they're like different variations of the same similar theme of like the heartbreak, the love. They try to put in funny stuff in there, but it usually follows like a guy and a girl through the whole thing. So
it's not it's a series. It's not a full movie. They're not. It's like a half-hour thing. It's not a.
No, they're series. Some of them will go on for a couple of seasons, and then some of them will just be one-off.
So it's their version of a soap opera, almost, kind of, right? Or no?
Yeah, it's like having a million different versions of Days of Our Lives.
Wow.
But there's only one season, so you have to change it up for the next one. So maybe the love story is between a doctor and a nurse, or maybe the next one it's a weather girl and the guy. You know, it's like a different thing every time.
I can't wait to sign up.
Yeah.
No, it sounds like what if I put one of those? Can I run software on top that'll read the subtitles so I can have that robot reading while everything's going on? That'd be funny.
Yeah, you know, the next part would be trying to figure out what type of accent, if you want it to be a New Zealand accent or a Canadian accent.
Yeah, I could flip it. They could identify as Italian. Korean people speaking Italian accents on the readback machine.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be amazing.
I can torture the identification process too. Invite people over, get them drunk, and go, "What do you think this movie's about? What the hell's going on here?"
What language is this?
Oh my God, man! You spent too much time trading Forex. Look at you. Now look at you. Your brains
Have
are
you ever watched
scrambled.
a movie and you think that they're speaking in one language and you find out they weren't speaking in English at all? That's happened to me a few times.
Oh my God!
It almost sounds like English. Yeah, that's happened to me.
Oh, I've had that too. I'm like, God damn it! Oh, actually, they'll do stuff where they throw out American names like Washington D.C. out of all of a sudden out of nowhere. You go, oh, well, you're doing good for a second there, because there really there's no translation for certain things. But what I heard is that.
So here's the funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to chime in on the different nationalities or countries. So there's an Asian drama thing. So some of them are Chinese, some of them are Japanese, some of them are Korean, and she'll flip flop between all of them. And I'm not, I just kind of look up at them a few times, and she'll have me try to guess which language they're speaking. So I'm actually starting to get to where I can pick out Mandarin versus like Korean. Or versus some of the other Asian
Cantonese
languages.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Yeah.
I think Japanese and Korean is the closest from my ear. But yeah, I can tell Mandarin because I grew up here. There's a lot of so Mandarin and Cantonese. I can even tell the difference between those. And if you ever want to get a good laugh, if you really want to have a good laugh and you need the time, and you have the time, you look up Russell Peters. He's a local boy from Mississauga here. Russell Peters does I don't remember the name of the special, but he does all the Asian accents. And he's an Indian fellow, right? And you'll cry. I every time I really feel, I need a good laugh, I just put on Russell Peters and he does the be a man. Like, he does them all perfectly. He goes, and you Vietnamese people, you sound like you're chopping up every word. You've got to get to here right now. Like, he does them all. It's just hysterical. The intonation, the speed. You'll laugh. You'll laugh hard. Really good.
That's awesome. I'll look that up. I'll report back the next time we chat. I'll let you know what I thought.
Yeah, for sure, man. Russell Peters he's a sweetheart guy too. I met him a few times. He's really nice, really down to earth guy. Funny as hell.
I won't follow people on YouTube unless I think they're a sweetheart, which is why I'm here. I think y'all are all sweethearts.
Yeah. Well, we're yeah. I mean, well. No, it's.
You know what? I think since I joined a couple minutes ago, I think me and Simpleton are up in the, what was it, the Muppets with the two old guys that are just slobbing,
they suck.
Lobbing all the insults at everybody.
Get off the stage.
You guys are like true comedians. Nobody's safe around you.
Yeah,
I can't go as deep as Simpleton, man. That guy he'll pull the piss out of anybody, and I think it's great. It's a talent, no doubt. I'm just too polite. I'm Canadian, eh?
Right. You bring some moose, got some moose head beer.
Could you do me a favor, being a Canadian? Could you keep your geese out of my yard? They keep coming over here and harassing me.
Dude, those geese are dropping. Their droppings are bigger than my Yorkshire Terrier. It's like, what the hell's going? My Yorkie's busy out here.
Can you imagine being
yeah, they're big. They're big birds, man. You hit one of those things, you're in trouble. They're big, and they weigh a lot too. They're not a joke. So gotta be careful. The geese are.
Are you allowed to? Can you allowed to kill them and eat them, or are they a protected species? Do people eat geese when they go to the restaurant? They eat duck, right? But they don't eat geese, right? I get geese under glass, right, instead of pheasant under glass.
I missed that one. Sorry, I don't get them all.
Did you go see the Tom Cruise movie?
No, we need to. Heard it was good.
Wow. I like watching a deep fake Tom Cruise. That was pretty cool. Talking about how he plays golf.
That was funny.
Yeah, if it Top Gun almost got me into the Air Force or Marines to fly a jet.
Wow. Can I tell you an interesting story? That's amazing that you said that, because it was an actual recruitment video for the Naval Air Force. They were running short of pilots.
It worked. It almost worked.
It worked like a charm.
I didn't do it. Yeah, the reason I didn't do it is because I didn't think I'd be smart enough. And then my eyesight, I have glasses. I heard that you couldn't do it even if you had LASIK. You have to have perfect vision.
I'm not sure what the law is right now, but when I graduated in 1989 in aeronautical engineering and mechanical engineering, we had like about 28 guys that were left out of a pool of 900. And, we were all looked at. We were just run out. And I turned to one of my buddies, I forgot his name now, and I said, why did you ever get into this field, man? Like, whatever gave you the idea to get into aerospace engineering? And he said, you know what, man? I was about 12 years old when Star Wars came out, and I wanted to build the X-Wing fucking fighter. And I looked at him and I said, me too. That whole fucking class, we all wanted to build the X-Wing fighter. So that's what movies do to kids.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a superhero when I saw Batman and Robin, but I couldn't find a Batcave. See,
Catwoman.
I thought if I dug a hole somewhere in some field somewhere and put a door on the top, I was ready to dig down. When I was a kid, I wanted the safest thing in nuclear war. Build your own bomb shelter. That was a thing in the 50s. People built their own bomb shelters. Maybe that's going to come back.
I thought the safest thing to, surviving a nuclear warhead was just not being hit by a nuclear warhead.
Oh, that's the easy way. That's the easy way out, dude. Come on, live a little. Be a man. Stand in front of that fucking warhead.
No, the warhead only.
Man, where's your patriotism, Jesus? I want you to sing the anthem. I want you to sing "America the Beautiful" as you get nuked, get napalmed.
Yeah, you just stand out there, salute, and say, "Come get me."
How else are you going to get to heaven, dude?
Ready. My body is ready.
Right. I mean, you really, don't forget to drape yourself in the flag on the way out, but. No, the military is all woke. It's all a train wreck. I mean, if you go to the military, you got to be like ready to use the right pronouns. It's pretty tough sledding now. It's not like the old days. Hey, see, do you get a lot of that when you're helping these geriatric people? Sonny, let me tell you something. This isn't like the old days. Actually, I said to my dad, who's 94, I said I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy, I said I'm old school, I'm into like boys are boys, girls are girls. So he goes, my dad says, you're new school. What are you talking about? That's the new cutting edge is to be fucking rational.
Well, I like to ask my old people about like their military experience, you know, because a lot of them deployed. Some of them are survivors of these crazy wars, and then they all have boot camp stories. And I like to say, you know, the Marines are easy now. You know, I keep hearing the Marines get easier and easier because those drill sergeants, they can't touch you. You know, they limit how much they scream at you because they don't want you to like break down psychologically.
Are you serious?
Like,
It's no more Full Metal Jacket.
It used to be.
Is it? Are you serious? Is it really like gentle, atraumatic boot camp? Atraumatic boot camp.
I mean, they own you still, so they'll do whatever they want to. You are their possession. But so I think it's still hard, but it's not as hard as it used to be. To become like a Marine, way easier now than it used to be.
If you're a girl, you don't have to do as many push-ups, I guess.
Yeah, see, things like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and they used to could keep you up all day and night for weeks at a time, and now they kind of have to let you sleep a little.
Wow.
Yeah, because they figured that you'll like die.
Are you serious?
Survive.
Not that you lose your enthusiasm, that you'll actually die.
Well, buddy, they kept us up for 3 days.
I mean, I talked to my old patients, and they have stories of literally people not making it through boot camp, like not surviving boot camp, literally.
And they weren't back, Stephen. Huh? Okay.
Well, they didn't need it.
Well, yeah, the way the vaccinations work, I think, from what I've heard, I have some Marines that are my age that deployed a bunch, and they say, you're not a real Marine, and you know, you can tell who's deployed or not by looking at their arm. They say, you know, if somebody's deployed and they're talking about it, you say, well, pull up your shoulder, your sleeve, let me see your shoulder. And you can see where they jabbed you because they have this little gun. So they say whenever like some of these guys were deploying, depending on what country you went to, they would give you a certain vaccine. It's a concoction of vaccine that they shoot you with like a gun. They put it up to your shoulder and they pull the trigger and it injects you with all these little missiles. They move you down the line.
Yeah, that has like serum and air. I got shot with one of those when I was in Italy because they had a cholera outbreak, and so for me to get back home, I get vaccinated, and it's like a Star Trek gun. It's got air, pressure, and it's got serum. And they told me if I move, it'll slice my arm open. I'm like, okay. And then they forged my passport to say I got vaccinated earlier than I did because I just want to go home. So it was the government. I knew somebody in the government, and they forged my passport. Don't tell anybody. Just so they could say I got vaccinated earlier than I did, so just go the fuck. Because I couldn't get out of Italy otherwise. I was stuck there. Stuck there eating tortellini. I became a tortellini addict after Italy.
The doctor, my dad had to pay a doctor to tell the boat captain that my mother was only 6 months pregnant when she was closer to 8 months pregnant. When they went back and forth.
Oh, just so you could get out of there.
Funny shit. Well, I had to stay up for 3 days when I did my basic training. But the IDF in general, you've got to be able to fight for 3 days straight because that's about as long as any of the wars are ever going to be. And now they've got all kinds of different, like you said, the generations have shifted. There's different players now. The guys that went to Lebanon are completely different from the guys that went into Gaza. The techniques change, this and that. And I actually get a little bit of a chuckle because there was a lady who got shot recently. She was a very, very famous Palestinian, and she worked for Al Jazeera. They said, yeah, the Israeli snipers, they took her out. And I said to myself, first of all, no one ever gets permission to take someone out that has a press uniform on. And second of all, if they really wanted to take her out, they would have taken her out with one shot. They wouldn't have taken 45 shots at her. And then it turns out about a week later, someone uncovered some video where people were just shooting randomly down alleyways. It turns out that if you lined it up, you could see that she actually got shot by, let's call it friendly fire. It wasn't the IDF. And I think to myself, you know what? It's amazing how much people miss in all these stories because they just don't have an understanding of what's going down. Right? They just don't know. If you don't know, you can't know what you don't know. So that's all I got to say about this.
That's crazy. Yeah, fratricide, right? That's what it's called. Friendly fire.
I don't know what they did. Listen, these guys. Listen, you know how many times, even in the American, Desert Storm, man. You know, there was a couple of incidents for friendly fire, and I mean, in war, you're going to expect about 10 to 15% of the casualties and deaths are from friendly fire. People don't want to relate to that. Just like I was telling Simpleton yesterday, hundreds of people a day die in hospitals. In a big city like Toronto with 2 million people, yeah, you can have days where 300, 400, 500, 600 people have died.
Yeah, that's what I thought was that's what I thought was bullshit when they were showing on TV one day. They go, "Oh my God, New York! So many people died. They were taking them out and put them in a mass grave." And I'm like, "Come on, man, this is
not
bullshit."
happening. That's not true. Yeah, it's all nonsense.
It's just so ridiculous. Like, okay, maybe something. It's just like when they said they had a fucking water leak. The toilet was leaking while they were fucking double counting shit off the top of the mini machine in Georgia. Dude, we're not stupid. It's no fucking leak.
Right.
Come on.
Oh, I already told you that. You listen. In the United States, I think they polarized people so badly. I don't quite understand why, but maybe they're doing it for a reason. And I think, Chris, you mentioned you were listening to, what's his name? I think I got that term, rapacious oligarchs, from that reporter. He used to work for Bloomberg. And Radigan, I guess his name is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Dylan Radigan.
Dylan. My apologies. You get older, the names slide into each other.
Yeah, tell us,
the rapacious oligarchs
Dylan.
are running the show. So he called it a long time ago, and I said, this guy knows what he's talking about. Because at the end of the day, they want to keep everyone at each other's throats. Because if everyone actually stood around and said, you know what, we're all getting fucked here, black, white, indifferent.
It only happened for a little bit. That happened for a little bit in New York, actually, because they wouldn't let black people in a restaurant because they wouldn't wear a mask. And all of a sudden, everybody on the street was like, fuck the government. BLM people were like, fuck the government. White people, fuck the government. Yeah. That's the only unifying thing is when it gets so ridiculous, they all agree. That's the only good thing about what's happening right now is everybody agrees, unless you're a complete tree-hugging idiot, that the high gas prices is kind of tough lifestyle,
Sure.
But the true tree hugger is drooling over the fact that everybody has to. They're so retarded. They think that if you make they think, oh, we know economics. If we make gas expensive, everybody will run out and buy a solar panel. I'm like, dude, really? Huh?
Yeah.
What are you in the Are you in the marketing crew?
Oh no, I'm going to explain to you what goes on here. In China, there was a period of time where I think about 15, 20 million people died of starvation. And you may ask yourself, how the fuck can you mess up so badly? I'll tell you how. I think it was Chairman Mao one day. He was standing on the balcony or whatever in the middle of the city, and the swallows were making a racket. He's like, you know what? We shouldn't have so many swallows in the Hidden Kingdom and whatnot. $5 or whatever, 5 pesos, whatever their currency was for every swallow that you can follow. And they caught all the fucking birds, simpleton. And if you catch all the birds, what happens to your crops? You get eaten by all the bugs because there's no more birds.
Uh-oh.
So it's when you come up with these really ridiculous concepts that everything goes to shit really quickly.
They did that in the 70s. They said, you know what we're going to do is there's too many mosquitoes. They always come up with there's too many of this, so we'll put this in the environment. And it backfired, and they're like, wait a minute, hold. We got too many of these now. Oh yeah, you didn't think about tomorrow. You don't think about tomorrow every time you throw in these wrenches into the web of life and think that it's going to be an isolated incident.
1/3 of the population of Europe was decimated by the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague was carried on rats, and it was the fleas on the rats that actually carried it. Because if rats got on ships, etc., quarantine was the idea of your ship had to stay for 40 days, quarantino, in Italy. You needed to wait 40 days before they let you off the ship. But why were there so many rats with fleas? Because people thought that black cats were magic and witchcraft and whatever mishigas was going on there. So they killed all the cats. So there was no one taking control of the rats and the fleas, and everyone died.
How stupid. Why don't they just put leeches on themselves? God, what idiots.
Humans are not the brightest. That's, it took us a long time to figure out a lot of things.
Well, here's one that's kind of, here's the coolest thing I heard of about 20 years ago is that they have like medical maggots. So if you have like gangrene, they just open a jar of maggots on you, and it's better than anybody could ever edit the dead tissue off of you. So they let the maggots chow in, then they send them back to the maggot factory. These are high-end maggots, you know.
Oh,
Can you imagine? No, I mean, you'd have to put me under for that when they're chowing on my dead skin. You'd have to give me a beer or something so I could just ride out the tickling feeling of maggots chewing my dead skin. But I heard that on NPR, by the way. Medical maggots. Our next segment on Can You Believe
There's
It?
also medical grade honey. That's cool
That's
stuff.
right. Well, that's what I toot in the morning before I scalp. My nose is very sticky, but dude, you should spray scalping. So, do you have any rituals? Do you have like a lucky little statue on your trade desk when you trade? Little claymation.
No, I like to think that if I made money, it's because I got lucky. So.
Oh, well, look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an ego
I think it's all luck.
That's a big ego. No, so you're like, well, I just happened to show up. Luck happens to people that show up. You showed up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, it's all luck.
So you don't pound your fists when they stop you out or you lose money? A little bit?
You don't kick the dog.
You kick your dog when that happens?
Oh, of course, yeah. You got to have something to kick.
But you bought a mechanical dog because you like pets. Right?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
That's what if I had a Forex, if I was selling swag, I would have like some kind of punching bag, Forex punching bag if the trade goes wrong, and fake dog to kick. And
actually,
you gotta have
so
stuff like
one of my patients made me a beating doll. It's like a doll that you make out of like fabric and you stuff it with cotton, some weights and stuff. And you kind of give it a little. Anyway, you use it when you're frustrated and you squeeze it and you whack it against so that you can take your anger out.
Okay, we got to do a poll right now.
Is the doll
How many
decapitated?
computer screens have been destroyed by anyone who's ever been on the Discord here? I know I'm good for about 4 that I've destroyed, punched through, thrown across the room. How many have you done, Simpleton?
Destroyed what?
Screens, like computer screens.
Oh
monitors,
no,
whatever.
no! I took a vacuum cleaner. So my starter wife wouldn't give me. I had one of these Forex vacuum cleaners, and when I got divorced, my wife would not give me the money she owed me. So I took the Forex vacuum cleaner and kind of beat the shit out of it. And I'm like, I didn't know there was that many parts in something like that. Little bearings coming out. No, but I felt so good when I was done. Somebody came downstairs and asked what I was doing. And I go, oh, just a little therapy. I'm feeling better.
I'm talking about
I used to do that.
Trading explosions.
No, I have punched the mattress, but I must say that after you make mistakes, after a while, you just go, well, that's just what you do. I mean, you don't get angry after a while. You go, dude, you know how you are. Like, you have a conversation with yourself, and you're like, well, duh. Like, that's the only problem when you don't have a trading partner to go, how come you didn't stop me from doing that?
It's funny.
Don't you know I like
bad
to...
luck.
Yeah.
You know how I am. I'm a very excitable trader. I'm impulsive. I like to just pull the trigger. It looks like it's going up. Bye. I told you about my tequila buddy, though. So I showed him Forex 10 years ago, and he was like, oh, yeah, this is great. And he was trading the demo. So he would trade the demo. He drank tequila and smoked cigarettes. This guy, Irish Italian, go figure. So he sounded like Alex Jones, literally. So he's like, hey, man, what do you think about this trade? And I was like, so he got into this trade. He was so proud of himself. A demo account, $100,000 in the account. He goes hog long. Dude, he's in standard lots. He's in the Canadian dollar or New Zealand dollar. I can't remember. And he likes the Canadian dollar. He loved it because it moved up and down. He gets in, dude. He wakes up in the morning. He's up 50 grand. I said to him, do you realize that when you were sleeping, the drawdowns, the account was probably flashing red. All you're seeing is the morning results. But I can guarantee you, I was in the same trade you were. You were on demo. I was in the real market. And I was like, dude, you know, I guarantee you, they stopped. You got the margin called some of that position, and the rest was flashing red. But then you wake up thinking you're a genius. But he was gonzo on it, dude. This is the most gonzo guy I've ever met. Like, he it's the worst thing you could ever do is jump up and down when you win because you're going to blow your brains out when you lose. So he would jump up and down and high five me, and I'm like, dude, do not get excited because if you're going to do another trade, it may not work out. Oh, don't worry, man. I got this. But he was your quintessential beginner trader. I wish I could have filmed him. Like, it's almost as like he was an actor in a movie because he was so over the top. Like, I don't know anybody that when they make $50 trading that they go, hey, man, that's great. Like, act like they won the lottery. Dude, it's just one trade. I like it, though.
Well, dude,
I like the fun.
You get into a day
I'm going to jump off. I'm going to get back to work. It was good chatting, though.
Yeah, man. Good luck there. Say hi to your wife for us. I'm sure she... say hi to your Korean movie watcher for us.
We want to watch it.
At least somebody's watching them Korean movies. I always wondered, but now you cured my wonderment by calling in. Look, who's watching these Korean movies? This guy's wife. Who knew, as they say? Who knew?
Good shit.
Yeah,
All right,
thanks for the cultural update. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right, later.
All right, dude. Yeah, if you would ask me this morning, that guy's going to call in and tell me his wife watches Korean movies, I was like, dude, just like Corona, I did not see it coming.
Didn't see it coming at all, huh? No, this is great. Look, I got to jump off at 3. I got a Zoom meeting with the programmers. I'm not going to talk to them about your stuff. I got other stuff.
Yeah, don't even. It's top secret right now, dude. Yeah, I can't talk about it. I'm like Genesis. I can't talk about it. I don't want to talk about how much. No, I can't talk about where I get in and out. No, sorry.
So funny. I think for
I can't tell you the moving average length I use either because as soon as that happens, the markets will stand still. I can't talk about it.
I'm gonna bite my tongue from now on when it comes to Mr. Genesis because
No, you were trying to be polite. You were treating him like a normal person. He's out of his mind. It's so funny. It's like you walking up to a homeless person going, "Can I get you some help, buddy? It looks like you're down on your luck." He's always like that.
Buddy, how do you think I met Starvin' Marvin?
Was he on the streets?
I was downtown at Yonge and Dundas, and I see this guy. He goes, "Have any money for the bus?" I go, "You know what? I've only got a 10 spot on me. Let me go get you some change." I went into the store and I got this guy some change. He was a scraggly guy with a beard. He was, he must have been 60 at the time. He goes, "Thank you very much." And he pulled out a $50 bill, a red one. I said, "What's this for?" He goes, "Anyone who go out of their way to actually get change for someone who asks for it deserves $50. My name is Starvin' Marvin."
Wow.
And I said, "Wow, nice to meet you, man." Yeah, that's how I met him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, life is fucking... You know what? You can't even make up some of these stories because they're just so bizarro. And I'm sure you got at least 10 years
No,
worth of them on your
it's
Discord,
weird what happens. You think, and then you think maybe there is a God because how could this stuff ever queue up?
Well, what's the chance? Listen, the chances of you being here at all are 0 as far as I'm concerned. The planet has to be at the right distance. These asteroids didn't have to hit. I mean, forget about it. The chances of it being here are 0.
And they haven't hit my life stop yet. I'm still here to complain.
You're all right for a few. Well, at least to 120 is Moses, right? So that's what I wish everyone to 120. You got people now in their 90s, no problem.
No, it's amazing. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
There was a guy who was over 119 years old. There was some guy up in the Himalayas. I don't know, some guy over there in Asia just died recently. I'm not sure they got his birthday right, but he was 110 at least. 110 is like kind of like there are some people out there,
There's people that are 100 years old. There's about, I don't know, about 30 or 40 of them, I think.
More than there's ever been. I mean, more.
Yeah. Oh no, people are living a hell of a lot longer. Much longer.
I think there's less stress in life for all the complaining people do. Like we're not being chased by wildebeests, so we don't have like if you get an abscessed tooth, you could die from it. But now, I mean, it's not like it was.
They did that experiment with the rats, right? And they tried to make an idyllic society for all the rats. I forgot the scientist who did it. It was a very interesting experiment, and he found out at the end that there wasn't enough stress in their lives. They ended up going bonkers. And what did they mean by going bonkers? They would start preening themselves continuously, and they were called the pretty ones.
Yeah.
Then what happened was, the way that they map out their territories is through urine. The urine started to change, and what happened was the whole colony sooner or later became pretty ones. So you want to map across to humans, yeah, you need stress in your life. You need a nice fucking war once in a while. You know, there's certain stressors that we need, for sure.
Well, or you create a synthetic one. Like when you go to the gym and work out, it's a little different when you're under attack workout.
Correct.
Because you're choosing to work out, and people say working out's hard. Well, it's not if you're being chased by a lion. That workout is mandatory.
Oh yeah, man, you're gonna be running fast. Trust me.
And actually, you also be doing it under this adrenalinized situation where, people are trying to replicate that. You know, with the 3D glasses and stuff like that. They're trying to fill the gap. It's the problem, like I said, about drinking unsweetened pops that have fake sweetening. Your body's reaching out for the sugar that's not there. You're trying to trick yourself, you know. And you're trying to fool Mother Nature, which, unless you end up adapting, it's dangerous. Like if you can't adapt to it, then it's
thousands of years. Yeah, but it takes thousands of years for us to adapt to different scenarios. So we're moving much more fast. I mean, we're moving much more quickly than our actual genetics and or biology can handle. That's what's happened in the last, let's say, 200 years, ever since, say, Industrial Revolution and clean water and things like that. There's an interesting book, I forgot what it was called. They were talking about a situation now where many, many, many children have been born, let's say in the last 2 centuries, that wouldn't have made it through the Darwinian filter, right? Because of healthcare, clean water, different things, and medicine, and the rest of it. So what you have happening is that there's more and more people that are around that are not optimized, you know, let's say, in that way, from a genetic perspective. Now you got rapacious oligarchs. They want to take everybody out. You know, they think that 8 billion people is too much, right? Let's take out everybody. So
the
who knows
fear
where this is going?
factor. I always wonder what those people think. Why would they care? Are they afraid that all these little plebes, all these little, serfs are ruining it for? They're the ones ruining the environment with all the little dirty motorcycles, and I think maybe that's why the oligarchs are thinking. We want this all pristine, and of course they're raised inside of that mindset, and you know it's
for
like
sure,
the Queen.
Guards, gates,
I mean the Queen in England, like it's such a. She's not running England, but boy, did they put some pomp and circumstance. They have to record her going through her birthday. It's so stupid. That's the other reason why.
Million years old.
What's that?
Yeah, she's old, man. She's old. She's old as hell.
Oh my God! Even when Princess Diane got married, my first wife wanted. I actually recorded the wedding on Beta 1 mode. It's high res for her.
All right.
And I'm like, babe, like this is there's nothing more boring than this. But you know, girls love that shit.
Are you kidding me, man? You can't get involved with that kind of stuff. You should never say anything about weddings and things like that to women. That's a kiss of death right there.
Was it off limits topic?
Dude, it's like, listen, my mom, she's watching The Young and the Restless for 50 fucking years.
Oh.
I can walk in 7 years later and still know what the storyline is.
Oh. I had a crush on one of those. I had a super crush on this girl named Hope. I don't know if you know which soap opera.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, she got married or something. It was a big wedding or something.
Every time I saw her, I'm like, this is like the most exquisite. Like she is like the ultimate girl.
Yeah. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful girl.
I watched those when I was making tea. I would put it on just to see her eyes and stuff. I was like, oh my God, this.
Oh yeah, no, some stunning women, no doubt about it. But what percentage of the population looks like that?
That's right. That's right.
You know? That's why
that's a
very
terrible
special.
template to go outside with looking for your significant other. You look as good as Hope from. I think she's Italian too, because I actually did a little stalking. I think she's Italian.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, with the dark hair. But wow, geez. No, I know that stuff on TV.
Hang on a second. Linda Carter, she wasn't gorgeous? Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman? You know what?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
She was a pretty girl?
No, Heather
girl.
Locklear was adorable. She used to be
was
on
also
Mel
Dynamite.
Rose place. She was always the guest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No.
Farrah Fawcett, everyone
actually,
had that poster.
But
in
here's
their
the
room.
thing. I think that this comedian
Yeah,
was
we are
hot.
old.
There's this ugly comedian that I thought was hot, and I couldn't figure it out. This Jewish girl. Maybe because she was Jewish.
Maybe.
If you know who I'm talking to, she was in The King of Comedy. I can't remember her name. Big nose, super Jew.
Silverstone.
Jew girl, but
Silverstone?
she looked like she was like hit by a shovel, like that other girl. Oh my God,
Uh-oh.
who's the? She's from Michigan. Oh God, I can't remember her name. Ugly comedian girl, the ugliest comedian girl, but something about her is just so sexy. I can't remember. Do you know what I'm talking about? The King of Comedy. She was in Jerry Lewis with The King of Comedy. She was oh God. Fuck, no, I'm fucked.
Not off the top of my head, but
She had a diastema. She had a gap between her teeth and stuff. That's actually a hot look to me. Crooked teeth turned me on. I can't tell you why. Oh my God, what was her
Listen,
name?
you know what? I've dated all across the spectrum, and I can tell you, you have a lot more fun with a girl that's not quite the 10. Because the girl who's not quite at 10 knows in order to keep you interested, she's going to have to, push it. So those are just more interesting as far as I'm concerned. You get the 10s out there, and the models and the rest of them, and they are just interested in the nice ride that you have, and beautiful champagne dinners, and caviar dreams, and all the rest of that shit. But they're basically useless, and they've always been told how beautiful they are, and that's a problem too. Look at Johnny Depp with that crazy lady. I mean, what the fuck?
Okay, here's the girl, Sandra Bernhardt.
Oh, Sandra, yeah, she was.
There's something just so hot about her. I can't figure it out because she's not really that pretty. But
because she's a lesbian. I think that's what.
Oh, maybe yeah. That definitely turns me on. Thank God for all
you know
these
what it is about her?
transgender.
She's got that. I'm gonna just fuck your brains out look. That's what she's got about her. Right?
Yeah, she's really kind of she's sassy.
Dirty, nerdy, slutty, sassy. Well, you don't know what you're gonna get, but it's gonna be fun. I get it.
Yeah, that was the. I mean, I'll tell you, God, who else? There was somebody used to come on David Letterman, and she's so out of control. I was like, man, this chick. Oh my God. She's a musician, I think. I was like, oh my God. Every time she came on there, I was like, people that like to act up are fun. But so you gonna do a Zoom call, huh? What do you get on there and go? Okay, guys, start writing code. Okay, that'll be all for today.
No, what I do? I'm even worse than that. I must have been in about I don't know how many thousands of meetings in my life. And you have to go there in person. I would always show up a few minutes early because that was the way I was trained. And the longer they kept me waiting for a meeting, the less I would say. And they'd call me to do specific tasks and help them. We got to get the third quarter numbers up. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And at the end of every meeting, I would, they would always ask me questions and whatnot. And, I'm not on the clock yet. I'm just trying to get the gig. I would turn to the guy who brought me in and I would say, listen, John, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that this will work, but it helps. And shook his hand and that was it.
But it helps. It couldn't wait.
Right?
Yeah.
It couldn't hurt you. Funny, I remember once I was in Spain and I couldn't make a long distance phone call. And I was fucking losing my mind, and I'm calling, and the operators are like, hello, you couldn't understand a word they were saying. And I'm like, yes, I'd like to make a very expensive long-distance phone call to Paris. One moment, please. Just the worst fucking operators on planet Earth. And I just had enough. And I called up the head of Telefonica, which was like their bell, I guess. I go, yeah, this is Dr. Mirsky calling, because everyone likes a doctor. Yes, do I know you? I said, yeah, I got your number from, I made up a name. And I think you guys are losing about $30,000 a week. in your operations. He goes, really? I go, yeah, I'll be in Marbella probably next Thursday before I head out. Like I was always, on a whirlwind tour, but I was only touring about 1/4 of the amount that I was telling people I was touring, because who the fuck can handle that? He goes, oh yes sir, we would really like to meet with you. I'd like to meet with you, no problem. He had the whole, like all the top people in the company. And I was expecting to meet one guy. There was a whole, you get those long tables with 45 people on it and all eyes are on you.
Oh God. Yeah.
Okay, buddy. I walked in there. I had long hair at the time. I had a beautiful tan, just rock star guy, right? And I was wearing an Armani crisp white shirt, nice jeans. And I walked in and I gave flowers to the girl at the front. She goes, what are these for? I said, well, I kind of knocked you out a little bit to try to get this meeting, so I thought I should make it up for you. She goes, thank you very much. They're waiting for you. I said, what do you mean they're waiting for me? I walk into this office, buddy. I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be fucking, maybe the gods will be with me today. So they're sitting down, and this is what we've done this term, this and that, and we understand that you think that there's a problem. I said, look, you have a problem. And so I took the phone. You know how they had those phones that were in the middle of the conference room and you could pull out the phone?
Oh, yeah.
I said, here's your problem. And I picked up the phone, put it on speaker. I hit the 1147, whatever fucking number it was at the time, to get to the long distance operator, because in those days you had to get to the long distance operator. And the long distance operator gets on. She's like, hello? And I just started like having an epileptic fit, like literally. I said, yes, I'd like to make a long distance phone call. And every time she started talking, I literally fell to the floor. It was an amazing acting job. And I jump up, because they're all looking at me like, what the fuck happened to this guy? I jump up and I pointed to the phone. I said, there's your problem. You're losing $30,000 a week because you can't answer the phone properly. And the most expensive calls that you have are the long distance phone calls. Then I said, I got to go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And that was it. That was the whole show. I was gone.
So nobody in that room kind of said, oh, wow, we didn't know it was that bad? Or?
Well, they were like stunned, because I practically hit the floor with the epileptic seizure every time the girl was talking. So I made the point kinesthetically to everybody. And then I said, listen, I got to go. I got to catch a flight. Thank you so much for all your time. Anyways, the president of Telefonica, well, he was the vice president of the region, was calling the house every day for like weeks. We don't know where Dr. Mirsky, we have no idea where he is. Maybe he's in Davos, we're not quite sure. He could be skiing right now. Anyways, I was playing the cover for a while, right? And I finally called him back. I go, Umberto. He goes, Nathan, that was the best meeting we've had in the corporate history. I said, well, thank you very much. He goes, how can I repay you? I said, well, you know what? I'm going to be in Marbella next Thursday again. Something for me at the front of the desk. He goes, well, how much should I leave? I'll leave it up to you, Umberto. I hung up. I hung up on the president. I don't give a fuck. Who are you, right? Yeah. Show up there, simpleton. And the girl there, I gave the flowers to her. I gave her flowers again because she was a sweetheart, and I thought maybe I'd get lucky. And I pick up a check. He wrote a check. I won't tell you how much it was. I get back to the house, and all the guys were like, they knew about this whole meeting, what happened, and they're like, so what happened? Did he pay you? Did he pay? What's going on, man? Let us know. So I open up the envelope, and I hold it up to the sky, and I go, gentlemen, 6 more months in Marbella, baby. Wow. That was it. That's basically, if you want to know who Nady is, that's me.
Yeah. No, that's that sounds epic. That sounds like I have a movie.
Oh, buddy. Yeah. I literally, people don't believe shit because it's just too weird. And you know what? I got to tell you, let's go back to trading. Sorry. When you could turn around and turn an account, and I even showed my nephew how to $129 to $750 in 14 days, and people think it's impossible. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Well, let me send you to Mr. Simpleton, because he'll show you how you can do that kind of stuff, right?
No, the people have done that. And of course, I've done that and then blown up the account because I'm like,
that means nothing. That means nothing.
Right. So I mean, but when you are focused and you really see what's going on, and you go, okay, I don't mind getting into this trade again because I see what's going to happen. I think if you work hard enough, you could do anything really.
about. Yeah,
I think
man.
the trading
Listen, you
thing's
could
cool
teach.
because
That's
you know
crazy
you're not really. So the problem is, the nice thing about trading for a business is that you got your chunk of capital. You don't have to buy a bunch of industry things. Like you don't have to get paper towels and cups and wait, we need a water connection. You don't need like
$30,000
grinder.
worth of-
You know what I mean? It's a really low, isn't it? Doesn't seem like a clean sport. I don't see it. Okay, you need a computer and you need electricity, but and an internet connection, right? But that's it. It's not like you need a bunch of. I don't need a. Well, I guess you need a house to be in or so, a building, but it's not like some stuff. It's like, wait a minute, you got to
The
research.
barrier to entry is very cheap. No, the barrier to entry is too cheap. That's the problem. That's what betwixes everybody. Fuck, I only need like $2,000 or $3,000, and they'll give me 100 times leverage, and I can go with this and that and do this and do that, and before you know it, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Well,
So,
plus I didn't know
when
what
the
I was
barrier to
doing.
entry-
Well, I didn't even know that like so when I started trading, I'm like, like the market just explodes in price, and I didn't know there was news coming out. Like I didn't think about that.
Right.
Like, why is the market coming unwrapped? And then I'm like, you mean the government when they come out and they announce say at 2 p.m. So one time, the first time it was 2 p.m. in the afternoon and the market's kind of lazy, And actually what happens before FOMC, you notice how quiet the market gets. Nobody's really trading it.
Sure.
And I thought, okay,
Well, the
I'm
algos are
kind of waiting for my trade to work out. I'm in some big naked position, no stops, and all of a sudden FOMC. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Everything was so calm before. Oh man, that is really the hardest thing. And then people would say, "Don't trade the news," and I'm saying, "No, learn how to trade the news because this is
That was my last
crazy
strategy I
shit."
developed was the news. Yeah, we'll watch it tomorrow. We'll do the oil report together.
Oh no, that'll be crazy. Yeah, that'll be
I got
nuts.
the day wrong.
It's also Friday and everything's kind of, it's going to be one of those postage stamps.
It's a quick in and out. You're not going to stay in that trade for too long.
Yeah, I wonder. So the stock market, if it is going to retrace, if we're going to go back up, it's going to try to grow a few legs here. But I think the sell-off's over. Like I think the so-called crash is over. It may drip down a little bit, but dude, it's not the end of the world, Sure they've done a lot of things, and Biden pulled a bunch of executive levers, but in the end, the momentum. See, whatever Trump did, some of the stuff Trump did is still out there. People don't realize. That the structures that he created are still benefiting people behind the scenes. We don't hear about it because it doesn't make the news. But that's what's keeping us alive right now is all the deregulation on the fishing departments. He went around every industry. He went to the fishermen out on the East Coast and goes, "I'm going to make this so you guys can do whatever you want." They didn't pull that shit away. All Biden did was turn off the oil spigot, and it just blew everything up.
It was a big problem.
Yeah, that was enough.
I'm running. Yeah, that's a big one, buddy. That's a big one.
Oh no, that is the big shocker. Well, that's like turning off your water.
It really is. I'm going to shock you. I'm going to almost agree with you that the worst is over because when I look at the chart, I have this machine learning thing. It's not really even machine learning. I call it the golem, and what it does is it's the simplest program in the universe, but you need $7 million to run it. It got up to $24 million or something. I pretty much not really following what Delta does because those guys are doing $1 billion in one different trades in different markets. This is just S&P. It's down 33.5%. In other words, the drawdown from the last high is 33.5%.
Yeah.
That is a very, very critical number. Again, we were talking about, you loved it at 24,000. You're going to fucking buy more at 18,000. So most people are not going to pull the trigger and call their brokers and get me out of everything until it's about 35-40%. So they're right at that ledge, let's call it, of the threshold of pain for the big players.
Yeah.
And if they can hold it off for a little bit longer, great. If not, it's going to crack. Then it'll crack down to, 40%, no problem. That'll be the haircut. Then we'll talk about the haircut of 2022 for 30 years.
Yeah, that I could see it doing a final capitulation where it just goes thunk, and of course at that point it's like crude at zero,
Oh yeah, everything's possible, buddy. You know that. Anyways, let me get ready for this meeting. I gotta take a break. I don't know how you do it, buddy. I give you a lot of props for that.
I'm riding the Euro north into the sunset. Yeah.
Me too.
He does it with a lot of alcohol.
Are you good? Yeah. Are you going to be on later on?
Yeah, I might come back later on. I mean, I might just be here all day. I'm kind of chronic, but what else am I gonna do? Like, that's the weirdest game in the world. You're waiting for waiting for somebody. As Mark Douglas would say, I'm waiting for other traders to make me rich here.
Yeah, that's a good line. I like it.
Push the market for me. No one man can move the market.
Well, one computer can, though. You'd be surprised. All it takes is a fat finger idiot to push 500,000 instead of 5,000, and everything gets tanked.
Yeah, remember that guy? Supposedly the fat finger guy?
Oh, yeah. That's it. It happens a lot. All those circuit breakers are in there because idiots like that will, instead of putting in 5,000, put in 50,000.
Well, I heard yesterday or the day before they were trying to shut down one of their Bitcoin clients who was some whale that they had to get in front of and cut off his account because he was bringing the whole firm down.
It could happen, man, because these guys are, they're running a little bit too loose and fancy free. I don't have a problem with regulations per se, especially if it protects people from, bullshit coins and stuff that's, penny stocks and they're never going to go anywhere.
It never does, though.
Yeah, I know. The problem is, like I said, in principle, I think it's not such a bad idea, but does it ever really work? Does it ever really pan out that way? No. It usually hurts people. But again, if they're showing the illusion that we're protecting people from all these, rapacious Bitcoin miners, then I guess people will vote for that. I really don't know what to tell you.
They will.
It's humans.
When I Bitcoin mine, when I go Bitcoin mining, do I just wear a digital hard hat? Like, what am I going to need? Do I need a pick?
You need the hard hat. You need a pick, a shovel.
Okay.
We're going to get in there with our underwear on, and it's going to get nice and hot and steamy.
And then when's the electricity part come out? I just pour the electricity on top and then start digging? Or how's that work?
Dude, we have the waterfall that we're using the waterfall now.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
It's funny, like up here where I live, there's a town like 15 minutes up here in the mountains where I guess like this big Bitcoin mining operation company opened up because they were like cheap land, cheap power like a couple of years ago. I wonder how they're doing now. I tried to get a job there. They were like hiring up there, and I was like Chinese dude trying to give me an interview. So
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell how
I wonder.
doing.
It's like one of those huge. It's like an old Lowe's building that they put a giant GPU farming thing in there.
So they're growing weed in one building and mining Bitcoin in the other building. That's a big thing up here. They're growing marijuana up here like you can't believe. They're growing marijuana with like LED specific spectrum. It's crazy.
Buddy, I'm from Canada. This is the land of marijuana growth.
Yeah.
BC bud and everything else. You should see how they regulate it.
THC butter and everything up there.
I'm more in the land of moonshine.
Well, that'll happen. That'll happen.
Oh, yeah. I like a little taste of antifreeze in my moonshine.
Sure.
Like, because I live like 10 minutes from where Deliverance was filmed. We got moonshine. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Did they have like the banjo in a showcase, the original banjo from Deliverance?
I've not actually visited the town before.
Or the cornholing museum.
They probably do, man. There's like a lot of poor. They probably do. There's so many poor towns up here that like they try to build some touristy thing around one thing, and it doesn't work. Like the town I live in, they try to. Yeah, man.
Put a bucket and get cornholed, squeal like a pig, and play a banjo?
Build a museum and shit like that. Like, if you go to any of these towns that was like a slightly famous movie was in.
Go on the squeal like a pig ride, yeah.
It'd be something like if you go like to where like the Bubba Gump restaurant chain.
Then Telly Savalas comes out. Telly Savalas comes out with his little pinky. Who loves you, baby?
Love you.
Who loves you?
Like my town's so irrelevant. They're trying to
They're going super relevant. They're going ultra relevant.
They're trying to build tourism around this guy who was like a poet in the 1900s, like a drunk. No one knows who he is, and they built a museum.
It's not Edgar Allan Poe, is it?
Silly.
Taxpayers' dollars at work.
Yeah, all the 700 taxpayers they've got. That's what they spend it on.
They spent all their money on a fucking library.
Did they cut the ribbon? Did you go for the ribbon cutting? And
oh, they had to.
I've been there, but it's a trip. They got like the old barn he lives in with like it's like on the top floor with like they put like one of these video things where they've done interviews professionally with like his family members and stuff like that, like the Holocaust Museum, except it's like one guy.
do they have reenactment days? Reenactment days show up for
yeah, dude. They in like the video they have like reenactment actors. Like I swear to God, like it's an interview. So this is like
tour. Can I get a hat? Can I buy one of his hats? Like they have a swag.
Like the old farm equipment with ropes, tying on. Like, look, here's the tractor. His dad
with the original rust.
Yes, yes, of course. Look, it's the barn. His horse is shit.
Can I buy a few shavings of rust? What kind of little trinkets, souvenirs can I take?
Yeah, home? Maybe. Look, there's the pit the stillbirth happened in. Some shit like that.
I have a piece of history.
Oh man, I need some. Selling slats in the barn for $45 a square foot. What's wrong with you, man?
Man, it is. They do, because the first thing you see at this place is like a gift shop, of course.
And you know who came up with this whole crazy idea?
I do.
Who came up with it? Was it a failed drama student?
It was the commissioner.
Okay, now is he into art and drama and movies?
No, he's into money.
He's
Gotcha.
What a surprise.
So someone talked him into it. So all he had to have was a Jewish producer show up there and say, we're going to produce this movie about the most important guy that ever lived in your town.
Yeah, and then that COVID money showed up.
Yeah.
It wasn't it wasn't $1 million production. I'm going to tell you that right now. But it was enough. It was like enough for people to go, that's a lot of taxpayer money they're spending on this shitty museum trying to put Wi-Fi out there.
Didn't they hire a producer to do the January 6th fucking thing?
Sure.
I mean, you got to do it right, man. Don't do it at all.
Hired some kid, video camera.
So you were you hanging out there trying to pick up chicks that were coming to the? You're like, wow,
no.
There's gonna be hot chicks showing up with this.
Because I work for the government. I work for the county government out here, and we have security cameras set up out there. Nice. So I was working out there.
So did you look at the stuff? You look through the security camera footage to see if any hot chicks were even showing up?
No, I don't. I know that they're not showing up.
You're pretty certain of that. That's confirmed, right? That's the only confirmation you've gotten so far.
There's like 3 places in this town that are going to show up: the pool, the legal moonshine bar, and we don't have cameras there, unfortunately. That's about it. No, or the park. That's about it.
Why do you guys drink like White Lightning? Because somebody come back from down south with this shit was like 180 proof. You couldn't even taste the alcohol. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, find like the illegal guys. That's where you get that stuff, like the actual moonshiners. Yeah. You can get the legal moonshine stuff up here, which I mean that's plenty enough to get you and your whole family and their extended family drunk off of one jar.
Sure.
That's
yeah, for sure.
But if you want the stuff that you can run a diesel generator on, they got that up here too. If you want to take a drive down some roads and ask around.
Oh.
Well, there was that show on cable where those guys were making moonshine. You think that was real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's real. That's real, for sure.
Well, they stage a lot of those things, and producers create more drama than that.
Yeah, of course.
It's like Ice Road Truckers. I mean, these guys weren't really... I mean, the guy that's filming them could call for help if they were really in trouble, right? I mean, in the back of your mind, right? He's really not in the wilderness. The guy's filming you on a fucking high-end camera. He's obviously got his own water bottle you could sip off of.
Yeah, the Bear Grylls, like, oh, wow, he's really out there, of course.
Like the mountain climber guys, Who's the guy with a camera climbing behind the mountain climber? That guy's got the skill. Let's film him. What the hell? He's got a camera and he's climbing behind him?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
But people are nuts, dude. People will risk their lives to climb Mount Everest, dude. You know how many people died climbing these snowy mountains? Oh my God, dude, just stay home.
Too many. Yeah, too many.
But they're driven. They're really driven. Psychologically driven to do it.
Well, let's call it Himalayas trading. You may not make it back, but you're gonna have a hell of a fucking climb.
Right. We'll show. You know what we do is we have all the disclaimers up front. Trading with our firm is like trading with our firm is like going broke. You know, when I went broke with them, well, there's their motto, dude. Come on, come with us and go broke.
That's cute.
But that's the soft sell. I call it the soft sell or the honest advertiser. Yeah.
Simple. I'll speak to you soon. I'll try to get back on.
Yeah,
later.
man. Good luck. Good luck with that Zoom call. Don't forget to keep your clothes on. Keep clothes on, buddy.
Oh, buddy. You know what? I don't know who invented this Zoom concept, but it's just out of control. You got I have people on this Zoom call. They're going on in 10 minutes. One guy's in Southampton, England. One guy's in Moldova, I think is the country.
Yeah, that's a real
Two kids outside of Moscow. And who else? Me. And there's another guy. Where is he? I think he's in New York. I'm not sure where David is. And I think to myself, it's pretty cool they put everyone together. But then again, the Japanese and the Chinese government, whoever is running the Zoom, they're listening into everyone's conversations and everyone's business. So it's not a secure situation, but it's easy to do, right? Isn't that the whole trick?
Right. So do you think? Do you think that? Yes, so it's like an open public forum, I guess. In that case, if somebody could actually. So people say, well, they're spying, but you could show up at like a stadium with a microphone. Like somebody could always be recording us.
Absolutely.
They're recording you right now. You're on Discord.
Yeah.
You're on your phone. You ain't got to worry about China, and it's our government that's recording you all the time. Everything.
Oh yeah. Well, listen. They have to. They have to. They don't know what's going on, and they need the money because they have to. They have to have budgets that they can always hit the next year to get a little bit more money. And that's really the problem, is that your government has become absolutely bloated, and my government here up in Canada, absolutely corrupted through and through. They're all become real mums or bastards. And that's because everyone is, like I said earlier, everyone's trying to make a living, man. Revy, you're at the office, man, and the kid that called up earlier, he's on his lunch break, Chris. Yeah. So, I mean, everyone's trying to make a living. No one has time to deal with these guys. That's the problem. No one has the physical time to deal with them.
Well, everyone's trying to make a living, but like 90% of people are useless jobs that do absolutely nothing, especially in government. Okay. But like they just check a box on a piece of paper and send that email to the guy ahead of him who does the same thing.
But you know what, man? What are they going to do with them otherwise?
I don't know. I understand. For all I care. I'm at that point now.
Oh, the euro just took off. Euro just took off because it's almost 3:00. I don't know if the bond market still closes at 3:00, but the bond market used to close at 3:00.
Thanks for notifying me.
Just spiked up. I think it's gonna be a bum rush until the stocks close.
Probably.
Yeah, that's 69 cents. You can get yourself a cup of coffee for your meeting.
Not here.
Well, Tim Hortons extra small, right?
132.
You can't buy anything for 69 cents.
Wow.
Not anymore.
Like half a taco.
You can't even get like gumballs in one of those little dispensers in the grocery store that have been sitting there for 30 years for 65 cents.
Yeah, well, I think you got to get a loan and a credit check. They got to do a background check on you just to buy.
Hey, I paid $2.20 a liter of gas. I just about cried, but thank God I don't have a gas guzzler. $2.20. It was $1.20 not even 6 months ago. So I can imagine in the States, you guys must be pulling your hair out, because I remember seeing the cartoon. $3, man, I'm going to walk if it goes to $3.
Well, you have to remember, we're dumb Americans, so you just said, what, $2 something a liter? That I was like, yo, only $2.
That's a liter. You got to multiply by 1.8 or whatever the number is.
Oh, jeez, don't see you confusing my American brain.
Oh, you're okay, man. It's not that hard. It's double up. I just double everything. go to the bank and they say, how much American do you need? I said, I don't know, give me a quarter more than what I'm giving you. You know, like I don't even care anymore. Because I remember when I was sending money home back in the early 2000s.
Well, that's right. I went to the bank actually when the Canadian dollar was worth more than the American dollar by like 10 or 20 cents. I went to the bank here.
Yeah.
So I went to the Bank of America. I went to the Bank of America and I had a $5 Canadian bill in my pocket. And I said to the girl, how much would you give me? This is worth more. And you know what the spread is at the bank?
Oh, exactly how much you think you get.
5 cents. 500 pips. It's 500 pips. It's 5 cents. That's what they were going to charge me, the spread. That's what the spread is at the bank.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that's 500 pips, man.
All right, guys. I got to roll. Thank you very much. Peace out, guys. I'll speak to you soon.
God, what's left of that market?
Man, 3 big streams back to back. That means you're going to be gone for like 6 months next time.
You think Joe Biden's going to release his own signature bicycle? Signature series.
He'll release his own signature helmet for special ed. The new Joe Biden Special Olympics edition helmet. I'm surprised the Brit. He's been quiet today. What's going on with him? Is that a booze? What kind of trading stream is this? There's no music. I can't see your face. This ain't trading. You still there?
seeds. Okay, so I did run this robot. Been there, done that. Okay, so we made a little bit more money today than we made yesterday, so that's pretty good. We made $280 today using the robots for entry, and the only market orders was I just took profits just now. And I think I dumped one other time. I did a global take all profits. Anything that's up, I could have also just waited to close all open pendings right now. So I think this is the dead cat bounce. This is the last momentum rally move I can see in the market right now. In the euro dollar only, speaking euro dollar typically. So that's what I'm looking at tonight. It's going to drift up, but I got rid of my longs. Stocks are going to close. I put some sell limits on the top. I'm okay selling into that. I feel confident. Just for the scalp. Because just dead, you know. I'm not into this drift stuff. I'm ready to buy the CAD, though. I turned on the robot that buys 10 pips. It buys a 10K starting at about 8 pips deep all the way down with a soft stop on this one, actually. No, hard stop, I think, on this one, yeah. I got to turn on the exit color. Okay. So that's what I'm running. I'm only in 8K. I'm only in like a 4K right now. Or when you're in the CAD here, you're using even margin. When you're in the dollar to the yen, you're using an even dollar. So you do the margin requirements in the dollar yen and the dollar to the CAD, the dollar liters, right? It's 1-to-1, or it's margin requirement. Base currency idea. I don't know, all that technical stuff. But I like this stack here because I got a Bigfoot end of the world little surprise what do they call it? Party favor at the bottom. I call this the French tickler entry. Just saying.
Right there at the dingleberries.
Yeah, right there. You know, this way you got that big four-wheeler, you know, you got to put your little brass. And these are 3Ks down here, just to let you know. It's double-odd buck down here, so. Double-odd buck, please. We got a big one. He's pissed. Yeah, it's a lot calmer. I don't know. It's a nice. The world exploded, didn't it? These trades are being executed by Dominion Software and what was it? Scorecard, entry terminals, point of sale. Shout out to my sponsors, Dominion Trading Software. No, I mean, those poor company, you know, their phone numbers. I actually left a message on. Okay, I'm admit to it right now. I called Dominion. They're in Colorado. I said, no, they got an answer machine. I said,
yeah, of course.
You know you done wrong. Coming to get you. You know you done wrong. Jimmy Bob and I are gonna get some moonshine, get all fucking ramped up and coming over there. You know you're gonna. That's how Vinny was being too. It's so funny. I say go full out, man. Get the fucking. Do like the guy with the queen. Go with the studded jockstrap. Black leather with a white jockstrap. Susie Quattro tranny. I'm just saying. No, I got out of my euro. I couldn't take it. I think it's going to drift up, but I just can't take it, dude. I'm just tired. This is my fourth trade today at the euro. I'm just tired. I put buy limits in here now. I'm just hoping for a drift back, maybe. I don't know. I don't care. But that was a lot of fun. you wouldn't think something could smash up and down like that, but dude, the order imbalance is so severe because everybody's guessing on such giant trades, and crude oil backed off, and I think a lot of people, the markets are chattery now. You get a heat map. If you get out a heat map, you could probably see, I suppose. Of course, it's Asia now, but tomorrow will probably end up in some kind of coming back to fair value, and really it's going to be a bummer for all the bears and the bulls, because we'll probably do a little short squeeze on the Dow tomorrow into the next couple weeks, and then people will be like, hey man, I just shorted Bitcoin from that new Bitcoin short guy, and now feel like I'm trapped short, and maybe it is going back up. It's so sad, dude. People are just going to get burned and whipsawed, So if sit on the sidelines. I like to sit on the sidelines, have them smash into my ticket bank, and go, whew. Okay, let's do that again. It's drifting.
I get upset when it doesn't go up and down.
Yeah, in fact, when I said last night, I said I think it's gonna pull back. Did it pull back or what? It pulled back 80 pips in 1 hour. So I thought last night, I'm like, now if I was a real bear last night, the bears that held on, they're like, whew, that worked out good. In other words, when you sell into an extreme rally, don't forget it was on my chart, it's 8 hours screaming up. 8 hour, it's actually 12 bullish, 4 hours, which is pretty rare. This is what I was trying to tell that guy. I was too excited, right? I get too excited, so I just blather. But what I was trying to tell the guy was you need a robot that's just going to look at, I'm looking for a very specific setup. 4 bullish candles on the 4 hour chart. Anything more than 100 pips to 200 pips, start selling every 4 hours it goes up 80 pips. Sell at the market with 80 pip stop, just for starters, with a 40 pip take profit. Just a starter bot, right? Now, I'm willing to write all these bots. Just give me the fucking initialization, so execute when the threshold becomes more than 40 pips, and then I can change the threshold, greater thans, less thans, and then all I got to do is say, well, in the guppy, when the news comes out, that thing slams fucking hot. Okay, release 10 robots that are going to gobble up the 20 handles, and then what you do is, when it executes at the market, it executes 2 separate 1Ks with different stops and take profits. And some of these robots will be in the sidelines for months. You're writing unique one-trick pony robots is what you're doing, and I would run 128 of those. I could do it in 2 days. But if I had, all you have to give me is the first initiation, which I have here, which my robots made money today. They got in for me. In fact, they just picked up another fucking. I didn't even have to get in this trade. It's just nothing but every 15 minutes you're dropping an order bank from 10 to 20 with a 30 pip hard stop, I think, or 40. I might have tightened it up. Yeah, I tightened it to 30. So it's designed for a very specific scenario, but it's always doing it for you. So if you look at your phone and you're up, you run your terminal and you get close, or you get out your tablet. I guess if you only have $200 for the account and $200 a trade, you get a phone and you get a tablet, and then you just clear it, take all profits. And the robot's going to come, whatever you set the robot frequency, refresh rate. So this is like a robot that you would say, you're trying to clean your floor at home, but the robot's so dumb it can only do like the file or the rank on a chessboard. It can only do 1 or 2 if you're lucky. So what you're doing is really realizing what kind of robots you're going to need to run. So if I was going to turn on a sell bot, I would probably turn on a sell bot for the euro, but I'd have to put on one that's going to say, oh, we're going to start selling 20 pips above all the time, because when Europe opens, it might spike up there. So I guess you're trying to direct the robot in the crudest sense to only get in at these price levels, keep refreshing at this rate. It's not something I want to do. So if I want to go to the store, I want this thing to clinically and consistently. And here's an example. If you look at this one that I ran today, it was on the. So you could capture this. But right now I'm running this on the CAD. So right now I'm running a buy bot to capture the CAD crush that's coming tonight. So the CAD's going to sell off, euro up. Okay. Euro drift up. Euro finishes at the high of the week. CAD crushes down, and this is the autoloader. And this is that same script with this little ball banger at the bottom. So this is very aggressive, but it's the Asian session. It's dropping every 15 minutes, and they expire in 1 hour. So this is very contoured to the market. And if the market does crush down, you're going to wish those things lasted longer than an hour. That's why you're going to run. I'm going to do it, but I'm doing it on the system here. 2 hour, 3 hour expirations with different entry prices. So everything, you're like you're like 20 people that are barely making money in the market. You have 20 robots barely making money in the market, and you're overseeing them, and you can take all profits anytime you see, oh, we're slamming back into the floor. We'll dump the whole thing and reload. They're just going to rip it back, dude. There's nothing but rip up, rip down, drift up, drift down.
Yeah, in
drift down, rip up.
You know, robots,
it's like,
that's what you need.
Well, I'm tired. But it's fun, man, because you can count on the rip. You can count on so. Anytime I'd hit the buy key, I go, that's the perfect way I can make the market move, dude, down. But just by hitting the buy key, it seems to be like, wow, I'm up like shit. I'm not even up on the trade yet. Oh gosh, I'm going underwater. But that was the first thing, the first script I wrote to cure that problem was it buys one at the market and it puts 2 limits in. So I thought, well, to try to train myself and break me the habit, and I thought, no, just put the limit in, dude. Just buy 3 pips deep, and when you get filled, it's kind of a head rush. You're like, wow, I really saved 3 pips. Just by thinking that if I pull the trigger at the market, that's why I was kind of ragging on this Genesis guy. I'm like, why are you trading at the market, dude? If you have a labyrinth of orders and unique positions in the market spikes and rips through your bank, and the broker's not going to give you a hard time and say you weren't in the trade more than a minute, so it's a scalp, you can't honor the trade. Some brokers are going to do that. But isn't that how you want to make money? At least from a swing trading standpoint, the same thing happens, but not on a nanosecond level. So these guys that had the hardware, like the guy we just talked to, he had the hardware to do that stuff. It's like saying, oh, I can record digital audio now. But don't forget, there was a guy that was just playing piano in front of you in a recital hall, and that was it. People showed up. There was no such thing as recordings, maybe, a record player, but, somebody chiseled a song out in an Egyptian pyramid, I guess. Can't you tell what's going on here? These hieroglyphics are goddamn hit songs. If you drink enough moonshine, so yeah, that moonshine buzz, is it different? Should I recommend eyedropper? People put eyedroppers into that shit in your orange juice, and it's like you're totally hammered, right? Don't try this at home.
Do try it at home.
Oh, only try it at home, right? It's a home sport. Okay.
You don't want to be out in public when you're trying this.
So what do you think about my robot idea here? So this is my starter kit here, and this. If it wasn't for this guy out of Canada, I really wouldn't re-entertain it, but he seems to know how to write code. But yeah, I just need that first kernel, man, and then after that, all I need is the other. Actually, the trigger point is going to be how many pips per hour is the market move. The rest of it I'll fill in, but I just can't seem to figure the code out, dude. I can't figure this. I can't. Yeah, I can't. I can't. And I can't. Have you ever looked at the code and try to stare at it? And I'm staring at it.
There's a guy on YouTube who's like, I don't know if he's like Russian or something, who does like tutorials on the language, the MQL4 language, to write stuff. But I mean, I know
watched him, dude. I watched.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I feel like I really am a total short buster here, dude. I'm gonna plead like complete moron acidity. I can't do it. I watched 4 guys so far, dude. 4 guys so far on YouTube. I still don't get. No, I get some of it now, but when you watch it, what it is okay. It's like I just want to drive the car in a sense. Okay, you can show me the pedals out. I'm just gonna drive. I don't want to do anything fancy. Like these guys are like,
dude,
whoa.
I go, dude.
I just all I want to do is have this thing. When the market sells off more than 10 to 20 pips, it buys at the market. Can you show me that code? Like, how much could that? Is that? I've heard that's very complicated. People said, "Oh no, you don't understand."
Yeah, it's the same problem I have with college and school and shit like that. It's like I don't want to do all that. Can you just give me the thing and give me a problem.
You know, like
I'm
there's like pi, right? Do I have to really keep working on pi to the end before I go? Can I round it off? Isn't 314 enough? No. Here we do the whole pi, and you need 3 vaccines, and you gotta recite pi out. You haven't memorized pi, you can't be in this class.
You can't even use it pi until you're certified to use pi. You need to have this certification and pay $200 first before you can.
And
even
don't
write
forget,
pi.
in the new world where boys are boys and girls aren't girls, don't forget pi is like whatever number you want it to be. What's your number for pi?
Yeah, we already seen stuff like that where, math is racist or it's sexist or ableist or whatever ist it is now.
The bridges are racist. They're too low. Yeah. The highways, the highways and byways. They build them highways right near the which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? Come on, people. Don't be ridiculous.
So I like the robot idea, but it's funny how every time you bring it up to people, is always someone in here coming in that's like trying to like, no, you need something more complicated than that.
Would you really? So I think here's the filter: is the simplicity of or the robustness of. I would just love to be at some party. You know how people like to be at a party and go, "Well, I wasn't on that trade," so I would just turn to somebody and go. A long time ago, I wrote this robot, you see, and it gets in. Oh gosh, just in case the market's down, like something terribly goes wrong, instant climate change and nuclear war, and these grids have been running in the background on a cloud, and they got filled 1,000 pips deep. It's a crazy story, and can you imagine like it's almost like a expecting to get struck by lightning, I suppose, idea in the sense of the frequency of that trade. But boy, when it happens, aren't you the guy? That fucking Corona bot you built, dude. I thought you were crazy buying that deep, but son of a bitch, that thing fucking brought it. So I don't think people even believe some of the prices. But how do you know when you're in the middle of a crash? Sorry, is it over? That's the thing. I mean, the reason why you just have to put the grid in and just hope for the best is because do you really want to psychologically judge or emotionally judge if you're buying at the market as it's tumbling? So that's another big mistake. I used to buy at the market as it's tumbling, and I thought, dude, you're just forcing this, because I could see the bounce coming, so to speak, So when you know the market too well, it's a problem. When you don't know what's going to happen, but once you figure it out, you're like, oh, I see what's going on. And then you're just disappointed the other traders don't see what you see. You're like, what? Why isn't anybody buying? Can't they see how cheap it's getting? But it's just crushing into the vacuum. So I don't think it's not a personal issue. It's just crushing those big old lows and way old highs on any. And since they're cross-traded instruments, there's technically no bull or bear market in Forex because it's a cross-trade. It's not an exchange-traded item. So it's not NASDAQ where there's actually shit behind it. This is just a cross rate. This is a cross. That's why the leverage is high. It's a cross rate. It's like if you went long soybeans and short corn, like the margin requirement at the Chicago Board of Trade, if you put on I'm long September corn and I'm short November corn, that's like $200. But of course, you're looking for slight fluctuations in the outlying months against the future contract. So those trades exist. They're like hedges, or they're it's almost like if you buy options, they may decay worthless. So I bought some options on the Chicago Board of Trade, and their volatility kicked up. I made money once in the bond market, and so that was kind of shocking. Actually, I couldn't afford to trade the bond contracts, but I thought for $31. So I bought these bonds. I bought these things for $64. They went to $31, both of them, and they exploded at $2,000 when the bond market, somebody pulled a lever at the Fed. And I wasn't even into fundamental news. I wasn't trying to extract. I just thought it was cool that I had these bonds that were worth I don't know. These are the 30-year bond, and it's every pip is worth $31.50. Bizarre instrument. So I had 2 pips left, so to speak. I spent $64 for this.
And plus commissions, oh my God, and it's crazy, you know. So maybe $100 out the door, and then they exploded, and I got out of them both at $2,000 a piece, and I thought if I would have stayed one more day, I would have made $8,000, and that would have been the most amazing trade I've ever actually done in options futures, and that was pretty exciting. But I thought, how could I queue that up again, you know? And I was busy, you know. You have things in your life you're doing, and I'm not a professional. But I paid for my satellite dish for the year, I think, on that one. But yeah, I was trying to be a professional trader. I bought all the professional gear like you would. Like you come home from Guitar Center with like high end shit. You got $1,000 into a nice guitar and $1,000 amp, and it's a hobby, you know. But no, I think I could probably make more money as a trader than a rock star. So it was a legitimate industrial venture, so I thought it was kind of a kosher thing.
Yeah, especially these days, there are no more rock stars.
Being rock star, I don't want to go on the road. I just want to sit here and complain with a microphone, honestly. But I don't want to go anywhere. I like being home. I mean, I worked a long time to be able to afford a house, so I just when I finally got a house, I thought, well, that's it, just chill, like when I was a kid. Why fight the world, dude? I'm not trying to. I mean, people are disappointed in me that everybody has disappointments, but I'm not here to live for, friends and family. I'm not trying to carry out some mission. But people will say to me, "Oh, you should make a baby or something." Like, yeah, I can't. That's. I don't want anybody. I don't want to make anybody as nutty as me. I don't want to be responsible. I feel personally. I don't want to be responsible because who would I bang? And if that person's as fucking nutty as me, that's why we hooked up. And I think that's, right. Of course, chaos is the norm. So chaos really is, they claim heart arrhythmia keeps your heart alive. So the idea that you should have a steady heartbeat is also a myth too. Because you're saying about the stress, the rats, you really kind of need to be on guard, and it's good to have the weather change, and it's good to have it snow out, or for me to have the seasons change because it keeps you on your toes.
No, the weather's got to be the same all the time.
I'm sorry, climate lock. I think you're talking about climate lock.
Yes, we need regulations on the climate itself. That's what I think.
I forgot about my sponsors.
I'm back. How you doing?
Can I a word out to my sponsors? I'd like to talk. Okay, thanks Climate Lock for making this show possible by your donations. That every day will be 72 degrees, low humidity, and not too much rain because there was a puddle the other day, and I'd like to talk about the puddle I had in front of my house.
Oh, God. Are your feelings hurt? Are you okay?
Well, I have the puddle there in case I have to throw my coat over for my girlfriend to show how much I care about her. Of course, it is a waterproof coat. I do not tell her that. Please don't tell her that. Oh, look at the Canadian dollars coming into my Venus flytrap robot. No, I think if you pick the right robot, if you know which robot to pick, I think it is.
Buddy, the euro took me out. I wasn't even paying attention. Did the euro take me out? Yeah, it took me out. Nice.
Yeah, I got out of that trade about 10 minutes ago because I'm like, it's going to drift back. It's just all the energy's gone now, I swear to God. It's 4 o'clock, for God's sake.
Right, okay.
So I actually look at the Canadian dollar. I'm buying the Canadian dollar. It's dripping down here. I'm running my, I just wrote it this morning. I kind of was thinking of you when you're talking about scalping. So I wrote a scalp script here. It buys a 10K. I'll throw it in a zip file. I'll send it to you here if you want. If you have MT4.
Wait a second. Is this USD Canadian dollar?
Yeah, on the 1 hour. So the 1 hour's here. I'm dropping every 15, and I'm dropping a script that buys from 8 to 20 with a 30 pip stop every 15 minutes. They last for an hour.
Okay.
But what it is it's got a hard stop at 30, so it buys a 10K, and if it goes up, it gets out where the price is now. So it's buying 10 to 20 pips deep with a 30 pip stop, but when it comes rifling back up, it's going to get out on the script. It's called 0, where we're at now. 0-ish. And it's got a so it's scaling out, hard stop, but it scales out as it's gushing out of that. So it's only making about 5 pips, and it's out of the whole 10K by the time it's 5 pips below where the price is now, if that makes sense. So right now it's coming into these the arrows it's plugging into now. Those were 8 pips deep, and they were placed 15 minutes ago. Here, if I go to 15-minute chart. So this is probably the most aggressive. You got to babysit this robot, or otherwise it's going to overload. So that's the half-hour chart. If I see the 15, it literally every 15 we're dropping. So there's the stacks coming in, and the decay rate is the key here. How long did they last? So in a fast market, you want them to last 15 minutes maybe. So you have a 15-minute constant front running. They launched every 15. They last for 15, and you have this linear exposure, and you'd say, and I back tested all versions of this, so you'll see you're barely getting filled. It has to be a very unique situation. It has to be, of course, these are all written for conditions. Now, if they buy deeper, then you're going to want to maybe increase the expiration time, because why keep relaunching them? Why keep relaunching? Because I'm following the contour like an envelope here, so it's filling, like you said, standard deviation away from the mean. So I could pick, and then I put a little iceberg at the bottom of this. The 3-banger at the bottom is kind of like just before the stop. So that's kind of like the when you're doing pinball shit, and you get the double whammy. So that if we do spike down there for some reason, but the market's dripping tonight, that's why I put the aggressive orders in case we do spike down. Some news comes out or some ridiculous stuff. And these little mini flash crashes, I'm babysitting it. So I'm up.
I would put in this. Yeah.
I'm actually up twice as much as yesterday. So I'm up 180 so far today. I'm up 270. I started at 1,000. We started at 1,000. So 270 today, running this shallow bot today.
Hang on, it's beautiful. You got an expectancy rate just on the stuff that you're throwing together as an aside. Your expectancy rate is something like, I think it's about 41 cents per dollar that you put out for every dollar that's going out.
I never heard of that expectancy. Is that like a risk of room kind of projection? Where do you get that number from?
No, it's nothing like that. Expectancy is, who's ever heard of expectancy unless you really dig deep?
I thought you had to be pregnant. But guys can be expectant now. They can be pregnant, right?
Just about. Okay. Yeah, you got to take the test and make sure the blue line is there.
I think I'm expecting. Expecting this goddamn target to get there. No, I keep on. He's expecting. Oh, that's what I hear. I hear guys can get pregnant these days. It's crazy. No.
Okay. So this is another one for the team. Expectancy is calculated not by any of these crazy numbers that everyone has throwing around, and the risk of ruin is always 100%. And forget about all those shit. Expectancy is the way that you grade your algos, because you don't have just one algo. You have teams of algos, and some of them are miners, and some of them like to do skydiving. You know what I'm talking about. So every single one of these algos has an expectancy, and that's calculated by you do 100. Let's say 100 trades. You see the percentage that you won, and you multiply the percentage that you won by the risk-reward ratio, or whatever, our average won divided by our average lost. So you take 80% winners times $1 won divided by $1.50 lost, and then you subtract the 20% that you lost. So it's a very simple equation, but then it gives you a number. It could be 0.45, 0.72, whatever that number is, means that for every dollar that you've punted, that's how much you can expect to get back. So we would only take the algos that had an expectancy of greater than 0.3, because that meant that for every dollar we put in, we were going to get 30 cents out.
Wow.
At least if we were pregnant, we were going to get it out, right? So that meant that you could actually position size and scale up properly, and actually, work with the market's money. I've been working with the market's money since 2001. So for me, it was an easy thing to do. But when we went back into the high frequency stuff, we needed to go back to expectancy and make sure that we were peeling off only those algos that were going to make us at least a 0.3, at least 30 cents. That's it. It's expectancy.
Yeah, you see the results here. The dots on my scripts I ran today. This is
okay.
1,100 trades and 73% win rate. That's because I really.
What was the average win? Let's do it together quickly. Average win was how much? Average win was 79 cents. Average loss was 1.37. So you divide 0.79 divided by 1.37. Hang on, I'm the mathematician here, so I should be able to do this in my head, but I'm getting older. Fuck. 0.79.
What kind of trading channel is this? All this math, I can't see anyone's face. I don't like this bullshit.
Damn it. Okay, so you're basically 0.576. You multiply that by, what was the win rate? 71% times 0.714. 0.4141. Now you have to subtract 0.296 because that's how much you lost. Okay, so you're now at 11. You're at 11 cents. For every dollar you put out into the market, 11 cents is coming back to you.
That doesn't sound good.
That's not bad.
What do you mean? My margin usage? Where do you get?
Hang on. As long as your expectancy is larger than zero, then you're okay. Oh, and you've done 1,000 and something trades, so yeah, come on, man. That's pretty good. You're doing high frequency trading in low frequency mode, so yeah, and you're doing okay. So. We only peeled off the ones over 30 cents because we wanted to position size as quickly as fucking possible, and we were doing futures. This is a different beast, different girl.
Right.
You need that much pampering, and she gets pregnant a lot easier. Go ahead.
Well, I've only got 2 swing trades. You see these 2 swing trades. Now, these were the deep scripts on that. But yeah, I just really I do think it's a helper. I mean, really, the robot's getting me. I'm getting out. The robot's getting me in. So it's a joint effort. I can't take all credit for this.
You can't. 25% return in 2 fucking days. Who in their right mind would ever believe that? I mean, no one would. Even people that have hundreds of millions of dollars, they would never believe that. I had a guy. He ran a. The people that I met when I was rolling. This guy had something like $50 million. He wanted to put it with J.P. Morgan. He was running a recruiting, headhunting operation out of Germany. And I said to him, what did they offer you? He said, well, they said that in 7 years they can turn the 50 million into 100 million. I said, 7 years? Go back to them and tell them you want it done in 3 years. See what they say. And he did. And they said, yeah, we can do it. And how can they do it? Because they're doing techniques like this. They're doing high frequency. They're slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. And they're getting every girl they can find pregnant. And if they can clock in a 25% return every 2 days, yeah, they can do very well with everyone's money.
Yeah, I think people that... Also, I was thinking about people that, they don't want to be a high-frequency trader, but they also want to place the orders. So I have scripts that they're set up to buy so deep, they probably wouldn't get filled for like a week. And for some people, they don't even mind that style of trading. So also, it is, if you never turn off the laptop, that's kind of the only flaw unless you run this on a cloud. If you just keep this thing going on a laptop, it'll religiously launch them. But like I said, what I'm missing is the initialization. I have it right now in time. So as the time ticks out in the very beginning of this robot, that's the only thing that runs the robot is the time, the ticking down. And then the script has, like, in other words, my orders, like if I drop one of these drop scripts, they'll have an expiration built into the ticket order phrase. So what happens here is these robots are just literally saying, okay, 13 minutes has gone by, drop these. You could actually put in the minutes, whereas the expirations have to be 2 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours.
Right.
You're allowed 12 hours. I usually don't want 12 hours on the platform because it's going to eat up. I don't want, actually, in a perfect situation, they don't last more than 4 to 8 hours, because if your pendings last too long, even if they're deep, it ruins the idea that you're front running the market, because like you get this iceberg pending down there. It's like, dude, if they tag that, sure, you can brag about it later, but you really don't want that to be the kind of trade you're doing in this idea. But really, if I had the trigger where it just said, oh, we just like, look at this sell off here. This is the guppy, 1 hour. The guppy drops 100 pips in 1 hour. My robot would come in on this, or I would come in on this. But if I'm not there to see it, I would have a 80 pip guppy bot at the market. So what it does is it comes in at the market anytime from 80 to 140 pips deep in 1 hour. It just buys at the market, but it also buys 5K with different stops, wide stops. There's a scalp built in. It would have already been out of that trade. And if I were to come back to my platform and I see my goober bot put this trade on me while I was out getting more beer, and it comes back to structure, I'm getting out here regardless of the targets, right? But the goober bot bought this for me, this drama. I just wish it must be a very simple initialization filter of ATR per bar to get the MT4 to respond and be able to make this thing I'm working on. Because if I start to make this a 20K, the account gets bigger, and I throw a couple more on my 80 to 100 market psychotic, this is a momentum trade, slams down, get in. Or you have, like I said, the robots that respond to small ATRs, and now they start to glom onto this and build hedges, right? So in that breakout hedge, even if I lose a leg off my hedge here coming out of this bottom from 3 hours ago on the guppy, that's a money maker. Sure, you can tell me all day long I bought down here in supply, but don't you want a goober bot, a market goober bot that's going to, because I can't be awake 24 hours, dude. Even here,
you can't.
When this when this drifts down here, like, and the ATR gets small, I don't even care if it's a hedge bot. Honestly, I would have a non-directional, because look how many great non-directional trades here. If you count them out and just back test it visually here, it's a simple concept of a bot.
Endless.
There's at least, I can see, and here's the other cool thing about this hedging on small candles or small bars is that if you look back here, you can see that all those robots would have glommed down here. You'd have a team of 10 goober bots, and they'd all make this big gushing 100. You got to have your target set to 80 to 100 on this copy. But you would just, dude, you'd be out of that whole trade. And then here comes the market, hard sell-off market bots are coming in on top, right? So as you're getting out of this breakout trade in a perfect world, right? So, but once you're either going to do that yourself, or you're going to say, I don't care about these breakouts. I just want to buy these slam downs. So this slam down, there's 2 slam downs and a drift. Okay, it wasn't a lot of money. That's why built into those scripts is the scalp to make the 20. This is a 20 pip grid. So you're going to make that in the 100 on the big black line. So you're going to make, that's still not bad money. It's not great, but you're going to make up for it. When it slams down here, it's going to bring out of the woodwork these bots that you wrote that are kind of like they're rarely invoked, because you rarely see an instrument in Forex drop. And you could take it over to the euro versus yen. It's probably, but maybe in the euro versus CAD, it's a 200 pip drop. So it is market specific, because some of these markets, you can't even fucking believe it. You're like, what? Like euro versus pound, sometimes it moves 500 pips in an hour. You go, okay, I don't have anything for that. But your robots aren't triggered either. And you're probably not going to write an outlier bot, because it rarely makes money. Most of it's just churning and noise. So like a noise bot, I'm thinking, is going to be the ultimate. If you could find a tight, like I was saying before you showed up, I was talking about if you have a stack of limits and the broker's spread goes to 0, which they occasionally do, if you watch a tight ECN broker where you have like a gold account, or they're very close to 0. When the market comes down, you're getting like you're not even paying a spread, and because you had the limit filled. That's why I kept saying, well, why don't you just trade Forex? Why market orders? That's why if there's a requote, there's no requote with a limit. They can't. Right. They may for you not fill in a thin market, but not on these brokers, because you're in a sandbox that has infinite fills. You're tied to a globe. You're tied to a central, and people go, oh, it's not really. It's not the gold I'm holding in my hands. Yeah, but you have money. I know you're not holding onto a gold bar, but that's a feeling. That's not, I mean, but then money's a feeling too. A feel is safety, right?
Sure.
Anyways, I could go on forever.
Buddy, listen, I got my mom to buy USD for the last 2 years because I realized that when the shit hits the fan, I'd rather be in USD in Canada than any other currency. And that's just from a, survivalist perspective. So.
Yeah, I know. There's a girl I knew that came from Canada, and she says, I left some money over there. And so I told her in currency trading, I started looking. No, she's from New Zealand, and she still had stuff. And I said, that poor New Zealand dollar. That's the first currency I ever traded because I thought it was a stock market. I thought Forex was stocks, and I go, that's 50 cents. And I said to my tequila buddy at the time, I said, dude, this is 50 cents. I looked at all the chart history. I've been charting before that because I did commodities, and I go, dude, you got to see this. He goes, what? I go, New Zealand. Dude, they filmed fucking Lord of the Rings over there. We got to buy some New Zealand currency. So we loaded the wagon. I loaded the wagon in New Zealand at 50 cents, and I'm like, watch it go to 60. I'm like, dude, and you don't need, you can trade a lot because low margin requirements too. And then I kept saying, my YouTube channel was set up, and I was like, yeah, I'm a currency trader, yeah. And I kept bragging how I knew, in my mind, I was arguing with this millionaire guy, the guy with the jet planes. I said, listen, dude, that New Zealand dollar is coming up on 98 cents. Have you seen the long-term charts? This is a serious conversation. Look at it. I mean, if you go with New Zealand, 20 years of New Zealand data, I say, dude, they're going to take out the American dollar. It's going to go fucking catawampus up. And this is right around maybe 2008. All the currencies were killing the dollar. So I go, so he said they won't let that happen. I swear to God, this guy knows people that own banks. Right. He goes, they won't let that happen. And I said, but I'm a rebel, and it's going to happen, and I'm a chartist. You don't understand, man. I've been looking at charts. Like, so people do that. They go, do you know what a Gartley pattern is, man? Like, oh, hey, man, you ever heard of Fibonacci?
Oh, buddy, I laugh really hard, and I just go the other way.
Yeah, no, it's tough. And he wanted me to take. So the millionaire guy said to me, "I swear to God, he goes, listen, if you want, I got a tip on a yen trade from a banker over there." I said, "Yeah, what's that?" He traded the guppy exclusively. I said, he goes, they're saying the Barclays. He knows the guys at Barclays. Dude, talk to bankers and shit. And he says, "Yeah." I go, that's a nice tip, thanks, but I'm thinking. I'd probably, if it's a fundamental trade, I'm thinking even if they're right, I'd probably have to put a 500 pip stop on that. And it's like, I didn't even trade that instrument, But I thought, thanks for the tip. But and maybe it was right. I didn't even look. But I mean, this guy, oh my God, dude.
The tip was probably right, but you didn't have a big enough bank to be.
Yeah, I'm like, who would I be? But I'll never forget how naive I was when I was a kid. I had a commodity account, so I went on vacation with my hot girlfriend. I finally got a hot girlfriend. Went down to Tennessee. Her parents were from Tennessee. Laid back as hell, dude. It's like these people just like they're not in a hurry for anything. So I'm in a soybean trade, and I open the newspaper to see how my trade's doing. Can you imagine this? I open the newspaper. I look and I go, "You got a newspaper around?" Oh, look at that. I'm up a little. I'm up $600. Like I'm thinking of doing the math in my head. I'm up 600 on this, and I mean, anything could happen. I had to stop on the trade, but anything could happen. I was like a $5,000 commodity account. That was pretty exciting, and then I got my first computer.
Pretty big money for a young guy. In those
Dude,
days.
I spent.
That's a big.
Oh my God, I spent $2,000 for 5¼ floppies that had it was $2,000 per floppy, and they were trading model built. You could build a trading model. So I had track paper, and I had a 286 computer, and I had a Hayes modem that cost $1,000. Dude, I had cutting edge shit. And a compact portable 3, if you really want a compact portable, it's 1987. I'm going to be a commodity trader, so I bought $4,000 worth of Pardo Corporation software. It models the market. It gives you a model. You back test it. This is back testing. And my wife said to me, "Is the printer going to print all night?" And I'm like, "Yes." And I went out there and I could smell something burning. If you touched a print head, 24-pin print head on an Epson was just smoking along. Man, you couldn't touch it. I almost had to put an intercooler on it. And then I looked at the results and I'm like, I'm never going to take these trades. This is ridiculous. And sometimes I have a winning streak and this is all black box, dude. There's no chart where you're looking at it's all black. I'm building my own black box, so to speak. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm I'm in for the computer, but I'm $5,000 for the computer, $4,000 for software to try to build my own trading model. They call them trading models back then. But wow. And now you got these EAs. I'm cracking up with this shit. I'm in dreamland, I'll be honest with you, because I did pay my dues, so to speak, with my 5 1/4 inch floppies. Don't scratch that. I pay. No, they would send me updates.
You know, I got to tell you very quickly. I had the meeting with the kids. I call them the kids. They're all mid-20s. And the team leader, he's 42. I said, look, guys, and you can believe it or not, the only thing I was really giving them any heck about was, if you say you're going to have something done on Monday, if it's not done on Monday, I'm coming over to wherever you live and I'm going to lop your head off, because you're not going to make me look bad. Because you guys are starting out. I'm already retired. So my reputation is whatever it is. It's in the gutter anyways, but you're not going to ruin my reputation anymore.
Why? Because
let me do that on my own.
What happened?
Right?
Just talking to me on YouTube's ruined your reputation too.
Of course.
No. So what do you mean you got deadlines on projects, right? You're talking about classic.
I had a deadline of May. I was supposed to, buddy. I had 8,000 people ready to try out in Brazil.
Try out for what?
I call it the drunken sailor bot, just because. It actually just goes in and it buys certain cryptos at certain patterns, again looking for ledges, and all it is, it's not even a full version of what I have as a strategy. It's like 1/5 of it, and 1/5 of it is it's looking at the 5-minute bar and the 50-minute bar. It's calculating the ATR and it's placing the trades where they're supposed to be, and it's martingaling like ×4 on it. And if you get the direction right, it's kind of like put your finger to the wind. Are we going up? Okay, we're going up. I couldn't get as sophisticated as I wanted to because it's very difficult to program. I'd like to do a 1 minute, 15 second, I do all of those. Do every single one of those levels. And which is basically what you're doing. You're putting in all the levels that I would have put in. I would just space them out a little bit differently than you are.
What do you need, like an i10 computer for this, or i7?
I don't know what these guys. They're in the clouds. They're in the clouds. Just doing everything on clouds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The code you want on the cloud, because in case, like you said, in case everything blows up while you're asleep, or there's a hurricane, or you get kicked out of bed, and all of a sudden.
So you can log into an Apple or a Windows platform. How do they make it?
I think so. I think they're running it in Python. You mentioned it before. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
And they are
no, that's what
Python,
they said they were. That's what people said. If you want to write a script for Ninja Trader, it was Python, or a lot of web.
It's all Python.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like right now I got sell limits pending 10 pips north here on the euro. I think they're going to spike it up. If they spike it up, I just want to do that trade. So like I don't have the patience to hold it, even though I thought it might drift up after I got out, but I know myself well enough too that I don't want to hold this small position through a drift, even though I'd rather put buy limits in 10 pips below me, because I've just noticed that we are in the middle of fair value, in my opinion, from all the drama today. Right around the euro, the range of the day. We are in the middle of the range of the day. It's the end of the day, and I'm like, you know what? We're in the middle of the road, so to speak. So I'll take the buys, and I'm trying to take buys and sells at this point. So I keep changing my tactics based on where we land in the landscape of price, I suppose. Like the map's changing.
In the land of the 1 hour, I'm showing you should be putting sell orders at 1.056. Sure. Or banks, or whatever you call it.
Well, certainly above that lonely wick, but on the way to there, that 10 pip window to that what is that? The triple nickel there, right? Yeah.
Okay.
50.
I like that
105.55. So just before the wick, but on the way to the wick, because sometimes it doesn't make it. Like sometimes it doesn't make it. So actually, I sell very heavy at the at the big round number, I've got quite a big tickets there. Yeah.
You see, what I would
not
be
that the
having,
market, not the
as an
market can
aside,
see it, but yeah, no, the.
I'd be buying at
trying to stand
1.5115, 1.05155, whatever that number is. I'd be a buyer there. Just because.
Yeah.
That's just the way that I would see it. But I would be a seller. Yeah, but I'd be a seller at 1.05443. I'm learning all this simple. Give me a few seconds to get all the nomenclature. And the reason why I would do it that way is because exactly what you said. It seems to be somewhat balanced. So the only way to really play this puppy right now would be to have your sell orders on top and your buy orders on the bottom.
And
I
go
totally
whichever
concur.
way the wind blows.
Right on. I'll pick it up any which way.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because when you get to 105.60, which is beyond that really spiky wick there, that big run up, where I dumped everything, where everything went the other way, and the sellers made a ton coming back, flying off the rooftop there, or what do you want to call it, the ceiling?
Sure.
I would call it the ceiling. It reminds me of a Super Ball when it gets caught between something and it starts to really, vibrate quickly, and then it finally runs that energy there. But so the chatter, we're still under the table, we're still on the floor. I do believe maybe by Friday we're going to there's a pullback coming. We need to pick up fuel if we're going to blow out the top. So, but what if we just drift up into that? I'm actually okay with the drift fill too, because it's a little bit more gentle, it's a little bit less frantic. But I'm always looking to say, well, you know what? There's a 25 pip canvas area of selling. I call them the one robot I call it canvas, because kind of concept of stacks and canvases in here, and I really don't know. I'm admitting up front with all these multiple tickets, I don't know exactly where it's going to turn around, but that works to the advantage, because if you're netting fish instead of getting a special lure like a sniper and a special shiny lure,
you just said it. You don't need a spear gun to fish. If you got the net set out in the proper
you're just
places,
netting fish.
You're done. Yeah, I would be. I'm buying at 1.05155.
Oh, look, it's even pulling back right now. So it's going to rocket back here at 5 after 4. So stocks just closed, and I guess the S&P 500 pit closes in a quarter after or 10 after. I went and watched that one time in Chicago. I said to the guy giving me the tour, I said, why are these guys yelling at each other? There's 3 guys in a pit yelling at each other. He goes, dude, that's the S&P 500. I go, really? He goes, yeah, it's open till 4:15. Only people in the whole Chicago Board of Trade pit, and they're yelling at each other. I go, dude, are they mad at? No, they're not mad at each other. It's crazy, dude.
Listen, play poker together after work.
I
have a question for you. I have a quick question for you, and this is something I'm going to talk to you about it, because I feel like I'm on the phone, so I don't even know there's anyone around. If you had the opportunity to what I consider right now, we're in a null state. End of the day, nothing going on.
Right. We're dead in the water, like the wind stopped blowing.
Oh, buddy, the best. What made the most money in the high frequency trading was the null state. Null state, we had to configure it because you had to tell the computer, algo, what the null state was. So you have to define the null state. I would just say, just off the top of my ass, because I don't know this thing, I haven't looked at it for 10,000 years, I would say that we're pretty much in a null state. That means that you can use the stone stack as tight as you want and let it just ricochet back and forth and back and forth.
Right.
And, okay, wait a second, but this is the difference between what you're doing with Peter Stone's doing. If it goes up and it fills up the sell limit orders, what's happening is that the buy limit orders are climbing with it. So it's always ratcheting up and always ratcheting down with that band of orders, a band of brothers, right around where the price is. Does that make sense?
Right. Oh, yeah, right.
Okay, so that's the null state. We made nothing but bank. When everybody was going for lunch at 12 o'clock till 12:15, 12:30, we would turn on the null state because we had to decide when to deploy it, and things were calmed down. And it went back and forth and back and forth, and 2 ticks and 2 ticks and 2 ticks. You'd make $18,000 while everybody was eating lunch.
The only problem you ever have in Forex is you make sure that you turn that robot off between 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and about 8 p.m.
No, this is very
because the spreads are too wide.
This is the critical part. Oh yeah, man, that's the critical part. If you don't know when to turn it off, you're gonna get smoked.
Yeah,
it'll rip through everything.
No, those things are conditional. It's market. It's like who goes flying a kite when it's 80-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get that your
I'll give you an
kite's
example.
going to go high, but you know, you may lose your fingers. If anybody knows how to fly, kids
I'm going to
still
pick up
fly
a buy
kites.
limit here on the euro. I'm only going to pick up the buy limit here, but my sell is going to be for 3,000. It's only going to be a few ticks away. Why? Because I want to be really tight where it's really calm. I'm just going to do this as an experiment because I want to see what's going to happen. To be honest with you, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm just trying it out to see whether or not the null state will work at a certain period of time, like let's say from 4 to 5 or 4 to 4:44 or whatever the number is. You have to test these things. That's where the backtesting comes in, right? Where you figure out exactly when you want to sidestep the market. Long, short, and not in.
Yeah, the null state.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for waiting for a fill starts to become like a normal thing. I think that was because I always felt like I always had to be in the market. So never really I had a long range view of the target, and that's a problem in Forex because it's just going to oscillate up and down. You're going to get annihilated.
Well, it's coming down now, so it'll pick up some
looks
of
like
my others.
Looks like the
And
guppies. Look, the guppies rearing up to. It's itching to do a run through this floor it created on the.
Yeah, I'm
we're
1.2 million. I'm
trapped
5 G's under
underneath
the water.
this,
I'm 5 G's underwater.
No, that I'll tell you what. When you get on the wrong side of the Forex guppy, you're gonna know about it, especially if you don't have any stops.
I never play with stops on stuff like this. This is fun for me, man.
Oh my God, this is crazy. No, that guppy. If you look at the long-term charts on that, oof.
I've got orders all the way down to 162.655. So
Like,
I don't
look
give
at this here. Take a look at this candle here on the guppy.
1 second, I got to get back
Go
to
back.
the YouTube. I'm on the trading.
Go back. Not including today. Go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. That is a 380 pip day range, dude.
Yeah.
Over here, the range is like
don't scare me,
100.
baby. I'm not afraid of this. I'm not.
No, but I
afraid of
mean,
you, honey.
look at that. Like, if you imagine he had to order bank. In my system, you'd be buying on the 50 handles. You blow up the account. Otherwise, you'd have to trade with a 200 pip stop. But if you could afford to buy this pounding below the 100 pip window to make yourself, here's a good risk reward ratio. You come in here, you buy every 20 pip handles. You're in like a 6K here. You hold through what you considered it's going to take out. You just assume it's going to break out and go after this little baby bar. Even at the end, you're done. The whole trade in one day. The whole trade, you got start getting filled down here. By the end of the day, you're done. It opened here, it smashed down. That's unbelievable.
That's right. Well, wait a second.
It's pretty
Don't
rare.
You want that kind of activity? Are you sidestepping it because it's too fucking harsh? I want to understand this from your perspective.
No, I'm not gonna waste my time building trade plans for that shit because it doesn't. You know, I mean, I mean, I can. All I have to do is like I couldn't afford to trade the size I'm trading. That's mind blowing. I mean, you can see that be a mind blow. If you were long 3 standard lots, 10 standard lots on that, you just made 30 grand right there. But
right, okay.
I mean, that's a $30,000 day if you were to start buying martingaling in. I guess if you actually what you could probably say about this trade is that if you were to donate $1,000 to the trade and you only got filled on $700 worth of tickets, or you were in 700K, you still did pretty good. You made like $5,800 one day or something. I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, it's very nice.
But I mean, I'm using as an extreme example because if you're waiting for that black swan event, wow, I mean, it took a few days for that to happen. Actually, the other day before was just as good because if you bought this, it was the same trade here actually.
Bought that plunge. Oh, yeah.
If you could just nick
plunge.
that wick into this floor of this supply area, which is, I'm sure that on the 1 hour chart, there was a beautiful double bottom that day, the daily chart. So I can already picture, there's probably an amazing, like,
Or it might have just been
Okay,
like...
don't get mad. Don't get mad, but I bought that plunge. I made $7,700, and I had no idea what the fuck I was doing.
No, I know.
Because I don't have a relationship in terms of the pips and the spreads. I don't have any relationship in my mind whatsoever, so I'm just a virgin for this stuff. But I realized, wait a second, I've been buying that plunge all fucking day long, and it went all the way against me, and I didn't care because I knew I can get out and make some dough. That's why I asked you, what am I supposed to do as a target for all of this that I'm accumulating? So...
Oh, you buy another Porsche. You buy another Porsche, and you buy some Carnival wax or something. You park in the shade, and you get a bra in the front. I mean, duh. What am I? What a,
done it for 30 years.
The first time you had money? No, but no. If you look back in history, when you do look back in these charts, and you go, wow, how did anybody trade these moves back there? Like if you look, like if you break open the pound and look back, and during the elections. I would tell you, if you want to really have some fun, go back and so run the EA, but run it through the election of Donald Trump on the Eurodollar, just the Eurodollar, and find a broker that has some data, and just watch the playback on the night of the election. Because a friend of mine in Britain said, "Oh, I was trading that on demo," and I'm like, "Dude, I was trading on demo too," but like. You couldn't get a trade on, dude. If you put the trade in and with a 50 pip stop, you blinked, it was gone, and then, dude, it probably looks like the data that you're talking about, where it's just like raw feed, but very fast. And some of these brokers, these are sandbox brokers, but they're using the ECN quote as their baseline for their quote, but the overloading serve, I mean, just. Wow, I'm telling you what, dude. I should do that myself. I have to find out what night that was and just tell Strategy Tester only play me back this data, or somebody's probably got that data. But wow, that was the most treacherous. And I thought, you know what, just because you're a trader, it's like they say about comedians. Just because you're a comedian, people walk up to the comedians, they go, "Hey, be funny." No, dude, it's about the setup. You just don't start cracking jokes. You see. I have to create the whole fucking landscape for the joke to make sense, like you say, in context. It's not funny unless there's context against it. What are you, nuts?
There has to be something.
Be funny now. I paid you to be funny. Can you imagine this court jester's got assassinated? You're not very funny. Well, give me a chance, dude. Let me feel out the room.
Just got here.
Let me feel out the room.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the euro, and I think you're right. I think it's kind of in the middle there. So I'm just put on 3,000. Let's see if it comes out on the other side.
I'm just gonna if it comes back down a little bit for like a soft pullback. I still think people will buy if it drifts down.
I'll buy more.
Or you know what's going to happen is I'm looking at the 1 hour chart though, so it's kind of a little overeager
I'm on 5 minutes.
Frame, but
sorry, man, 1 hour is an eternity for me.
Like if it pulled back 10 pips, and just kind of stalled out and then dojied out, I think the so-called people that want confirmation or they want a quiet market to step into, and then they look at the dailies and they go, it is kind of down. Like, I mean, those kind of people are going to be attracted to it. If you look at the daily, it's a big sell-off. But the problem is, on the dailies, it technically is, I'm going to call it an uptrend there, I said it, because after the big slam down, we've only had 2 pullback days, and there are chances to get in. If you think we're going to attempt to bang on the floor on the dailies, which is at like, what price is that? Like 106.50, 106.30. That would be the culmination of the week, and you could die in the middle of fair value at the end of the week. I've seen that before. Because what do you have left? I mean, if Thursday is the day to buy the rumor, sell the fact, and we just have tomorrow, the market's going to close here in 45 minutes, so maybe a little dip down, but then maybe a creeper gear drift up, and then when the news comes out, they'll pop the cork and they'll take out the high of the week, and everybody will get giddy, and there's a vacuum up there still. There is this big vacuum we left behind. We could go rushing, and I've seen this before, and I got trapped in these trades before because, I just like to sell into I'm a contrarian, so on Friday you could take out the high of the week or the high of the month, and you just go gushing up, and I would have to hold myself back not to sell into that because I think it would be a crush. And then when you come into Sunday, top tick Tommy's a little higher. I'm just saying, I I'd be very scared to sell the euro if it takes out the high of the week, because there's like if you look at the daily chart, dude, there's a hole. And if there's a hole, they say something's going in it. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. It might just dip in. It might just stall out at the borderline, and that might happen too.
Right.
But if that's the case, then I hope they dip down shallow tonight in Asia, and then we make a run for the border. And I don't care if maybe next week we're going to go gushing in, and then it's going to be okay, because I think people get trapped. I feel like at the end of the week, most people they don't hold over the weekend. So the end of the week's a profound moment in Forex because it is closed. Where Bitcoin, amazingly, is open. So Bitcoin to me is a pure market. That's why it looks like a penny stock to me, because nobody's fucking with it. There's no regulation there, and there's no weekend.
The futures close on Friday, right? But you can't continue trading over the weekend.
But it'll open Sunday night at 5 p.m. So a lot of charts have 6 bars, six days a week, right? Because on these brokers, you're going to get a 5-hour chart out of your daily bars. So it's not fair to look at the daily chart and say we should trade those breakouts on the 6th day. That's Sunday, because the broker's going to update the chart. And it looks like a day, but it's really not. So that's the only inherent issue with the daily charts. The weekly charts are for certain, and it is when the market's closed. So the weekly charts, not that you can scalp the giant wick on the weekly too, and that would be a profound trade. For me, that would be the ultimate swing trade, is that you just traded the wick on some weekly chart. You go, see that wick over there? I made fucking 20 grand. You'd be like, that one wick on that 1 week.
Right.
Because it's almost a first certain it's the ultimate retracement. Dips down, comes back. It's like it never happened.
Right.
That's my preferred trade is the spike rip.
It never did happen.
Yeah.
I swear I didn't touch her.
Well, on closing prices, line charts are like, they look very purist. You can see a triple top and a triple bottom on a line chart, but then you turn the wicks and you're like, whoa, that would have been a rough ride with a stop. I don't think it would have survived that pattern. And that's the big problem with line charts, although I got the line chart idea from this guy that I spent about $2,000 with learning RSI. And RSI is a line chart. And I said to him, why don't you use line charts with RSI so I can see the divergence? I didn't say that to him because I want to insult him. I gave him $2,000. So I didn't say, hey, by the way, have you ever thought using line charts because the RSI is a line? I can see the divergence. Because he's like, can you see the divergence? And I go, no, dude, you're using a bar chart. I cannot see the divergence. I cannot see the fucking hashtag mark, dude. Sorry. And that was when I was young. I could see. I go, dude, I don't want to say he had mimeograph, dude, fucking Xeroxed in his backyard shit. I'm like, dude, I can't see CQG charts, if you know what that is. This is old school fucking,
Old. Yeah.
Oh, my God, it's fucking AS400 mainframe shit. I was like, oh, my God, really? But so I just get a line chart, and anyways, a line chart for me is the ultimate. It is so clean, and you can draw trend lines on it, and they're real trend lines because they don't involve the volatility of the market. They just involve the trend because your trends are in closing prices, moving averages on closing prices. So the line chart, I thought a lot of people would love it, but I like the clean look of a line chart. It's just painfully obvious. It's child's play. Buy low, sell high.
Well, when you don't know what you're looking for, it's very fine. It's hard to find it. What you're looking for is context. I think that should be the very first lesson, number one. Be prepared to lose money, and all you're looking for is context. And all you really want to do after that is, manage risk and make sure that you got at least some kind of a dance move that you can bring to the dance party.
If you look at that 1 hour euro-dollar chart, before the big explosion today, I guess the cause and effect in a Wyckoff's manner, but there was that doji before the explosion. But how many retests were there? My God, I'm looking at like 5 retests, and then you explode. So if you're gonna build a position during these retests, or just see how long it takes to get the cause and effect. So 80% consolidation and 20% explosion, and then it's almost like wait for people to come back in and glom on, and then it shake off. It's kind of this weird cycle. And then when it comes to Thursday, there's only one more price pulse left to the week, I feel, on Thursday. I'm like, okay, like, where's the next lunge going to be?
Okay.
We do a little kickback and a lunge. So there's always that little kickback, little fake out. Right now we're getting a little sell-off, but not enough on the 1 hour euros coming back now. But I'm looking for that 5 p.m. and there's a little bit of a comeback again. And I was always amazed on the big moves. I'm like, we're retesting again? So I would trade these big positions. I'm like, dude, I'm up $4,000. I'm just getting out. I'm just going to get out because, and that's when I got smart. I go, I'm just going to rinse and repeat. Because I know the final destination. I did it in that one video a few months ago in the euro when it was at the extreme bottoms, and I said, dude, I am in this trade like big time, and I had to dump because I knew they were going to retest it one more time, huh? It's like 500 encores, really, one more, really, guys. It's 2 a.m. One more time, huh? So I'm thinking they're going to go down one more time.
I had Armin van Buren on stage there. He's one of the top DJs apparently in the universe. I had no idea who he was. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he turns around and he pulls out his CD cases, and he's getting into it. Now he starts dancing. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I turned to security and I said, "Guys, we're going to be here till 4." Yes. So I understand what you're saying. Sometimes you just get a second wind.
But it's I love. The problem is that it's the weight and the feeling is, because if you're the guy renting the studio time, and that's why I could never record in the studio. I built my own because if I had to, some guys like look at his watch like, really, you need some more time, do you? Huh? Dude, you're making me nervous now. Get the fuck out of here. So I just buy my own studio, and then it's endless time.
Sure.
Same thing with the market. I mean, if you don't mind waiting, and the funny thing about somebody that's never traded before, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know about you, but I've had some painful trades that I'm thinking, why don't I just get? I'm up $800. Why don't I just get out? You said that last time you were up $800. I mean, like, you got to start doing. You got to be your own life. You got to be your own trading coach, unless. And then when somebody new comes along and they don't have this trading baggage of doing dumb shit, but you have a chance to like show them, like limit what you show them, right? Because you have your chance, like you don't want to tell them the horror story, so you just say, here's what you're going to do is the market has a tendency, here's how I would describe it to somebody, the market has a tendency to go up and down. What we're going to try to do here is we're going to try to capture the change in price, the fluctuations. So the market might drop 10 cents, and we're going to want to buy that. It's plain and simple. We're going to want to buy if it goes down. The regulation here. The only thing we're going to worry about is how far, like the electric car, how long is the extension cord?
How far can we get?
Yeah, how long is the extension cord? Right. So and can I just is it okay to, and I guess you call it absorb this as you buy it? Oh, I was trying to do metaphors when I thought I would teach people when I first started my channel, and I said, well, think of it like this. You have a shoe store. You're not going to sell the shoes, are you? I mean, some sizes are going to, but the manufacturers want you to buy a whole pack of shoes, so you got to do 50 trades. You got to find places to put. You got to find unique places to sneak your tickets in. And I give them the singles pack, and I'd say, it's like hide and seek. Come get me. And you see, the market will poke into these little vestibules or these little areas. What are we going to call them? I don't know. It depends. So my interview process would be find out what the person does for a job, create a metaphor that can understand in a trading environment. Right. So you really have to profile the person you're teaching first. I don't think you could ever teach a blanket program. Well, step 1, the 9 things not to do when you're having monkeypox sex. Okay. Right. I'm writing this down now. I mean, it's almost like you have to contour it to the person's personality. Hey, how do you feel about buying some lottery tickets tonight? Because this is gambling, by the way. I was reminded by Mark Douglas, this is gambling. So, yeah, how do you feel about picking up? Oh, no, I don't do lottery tickets. And, of course, when they're totally... you'd say, well, you're probably not a candidate. I don't know. I mean, you don't want to ever turn down a customer. That's the problem with being, I think, a mentor. Like, Do you want to turn down customers? You're really not a trading kind of. I really don't think it's right for you. Who turns down a fucking customer? I have a better
idea. Why am I gonna? Who's got the energy for that? I got an idea, kid. Here's a website. Download the API, and I'll see you next year. You'll take me out for lunch in my new car.
I don't even know what an API is. That's my attitude. I would have to go back to.
It's application programming integration fucking bullshit. I have no idea what it means. Call it API.
Well, I asked my computer buddy what that was, and he said, "Well, it's just like a dedicated line. It's just nothing but."
I have no idea what it is.
It's like having an open direct message to the server. That's all.
Well, yeah,
it's a dedicated
listen,
connection. It's a dedicated.
That's the
connection.
copy trading. Yeah, the copy trading is done on APIs. APIs are what you need to have on your server for the people to be able to copy what you're doing, what your algo's doing. The algos that I wrote for this team, the algos I wrote for this team, basically, I think it's going to make probably about $5 to $6 a day on a $50 account. It's probably going to stick to a couple of coins that I know the contours of. I spent some time on them. And that's it, man. It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll fill out the orders. The limit is going to be very limited because these guys are not. You can't program easily the drops. It's difficult when you're switching time slices and you're calculating things because the program has to keep track of where all the orders are, what the average price is, when you want to get out. There's a lot of little details that are difficult for especially young programmers to do. So I'm very happy with the 5-minute bars, and let's just trade the fucking hell out of it with all the loops and tricks that I know from the high frequency trading world. 5 minutes is a long time in high-frequency trading. So for me, when you look at your 4-hour chart, that's like me looking at a 5-minute chart to be in scale. Wow. I mean, seriously. So your 4-hour chart
even the
is
1-hour
my
chart. Like my 1-hour chart right now, if you look at the 1-hour candlesticks, they're about to take out the lows from an hour ago. So you're coming into 5 p.m. and the spreads are going to get wide for some brokers, and it'll be a spaz attack. I don't know what broker you're looking at, but I don't even know if they showed
I've done trading view. FXCM, are they any good?
Yeah, they're kind of crazy. Their spread might go wide there. Is it a fixed spread or floating? Maybe they don't even
I have no fucking idea what that means. I really don't know.
Well, between the
I know what it means, but I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do.
Well, between the bid and the ask, how many points are there between? It trades in a tenth of a pip.
Oh, your spread from bid ask. Okay, sorry.
I mean, it would get wide. It would get very wide. If you had a tight stop, it would stop you out on some brokers. As soon as 5 p.m. comes in, this one broker
yeah. We're not stopping until we get to Brooklyn, right? No rest till Brooklyn. So the only stop I have, Simpleton, in everything that I do is the catastrophic stop.
Oh, okay.
That's when the account is blown up 25%.
Right. No,
all-time high.
The thing about no, but I think if you, it's probably not worth it to stare at the screen. But at 5 p.m., if you stare at the quote, the flashing quote that gives you the one-click, you got one-click platform there. Anyways, to get into the market, right? And you just change the size. But the spread should get wide if it's a floating ECN. And then the broker I'm using right here for the demo, they're out of Chalice, they're out of the islands. So they don't yeah, right, where that's like the only legal place to have a brokerage firm easiest apparently. But
really?
So that's where that's all rich people fucking that's where they end up. They can't even see it on the map. I went to Google Maps and it's so tiny. I'm like, wow, really?
Little island, Isle of Man, all these places.
Well, the Grenadines,
You're gonna like
Grenadines, Chalice, the whole Grenadine thing is all, yeah. So,
yeah.
But so this broker is out of there, and when 5 p.m. comes, for them to protect themselves, in a sense, they turn off. You cannot trade for 5 minutes after 5. And then 5 minutes after 5, they turn it all on. The spreads start out wide. On the British pound, the spread could be 30 pips. I'm not kidding you. So this is not... Right. You don't even want to think about holding a tight stop into 5 p.m. on an offshore situation, or even inshore. So I'm curious if you put your guppy thing up when the market closes at 5. That spread could get brutal because there's nobody holding the other side of the trade.
So it's literally market makers' chance to clear their books, and nobody's going to trade. Dude, there was a broker I had out of Russia when in 2008 when the markets were crashing, and we went into the Christmas season, and this broker I had a trade on actually, and I had no trades on. They were telling you better close all your trades because Christmas is coming, and the spread. Guess what the spread was? It was normally like fixed hard, I think at 3 or 2. The spread will now be 50 pips during Christmas. 50 pips, dude. And I'm like,
banking hours.
Are you trying to tell me not to trade? What are you trying to tell me? And I thought, maybe I should put on a trade just to see. But I was like,
I wouldn't.
And it's crazy. When you opened up your charts, the bid and ask was so wide you couldn't even. It was like, wow, really? They weren't kidding. It was fixed at 50. They were saying if you really have to trade, you could, but please don't. If you're looking for a 1,000 pip target, jump in.
No. Listen, you were talking about Seychelles, Isle of Man. I was working once with a company. They were doing natural gas, and they were going public in the European markets. And actually in Germany, in the DAX, in that whole fucking world there. And I placed a call. They asked me to, call some clients, this and that. I placed a call. They gave me some guy to talk to, and he was in the Faroe Islands. The Faroe Islands are? No. It's like in northern England and somewhere up there in the middle of fucking Nowheresville.
It's like the Isle of Man. Isle of Man. I had a broker out of the Isle of Man.
It's like that. It's like that area. Wait
anything goes in the islands, dude. They have their own fucking laws. They have their own laws and shit.
Oh yeah. Okay. Listen, I'm talking to this guy. I said, listen, we're doing this natural gas. I thought you'd be interested in this. You put your name in the database. Blah blah blah. He goes, where are you calling from? I said, I'm calling from New York. He goes, well, I'm in the Faroe Islands. I go, oh, wonderful. I didn't understand what the phone number was. So you're in the middle of where all the piping is going on. He goes, yeah, I run the bar here in the Faroe Islands. There's only one bar, right? He goes, so what can you tell me? He goes, well, the engineers were kind of drinking it up last night, so apparently they must have uncovered something. And I thought to myself, there's your key to success, finding out what the price of oil is going to be, because the engineers are going to be drinking at that bar before they file their reports to the home office, right? So there's another edge that you could I didn't know how to use that edge at the time, obviously, but
that's a social hack. They call it a social hack. That's when people get passwords from the receptionist going, man, you look so hot. Remember I brought you those flowers, by the way. What's your favorite?
Yeah.
And then you get the password of the safe.
Oh, yeah.
What's your dog's name?
The guy who ran the bar at the Faroe Islands knew about the price of oil before anyone on planet Earth. So,
yeah.
I don't know how you can make money on that, but it was just such an interesting. You're talking Seychelles, Isle of Man. I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah.
It's who you know, I guess. I guess it's who you know.
Well, I looked up a bank there. So when I was ready to become an expat, and I was trading Forex, I thought maybe I'll send them a deposit, because if you had money on deposit at that bank, you could actually become they let you trade Forex if you have an account there. And I said, send me the American, because Americans go over there and they open a bank account. Now it is $200 to open the bank account, but I thought, you know what? Fuck Dodd-Frank. I'm just going to open it in God, I can still remember the name. It was Fairway Brokers out of the Grenadines out in the islands there. And I go, okay, maybe I have to do that. And the broker is pretty fair. I downloaded their MT4. Everybody has an MT4, right? It's like everybody, and everybody's MT4 has to have different symbol colors and a different kind of template. But hey, I'm like, look at this. There's a nice buy here on the euro a little bit, but I'm not going to pull the trigger. It's too. They're tempting me to. They're trying to make me buy. I know that. They try to make me buy. Like 5 p.m.'s coming and they're going to spike it down, but it looks like a buy. I used to buy here, but no, I thought if push comes to shove and it comes a crunch, I'm going to have to do that. But I'd already planning my exit plan because I thought, fuck these people, dude. I just stumbled across this Forex thing and I'd studied commodities and I'd studied all this charting and what am I going to do with all the thousands? $10,000 worth of books and floppy disks, dude. You can't imagine, I mean,
I bought a book by a guy named Joe Ross. It's like a homemade book. It's not even made with a real publisher. It's $150 per book. $150.
That's funny.
And it's typed out on a typewriter, dude. I've still got the book downstairs. He had 3-book series for fun. Look, go on eBay and look at Joe Ross. You can buy $450 for 3 white books by Joe Ross, and you trade the Ross hook, which is nothing more than an engulfing pattern. So,
of course,
on a 5-minute chart, dude, I'm telling you what, dude, I bought 2 of his books. One's called Trading as a Business. One's called The 5-Minute Chart. One's called The Ross Hook. 3 books, $450. It wasn't even signed by him, but dude, this guy was famous, almost like the, a guy with a divining rod. Everybody's like, oh my God, what is this guy? It's like fucking amazing. No, he was the only guy though. It was underground. Trading was an underground sport, dude. You just had. There was like 3 books, and then Wiley and Sons. I think I put a wing on their fucking house. Wiley and Sons.
Hmm?
You know who Wiley and Sons is?
No, the publishers.
Yeah,
buddy,
I put a wing on there. I bought one of their Ferraris, dude. I paid for their Ferrari.
Nice.
Well, because I love their books, man. I was like, I thought, these are fucking deep. It was deep shit. Some of this stuff was deep.
I had software. I was doing, project planning, and because I couldn't find work, and after the rock concerts, this and that, I was doing project planning because I had some skill sets. I learned Primavera software, this, that. And then I knew AutoCAD because the CAD drafting we had to do while we were in college. So for us, it was just like one throwaway credit. For everyone else, it was an industry, right? So here I am, AutoCAD. I can pull off all the data off the drawings, the renderings off the CAD, and then you can build work packages, and you can put the work packages into the Primavera. It can tell you how long it was going to take to build the bank. And then you had the job costing, this and that. It was a full functioning system on a 486 computer. What are we talking? 89, 90, 91. At that point in time, the market was so shitty. You want to talk about software. There was a piece of software which was the closest thing I've ever seen to kind of like, not artificial intelligence as much as, I don't know, some kind of intelligence. And it was called bid analysis. Because on bid day, the general contractor is going to get bids from all the trades, and everyone's coming in, and the phone's going off the hook. And what they could do is they could put in the people that they wanted to work on a project, take out the people that they didn't know, make someone a manager of the project, and at the end, they would get the actual bottom price based on all the different configurations of all the different orders that came in for people who wanted to do the work. So I sold it to a company called Deneen Construction. Well, wouldn't you know it, Deneen Construction won all the projects for the next couple years. And I couldn't sell another copy of it because no one would talk about the software because that was their secret weapon. So I got jammed with like $90,000 worth of software at one point in my life. I couldn't sell it to anyone because no one would promote it and no one would tell anyone that it worked. Because, it's very expensive software. So I understand what it's like to be holding the bag at the end of it, and I've been on the bleeding edge of technology a few times in my life. So I feel you.
Oh
man.
yeah,
I understand what it's like
this,
to spend that kind of money.
I'm real music guy, so that's the other thing I went pretty deep into. And so you heard of Mellotrons, right? The famous Mellotrons. So I had this music magazine, and there was an ad on the back for buy the Mellotron MIDI. 4-port MIDI Mellotron recorder. So I have I got a 286 computer with a green screen, 80 character, and I hook up this. I put a card in this thing. I got 2 slots as a portable computer, and I put this big card in there with an immense multi-pin, cable DIN connector, and then go to a breakout box with 4 ports in. 4 out and 4 through, beautifully painted in this beautiful, like bone-colored paint with blue font, and it says Mellotron, and it comes with a 3 1/4 floppy, and the program's called Spirit. Well, I'll tell you, because I'm a spec guy, I bought it. It was like $300 or $400. And right after I bought it, the company's like, about 6 months later, they were going out of business because it was just too techy. And it's not, I mean, it's from the company Mellotron that make the real Mellotrons, but the thing about it was so unique is that 4 people could play MIDI instruments like keyboards or whatever trigger pads into it simultaneously into a 286 without it crashing because of the bandwidth and in the clock speed of this thing. It was the highest end MIDI recorder on the planet, and I thought, I'm on the cutting edge. And then the guy said to me one day, he goes, do not lose that floppy. Get a backup because we are not, there's no more updates. You are on your own. And so I kept the box. I never used it, but I would break it out and show it to people. You ever seen a Mellotron 600 pulses per quarter note recorder in MIDI? And they're like, no. Well, you're going to see it now. And the cable, the funny thing is the cable was so heavy duty that the breakout box would flop around if you weren't careful, right? Because there was enough weight to the port. But oh, dude, I thought I was like,
David.
I thought I was a professional person. I mean, being a professional
for sure
is a feel to it, and that's why same thing with the trading. I want a satellite dish. I want no latency. I'm going to pay exchange fees to get 15-minute data before the public. The public's morons. Don't you know who I am? And it's like, I got this. It's kind of sad, but you have to go all gung-ho in, right? If you don't go all in, why go at all? And of course, I never regretted it. You know, certainly.
You can't. You got to go with passion.
Yeah. So when I came across free YouTube and free trading platforms with free robots and free demos, that's when I couldn't resist telling everybody on YouTube, like, you kids don't understand. In the old days, we used to put a satellite dish on the roof, see, and pay the exchange and cut off the feed if you don't make payments.
When I saw the free stuff, but wait a second, I'm like you. When I saw the free stuff, I said, this is garbage. I'm going to pay $75,000 and have it programmed with the most intense type of software coming out of CERN lab. You know, like I was going all the way, buddy, all the way. I paid 75 G's for C# to work with OpenQuant. That was not a trivial amount of money for me or my investors. It was not a trivial amount of money. Guess what? There was no guarantee it was going to fucking work. You didn't know if it was going to work. You had no idea if it was going to work. Oh, we turned it on. It worked all right, but we had no idea how to ride that bucking bronco. It took us months. And then I said, you know, obviously that's where we got into expectancy and pulling out the algos, did 3,000 tests over 3 months. Oh, buddy, what a mission. At the end of the day, you're never going to beat Citadel, and you're not going to beat all the guys that are allowed to do all the front running and all the bullshit, orders. And I realized, you know what? Going to have to wrap this puppy up. We made a little bit of a coin. We know, you know, we're not allowed to do it anymore. So unless, you know, I told the guys, the Asian investors, if you guys want to set up shop in Hong Kong, I'll send you the server, you know.
Looks like a 15 minutes before the top of the hour. Looks like we're going to have a baby rally here on the euro. I'm not into it because I think
it wouldn't pick up my last over. It wouldn't pick up my order at 105 at 05-209. It wouldn't pick it up. It just it kissed it a few times.
Yeah. Do you have the ask turned on? You have to have the ask line turned on. The ask has got to dip below your order.
Okay.
Yeah, they just show you the bid. On most platforms, they show you got to turn on the ask. So if you have a buy limit and the bid hits, it's not going to fill on the bid. But
it's a whole world.
No, you're going to see some. You'll see a little drama here. Plus, it's the end of the week, and when you get to 5 o'clock, I don't know. Like I really have the buy limit plan tonight on the euro coming into the close of the market. The next 2 hours, I think we could spike down, and that. So on Sunday night there was a spike down, and I go, damn! I wish I would. I almost took it when we started off the week here. We got this little. Before it rocketed up, there was a couple of chances to buy 10 pips deep, but I'm like, you know, once you realize, like I said, how many trades are on the chart, you don't feel like you're ever missing out. You know, if you have enough trade plan styles available, you're never missing out.
There's a quadrillion trades. Yeah, there's a quadrillion trades per day, without a doubt. And time to time that you want to trade. Listen, we only did the E-mini after the 3-minute fucking kneecap approach. And we only did it until it hit at least a quarter standard deviation, or at least until we hit our target for the day. And if it was a Thursday, our target for the day was a previous day close. Because if the opening range was beneath it, then you knew that there was a 67% chance it was going to hit that sucker. You know what, buddy? When you got that thing looping and doing 1,000 trades at a time, you made huge bank on what, 4 or 5 point move? It's kind of like what you're doing, because even though the euro may go down 10, 15% on the plunge or whatever, 1%, 2% on the plunge, over time, when you come out of that plunge, you've made more than it's plunged. I think.
Oh yeah, especially if you got the Goldilocks thing where you canvas enough area that you don't lose any of that position, and even the losers become winners on the retracement.
Exactly. That's
if
exactly
you can hold the whole. So I don't like it when I see me getting stopped out of the tickets, but I think no, it's okay, don't worry. And that's when I have I may be 50 pips underwater on that market order that got in it, but laced underneath I do have the dead cat bouncers, I call them, where you're just going to scalp something. And if you're hand placing, the cool thing about hand placing is when the market's really rocking down, you can literally, like a bullfighter, throw these things right in front of where you think the bull's going to run out of momentum, and you're going to,
Right.
He's huffing and puffing. So that's kind of the not having him hard coded or not having a robot do it, because a robot would be. Okay, so your team of my dream team of 20 robots, some of those guys might miss it, or they didn't get in big enough. Whereas if you're sitting here and you see an opportunity, it's time to break out that 100 pip stop and click, and then you click, and you wait, and you click. It's almost like when you go fishing, the fish has to. You got to give it enough line to get it so it gets tired, and then here comes the trend traders, pull it in, but you do have to survive that 8-second bull ride, I suppose, to get into the profit zone.
To get to the other side.
Yeah,
for sure.
To get to the other side of the tracks. And I mean, I've done so many. I actually probably traded more demos than real money, but I don't think at some point there's really no difference other than, it's real money. But I mean, psychologically, you start to blend the two together. What you feel is being right and wrong on some level. And in other words, you're always looking, even the demo trading, I'm like, this is like, I should get out of this. I mean,
you take demo trading seriously. Hang on a second. That's rule number 1. Demo trading is as if it's real money. The only difference is
I always feel like it's real money, and those when I
do.
When I look at my,
I think it's real money.
Yeah, when I look at my real account, since I traded so much demo and real account that I kind of blend the two together. I know which one's my account, but when I look at the chart and I look at the trade I'm going to do, I wouldn't put on a demo trade that I wouldn't do with my real money, other than the fact that I would certainly,
of course not.
I would certainly put more tickets in on the demo, and knowing that this could be a crusher, and sometimes using the demo is my canary in the coal mine.
Just gives you,
canary in the coal mine. Like I can get an aggressive trade there, and then I'm gonna. When I get time, I go to the real money, and it's a great pacifier if you love the trade. So,
sure,
there's a way to integrate it. I don't think it's an all or nothing. So people say do the demo and then go real. Well, you're never going to go back to demo. It's kind of stupid. Do you really stop playing scales because you became famous guitarist? You really stop playing scales? So to me, it's like playing scales. You
got to keep playing. Yeah.
And it's like rehearsing. Do you still rehearse? Of course.
You make your money right away. I mean, that's my theory. My theory is very simple. Make it and take it. And then the rest of the day, you can go crazy on the demos. And we did. We did go crazy.
Look at this. So we're melting down. Yeah, we're melting down on the euro now. We're about to pop through the floor here, and I think the spread's going to get wide. It's going to look like you could buy it here, but you better buy it just before 5 p.m. if you want to buy it, if it does slam down. And I got limits here that'll pick that up.
It's slammed down. I'm already in 6,000. I'm in 6,000.
Okay.
I'm in 6,000.
So I think it might have to consolidate. We are in the middle of this big consolidation now. For the final pounce, the final price pulse, for me, I guess I think it's going to be up. But we could have definitely some spike downs, and we might make more money just buying the 20 pip pullbacks tonight. And I can't imagine it's going to take out the low of the day, but
right.
we're so far from the low of the day. We've died in the water at the end of the day. To make it to the low of the day is kind of tough. In the research that when I've done playbacks and talked about the market on the 1 hour chart, I've said, we're kind of a long way from the low of the day. So I don't think that's going to be one of those ones where a so-called invasion or stop hunt or dip into that vacuum is going to happen because it's just too far away. We're stuck in the middle of we died in the middle of fair value here. We're just a little bit back. So yeah, I'm sitting here waiting for that infamous 5 o'clock, and then it's literally 24 hours left of trading. It's like on American Set Go, and when I'm having a bad week, I'm like, wow, do you think and sometimes, like I said, that dollar yen trade, I would make all my money back on Friday and then some because I would stubbornly buy in with wide stops back then. I would just buy at the market with these 50 and 100 pip stops the whole week. Every 4 hours it pounded down, and I would never buy any up bars. And then on Friday morning or Thursday, Friday morning or Friday afternoon, we go screaming back to the Sunday night prices, and I'm like, this is fucking nuts. And that happened like 5 times in a row, and I rode 3 of those. But it was grueling because I knew, I'm like, damn, what? In other words, I just kept buying thinking this has to retrace. Like, what the fuck? And sure enough, Friday, you actually could make quite a bit of money. You had to get out on Friday. Because then the whole thing would start next Sunday, would start dripping down again. I go, these guys are chronic on this. It wasn't a perfect slope but it was the idea that by Thursday, that yen was completely rock bottom priced out. I couldn't believe it. Cycles aren't linear
Could
perfect.
It be because people in the bank? Hang on, those cycles are based on human behavior, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
There must have been someone that was placing orders, or people were buying bonds, or someone was hedging it. There must have been
there's
something
that
going
carry
on
trade, and then
in the Bank of Japan.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Bank of Japan would come out. I remember when the Bank of Japan came out and raised rates. That was when I first started trading Forex, and it was one of those things I kept buying the yen, And they came out with this. It was, I swear to God to you, it's the bottom of the chart on this one. I was at the bottom of the monthlies. It was making new lows. It was making historical lows, really. And the Bank of Japan came out, and it was like, 7 o'clock at night, and they said something, and that thing went rocketing up 90 pips, so I got out. And just like today, I came in with limits underneath. It came back and blew through those. I'm like, holy shit. Just like today in the Euro, just same fucking pattern. Like, then there was news comes out, everybody goes, it rockets up, and then it rockets back. And I knew it was going to rocket back, so I dumped, reloaded, but got in too heavy. I mean, I wasn't able to, I didn't blow up the account, but the orders that I scattered coming back got in too early again. I'm like, it might pull back a little after that. No, dude, it came back to starting gate. Same thing like today. So the starting gate scenario is quite off in a Forex problem.
Sure. I got it.
Look at the 4-hour chart on the Euro. You're like, dude,
baby. I'm in no state.
Are we ever going to go anywhere?
4-hour chart. I can't even look at Simpleton. It just breaks my mind. To look at 4 hours. It literally does.
No, it looks. In fact, it looks
pretty.
Brain. Yeah, it looks ridiculous. Okay, so we got 5 minutes left here. 5-minute countdown. I think there is going to be a pop. There's going to be a pop to the upside, and then the spread's going to be really wide in 5 minutes. And then I still think my limits could trigger, but I feel like, man, people are going to just jump on that buy train tonight, man. That's why my sell side is selling into. I'm going to sell 40 pips north. 20 to 40 pips north. I'm selling tonight.
Wow.
We'll see what happens.
I got to figure all this out a little bit better. But I understand what you're doing pretty much.
Oh no, it's
and it's, you know what? Again, I'll say it again, buddy. You're right. You went as far as you possibly could as a human being, without understanding how to program. Like, I don't have any programming experience either, but I have enough experience to know that if you can iterate something or loop through it and loop through it and loop through it, then you get to the point where you don't have to worry about where the drops are coming in and how they're coming in and what's coming in, because it'll automatically do it for you, man. And you just say, I'm going to use 80% of the account. We used 80% of the account every time we traded. Wow. Now that's ludicrous to most people.
That is.
And it wouldn't fly at the bank. It wouldn't fly at the bank, right? They would say, well, we can't use more than 20% of the account, blah, blah, blah. So
well, did you feel a little apprehension? Did you watch just the balance, or you watch the thing trade? Like if you just stare at the equity, which I do on my phone, are you getting nervous? I mean, aren't you worried?
Buddy, the numbers were jumping around like crazy, and we had a graph that was showing us our drawdown, and it would come down and come down and come down, and you're like, oh fuck, we're about to crash. And then all of a sudden, zoop, it would fill up the last order in the stone stack, and then we're out.
You can't simulate that drama in backtesting where you're looking at like a...
No, there's no way. You gotta feel that in your kit.
Like there's no backtest where they strap you in and go, dude, did you look at this shit?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's strip you with some adrenaline. Yeah. No, those were.
So what do you think of this? What do you think of this idea? I was telling Vinny, this is my favorite kind of like way to get to make money in the market. So you get some student or whatever. You get some guy who wants to trade. You go, listen, buddy, listen. Here's my scripts. Here's a demo account. Now what I want you to do here is I want you to trade a demo account. Get good at that demo account. We'll put you on real money, son. Okay. Right. So he trades a demo account. He starts making $5 million. This guy's killing it on a demo. Dude, let's not tell him. Tell him
that it's a real account.
Tell him he's good, but not that good for our firm, and we just won't let him go to a real account, and we'll just copy his account, and then for a while we'll just copy his account until he gets really.
You can't do that.
I know.
Well, you should have given it. You know what? You give him a real account up front and see what he.
Or
does.
no, how about this? Give him a real account.
Well,
tell him it's a demo. Because they say if you tell the guy it's real money, he'll shit his pants. But hey, man, got this demo account. I'm gonna train you on it. And how you doing with that demo account? And then you tell him, hey, it's a real account. Here's your money. Know. No, because I mean, there is that. If you do too much simulation, then you get in a real airplane. Maybe you just kind of get nervous, right? I'm kind of nervous. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Watch your spread here in 25 seconds. I'm curious to see what. I don't have a demo running of your broker, so FXCM or did you say Owanda?
Okay.
Owanda's got terrible spreads.
Well, one of them is on Owanda, one of them is on FXCM, but this one Eurodollar is on FXCM. I'm down 66 cents.
5 seconds.
There just started jumping.
5 seconds.
Oh, here we go.
High drama
6, 5,
moment.
4. Oh, it's just dropped. Yeah. I got another order about to be filled. Take it. Come on, honey. Come to Papa.
Is the spread tight
I'm
still?
at 5155. It's still looks pretty
Oh,
tight.
jeez. Oh, Euro go down. Oh, man. I think I'm going to get filled. Here, let me get my other broker out. He's got a 5 pip spread right now. You see this broker? This is out of Dominican Republic. His spread just went to 5, and he won't tighten up for a while. Here's the tick chart. Look at this tick chart. So here's your enemy coming into the close 5 p.m. on Forex. That tick chart right there, Sean. That's an obstacle there.
Yeah.
But it'll tighten up in a bit here.
Oh yeah, no, you know what? You're right. I just noticed that the account is down. I was down a few
They
cents.
might take it
and now
off
I'm down
offline for 5 minutes, so you may have to wait 5 minutes before you can trade again.
Right on. Okay.
But they will stop you out. I mean, it's crazy. The only time they didn't stop me out
How can they stop you out? I don't have a stop.
Oh, right. No, I'm saying if you have too tight a stop. The spread just went to 10.
Dude,
the spread just went to 10.
You thought you were a fucking crazy. You thought you were a crazy trader.
No,
I don't trade with
look
stocks,
at the
man.
look at the YouTube channel. This look at the YouTube channel. This broker just went to 9.5 pips on the spread of the euro.
Okay.
So you can't trade it. Like you couldn't scalp this shit. If you're trying to make 5 pips, it's a problem, right? But it'll tighten up. So the robots, your kind of breakout bots, you gotta wait for things to tighten up. Like gotta do that.
Well,
tighten
you had timers,
up,
buddy. Listen, at 10:30, we had the attack line was formed. We knew exactly what the edge of the market was going to be because the first hour of trading, even the guys in the volume world, they call it the IB, initial balance. In the pit, they called it the attack line. So the high and low of the first hour of trading is where the pit would continuously either probe to get there, but get through it, bounce off of it. But you knew that the closer you got to the attack line, the more better chance you had that it was going to hit it. Like a tennis ball, it's coming towards the wall. It's going to hit the wall the closer it gets to the wall. And we never had this problem with spreads and things like that, like you're showing me here. I mean, that's a pretty drastic split parting of the seas over here I'm looking at. Wow.
Oh, yeah, no, it's
pretty huge.
It's just, I mean, even on the 1 hour chart, you're going, wow, dude, that is just catastrophic. So I put my bid and ask in yellow and green here so you could, it's very obvious. But my fixed pip broker, answer to this spread is that it just flicked around. So it established that spread in a flicking manner, and I could have actually bought it. I literally could have bought that because if I placed my order just before closing, I would have got filled on that little flick, where you wouldn't have with your tight spread with them. They just went to a spread of 12 pips here. Do you see that? 12 pips on the euro, dude. The spread. You can't trade this broker. This is Trader's Way. You can't trade these guys at the 5 p.m. Look at this.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, I'm amazed. I like to see how wide a broker's spread goes. Kind of a judge there.
I'm at 276
because you can't even hold.
underwater.
You can't hold a 20 pip stop on the pound on some of these brokers.
Enough
So
with
30
the
pip stop
stops
you
already,
can hold.
buddy. You're burning me out with the stops. Either you're buying and continuously buying, or you're selling.
Well, I'm talking about scalp. I'm talking about scalpers,
dude.
dude. I'm talking about scalping.
Yeah, even as
I'm
a
not
scalper,
trying
even
to.
as a scalper.
Yeah.
You should know that if you've got enough orders in there, you should be able to hold on to that.
Well, that's
hold the
not
line.
true. That's not true because I've traded enough to know that if you've got
Okay.
50 pip stops, you could have 10 pip targets in Forex, and you're never going to see your 10 pips. No,
Fair enough.
No, you'll
Fair enough.
shear them off. Maybe
Okay,
in
okay, I
SM,
didn't know.
maybe in the oil market because, there's kind of like soybeans is only allowed to move 15 cents a day in either direction. So, yeah, and I know what you're saying, but Forex, your head explodes. It's like when they depeg the Swiss franc, people's heads exploded. Talk about wrecking your brain. A lot of people wouldn't trade. I wouldn't even trade the Swiss franc. People didn't trust trading the Swiss franc everything because they didn't understand what happened. And brokerage firms went bankrupt when they depegged. El Pari, which was a big Forex broker, like we're out of business.
Heard of those guys? Yeah, I heard that story. I think this was 2018 or something, right?
British and an American. They had an American outlet here with low leverage at the time, and I ran a lot of demos on Apari and did a lot of videos with the thing, and it was so funny because I put a big gold trade on once, and I held it over the weekend, and the market opened. I was down $2,000 on the demo, and I wanted to call the broker and say, like, I don't know you $2,000, do I? No, but no, it's just like, wow, what's going on, right? The markets are just that's the fun,
I guess so. It's the fucking
Catastrophic
Bronco you
stuff
guys
happens.
like. Yeah. No, I got it. I know why.
I'm sure you were
aside
involved
from
in. The 2008 crash. People lost their mind over that mortgage stuff.
Buddy, I was taking a company public, and we were the canaries in the coal mine. The market dried up. I mean, usually there's $3 or $4 million in over-the-counter stuff just floating around, just people taking shots. There's people who have programs that the minute that a certain filing, I think it's not a 10K, it's like a 6J NIN. It's a very strange sounding thing, but it's issued the minute that a company is allowed to start trading. There's people who wrote programs that the minute that a company is allowed to start trading on the over-the-counter market, they would buy 10,000 shares, sight unseen. Sight unseen, I'm buying. Oh, they're trading? Okay, I'm buying. Oh, the first order that came through the Nobia system with my buddy was running was 10,000. I said, who the fuck bought 10,000? We didn't even, the ink was not dry on our ability to start trading, and it was already gone. It was like someone bought 10,000 shares, and I'm like, wow, this is fucking great. This guy must be buying every single over-the-counter stock that ever comes out into the real world. He must have made a fortune, this guy. That's a smart move. That's a beautiful algo, right? I don't know I have no idea what your company's going to do, but I'll buy 10,000. I'll take a fucking flyer.
Yeah, buy 10 of those, and then Something's got to hit.
What do you think? Yeah, every day there's like every week there's another 2 or 3 or 4.
Well, that's the IPO frenzies too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Well, what really kind of was like, so back in the day when I was doing the commodity thing, I had Facebook started trading one day, and so I'm like watching Facebook. I'm Trade Forex at that time. It was Trade Forex. I look at it, and they're big news, Facebook, and I'd watch the morning news, drink my coffee, and watch these guys talk about dumb shit. And here's a live quote on the screen. The whole time they had a big fat tick chart running of Facebook, and it's trading at $30. And it's like the exchange is so fucked up. They come out, they go today, on the first day of trading Facebook, for the first week, you're not allowed to sell it. Like, what? And then it's not allowed to go below 30. I'm like, what? But you could see it. They had a tick chart running, and it would dip to 29 for a little bit. It would sit there at 31. It was just bobbing around. I'm like, this is totally ridiculous. How can you fix something that's gonna? As soon as they let go of the peg, it's gonna fall out of bed. And sure enough, once the exchange said you can't trade below 30, who does that? You just set this thing up for failure, because as soon as the real buyers come, they smash that thing off the cliff at 30. Sure. It's so stupid. Why do they do that? Well, you can't trip.
They do a lot of stupid things, man. They do a lot of stupid things. What am I going to tell you, man?
They want to control that exchange so bad. That's why I liked over-the-counter Forex. I go, over-the-counter, yes. Because I traded penny stocks. I was a penny stock trader. I was that guy. My first trade was I spent 1,000 shares of some penny stock that I got out of my penny stock weekly or monthly, and I looked at the charts, and I'm like, and I used to look at the charts in Investors Business Daily, and I go, look at the fucking leverage on this, dude. You buy this thing for under a penny. Oh, there's this one stock that I used to buy, and I never see anything quoted like 0.001 cents, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, I want to get in at the bottom floor. And I actually built a position on this thing, and it went to 0.002, and I got out. I'm like, I didn't even know shit could be that cheap.
Yeah, I know. You have to learn these things over time.
Oh, but the chart, I was visually triggered by the chart. I go, look at the fucking rally on this bitch from 0.00001 cents. I'm like, who cares?
I like the 0.02. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I went through a lot of those. So we went public in February of 2008. The whole market, usually about $1 to $5 million just floating around. You could see the liquidity just absolutely leave the OTC market. It was the first time in history, especially the guy that I was working with, the first time he'd ever seen the liquidity drop below $1 million. Ouch. He said, there's a problem. I said, what's the problem? He goes, looks like the fucking economy's about to tank. I said, why are you saying that? We just launched it. We just got our first order. He goes, because I've never seen the liquidity pool dry up so fast and have less than $1 million floating around. That means that everyone was grabbing their money wherever they had it stashed, stored, or floating around.
Yeah, people are selling their artwork in the streets and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People were fucking fucked up. I won't tell you how much I lost because it's no one's business and no one really cares. But bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter whether you're taking companies public or not. You can still get kicked in the teeth very hard. So.
Oh yeah.
Better beware.
I never had it in 1987. I was making teeth, and when the '87 market crash came, I'll be honest with you, the only sector affected was financial. It didn't spill into real estate. And I was busy as fuck, dude. Everybody I knew that wasn't in the stock market, and even the people that were in the stock market, it wasn't that bad. And the biggest issue was when Jimmy Carter was in office, I decided to open my business, and I had to get a loan. And my dad was co-signing, and his credit was impeccable. Like, he was totally legit. And I was just a young kid. Dude, I co-signed bank loan at 18% interest, dude, for my business. I was
no problem, buddy. 18% was good.
I know.
Higher.
I mean, people get 18% mortgages, but I was writing off the interest. The thing people don't understand is back, you got 12% mortgages, but you wrote off all the interest. So
that's right.
That became a bubble onto its own that, hey, who cares? Hey, it's low humidity, right? It's hot. But no, but that became almost like a tax shelter was the high interest rate on your mortgage. In
My
a
mother
sense.
used it as I shouldn't be talking about her, but someone close to me used it, right? She would store all her bonds. They were paying 15, 16, 17, 18%.
The euro's on the run. The euro's making a run north now.
Oh. They get out of that trade. Thanks for reminding me. I'm busy putting in the data for other stuff.
No, it's going up.
Okay, I'm back to -6 cents.
I think we're going to make a run at the highs of the day there. So I'm not going to run.
Oh, really?
I'm going to put tight limits in underneath the market now because I think we're going up, and I think any pullback now. I'll buy shallow pullbacks now. Yeah, I think the euro's going to drift up tonight. So I got.
Will you be shorting at 105.3?
105.4 to 105.5 and 105.6. So for 40 pips, basically 30 to 40 pips north of here, I'll sell it. Because if it spikes spikes up there, I'm thinking, well, there's going to be some chatter. It's not going to make a fucking straight line.
Right.
I figure it's running for the border. So I'll capture. I'll do a catch and release kind of thing if you want to think of it like that.
And I know exactly what you're saying. Perfect.
But yeah, on the buy side, I feel like I'm missing out. So I want to run 1 hour buy limits underneath right now to just catch a little baby falling.
I just want to be in there. Just give me a net. Give me somewhere to fish.
No, because to me, it's like, oh my God, it's getting away from me. So I'm gonna get in 5 pips deep here for an hour. Well, only because I don't think it's going to go down now. Like I kind of suspected we would have the situation where it pulls back a little bit and drifts up, but just the same, I want to catch a little bit of a. If we get a little flick back, because I don't want to push it. Right. It's only 5:15, and like I said, I think by 8 o'clock we might be down 15 pips, and I'd like to accumulate down there, and then we get the big stampede north and the final obvious.
Perfect. Let me go throw out the garbage. Chris, I hear you're back. Welcome back. I'm gonna say goodbye for a few moments, guys. Let me go get the garbage done. I got a few little things to do. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Chris Kringle from the.
Chris from Arkansas is here. We'll see you soon. See you soon.
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, we're just watching this lazy rally in the euro. I feel like I should have held my position. I always feel like that. But no, I'm going to buy a shallow pullback. I got limits sitting here right now.
I'm actually short.
It's a pretty quiet.
6.2, I think.
You're short the euro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is come down here, but I got, if it drops 20 pips, I'll be in pretty big.
Oh, nice. Yeah, well, I'm collecting swaps for a while.
Yeah, I want to buy it when it comes back to all that kind of choppy, kind of like the exchange area, so to speak, where people mull around at that price. And do you think it could take out the low of the day? I think that's kind of so distant. We have 40 pips from the low of the day, so I don't know if we could take that out. The low of yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
You could probably drop 10 to 20 pips here. You could probably drop 10 to 20 pips here. Back to the round number at least, 105.
Yeah, I've just been shorting it for like the past 6 months. I just validate short positions.
Oh. What, in the Asian session exclusively, or just whenever you think it's too high?
Whenever I'm validating all short positions, I have been for at least 6 months. So I'm taking buys. Like I take buys, but I seem to get screwed on all my buys, and so I just am holding shorts and collecting swaps.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the long term, you kind of have a double bottom on the weekly there. It's kind of hard to get past that, the low of the year, I would call it. That double bottom this year, it's on the weekly, it's kind of hard to get past that. I'm content with just the chop of the last 3 weeks, just up and down chop. So I'll go bi-directional on this. Buy and sell. Just try to get the quick and dirty wicks, and then I don't know where the final destination is. I think maybe it's just going to be choppy and drift, and maybe the volatility dries up, and everybody's kind of like, "Wow, nobody's making money now," because the markets do get quiet and they go crazy, and I guess the interest rate shock has hit the market. The market's digested the 0.75 point, 0.75 interest rate change. I think it's probably digested that.
Yeah. I'll probably change up my strategy a little bit when the euro does their interest rates, because I think that'll probably give us some bullish power.
Yeah, I think they're going to chase us. You think do a half point? They'll probably do a half point over there. It seems like the Brits are following. They're raising their interest rates.
Yeah, well, it seems like the U.S. is committed to raising, and yet, like you said, it's kind of pricing in some of that shock already. But when the euro really follows suit, and when they do it, I think that's going to introduce some long opportunities. That'll be more long term. Like, I think that's when the banks will step in and start, buying it and selling it. Because right now the swap with the interest is in the favor of shorts. So what I'm trying to do, I'm buying the dollar. I've been buying the dollar. The world's buying the dollar. And so that validates euro short, because on the euro USD pair, the interest for like long and short is like neutral. You know what I mean? So it's I've just been playing short for this.
Well, it looks like a drift up tonight, and I'd be shorting if it tries to go 30 pips up here. If it goes fast, it really depends how fast it moves. So if it stabs up here and does a run for the next 3 hours into 9 o'clock, and it makes a run to the highs, I got sell limits up there like a crop. And then if we pull back 20 pips, I'm a buyer. So actually, I'll take either side. It looks like we might go up before we go down. So I can't get filled now, but I think it kind of wants to make another run, another attempt, because that was a pretty stellar run there earlier when they came out with the news. But then it backed off because people just, that's just the nature of it. The news comes out, it spikes up, then there's the relief, pulls back. Now it's up 20 pips, and it has that drift look to it. Like, really, when you look at the weeklies, you're like, wow. In the big picture, we are deep discount for the year. We're down 10 cents on the year. It's incredible. 1,000 pips down.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. 8,000. What is it? 800 pips down. It's a lot. Depends how wide your targets and everything are, But it definitely looks like one of those cheesy drift up tonight, kind of a trend trader. Buy here, it goes up. Yeah, buy at the market right now at least. The spreads are starting to tighten up here. There's still 5 pips at this broker though. 6 o'clock will be the starting gate typically when everything tightens up, and I don't know what's going to happen there. But yeah. What are you driving your car? Are you in an airplane? Are you testing your new what do they call it? Those Cessna? Are you your new Cessna?
I think it might be more of a Boeing fan.
Oh,
Cessnas
yeah.
don't quite have the power of. Yeah, I'm not huge on the aviation thing, but I those airplane manufacturers. Now I'm in my car. I'm traveling. I'm commuting to another job. I'm nickel and diming all my patients together because market sucks for us too. It really hit healthcare hard with the Medicare changes and COVID. Kind of changed things.
Did it really? More codes to worry about? Like a whole new series of codes?
Well, here's a good way to think about it. So, Medicare is losing money, and they kind of, they're trying to like rein it in. So what they're doing is they're making it more difficult for us to see patients for as long as we need to, and to validate a lot of the services that we need. So what that ends up happening is, like, let's say, for example, we have a patient that used to get 60 days of therapy or something like that. Now they're like, yeah, after 2 weeks, I think they're good. They can go home. So now we're having shorter. Yeah, so there's not only that, but then, we have less patients to work with. So it's hard we have to like nickel and dime our caseload together because our patients are leaving faster and they're not coming to us as frequently, depending on your setting, depending on what's going on. But it's just they're trying to rein in those funds and try to get a control on that. And so they're not validating services as well as they used to. That's like the quick and dirty.
Yeah, I guess it's like you have no standing. We don't want to hear your case. They just do the delay tactic. Oh, looks like it timed out on you. Try again, I guess. Yeah, looks like you waited too long.
No, actually, so they're like big data. They collect all this data over years and years, like Humana and all this, and they put together like this model, they call it. It's like an algorithm, basically. So, like, let's say you have a broken leg and you're many years old and you have these things wrong with you. Well, they're like, well, on average, the people that have the same problems you have only need about this much therapy,
okay.
or they only need these.
Yeah, you're the average guy. You're the average guy.
So now they're like, they're moving farther and farther away from like, they're basically just putting everybody in groups, and based on that group, based on the provider, they'll validate so much service. And that's one of the ways they're using the data that they've collected over years and years, like Humana, which is hardly worth the paper it's written on.
So does this mean when I go to the store to get Kleenex, they're going to say, why do you need the Kleenex? And I say, I have a cold. And they say, typically you only need one box of Kleenex per week with a runny nose. So here's your one box of Kleenex.
What happens if your nose keeps running?
Well, I think you take and you wad the thing up and stuff it in there, and you have the rubber band around your nose. And I think they have a cork. Yeah. They just came out with a Medicaid cork. The nose cork for a runny nose. Brought to you by... Designed by a military complex cork. Military grade cork for your nose.
Yeah. But I keep saying this too. This is an interesting thought. Because, like with Medicare, they try to take your house. They take everything. Like if you sign up for Medicare and you're no longer independent, and then you need to basically qualify for those services. So you have to give away your money. You have to get a lawyer, do your estate planning, and in some cases, sell your home or give it to you'll write it off to the government. Well, I'm thinking before too long, people will be buying houses from the government because they'll have so much property. It's like, what are they doing? It's like, I almost feel like they're accumulating property from our old people, when they can't take care of themselves anymore.
Well, by default, what's so funny because people think that's a conspiracy, but it's by default because the structure has been created by bureaucracy and kind of like circular firing squad kind of laws where you're like, wait a minute, isn't that what we... And nobody checks it until a case comes through that triggers all these anomalies or all this kind of like bizarre traps that nobody thought were set. And it becomes a catch-22 situation, and then people are like, but just like the election, we know it's stolen, but we don't have a stolen kill key here. We don't have like a stop key. There's no redo keys. It's just this big juggernaut that just keeps going. And then, of course, we have that over here, actually, where so if you want to take care of your parents in the house... something about a nurse and you're not allowed to, it's so weird, you can't imagine. So, and it's all based around what the insurance companies will pay. They really dictate the landscape of everything, honestly, the insurance companies in the end. And they got so much money. Oh my Lord. I mean, until they get hit from a disaster, like a natural disaster, until then they're doing very good, right? But the government insurance company is kind of weird because if they have a bad year, don't they just print extra money and pad it? Like, who knows what the books are on that shit? Like, if they're lying about everything else, then they're lying about the balance sheets on Medicaid, right? They must be.
They're accumulating money and then they find ways to spend it. Kind of like they do the Peloton. They give Peloton to all the government employees.
Okay, yeah, right. Everybody gets an electric car. I forgot about that's coming next. So they can laugh at the pump and tell all the taxpayers, well, I'm not feeling it. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, it's another layer of extortion. You know, like taxes. They get you every single way, and then they get you when you're old.
Well, yeah, the death tax, right? If you're not clever enough to get a probate thing, you got the death tax. You got the farm death tax. Now you can't inherit a farm, and then they're like, this is the funniest thing. Remember when the Democrats came out when they got this? They were all giddy because they stole the election, so they came out. And they said, well, what we're going to do here is we're going to tax you on unrealized profits in your stock trade. And then people are like, what? Unrealized profit tax. Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy.
That is, well, that's not ridiculous now, is it? Thank you very much. Oh, dude. I mean, you can't make it up. But I think they're all pushes. They know it won't go through, but they'll trot it out there as if. And I'm like, you're kidding. I mean, it's like it's beyond the point, dude. Here's how I look at it. Here's how angry I was when I started my business. I thought, wait a minute. There's something wrong with this picture. I'm taking all the risk and they're taking all the reward. In other words, if my business fails, I can't get reparations from the government. But if it succeeds, they'll tax me to death. I'm like, well, wait a minute. They're not taking any risk. I take, just like your house, dude. If you fix up your house, your taxes go up in your house. And like you said, when you die, the state gets your house. And besides, the more you fix it up, the higher they raise your taxes. You put in a new bathroom. I mean, there's places in the city where if they find out you did a home improvement, that's why you got to pull a permit so they can track your home improvements and they raise your taxes. It's sick, dude. You're fixing it up for somebody else. Just run an apartment.
Oh my, yeah.
I don't know.
I like the efficiency. Yeah. Government can't be in the same sentence.
Yeah, like my accountant says, don't steal because the government doesn't like competition.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Well, especially think about the counterfeit money. Only the government's allowed to counterfeit money into the trillions. We found you making a $100 bill at home. Very nice. Good artwork. Good hologram. Good embedding. Where'd you get the paper? Yeah, no, I thought I'd knock out 100 so I could fill up my car. So it took me all week to make that $100 bill with my laser printer, but damn if I wasn't able to fill my car. Are you driving? What do you do about, you got a high mileage car? You're on the highway, right? You got a four cylinder. You got a 10 speed. 4-cylinder, 6-speed automatic.
Manual.
Oh, wow, there you go. Wow, what do you got? The Nissan, what is it, that? Or a Honda?
2016, it's Audi A5.
Oh, okay. So when you get overdrive, if you're doing 70 miles an hour, you're doing like 1,800 RPM. What's the top gear set out at? The final drive ratio, like. So,
yeah, this one's geared a little tall. So right now I'm cruising 70. I'm at 2,500 RPM.
Oh yeah, that's so my Volkswagen was like that. Fucking whine like a bitch. Yeah, I'm driving this Americano 6-speed, and like when you get to, it's like a Honda. When you get to like 70, it's going like 600 RPM or something ridiculous.
Well, I keep the RPM high. It's better for the German cars.
No, that's the way they're built. I mean, my Volkswagen, I had 2 Volkswagens, and they'd be screaming like a fucking motorcycle, but I know that's how they're designed.
Yeah. Well, it's geared really tall, so at 80 miles an hour, what is it? I'm barely at 2,000 RPM in 6th gear.
Oh, yeah, that's
But I like to keep the RPMs high. I keep them above 2,500. I don't let them drop below 2,500.
Yeah, I just miss downshifting. I just got rid of a manual transmission. I miss downshifting in the turns and stuff, and just hardly using the brake. I kind of piss people off behind me, but like, why are you tailgating me, dude? Come on.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. When they, yeah.
I'm like, dude, if I let off the throttle, dude, you're on my ass at 80. If I let off the throttle, and really, you're on. You almost you can't see I'm getting bigger. How many brake lights do you need?
Right.
I don't know. No, because I get nervous. Well, so I put the brakes on, not that I was using, but I just did it because the people are tailgating me. I'm about to downshift, dude. Get the fuck out of here. And so what I would do is I punch the throttle to match the RPM so I would never mess up the clutch, So when I downshift, I always give it a little punch, before I...
Oh, yeah, heel toe. Well, I do a heel toe.
Yeah.
Flip it.
Because I wanted to, when I was afraid that I was going to burn out the clutch, so I thought, wow, this is a big downshift. And actually, I had a closed ratio transmission, and when the clutch cable broke one day, I was like... I think I can power shift. The guy showed me how to do it. He goes, just let off the throttle. It's a synchro gear. You just go right in. You go boop, boop. You don't need a clutch after the first gear if you know how to get the rhythm right? And he showed me how to do it. The training guy showed me how to power shift, it's called, because if you get the RPMs right, dude, you don't hear nothing. It's just but you got to have really good timing. And I had to do that for real because I had to start it in first gear and then shift and drive it home. But there's so much torque in first gear, you could start it in first gear if you had to. And I had to. But I had the Wolfsburg edition. I had 85 Jetta and I had a 98 Golf. My buddy had the VR.
Oh, yeah.
He had the V6. Farfignugan back then.
Yeah.
I had a Farfignugan was on in my owner's manual. It said Farfignugan, and I'm like, yes, sir. No, I just...
Old Audi in it.
Yeah, the Audi. Actually, they put Audi blocks. It had an Audi block in it. Well, the Audi Fox was the original hybrid, and the Audi Fox had the really old car. It was a poor man's sedan. But they had Omni put Volkswagen blocks, Audi Volkswagen blocks in their Omni Horizon vehicles in the 70s. Because it was die-cast block, actually the Volkswagen engine. I was kind of cheering them on when they lied about their mileage. You go get them. Fuck the government. I was cheering Volkswagen on. I say, yeah, rig the fucking thing. It's fucking fake shit anyways. Emissions my ass. Lie about it, please. I still, the diesel, before diesel prices went up, if you owned a diesel, you get 50 miles to the gallon on, 8 years ago on a Volkswagen.
Yeah, you still could. Those diesel TDIs are amazing. And they have a bunch of torque.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everything the Germans do is torque. I had German handpieces that made electric, Oh my God, dude. Anything else would stall out. This thing, it could just be down at like 300 RPMs and it wouldn't even stall. You couldn't stall it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Audi, this one, the 4-cylinder is actually pretty cool. It's a 2-liter 4-cylinder turbo. And it has, I think it's 230, 240 horsepower. And it's like 275 torque, so it actually has more torque than horsepower, which is kind of funny, especially for a turbo engine.
Yeah, the only way to get around that is, and that's kind of how you burn up a clutch, I suppose, is you have to rev it just to get it to have balls, whereas if you can shift it lower RPMs and you have initial torque, you don't have to torture the clutch. Yeah, that's all thought out. But usually the German philosophy, and I went to the dealership, and Gunther was telling me one time, he said, I said, there's no heat on the floor in these fucking Volkswagens. He goes, yeah, it's supposed to be like that. I go, why? He goes, because the Germans don't want to fuck up their boots. And I'm like, well, fuck them. And because I said every Volkswagen I ever had, I go, is it constricting? He goes, no, it's supposed to be like that. He goes, because the Germans don't buy new boots, they just resole them. They're just really, the German philosophy is you buy a lighter and you put lighter fluid in. The American philosophy is you buy a lighter and you just buy another lighter and you just buy another plastic lighter, throw it out, buy another. The Europeans can't, maybe they don't want a landfill because they don't have enough land, but they're very kind of like, no, dude, just reuse it. Americans are like, what?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
That's why the Audi is the way it is, because they're like, dude, you know what? This is the car for the rest of your life, dude. Oh, sure, you might do body work, but that engine is designed to go like 1,000,000 miles. Americans are like, nah, the tolerances are off. Besides, this will be out of fashion in about 3 years. Don't you want the latest sexy car? No, the Germans are like, no, dude, this is a 3 Series BMW. There'll be a 320, a 325, there'll be a 328, It's not like, oh, this is the Mega Ride. I mean, Americans are like, what's the name of your car? Mega Ride. That's stupid. I remember they come out, what are you driving? Yeah. Or they try to pick Le Mans, like a race car. What are you driving? A Camaro. It was a pace car, you know. Oh, I'm driving a 735i. No, but because the cool, and I knew a guy that was so rich, he goes, you know what? When you send me my BMW, he lived in Germany, he goes, please, no badges. I don't want that tacky number shit on there. So he got one with badges once, and he sent it back. No badges. He's just too, he's like, dude, man, I just want the car.
No, you pay good money for those ads.
No, we used to mess around with the Mercedes and stuff when we were kids. I was astounded. I went 126 miles an hour in a 450, 1978 450 SEL. So I got to 126 miles an hour. I was like, this handles pretty good for a fucking sedan. But then I glazed the brakes up because I didn't realize the brakes really take some beat. I was a kid, and I wouldn't say I slammed on the brakes, but I came down to 70 in the car because it was German. It could do it. Now, an American car, I think it would have locked up the tires, but this is before anti-lock brakes. They were just really good. Everything's balanced out. So I kind of ran the brakes, but it was a head rush because the speedometer went to 160. So I thought, well, we could do 140, right? No, I don't think so. But 126 has started to kind of just reach its last. Not a big engine, though. What do they put, a 370 in that thing? I don't know. No, it's so that's the 4-wheel drive. Is that the Quattro, you say? Are you going to go in snow? Do you drive through the snow?
Oh my gosh, this car's amazing in the snow. I spent years in Colorado, drove a bunch of different vehicles. This is an amazing. The Quattro system is really like nothing else.
So it's like like traction control on every tire independently. It's not like you're locked.
Oh my gosh.
The computer figures it out, right?
Yeah.
Smart
it's got
traction.
locking discs, all-wheel drive. I mean, it is a really, really good all-wheel drive system. Very impressive. The only other system that's probably as good or about as good would be like Porsche and Subaru. But Audi has the best all-wheel drive system in the world, I think.
So you got smart suspension on that too when you go on turn, or no?
No, it doesn't have. I don't think it has adaptive suspension. I think some cars do now, and then some have like smart.
Don't you have
differential.
Did they give you a button there? Because I was driving a BMW once, and maybe it was for the tranny ratios, but it said sport mode. There was like a little dip switch. I don't know what that. I don't even know what it did. What is it? Does it take a different ratio, or does it make it torqueier? Or no?
Yeah, I don't know if it quite has that. Because I have. I'm controlling it manually with the transmission. So there's no transmission.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you got a manual transmission.
Yeah. But I can tune it. I think there's some good companies that have some really nice tunes on them, and I can squeeze a lot more horsepower out of them. I think just the tune would get me about 100 horsepower. It's pretty incredible.
There's no turbo. That's just a normal engine, right?
Yeah, it's a turbo.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It's a little turbo. That's a good turbo.
Do you like to use a turbo, or you just use it in an emergency?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, really?
All the time.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
But would you punch it and let off? Like once you get the speed, just let it go? I mean, you kind of using it for the burst mode, right? There's no lag. There's very little lag, I suppose, right? If you hit it.
Very little lag. Yeah, it's like full yeah, I'm blanking on my words, but full boost. It's going full boost about 3,000, a little above 3,000 RPM. Once I get to 4,000, like I can really feel it kind of turn on. But it goes with the throttle, so depending on how much you throttle, will have the boost doing different things.
Yeah. I figure third gear is my favorite gear on a down ramp because I like to set up third gear on those down ramps. It depends what kind of highway you're coming into. It was like a no-brainer. Just throw it in third gear and just come down the ramp. I'm ready to fucking be like great torque, and I get in any kind of cluster fucking traffic that way. I can always get in front of. I would like to get in front of people because I just feel like we're gonna hit each other if I don't come in front of them. Almost every highway entrance, it's always a problem. And people, do you notice people here? I just got a question for you here because I'm taking a survey, and since you're on the road, I've noticed a phenomena that when I'm out for the past 2 weeks of these high gas prices, past 3 weeks, that I see people light it up and go fucking 90 to 100. I also see people, they're just like, fuck it, and they're just burning more gas than they normally would. Do you see anything like that?
Yeah, I'm on a highway right now, and everybody's going pretty fast. I'm being more cautious right now because I'm talking, so I'm just kind of coasting now. But normally I'll try to go with the flow. But yeah, They're going very fast.
It's not like they're trying to save gas. I'm saying that price, they're kind of like, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna live my life, and almost defiant. I was borderline defiant the way I see people light it up. I'm like, dude, it's five. I don't know. I guess they got enough money.
People all bad habits, and then they drive fast and they don't realize it until they get back to the gas pump, and they're like, oh shit.
Well, I don't think it's that bad, but I know these guys in Germany, in the Autobahn, they say that my buddy used to go drive out there, and he said when you get on Autobahn there, you're doing 100 or more, you can literally see the gas gauge. Of course, it's a Mercedes. You can see the gas gauge moving while you're driving it. If you look down, you can. It's a creeper gear move, but it's fucking moving.
Yeah. Well, let's take this for example. I'm just on a highway. I'm 80, and I'm getting between 34 and 37.
Oh, that's good. Wow.
And I'm just cruising.
Jesus.
And
wow.
And it's doing pretty good.
What's that? 2.2 liter? 2 liter?
Yeah, it's a 2 liter. 2 liter turbo.
Yeah, the turbo's saving it. Yeah, because the way they did the Volkswagen, they did a 1.8 turbo on the Volkswagen, you get good mileage too, because they take a 1.8 and turboize it instead of having a 2 liter. Slightly smaller, but
because it's got a lot of different.
Yeah, they're so good at torque. I mean, their torque is amazing, where other things just don't like. So people are impressed by RPMs, but torque is really the thing,
Oh yeah. And I was thinking about this. I think maybe people would not buy so many cars if they didn't fall apart. Like Ford did.
That's right. No, I do believe that. Like, I believe in reselling your shoes, like the sustainable shoes, right? You go to the shoemaker, but shoemakers went away when you were able to, like, kind of mass produce shoes, It's funny because of all the liberal tree huggers really are supposed to be the original kind of conservatives saying, well, you know what? Can't we make the home remedy? I mean, that's the home remedy kind of people, and the we don't buy corporate, commercially produced. That's bad. But here they are gobbling up the vaccine like it's some fucking second coming of Christ. So go figure.
I'm sorry, man. I had to jump in. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more.
Yeah. No, it's just the brutal reality of life.
It's the communion cup, buddy. Give me more from the communion cup. I want to be under the graces of what you're telling me. So look at all the connotations are fear, death, amulets. Give me some good luck charms. Let me wear a face mask.
I know. I mean, are we living in? Oh, it's almost like Monty Python. It's Monty Python all over again. Bring out the dead.
Yeah.
But
1350, buddy.
I think that's why the Wiccans really nailed it with their connection to nature, and it's a religion for all times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you ever heard of Spinoza?
Yeah.
Spinoza? Is that?
Spinoza got kicked out of the Jewish camp and out of the Christian camp. That's my kind of guy.
Spinoza.
And
Groucho Marx.
they
wants to be a
him,
member.
Yeah, he's beautiful. I want to be in that club. The word in the Bible.
She's going to get kicked out of the Catholic.
Oh, for sure. He wrote something. You're talking about nature. He wrote that if you took the spelling of the name of the Lord, Yahweh, if you spelled it out in the Hebrew, there's two really interesting things that happen. If you spell it up and down like in Chinese, Yud Hey Vav Hey, you'll get the stick figure of a person. And if you take the letters, and let's get into the mathematical 15th century stuff, Kabbalistic, the letters themselves add up to a certain number based on their letter position. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, all that stuff. When you take those letters and you try to find another word in the Hebrew language that corresponds numerically to Yahweh, it's Hateva, which means the nature. So that's all I got to say about the Wiccans. They were right on the money.
Well, and they were friendly to the Black Cats.
Did you ever see the movie?
Probably.
What you just said there sounds like a movie I saw back in 2000 called Pi. It's a black and white movie where the guy takes the Torah and does the conversion to the numbers. And the movie's called Pi. It was kind of like artsy fartsy kind of movie, about an hour and a half movie. But just like that, the guy took the Torah and he kind of broke it down into numbers. He's looking for patterns in it.
Yeah, Bible code shit. No, listen, I'm not into all that stuff because I think that there's just been so many copies and so many mistakes. The Greeks translated it so incorrectly so many times. And when people, I have a really good time with people. I have a lot of Christian friends and whatever from every denomination. I'm married to like a Roman Catholic girl and whatever. So when they always tell me, well, we don't believe in evolution. It says in the Bible this and this and this, and I say to them, you realize that your own religion has evolved in the last 2,000 years. At first, it was basically, we're drinking psilocybin wine. Pass the wine, I'm going to walk on some water. And then it became, was he a man or was he actually God? And then you had all kinds of fights over part human, part God. Was he half God, God and human? I mean, it went on and on and on. And then before you knew it, no, he was actually God himself. And then it just keeps evolving over time. And everything evolves over time. Look at how trading has evolved over time. I mean, I've been at it long enough to know how the markets have shifted and changed. And I can tell you that I would say every 2-3 months there's a nice little shift going on. Things that you thought were going to work don't work anymore.
That's actually pretty interesting. I was listening to, I like catching those tasty traders. Have you heard of that network?
Right. Yeah, I know those guys. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, Tom Sosnoff was talking about this company that he was trying to do business with, and I guess they were into trading, and he was, I don't remember exactly what the details of the business was, but the business that he was going to work with were really involved in trading. They were very, very good at what they did. But when he would say that they couldn't define what they did because every 3 or 4 months, every 2 months, they gave the business
regime. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he was saying that it was impossible for them to do bank transactions because the loan officers that were, pricing out everything for this business deal weren't able to get accurate descriptions on what the business was because it keeps changing.
Well, you know what? A lot of those outfits, those outfits are a little bit different in that there's a lot of outfits out there that, are using dark pools. There's a lot of outfits that are doing certain things for certain clients, and they only have 4 or 5 clients. I mean, even our good friend Genesis, our friendly drunk with the Turkish millionaire over there, if he got a number of clients and he had 4 or 5 million under management, he could put it all on the cloud server and retire to Montenegro or do whatever the hell he wants. He doesn't need to go all that hog wild crazy. And I thought my idea was a little bit easier than what he was trying to do, but that's for another time. If his stuff works, hey, hallelujah. Capitalize on it. You know, go do what you want to do. He's living in Turkey because it's cheap. What do you think, Simpleton?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, this...
Why would you live in Turkey unless you're an expat and it's cheap?
Right. I couldn't figure out where he was living there. Because he's pretty private. You talking about Genesis?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
No, he's been... I met him probably about, I would say 4 years ago on... He called in on Skype. We had... Before this, we had Skype, I think. Or no, he came on. But, you know, I can't keep a track because I talked about 30 traders on this kind of connection.
Sure.
From all around the world. And I'm like...
Sure.
When someone comes on, I'm like, oh, that's their voice, because people change their... So he's been somebody else before. When he comes into Discord, he changes his name because people ban him, so he has to change his name. So I'm like, oh, I recognize the voice, but you know, to me, so what he says to me is, because he came across my channel, he goes, I can do what you do. I did what you did last year. I did that for Nintendo, but he talks so like I don't believe him in a sense because he's never specific, so I figure he's like talking about a car he's working on. Well, how big are the rims? Well, I'm working on this car. He'll never give you any specifics, so I'm not sure that he's got anything really ready to go there. But
oh, I can tell he's in Turkey. I heard the music blasting in the background.
Right, I can hear that.
At one point.
Yeah, that bizarre pop music that the Turkish people, like the Turkish Grammy Awards. Yeah, I heard some Turkish Grammy Award music there.
Oh, yeah. He's in Turkey. He's probably outside of Ankara. He's in one of the coastal cities. You know, they have some phenomenal programmers there. So if he's actually got his hands on some programmers, just, you know, wet behind the ears, fresh out of college, like I always try to grab them.
I think he's doing it all himself.
Then
he would have said
something.
He would have done something. No, I think you know what, I think it's a hobby. Here's what I think. He's got something where he probably doesn't have to. In other words, he's in some holding pattern. Maybe he's got some money, so enough money to live, so he can kind of speculate in this robot he's building. But I don't, like he'd always say, because Vinny and him had it out. Like Vinny's got his robot done, so he goes, "Show me your robot." And he's like, "Well, it's not quite, you know, like you were saying, it's not quite ready to go." And well, maybe they're just. I think what it is their ideas. We all got ideas, right? I
got news for you, man.
You know,
you only need one idea. Give me one more lie. Hang on. You want to make $1 trillion? Make up a new lie. The check is in the mail. I won't come in your mouth. What's the third one again? I forgot. But make up another one. We'll make $1 trillion.
That's rain on your shoe. It's raining on your shoe. But I really do want to set up an all-girl prop house.
Right.
Kind of like. Well, it'd be like Hooters for finance, and then
Hooters for traders. You know how much money we can charge Forex, at the door, buddy.
And so what we do is we live stream the girls trading. You get to watch their trades over their shoulder.
Oh yeah.
And
if you want the shot from underneath the table, it's going to be a little bit extra.
That's right. Well, that's the membership. If you join the membership, you get aerial shots down the blouse, and you get. And the girl that's so the scalper girl that's a high frequency trader, her breasts may jiggle. So to watch the high frequency trader trade costs a little more too, right? Because she's manual execution. No, these aren't robots. These are hot chicks, and then so they're actually making money. So you can see their equity curve, and you can see their cleavage and their equity curve on the same screen if you subscribe.
I love it.
And it's kind of like it's like pay-per-view, but pay per trade or view per click. I don't know what to call it, but no, I think that it's totally legal, right? I mean, they sign a waiver, you know, there'll be no nudity.
If you really want to, hang on, you know, don't push me because I'll do something like this just for the fucking lark. And I know a restaurant we can go, and I know how to get all the girls to show up and pretend that they're trading. But again, how are we going to charge everyone? Who's going to show up?
Well, no, they're making money because they're trading, and then we're streaming it, and that's just the bonus. Just the spectacle of it alone. We just got to get on the news with it. That's all. Hey, do you hear what they're doing? In other words, you're freaking out because we're teaching your kid how to be transgender. Wait till you see this fucking all-chick prop house. It's so obscene. You have to see it.
It's just terrible what they're doing to those girls, making them make money.
That's funny.
Why we just go to the titty bar here and pick up some after hours. Hey, honey, you know what? London Open. When you get done titty dancing, come over. We're going to do the London Open here.
Oh, buddy, don't even talk to me about Miami Gold and all those places in Miami. It's just titty bar heaven. I was once in the Cheetah Bar and I had a trade on. This is 2003 or 4. I was just doing the equities and whatnot, and I had a trade on, and I was just keeping my eye on it because I had a server in my friend's basement, and I was just, what was I using? PC Anywhere, something stupid. And I was watching this trade on, and you know how the girls are always, looking for dances, this and that. I said, let's put it this way, honey. If this trade comes through, I'll buy 5 lap dances, okay? So she said, how long is it going to take? I said, I'm on a 15-minute bar, so give me at least 15 minutes, honey. So she walked away, and she came back in 15 minutes, and I bought the lap dances for me and my friends. That's the way you got to do it. You got to be a sport.
Yeah.
Here's something you can add to that female prop house metaverse. So if you pay a little extra, you can sit beside the girl that's trading in the meta.
Oh, interesting. See, they already got me into the Matrix in less than 10 minutes. What's going on at 6 o'clock? Anything I'm supposed to keep my eye on for?
There's news out of New Zealand and Australia. Let me see. Typically, there's some. Well, one night when I was a beginner trader, I had my phone, and I'm sitting in front of my old house I grew up in, and I'm in this $400 trading account, no stops, And here comes 5 p.m. I'm like, what news comes out at 5 p.m.? Out of New Zealand, sure enough, some rate change. Oh my God, just destroyed the account. So 5 p.m. there's actually, if you look at the Forex factories, kind of like where I go, but you don't have to go there. But no, at 4:30 p.m. They had news today. What?
You know what? I don't think you can even trade. I don't even think you can.
Oh, they're doing a bank. They did a bank stress. They did a bank stress test at 4:30 p.m. today. Did you notice that?
And they failed. Yeah.
It failed.
I didn't know that. It's a prop house. You have to have blown up at least 2 accounts and prove it before you can join this prop house. That's the bottom line.
Right.
I only want people that have been in jail. I'm only hiring people that are convicts.
No, if you want some drama, go to the yen at 7:30 p.m. because they're coming out with some news. National core CPI.
Well, I'm already in a trade with the pound yen. Am I going to die, or what's going on with that trade here?
You got to have deep pockets for that.
Yeah, I'm only down 5,500.
Oh, here we got a rally coming here at 6 p.m. Here comes the euro at 6 p.m. and I'm long slightly. Oh, come on.
Me too. Oh, haven't made any money yet. I understand what you're talking about, that spread at 5 o'clock, because I was at 60 cents. This is exactly where I was when 5 o'clock rolled around. And so I went from, minus 10 cents to minus $2 and something. And now it looks like it may be coming back. So this is basically the 5 to 6 o'clock spread.
Yeah, it'll tighten up. It'll tighten up a little bit tighter at 7 as you come into 9 o'clock and Japan opens and starts. They really start going. So the thing is that I used to lay my charts out in the time they come in. So I had New Zealand, Australia. That's the order they open: New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and then. So really, we're in the New Zealand mode right now. So if you go to New Zealand charts, you'll see drama now. And then an hour from now, Australian charts will start to kick up. And then it's like you're following the torture of the dollar around the planet in a sense. I always thought about it that way. Like, are they bidding the dollar up or down against the other currencies? It's all cross rates. So when you get to the European Open, Europe opens before London. London opens, the fucking wheels come off at 2 or 3 a.m. I don't know if they're daily savings time. And then when U.S. market opens, every fucking market is open except for New Zealand. But the big ones are open. Japan, U.S., and London and Europe are open all at the same time. That's why there's so much drama. And then stocks open, the cash market. And it's fucking... So those 2 hours until 11 o'clock...
Wait a second. Hold up. You're going fast. Give me 1 second to catch my breath. So basically, all the markets are open simultaneously. who's got the biggest amount of liquidity is going to be the U.S. market. If
Right.
I'm a U.S. trader and all the markets are open at the same time, I'll let these motherfuckers duke it out amongst themselves. I'm not even stepping in. Or maybe I'll push it in one way or another. I'll turn on my fuck New Zealand algo, and there it goes, and it fucks everyone who's in New Zealand clothes. And then I wait until Europe drops out at 11. When do they drop out for you guys? 11 o'clock?
Well, no, Europe's closing around noonish, like 11 o'clock noon. So Europe's
Okay,
closed,
fair
yeah.
enough. I'm
So
just
then
asking.
you're coming into U.S. drifting, and then you're going to start off
Only
New
yeah, now
Zealand,
the New York brokers are
Australia,
gonna take over.
Japan, and
That's
then
right.
you go around the
That's
planet.
right. That's right.
So
no, you got to look at the personalities, that what's going on.
Right.
between
So
the
I
brokers.
thought, well, I wanted to see the markets unfold and see. I mean, this is scientific thinking back 10 years ago, which is ridiculous, but I was like, oh, let's
Social
see.
engineering.
It's well, the thing about the currency pairs, it's New Zealand against the dollar. It's not. In other words, the only pairs that have the dollar in the front are the Swiss franc, the Canadian dollar, and the yen are the only ones that are the base currencies is dollar. So when you trade Forex, it's kind of a little difficult there because when you buy the euro, if you're going to sell the dollar against the euro, because it's listed euro to the dollar, not dollar to the euro, and those things were chosen way back.
Right.
Like the pound said, sorry,
Right,
we're going to be
right,
the base
right.
currency of that pair. But the dollar is based to CAD and Swiss and the yen. So when you trade the yen, it's kind of weird because if you do the ATR, there's a thing where if you try to use an ATR indicator in the yen, it fucks it up because the yen's priced 1 point. I mean, it's 102 point something for a yen, whereas the pound is a dollar. So the decimal point being two spaces to the left destroys. You have to. There's a little trick on the ATRs so it doesn't blow up your ATR, but. Yeah, so it's weird, that's why there's that carry trade, I suppose, because people can just say, "I'm going to buy the yen because it's a dollar yen situation." But yeah, I'm fascinated by the yen. So 5 minutes after the top of the hour, the spreads are going to tighten up a little bit. Now here comes the market is officially open 5 minutes after 6 o'clock. More officially open. Now the spreads are getting very tight on my ECN broker notice right now. Very tight. We're back to a half a pip finally. So this is like the opening here. In 30 seconds, we're going to get some kind of move out of the almost every instrument here because it's officially trading's open now. Yeah, that 1 hour is all market maker shuffle deck stuff.
Yeah. No, they're recalibrating everything and they're seeing what happened, what damage, what.
So we got 10 seconds till the starting bell here officially. I think we're going to pop up in the euro, pop up
on my trade. Yeah, euro's going to pop for sure.
There you go, 1 second, boom. So here we go. This is like the official start. Now you got 23 hours left to make $1 million before the weekend comes.
You don't have to make $1 million. You don't have to make $50 on 500 and you're golden.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever done the math? Well, you haven't done the math, but I'm wondering if any of the listeners or the people that are on the call, if they've ever done the math of what happens if you keep scaling up at let's say 3 or 4% a day. I mean, that would be the first exercise. You'd have the girls walking up to the chalkboard and doing the mathematical equation that shows you what you're going to make when you join this live stream. If you start with $500 and you could pick the girl who's going to do the trading for you. It'll all be done obviously by the algos. It'll look like she's doing something. And you can pick the girl. I want Christina, man. She's got the nicest big. I want her to do my trading for me.
Yeah. Every time she makes 100 pips, she starts twerking.
I thought you'd like this. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's how that rolls.
Can you imagine how many presents they're going to be sending these broads on a continuous basis and diamond rings and the whole thing? It's going to be crazy, man. Crazy. Now I feel like a pimp. Go ahead.
The stalkers.
Undisclosed location.
Yeah, so it's on.
You know what? You don't even have to have. Hang on. You don't even have to have actual real time. We could be playing tapes from 15 years ago. No one would know the difference.
Oh, you mean the market playback? Yeah, this is not a real market. So I had this one.
Who's going to pay for real time data for all these broads? Fuck them.
I had this one
standing around.
I had this girlfriend, the one that who was from down south, and when she saw my trading platform, she said that I was explaining to her kind of what was going on. She said that she didn't trust it, and that she thought that the ticks that were coming in were fake, and somebody was taking advantage of me.
You probably were.
No, it was really it was from a real broker. The data feed was, this is the one I had the commodity account, right? I wanted to say,
Right.
no, really, they match the prices in the paper. If you look at my screen, they're the same prices. Like, it's not a trick, but for some reason, she didn't trust anything. It was kind of funny.
Nice.
You know the technology idea that, like, it's like if you told somebody, now it's true. I wrote a hit song on my phone. I recorded on my phone. Like, look at this. Look at people recording shit in their bedroom. Get a Grammy Award making a fucking sound in your bedroom. Right? The old days, you needed a whole rig.
You needed all the equipment. Look at the kids. What were they? The Pentatonics or something? They won a Grammy for, what did they do? All the Daft Punk songs in a cappella. They were phenomenal, and they recorded it all in the kids' kitchen. They didn't have studios and shit like that. They put on stupid wigs and whatever they did and made themselves look robotic. But what really put them over the top, and you'd appreciate this, is all the video editing, and the way that they, I guess there was a company that was doing them a solid favor because they really liked the band. I've always seen that happens in time. You'll see people that are, let's say, musicians hooking up with artists and whatnot, and before you know it, you got a really amazing video, right? And, at no cost, because we just, first of all, want to put it under our belt, and we want to be the guys that did the Aerosmith video before they were Aerosmith. So I like seeing that happening. I get a kick out of that.
I would definitely. We would play gigs for free. Actually, I was in a band called The News. We had to use a Z because the newspaper refused to. They said, you can't have that. That's our copyright. So we made News with a Z, and then we went around and played the lunch hour in a bunch of high schools to try to get people to come to our weekend show. We had a couple people, but it's kind of funny.
Sure.
We would tell the people that the principal of the school, do you mind if we play during the lunch hour? No, go ahead. So these high-end rich schools, we go in the auditorium. Some of them were really nice, We set up, and the keyboard player was a cocaine addict, so that didn't help. But he was do some cocaine, and we would play for a half hour, and he would rush his keyboard player. He'd rush the beat because he's high in coke, and I'm like, dude, man. But I mean, the kids if kids hear sound, they're just like, it was all original music too. So this is on a cover band, but we wrote our songs, and we were very serious. We drug a Hammond B3 and everything, but we just he had a Hammond B3 and he had a Yamaha portable Grand, and he had an actual Korg synth where you got to manually patch. You have to use short colored wires to, like an ELP thing, and we had real drums, and we had it was hilarious. So we set up. And, and then we gave out it was $3 to see the show, and the funniest thing was we had to the drummer, Dad was a millionaire, and he had a city truck for his business, and we used his city truck, and then the most expensive thing, we had to run our own security guards for insurance purposes for the building. So we had these two rent-a-cops, and hardly anybody showed up. And then I handed my manual focus camera to one of my friends and said, take some pictures of the band. And after I got him developed, that he never refocused it. He didn't understand how to focus the lenses. SLR, dude, you can't tell it's blurry. Come on. So the only pictures of the show are blurry. You can't even see the name of the band. I'm like, that was amazing. It was 1977. Come on, dude. 1978.
Oh man,
give us a break. A nice fast lens too. It was focused as 1.4.
Remember, they came out with those the Henrys downtown. They came out with all those SLR cameras. They were fucking crazy, but they were crazy expensive too.
Yeah, but it was cool because you could see what you were going to shoot instead of the viewfinder.
$600 in 1977 was lots of money. Oh no, you could do some really good shots with it, no doubt.
And now you can hardly develop film because all the tree huggers are like, oh, it's too chemically. You have to buy. You can hardly get real film. Like you have to buy black and white
You have
film.
to be a camera specialist. Yeah, you're right. You've got to go to the special places.
Yeah, you got to go to Guam or something to buy film. You have to go a third world country where there's no regulation on chemicals to buy black and white film now, and then to get it developed.
Right?
Oh my
Is that
God,
right?
dude!
Wow.
There was the silver cost. There, like really shiny black and white paper has silver, and that's what makes it black and white. That's super really rich black.
Euro's climbing. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the euro. I think the euro's
up.
gonna. You think the euro's on its way? I don't know if it's gonna get there tonight, but I think it's destined to take out the high of yesterday and kind of complete in a stunning rally. I think the stock's gonna rally tomorrow. Look at Bitcoin's gonna rally. Look at the daily Bitcoin. It's setting up for a fucking obvious. It's a cup and handle pattern. No, it's Look at that Bitcoin on the daily. It's like, is it anything but up from here? Come on, it's nothing but up from here. I'm asking for a friend here. Look at the fucking Bitcoin. It's dead in the water. Come on, man. Look at the daily Bitcoin. You got a cup and handle. You got a cup and handle pattern.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well, the Bitcoin has been sitting at 75% discount, and its original inception price of December 2017. It's been sitting in that pocket for 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't know, about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So you're right. It's either turning the corner, but I wouldn't say it's turned the corner until $21,816. Then I'm long forever kind of routine, right? Isn't that the
But
idea?
look at the daily pattern. You got this big hammer engulfment. It's a 2-day hammer, or it's an engulfment here. Smashes off of $18,000. You're at $2,000 right. You look at the daily. Look at the YouTube chart I got. Tell me that thing's not itching to slam up to this floor here, or at least make it to try to stop out people with trailing stops here, so to speak. But this thing's just itching to go to 22 grand. And when stocks rally, and this went down with stocks, so I figured they're kind of tied together just for a speculative thing. And then when stocks take off, NASDAQ's knocking on heaven's door right now. So NASDAQ made an attempt, but I think it's going to be, no matter what the news is tomorrow, it's really just crude. It's crude and consumer sentiment. So there's no NFP tomorrow. So there's nothing getting away from a natural order flow. There's going to be no kind of spiky stuff. So it just looks like one of those. When there's no news, the market kind of takes over in probably the most tame, what people like to see, you know. They like this, oh, that makes sense, because when the news comes out, it's such a shock that people are like, wait, you just destroyed all my technical analysis. I had the highs and lows drawn, and now it's a big mess.
What happened?
What happened to my perfect setup? And so now it is kind of a perfect setup, because after the news comes out, it explodes everything. But yeah, I'm not a
You've got an annual range low. Yeah, I think you've got a Sunday gap down and an annual range low sitting at 27,500 range, right? And you're at the 66% discount at $25,242. So that ledge over there is the only target I could see if they're going to climb up. If they're going to climb down, they're going to go to the annual range low of 2018 at $12,500 range. If it collapses completely. And I don't know what would trigger that. Like I mean, we heard someone saying, I think the gentleman who was driving, that they had to stop some whale from selling all of his Bitcoin. I don't think prices drop because someone's selling. I think prices drop because
I think it was the particular firm. Problem was that it's a sandbox theory. So that firm, he was depleting all of their like, you got to have something if somebody wants to take a withdrawal. I think it was just crushing their, the margins coming from somewhere, dude. So other traders, so that's why here, if I go past a certain amount in my account, they're going to lower my leverage, right? Because, dude, you're going to take the whole firm down if you stay at that high leverage. So the more money in your account, the less leverage they give you. Typically, brokers do that to protect themselves, right?
Right.
But some of these guys probably didn't. I don't know. Besides, it's such a fast market. Who could even offset it with? Even if they had an offset where they can call up another broker and offset it, like if you're the futures market, you could it's limit up. You can go to the outlying months that are not limit up yet in short. In other words, you could or go the other way, or go in the options market to try to cover yourself. Euro's taking off a little bit here. I think the euro's going to make a little run here, but as soon as they take out the high of
the sellers are going to come in here as soon as they take out that little wick from 2 hours ago on the. So if you want to get out, I would definitely cash out as they clip that wick, because I think the selling begins there, and then I'm going to come back in with the buy limits.
What are you talking about? Sorry, I can't see the
2 hours ago 3 hours ago on the euro, the highest high of the last 4 hours on the 1 hour chart. See that that pokey wick? As soon as they clear that, the sellers will come in. I'm just going to get out there. I got a target there, but Asia's not the place to make a bunch of pips.
I've made $2.34 on 6,000. So is that a reasonable amount to pull out? Just asking for a friend.
I would wait till they clip that wick, which is probably about 40 minutes away.
Oh shit! I'm in a line chart. No wonder I couldn't understand what you were fucking talking about. Oh, I have a target set on this. I think it was.
No, if I go on, I'll go to the chart. I'll go to the chart for you. So here's the 1 hour.
10 pips is the wick.
I'll go to the 1 hour. I got 1 hour euro chart here. So this is what it looks like. What I'm looking at is
okay. So it's the one with the. Oh, it's where I got.
So this wick right here, which is at what price is that? I'll give you the exact price. Yeah, 105.33. Sellers start coming in there at 105.
Oh, 327. Beautiful. I got my target there, so that's perfect. Now,
yeah,
I only put my target there because all that I accumulated. Well, let me ask you if I'm doing it correctly. All that I accumulated, I only had like 1,000. I did it 6 of them just by hand, just to see what's going on. And I got an average price of 10 pips underneath that wick. And is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to get the average price to be about 10